Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance and Dell for the next 3 hours on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Thanks so much for joining us on this, a holiday. Happy Martin Luther King Day, guys. Happy Inauguration Day, guys. Happy National Championship Day, guys. Happy Cabo Cup Championship for Team Trauber this weekend, guys. I know I don't want to lead with that because I'm sure you guys came in this weekend and did a bunch of shows on it, and I know that it was all over the airways all weekend long. The 6th win out of 10 years for Team Trauber. So just a great weekend for golf and fellowship and sportsmanship as well. So congratulations to Team Trauber. We'll talk more about that. I'm sure all the shows will talk about it today. So that's good. Let's start the Texans talk with the most important aspects of the game. Okay, we'll go around the room. I'll start. Offensive line play. Just awful. The pressure rate, the sack rate against a team that is not good against rushing the passer. And they just, it's something that's got to be addressed this off. It's got to be addressed. Coaching-wise and player-wise, it's got to be addressed.
Yeah, I actually thought it was okay until the fourth quarter, and then it completely fell apart. Just an absolute disaster in the fourth quarter. Yeah, we're going to have to reconnect with him, right? A little bit of we'll get it fixed. For me, the problem was two terrible decisions by D'Amico Ryans. You're right on the offensive line stuff, and there's about 4 things. But for me, it was 2 atrocious decisions by D'Amico Ryans. It really showed a lack of experience in these situations. To try it's 6-3, and you try a 55-yard field goal in sub-freezing temperature where the ball cannot compress and get distance in wind. You're down 6-3 in what is clearly going to be a defensive-minded game where you need to play field position, and you don't punt. You give them that field position, and then they go down and score a touchdown, and you're playing behind after that. That was absolutely a mindless decision by D'Amico, and all I'm going to do is chalk it up to a lack of experience. But then in the fourth quarter, he does it again. On a 4th and 10, they decide to go for it from the 40-yard line, down 8. There's still plenty of time left in the game. There's about 10 minutes to go. And instead of punting and letting your defense play where you had outgained them by 100 yards, instead of just punting, you take a 16-yard sack. By the way, the offensive line couldn't block anyone in the fourth quarter. So you think you're going to be able to get off a pass that can go 10 yards with them mugged up and ready to bring 6? No, of course not. And CJ wasn't getting rid of the ball quick. So of course you're going to take a sack. 16-yard sack. The defense stood, but then they punted, put you in a hole. You go 3 and out, and the game was over. And I just thought D'Amico, of all the things, my personal issue I have is D'Amico made 2 really, really bad decisions in a game that should have been about field position and not losing the game. Dell?
I can't get past the offensive line. I know John already said it, but the fact that it's been a problem all year. Mm-hmm. Shaq Mason isn't good. You bring Shaq Mason back so he can be awful again. They through what was 19 games in, I guess, 20 weeks, they didn't find any answers, and it got exposed in their final quarter of the season to a point where you couldn't even operate. So I think they got a real issue because how are they getting off some of these guys that they invested in? I keep talking about it. You move Titus Howard to guard. Are you going to pay a left guard that type of money? Or are you going to say, you know what, Blake Fisher ain't ready for this moment. We're going to move Titus back to right tackle. And now your second round pick is a swing tackle for another season. They got questions, and we'll get into some of the other things. But I don't know how that can continue. The offensive line coach likely gone. But personnel is the bigger problem for me. Mm-hmm. Because you can go get a guy who understands and maybe teaches better, but your personnel, you got problems there too.
I don't think you're a coach away. I think it's both. I really do.
He has to be gone. I mean, it's not even a question. He has to, and I hate that. You just can't. I hate to fire coaches and whatnot, but the incompetence of that offensive line, especially on stunts all season long. And if you're not good, then you just got to move on. You just got to move on, and you got to try to get better. It's got to be the players got to play better, but the coach has to be better too. And some of the players are going to get fired too. Some of the offensive linemen, the refs, they were definitely a factor. You can't tell me those two roughing the Mahomes two roughs and the hip drop tackle, the pass interference.
Well, okay, you said hip drop. For those who don't know, the non-hip drop on Dalton Schultz early in the game, right?
Right. Where he was, there was
clearly a hip drop. Although they're not calling it, they almost never call it. What we found is they'll fine it, but they almost don't ever call it anymore.
Well, they need to call. They needed to call. Why would you not call it when it's a penalty?
I don't know, but they said it early in the year. Like we were asking why there weren't hip drops early in the year, and I remember the referees coming out, or there was an article that said they're less likely to call it and more likely to fine it after the fact. But it was clearly a hip drop, but they just, I don't know, they just don't call it.
That's not a Chiefs thing. That's an NFL thing where they're just not calling that for whatever
wait a minute,
reason.
But if it's a penalty and you're going to get fined for it, but you're not going to call it in the game, that's incompetence by the referees.
It's been that way all year.
I understand that.
They don't call it.
It shouldn't be that way.
No,
it shouldn't be that way.
We agree with you. We're just saying it is not a Chiefs referee thing as much as it's been the league. Just I don't know what they put it in and they don't ever call it. I don't know.
And then. But the two on Mahomes, it's out of control. I mean, everybody in the world knows now.
World.
No, well, they pulled out Walt Anderson, and he was like, I think he was on your network, NFL, and he goes, nope, penalties.
Okay, so the first one, Patrick did a great job of selling it. He's become a wrestling heel who just sells stuff. That's all he does. And I thought, oh, man. Well, at first I didn't know why he got the penalty. We didn't see the action. Then I saw the replay from behind, like, hit him in the head. Then you see the replay from in front, and you're like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. And then whoever it was that was on the broadcast said,
not him. Whoever that's a different, they're expert on ESPN. But, yeah,
whoever was on the broadcast said, well, you can see right there, touches. So technically it's no, technically nothing. That was not, he didn't launch. It was a face mask. Get out of here.
That's what Walt Anderson said.
It was below the face mask.
They showed a when they were doing the compilation
the face match touched.
At the end of the third quarter, they showed a compilation of all the issues that went against the Texans, and they showed an angle that they had not shown before. For some reason, they pulled it out then, and the face mask did touch, but
it touches, but it's not.
Whatever, yeah.
But I mean, come on now. That wasn't enough. The other one where Mahomes waits and waits and waits and then ducks down and two Texans collide head to head, and that's 15. I mean, and John, what I found not disturbing, but I guess enlightening. I guess I already knew this, but I didn't really know it. Everybody across the landscape, number one, hates the Chiefs and wants them to lose. And number two, this refereeing thing with the Chiefs is like a known entity and a big problem for people, for former players, coaches, former coaches, announcers, media analysts, everybody across the board says this is just terrible. And the broadcasters, who was on the broadcast?
It was Aikman.
Yeah, Aikman. And Aikman thought some of these calls were terrible. He thought Pat Mahomes doing this crap. You know, Aikman's not in favor of the stuff that Pat Mahomes does with the flopping. I mean, he's the Manu Ginobili of quarterbacks now. But
when the falling out of bounds and flailing his arms, I mean, goodness, call a flop on him. Call the flop on him.
Simulation.
But,
we get red cards in soccer for that.
Yellow cards.
You mentioned Will Anderson, and Will Anderson said they were penalties. Well,
no, Walt, the ex-referee Walt Anderson said they're penalties.
Oh, yeah, Walt Anderson. I thought you said Will Anderson.
No.
Walt. Here's what Will Anderson had to say. It was a lot like what CJ said. It was a lot like what Joe Mixon said. It was a lot like what D'Amico said.
We'll hear from all of them. Don't worry.
All of them. And here's Will Anderson on the refereeing.
He's kept this organization, his team, all year, man. He has blessed us and favored us tremendously, man. And I just got to give all glory to him. And we knew it was going to be us against the refs going into this game. And, I talked to you guys early this week. I was just saying, man, we got to go out there and we got to do us better. And, In some instances, we didn't do that. Some instances, we did. So we just got to keep going, man. Next offseason, get the guys together, man, and everybody just coming together and just keep building that team chemistry and get past this hump.
It's bad for the league, Lance. It's bad for the league that everybody knows, and it's universal. I mean, I watched shows, I heard different shows. They're all saying, "Are you kidding me?" With the Mahomes calls now.
Not
Are you
well. Kidding? Okay, let's make sure we get Teddy Bruschi, because Teddy had something a little different. I don't know. Do you have that, Del?
I've grabbed it. I have to.
Okay,
make sure it's ready to go.
We'll have it in the next segment because we'll keep on with this because I'm sure this is going to be the hot topic. Although I think that for me the penalties, and I think you're the same based on the way you started the show, John. The penalties deserve a conversation. It's part of the conversation. It's not the whole conversation.
No.
And I think I don't love that your player admits we knew we were going up against the refs. So we'll be fine for that. Whatever, it's his money. But honestly, if there's somebody who's going to say something like that, it's going to be on the defense side of the ball because they did their job. What? They did a great job, other than Azeez Al-Shaair, who didn't find 87 the entire game.
How in the world is he so open every?
It's
that was the
unbelievable.
Next one for me, and then the one after that that's so important is how do you set an NFL record for most 100 yards more than your opponent and no turnovers. And 49-0? Is it the same old Texans? Is that it? I mean, they find a way. See, the difference in the two organizations, we saw this all year with Kansas City. You find a way to win, and then with the Texans, you find a way to lose. I mean, that's the mentality that's got to get out of that locker room.
Yeah, you don't know how to win yet. And,
you don't know.
And, let's let Teddy Bruschi. You're not going to love all this. Some of what he says, I think there's some truth. Then I don't love the last part. But I want you to listen to Teddy Bruschi. There's Texans fans that are really pissed off about what he said here. But I want you to listen and just tell me objectively what you think.
Pete. And Teddy, as you watch the Chiefs play, they remind me of your Patriot teams, which is they never do the things that get you beat. And that is a big part of winning postseason football.
And when you beat teams as often as they do, you get some teams thinking, like Will Anderson said, we are the better team. But then he says, we just keep making the same mistakes over and over and over and over. I don't think the Houston Texans understand how to win a football game like this. I think there's just a big difference in class of coaching staffs and in players here, and I recognize it right away. I mean, in terms of the opening kickoff, and then, it was Chris Boyd going absolutely ballistic because he thought he forced a fumble, him pushing his coach. And then the defense, yes, the defense is outstanding. Minus 15 yards from that, and they get the 3 and out. Maybe it's a tougher field goal to make. Those little things, they just don't understand. Will Anderson, that's Patrick Mahomes, right? If you give the officials any type of excuse to throw the flag, they will throw the flag. I played with a guy that, he had the same type of carte blanche / Jordan rules that Patrick Mahomes also has. All right. You're going to get those calls, and you have to know how to win those type of games. To hear D'Amico Ryans afterwards talking about, everybody against us. Of course, he's talking about the officials. But when you lose a game and you're talking about officials, the Chiefs will just look at that and just understand that you never really understood how to beat us, because what Patrick said was exactly true. It doesn't matter what the game is. They know how to win the game they're in, not the game that they thought it would be. That's how good the Chiefs are.
Okay.
What do you think about all that? Some of that is
hold on. Yeah. Because it's Patrick Mahomes, you can't touch him.
So that pissed me off. I didn't like that Jordan, that they said, well, we're not fouling Jordan out ever because people come to see him. LeBron gets a separate set of rules. He's allowed to
That's another.
I'm just talking about Jordan. David Stern said there's different rules for Jordan. He basically said that. That's bullcrap. LeBron shouldn't get different rules where he's allowed to travel whenever he wants and this, that, and the other. Tom Brady shouldn't get it, and Mahomes shouldn't get it. Call the freaking game. You know what? You know what they don't do? Let me tell you what they don't do in basketball. You know why they always say they let them play at the end? You'd rather have people complaining that fouls weren't called than bad calls, than bad fouls that decide games. Don't be part of the game, refs. Don't make decisions that have an impact on the games if you don't need to. And the refs didn't need to on some of those with the Texans. I thought the Keon Coleman clearly had an offensive pass interference with Buffalo over Tre'Davious White, and it went, it went against the Ravens, and I thought that had an impact on the game. A touchdown was scored. It was a no call. There's plenty of no calls out there to be made. But so that idea from Teddy Bruschi that, hey, you're just too bad. It's like Jordan rules. Pat Mahomes is going to do that. I get that he's talking from a place of you can't use that as you have to know how to beat the Chiefs. Some of the stuff he said in there, I don't think the Texans do know how to win.
No.
And I'm looking at the coaching staff of the Chiefs versus Texans. I mean, he ain't wrong. Andy Reid, Bobby Slowick, and Matt Burke versus Spagnuolo, Nagy, and Reid, blowout.
Yeah, no, they win. All right, we got a break. I see some stuff on here. 8 sacks for 80 yards, 8 penalties for 80 yards, 3 missed kicks. Stop crying. The 8 penalties. The 8 penalties for 80 yards had a huge consequence on the game. But
I would argue they were their own worst enemy more than anything. The Texans. The sacks, the officials didn't call the sacks. They didn't throw a flag and say, that's a sack. Minus 16 yards from the 4th and 10, turnover on downs. They didn't call that play. They didn't call a stupid-ass field goal from 55 yards in the wind in 20 degrees. That was D'Amico doing that dumb stuff.
All right, we'll talk more about it on the other side on this very special holiday show. And by the way, we have game days. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Can I ask something?
Yeah. That's coming up at 45, and I'm sure you learned something this weekend.
What are you asking, Del?
Here.
Well, I'll ask him on the side because he keeps talking about a holiday. I'm interested to see which holiday he thinks is most important.
Oh, absolutely.
We'll talk about what we'll talk about.
Will you stop?
I know what holiday is the most important. Okay. I mean, I don't.
He's trying to set you up to get
canceled. The day off after celebrating the Cabo Cup win, but that's not what we're celebrating.
Kids get today off. We don't. I don't want today off. I've got some stuff on my mind.
Yeah, well,
I don't want today off. I was in here at 5:30
tomorrow, and I said no. I'm a man of the people. I want to be on, and we got to talk about all of this stuff on a holiday show because it's a celebration. It's a celebration of Cabo Cup and more. But Tal, I don't have any commercials in here. Do you have anything for us here? Oh, how about Doc Linville? How about that? How about that for you guys on this holiday show? How about Doc Linville making your hair better? How about Doc Linville making your abs better? How about Doc Linville making your eyes better? How about Doc Linville can do all of that one fell swoop? He can do it with the hair thing is the most important thing for all of us, I think, because whether or not your hair is receding or if you got the bald spot, okay, Doc Linville can help you out there. Mine was much bigger than it is now. I went to Doc Linville, and not only that, but he filled in so many different parts for me. It's such an easy process. The neo-grafting is the way that you want to go. Especially if you're in your 30s or 40s and you're losing your hair, guys, do it now. Do it now before you get, before it's all gone and then you can't do anything about it. I mean, Doc, there's some guy, cue balls, Doc, you just can't help, okay? But you can get it now. And if you're starting to lose your hair, go see him. Either he'll do the neo-grafting, which is a bigger process, or he'll do the PRP, and that'll stimulate your own growth. So whatever it is, if you're losing your hair, go to 975hair.com, 975hair.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So, something that happened before the show while we were getting ready. I was hooked up to the soundboard. I could only hear Dell in the studio. I heard Melissa come in and say hi to you, Dell. And I heard you listening to one of my commercials. And in the commercial, I say, I can't tell you how many of my buddies have called and asked me for this number. Don't be that guy. And Dell, not knowing I'm listening, he just goes, hey, man, F your buddies. Only he said the bad word.
Yeah, but he probably knew you're listening. That's something he would say to you.
No, he did not know I was listening. He did not know I was on.
Would he say that to you if he knew you were listening?
Yes. No, he would have said it absolutely, but I didn't know that he really means it by saying it when nobody's around.
Yeah, he meant it. He means it mostly what he says.
I'm not sure why you wouldn't think I meant it. I mean, I say what I mean. I ain't fake.
I mean, that's so funny. He's sitting in the room by himself going, man, F your buddies.
Yeah, F your buddies.
What?
How about your buddies listen to the commercial and remember the number instead of having to talk to you about it? Yeah.
No.
Hey, Aqueduct Plumbing. I love Aqueduct Plumbing and Billy Brown. I say the number quite a bit. Remember it, buddies.
Okay. Well, no, my buddies, if they need it, they can call me. But you know what? Don't be that guy. Call Billy and put this number in your phone, 281-488-6238.
There it is.
All right? Billy got a free spot there. But, man, I'm sitting there. Are you kidding me? He's really telling my buddies.
I don't know which buddies. I mean, it's just your general buddies.
Probably
I'm sure
Yanni.
Individually
Probably
your buddies
Yanni.
I'm sure are great, but as a whole, F your buddies.
Probably Martin, which he did. Martin did that too. Yeah.
No, I like Martin. Martin's one of the buddies I like.
Yeah, Martin's a good guy. I was with him all weekend winning Cabo Cup. That's what I was. Yep. All right, that's all. 713-780-3776. What are your thoughts on the game? Man, we ain't – okay, so going back to that guy. 80, you know what? The sacks were – and CJ holding on to the ball and taking that 16-yard sack could not have been dumb. I mean, and CJ holding on to the ball is a bit of a problem too. But I listen, I was watching Lamar yesterday. Lamar hold on to the ball, hold it. Finally, somebody breaks free, Bateman, touchdown. You know, sometimes an offensive line is actually able to hold guys off.
Yeah, but you have to know what you're dealing with. You know, the first half was really, it was no problem. There was a quick delivery. He was in rhythm. He knew what he wanted to do. I thought the first half really, you know, we went to half and like Texans clearly outplayed the Chiefs in the first half. It was clear. You know, the score didn't represent that, but they outplayed the Chiefs. They just, you know, had some, I thought D'Amico's mistake, I've already covered it. But the run blocking was good and CJ was not getting sacked. He had some time to throw, but he didn't, you know, he wasn't hanging on to it very long. It wasn't long developing stuff. And in the fourth quarter, the line got leaky. Steve Spagnuolo found something. CJ started holding on to the ball. You know, CJ can't do it. And I do wonder, I will be honest. I wonder sometime on the whole S2 thing, which is the processing stuff. Once again, I always have to say this. It's not an intelligence marker. People get so offended. This is done for fighter pilots. It's done for baseball players. It's done for every position. When CJ knows where he's going with the football, when he's protected, it is no problem. Zero. When it comes at him quickly, what you have to do is have a good pre-snap plan of you have to recognize what defenses are trying to do for you. Look for little clues. You know, Peyton Manning used to rush to the line so that he could give fake calls, you know, his little fake claps or and he would try to get movement, right? He would try to draw them into showing them what he was going to do, and then he would change a play. The Texans are, and look, they don't get the ball. What's his name? Slowick's got to get plays in way faster. That's become an issue during the year. But I do wonder, though.
And they recognize it.
I do wonder, yeah, absolutely. But I do wonder, when pressure is mounting, CJ cannot beat you with a quick decision. Rarely does he beat you with quick decisions. And and if that's going to be the case, you don't sit and fuss about it or fret about it. You say, okay, this is our game plan. This is up to Slowick and the line coach to say, and CJ to say, all right, this is going to be how we counter this. Once Spagnuolo starts dialing that up, we're going to dial up this, which might be a slip screen. It might be something else because he's going to have guys coming. I keep going back to what Teddy Bruschi said, and a lot, some of it bothered me, but some of it I just thought he's right, but I don't get super upset about it. I'm not upset that they're not there yet. I'm not upset that I think the Rockets are really good and headed in the right direction. Even if they're not there yet, I'm not going to get upset about it. No. I'm not going to panic or freak out. The Texans played with a team that is going to the AFC Championship game for the 7th year in a row. The Texans more than played with them. Let's face it.
The other 3 teams in the AFC, the Texans are not at their level.
Yeah, no, they're better, and that's okay. That's okay. But now it's up to CJ. I mean, it's up to Nick and D'Amico to do what's necessary to take a step, because they didn't take a. Did they take a step from last year?
No, absolutely.
They were more competitive in the playoff game.
They were. I mean, their offense, especially, not only didn't take a step, but it was a bottom 10 offense in the league this year. Their EPAs on runs, their EPAs on passing, their EPAs. I saw a stat. Okay, 24th in EPA per carry, 31st in rushing success rank, 22nd in EPA per dropback, 25th in passing success rate. A bottom 10 offense. That they did not take a step. The defense took a step.
Yeah.
The defense was I don't want to say championship quality defense, but I don't know. I mean, if the Chiefs had this defense, or the Bills had this defense, or the Ravens had this defense, you know what? I'm sure they could. I think they could win. I think they might be able to win a championship with this defense. The offense took a huge step back. I think CJ took a huge step back. You had losses, you had injuries, but the offensive line was awful all year long. All year long, the offensive line was awful. CJ was not good. Joe Mixon was good. Joe Mixon was a nice addition. Losing Tank again was a big losing Nico for part of the year. That was a big deal. I mean, that was kind of a big deal too. This team needs to do something. It's offense this offseason, man. And okay, 25th pick overall. What position you want?
I mean, you could use a wide receiver. You really need a left guard and a right guard. Dell said, I don't know what they're doing with if Fisher's going to be the right tackle and Howard left guard. Okay, so be it. You're already paying them. I don't think you'll do anything. I don't think you'll say we're not paying a left guard this much. You're paying an offensive lineman. You either need I think Mason needs to go. They really need to take a close look at Juice Scruggs. He's got to get a lot better at some point. He's got to stay healthy. This guy doesn't ever stay healthy. So interior offensive line is one. Wide receiver is another, because I don't expect Tank back next year. And then, and I'd say secondary. They played well. They played well the other day, though.
I'd say a nickel corner. Put Petrie back in safety. Get a nickel corner.
But you wanna put him in Jimmy Ward's spot. I wouldn't have a problem with that. But you wanna so it doesn't mean that you're saying, even if you want him at 25, it doesn't mean that you don't want an offensive lineman. Offensive lineman can be found. It's a matter of you can find starters in the 2nd, 3rd, even 4th round at guard. At corner, you can actually find that too at corner. Those are actually 2 positions. And wide. Now that I think about it, those 3 are positions you can actually find. There's usually, guards don't usually go in the 1st, so there's going to be room for that. Nickel corners, you can find really good ones or pretty good ones in the 1st round if you go looking, and if you don't, sometime in the 2nd. And then wide receivers, it's the level of wide receiver you want. 1st, 2nd, 3rd. Find your guy. You can find some wide receivers. Just depends on what you want. But how are you going to use your free agency? That's another question for me, John. Is I would imagine you want to find a plug and play guy at one of those positions, and it may be offensive line.
Apparently, there's like $14 million that they're going to have possibly available for them. This is not going to be a big.
That's not a ton.
Free agent offseason like it was last year. It's just not. So I mean, you're going to have to use whatever money you have. You're going to have to use it wisely. You, my friends, this is a Gulf Coast, because I've got Gulf Coast windows and Lance has Gulf Coast Chevys in this break. So this is the Gulf Coast. We're about the Gulf Coast here, okay? That's what we're about. Gulf Coast Windows and Siding. Gulf Coast Windows and Siding's been around for going on 40 years now with Jim Fiume. Jim Fiume is a great guy. Jim Fiume is a guy who has a customer-first philosophy. He's a veteran of the industry. He's a Pinnacle Award winner. This company has been based on nothing but excellence. Excellence in the product, excellence in the installation, excellence in the service, excellence in the warranties. So if you need replacement windows or doors, okay, man, if your stuff is shoddy, okay, and it's just not working, if you can hear stuff on the street, if it's warmer near your windows, if you feel like it's flimsy and you're worried when with the high winds that we've had, you've got hurricane windows, you've got double pane, double strength, you got the best windows in the market. If you're building a home, this is the way you have to go. GulfCoastWindows.com. Tell Jim Fiume you heard it right here. 713-849-5454. You want excellence? You got it at Gulf Coast Windows. 713-849-5454 at GulfCoastWindows.com.
Hey, it's Gulf Coast Chevy. That's the dealership that I've used for years and years and years. Typically leases, sometime purchase. It's been purchases in the past. Lately, I've gone with leases. I think I'm going to go back to purchases because, right now you can get the financing at 72 months. You can even get it on certain vehicles at 84 months. And so if you're going to hang on to a vehicle for the long term and you can get a good finance rate, why not finance it over the long term and get the payments to where you want them to be? Now, Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC, they understand that the payments may be very important to you. That might be the most important thing. So they'll work with you on that, and they'll get you the highest trade-in value for the vehicle that you have. They find you all the dealer incentives they can possibly find. It's very important because they want you to be happy. Your happiness means you'll come back for the next car. You'll tell your neighbors or your friends, your family members, people at work. So their customer service index is the CSI rating they have is the highest in the entire city year after year after year. And it's because they make people happy with great deals on great vehicles. They they get you the vehicle that you're looking for, not the one they're trying to sell you. And they never hassle you or hustle you. You get fair prices, great vehicles, and amazing service at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. Go to GulfCoastChevyBuickGMC.com to start the car buying process today.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance along with you at 713-780-3776. The number if you want to hang out with us here. We got What Did You Learn This Weekend in One Sentence coming up in about 8 minutes. We got a quick segment here because at 45 we play What Did You Learn This Weekend in One Sentence, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Important day today in that, okay, your excitement level. Del, you asked the question. The most important, Martin Luther King Day, obviously the most important. Apparently not in Alabama or Mississippi.
Why not?
They're honoring Robert E. Lee as well today.
Okay.
Jesus.
Okay, so
read the room, boys.
Well, maybe they're in their
Robert
room.
E. Lee.
Well, in their room.
In Alabama, isn't that where we had the fire hoses and dogs and Selma? And you're going to go Robert E. Lee on Martin Luther King Day?
Yeah, it doesn't
Good
seem
Lord.
right. So there's that Martin Luther King Day. The celebration just continues for me after a big Cabo Cup weekend. But and I know everybody was celebrating our win. Thank you so much for all the well wishers and wonderful people out there. What's the excitement level on Notre Dame and Ohio State tonight?
It's been low, and I think one of the problems is that I saw somebody mention it. It's just college football doesn't last this long for us. We're done with college football. They have it between the division, or they have it between the division and championship weekends in pro football. There's no build-up because these games are what we're talking about. I just think it's a timing mechanism. It's gone so late. This isn't when we cheer for college. Our college football clock is off, and we're in the middle of big-time pro football games. I think it hurt college football a little bit. The ratings will be good. You know, they can get their money for their advertising and whatever. I'm sure they'll get ratings. I mean, it's Notre Dame and Ohio State. Those are two big teams. But there's been no talk or buildup. We've had very little talk about it, very little buildup. I think it hurts that there's such a long delay between games also. It feels like a long delay.
Yeah. January 9th has been, that was a good spot for the championship game. I think there's something to that. And then right after this huge weekend, the divisional weekend is the best weekend of pro football.
Yeah, it is.
It's the best weekend.
Yeah, you got Final
you've
Four
got
on both
8
sides.
good teams playing.
Yep.
You've got 8 good teams.
And we had some good games.
Oh, man.
We had some good games. The Rams, and it was a snow game, but, the Ravens and Bills, the Rams game, the Washington game. Washington didn't become a good game. Boy, Jared Goff. Oh, the Texans golf showed up. And Ben Johnson, who is legitimately the best play caller in the league, went with a wide receiver pass to Jamison Williams. You're moving the ball like crazy with your offense, and you go wide receiver reverse pass. And have you ever seen a wide receiver that's not going to throw it? He's getting his throw in.
Yeah.
He's hell bent. No, hell or high water, I'm throwing. Remember when where Bill O'Brien or whoever it was, who was the play caller?
Oh, Gary Kubiak.
No. The DeAndre Hopkins. No, that was with Gary, right? With the
Chris.
The DeAndre. I'm thinking Chris Brown was the running back pass was him. But do you remember when DeAndre Hopkins threw a wide receiver pass that was intercepted in a big game? I'm trying to remember the game, but it was I think it was a regular season game. It was like, what are we doing? Because it was so covered. And DeAndre's like, I don't care. I never get a throw. I'm throwing. Jamison Williams did the same thing. 3 men in coverage. And he goes, I don't care. I never get a throw. I'm throwing. I'm like, okay, I guess I'll turn it into an interception, and that's a wrap. Feel bad for Aaron Glenn for his prospects potentially. I don't know.
All those injuries caught up.
They did. And that's one of the reasons I said I didn't think the Lions would get to the Super Bowl, because just at some point this had to catch up with them. And then they lost to Meek Robertson. Their slot corner, who was playing outside because of the injuries, he breaks his arm in the first quarter.
Yeah. Yeah, there was.
I've never seen a more jinxed.
I know Jaden's getting all the love, and Jaden deservedly so, man. That dime he dropped to Noah Brown,
one of the great throws I've seen this year.
You cannot throw a ball better.
Impossible to place it with your hand.
Holy crap, that's perfect. And Jaden played. Listen, we were talking about it yesterday. Your top 5 quarterbacks right now in the NFL. I know CJ was one of them last year. I don't think he's there this year.
No, he's not there. I don't know. I mean, I would go, obviously, right now, the big four, which would be Burrow. It's Burrow, Allen, Jackson, and Mahomes.
Okay, who's
and
five?
Then five is I mean, I've got Jaden Daniels in a holding area and a holding room for that potentially. He's got to do it once people all have the book on him too. I do need to see that. We saw that with CJ. Year 2 is tougher. They go back and they look at your tendencies. So it's hard to just I didn't envision CJ falling back, even though I knew it's a possibility. I didn't envision it. I can't envision it now with Jaden Daniels, but I know it happens historically, so I guess I have to mention it.
Well, here's the thing: is that
but right
Jayden
now,
Daniels,
I wouldn't rather have any other quarterback than Jaden Daniels out there.
Right,
more than likely. I mean, you tell me the quarterback, not Jalen Hurts. It's not Hurts. It's not going to be. It wouldn't have been Stafford, although Stafford played pretty well, but it's not Stafford. He can't escape. It's not Hurts. Can't throw. It's not
Goff.
It's not Goff. Too many. He just crumbles in some big situations.
I think it's Jaden. I think Jaden's a
top
5
Dak.
quarterback.
It's not. It is. I mean, my gosh, right now for sure it's Jaden.
For sure
it's Jaden.
Yep.
Now Herbert had a really good year. He had a disastrous game against the Texans.
No way is he a top 5
Well, he had
guy.
a disastrous game against the Texans, but he had a really good year. Remember, he only had 3 interceptions. He had a really, really good year. It's just, your last taste of him wasn't very good, but Herbert probably deserves to be in that conversation. But right now you couldn't put him in there. I mean, last thing we saw was awful. So I don't know. Dell will say Tua, but I don't say Tua.
Dell, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Well, I didn't say it. So what are you talking about?
Well,
you can't say it's the dumbest thing you ever heard if I never said it.
Stop saying that, Dell.
You
know what was dumb to say last year? CJ top 5. Look how dumb that sounds
CJ
now.
said it. CJ's the one that said it.
And look how, and some of you co-sign. Look how dumb that sounds now.
Man, you know what? Like the quarterbacks, Aaron Rodgers is not. Or Aaron Rodgers fell apart this year. You look at the Colts and Titans are not good. I don't believe in Russell Wilson and the Steelers long term. Obviously, Browns, yuck. The NFC West, it's Stafford, and then Kyler's just a guy who runs around. Geno was not as good. Raiders, no good. Broncos, Knicks is still, on the come up. He's still young. We'll see. Like Kirk Cousins fell apart. We don't know on Penix. Darnold fell apart right at the end. It's hard to get excited about Darnold after what he ended up doing. Baker throws a lot of interceptions. Yeah, and you have Dak Prescott, and who believes in Dak Prescott? So you actually there's a legitimate argument that even after 1 year, even if you say, hey guys, let's pump the brakes a little bit on Jaden Daniels, there's a legitimate argument that you say, I mean, is there any way you keep him out of top 6?
Okay,
well,
Aaron Rodgers fell.
Okay.
Aaron Rodgers fell apart this year. Tell me whose stats are whose? Aaron Rodgers or Pat Mahomes? 3,897 yards, 28 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. 3,928 yards, 26 touchdowns, 11 interceptions.
The first one was Mahomes.
Rodgers.
Wow, he actually played really, really well. Just kidding. He didn't. That's why stats lie. We know he sucked. Aaron Rodgers didn't play well.
Quarterback rating of 90.5, quarterback rating of
we
90,
watched him. They weren't even
5.
in games. He was behind always because he didn't play well.
Yeah, well,
Aaron Rodgers wasn't good.
He had the yards, he had the touchdowns, he had the,
Yeah, and he didn't play well. Watch again. That's what happens when you box scout score and a box score scout and you don't watch games. I'm not saying you're doing that. I'm just saying that's how stats can lie to you. Aaron Rodgers was a bad quarterback this year. He was not a winning quarterback. You couldn't win with Aaron Rodgers this year.
All right. We got a break because we got What Did You Learn This Weekend in One Sentence, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Game Day Men's Health is where you get your testosterone on. I love them. I love what they do for me, and you'll love what they do for you. What have you learned this weekend? You get one sentence. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. I want to talk about Brinkman Roofing. We've got some problems here. I don't know if you're your roof is going to freeze. I don't know if it's going to break the tiles up there. I don't know what's going on with your roof. If you haven't checked your roof, if your roof is shiny, if you look up at your roof, you walk away from your home and you look at the roof and you see it's shiny, that's a bad sign. That means that you need to replace those tiles. Listen, Jason Brinkman over at Brinkman Quality Roofing. What Jason Brinkman says, I get more business from guys who knock on doors because invariably they're going to mess up the roof and I have to come and fix it. This happens all of the time. So a guy knocks on your door to fix your roof. Go with somebody who's got quality in their name. The Brinkmans have been around for 50 years. They'll give you a free consultation, exactly what you need. You can't get insurance on your roof unless you work on it, unless you have somebody that can attest to the fact that it's your roof is not the problem. Free consultation, 844-215-2841. Free consultation, 844-215-2841, or Brinkman, BRINKMANN, quality.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. Time for What Have You Learned This Weekend in One Sentence. You get one sentence to tell us what you learned this weekend. Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Thank you, Game Day Men's Health. I will start it. I learned that when your wife is excited that you're coming back home, that excitement wanes when it takes about an hour and a half to pick you up at the airport.
Oh, my gosh.
So Uber is always the way to go to keep your wife excited.
Or you just go to B. You don't go to C. C's a nightmare. You take the little tram and you go to B.
No. It's his LAX.
Oh yeah, you're in L.A.
LAX is way worse than George Bush.
Oh yeah, Uber.
Oh my God, it's the worst, bruh. It's the worst.
Yeah, I guess I
place.
never even realized. I just always get on my little Hertz or what do we use? Hertz for the NFL? Hertz, and just go to the rental car stuff. I guess I've never had to deal with that before. I wouldn't even know. I didn't even know.
Yeah, well, you got to deal with it at IAH. I mean, so.
Yeah, that sucks. But you're telling me this is even worse.
Yeah, it's worse. It's worse, and if that's possible. Yeah. I learned that you need to stop putting Joy Taylor's face on Mark Andrews' jersey because you screwed the whole team.
Oh my God! We'll get to those memes in a second. We got a whole board full. Dell, let's
go. It's Devin up first here.
Are we going with what we've learned first to get out of the way?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I've learned that the Texans are one memo away from being the 2018-2019 Rockets with all their whining.
Stop.
Oh wow!
Go to Devin.
Yeah,
he'll have longer to expound on that.
If you know, you know.
We have about 7 minutes. They want to get there. These people are frothing at the mouth.
Well, we'll extend it if we have to. That's not a problem. So, Devin, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned that the Texans dropped the ball in keeping Nick Caserio instead of hiring Adam Peters.
Ooh, Adam Peters is good. Adam Peters is the GM, came from San Francisco and went over to the Rams, and man, did he do a great job.
Rams are Commanders.
I mean, I'm sorry, Commanders. I said Rams, didn't I? I meant Washington Commanders, yeah.
I was wondering what happened to Joe Cool over there. Who's next, Al?
Next up is JP.
JP, what'd you learn this weekend in one
JP?
sentence?
Who is that? Yeah, JP. What's up, JP?
This is Tongue Dart Chris, but
okay.
I learned that the Houston Cowboys are 0-6 all-time in divisional round.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's true. Never made it to an AFC championship game.
I learned that the Texans are better than the Cowboys because they actually make the playoffs.
Oh, was that a Cowboy subtweet?
Yeah, I guess it was.
Sub call. Let's get Coors Light Trey in here. What's up, Coors Light Trey?
Hey, I learned that the Bills are going to have to play a perfect game to beat the sponsor, Chiefs, and referee.
You do need to bring your A game.
No.
You do need to. Josh Allen's going to have to.
Clark joining the dark side.
She was always a Chiefs fan. You didn't know that? She's been talking about being a Chiefs fan since she became famous.
Yeah, she's in Iowa. They don't
hugging on Taylor. I mean, stop.
The dark side. she grew up a Chiefs fan. What do you want?
That is the dark
But
side.
still, just don't go up there. You're going to go up there with Taylor Swift. You're going to get even more hate. Let's get Brandon. Brandon's next up here. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? 713-780-3776. What's up, Brandon?
Guys.
How we doing?
I learned that across the 4 number 1 NFL announced teams on the network, there's only one halfway decent game analyst.
Oh.
Who would that be?
He thinks. I'm gonna say he thinks Aikman.
Brady.
See, people are down on Brady.
I know. No, it's not Brady for sure.
It's not
is it
Brady.
Aikman or
Aikman,
is it
Romo, and who's the other one?
Tony Romo and who's the last one?
I don't know who the fourth one is.
Collinsworth.
Chris Collinsworth.
Oh,
my
Collinsworth.
guess is he means Aikman. That's just a guess. I don't know.
I don't know. It could be. I like Collinsworth.
I think they're all pretty good.
I like Collinsworth just fine.
I'm fine with that.
I like Romo just fine. I mean, everybody. Stop. The game. The analyst doesn't matter. How good's the game? Who's next?
JP, the real JP, is actually here. What's up, JP?
Sorry, guys. Good morning. Got to jump on a call.
Go ahead.
I learned this weekend that Patrick Mahomes names his boogers before he eats them.
What? What did you learn in 3rd grade?
Well, Aaron Rodgers, I saw him eating boogers on the sideline. I didn't see Mahomes eating any boogers. Did you, Del? Did anybody see that?
I didn't see him eting boogers.
We used to call
he may just be a booger eater because of what he did on the field. But
as we learned when we were little kids watching
the flop.
That's
so,
Tanner
that
Boyle.
Is so weak. All the calls that dude gets, and he's going to flop like that out of bounds.
You know what that comes from, John? Tanner Boyle from Bad News Bears when he called little Kenny the booger-eating moron, or he called Lupus or whatever his name was.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you stupid old booger-eating moron. Timmy Lupus, yeah. Let's get Kenny in here. What's up, Kenny? How we doing?
I learned that with the perfect 0-6 record in the divisional round, the Houston Texans need to change their name to the Houston Stepping Stones.
Oh. Oh, I can't really comment on it. What do you want me to say? They're 0-6.
I learned
played
that Lamar Jackson. Well, yeah, Lamar Jackson is the James Harden of the NFL.
He's not winning. I mean, he's not winning. Has he gotten an AFC?
An MVP.
He's never gotten an AFC championship.
He was there last year.
He got the.
Oh yeah, that's right. He's an MVP.
James Harden got to the Western Conference Finals.
There may be a thought that Lamar is a growing thought. I guess from what I read yesterday, that Lamar is going to be a 3-time MVP, and this is not 3-time MVP. Profile.
You know another guy who won 3 MVPs before he won a title?
Who?
LeBron James.
Yeah,
worked out just fine.
But
for
LeBron
him.
played much better in the playoffs.
Well, that final series, the final series against
not the finals, but getting to the finals, he did
against the Celtics when his last series.
Yeah, but
that's why he's James Harden.
Lamar's
he's
got
an
8
MVP,
games, 13,
and he falls off in the postseason.
There's no way around. Lamar's got 13 total touchdowns and 11 total turnovers in the postseason. It's going to stick with him. I thought he did enough. He came back, and we'll get to that game. We'll get to that game because he did enough to come back. Let's get Lazy J. What's up, Lazy J?
Good morning, fellas. Yeah, what I learned this weekend is C.J. Stroud is Dak Prescott 2.0.
At least you admit your quarterback sucks.
Go watch
wait
the
a minute.
Lakers suck.
Wait a minute.
Go watch LeBron suck. Lazy J, get out, beat it.
Wait, you can't agree with him. That means CJ sucks.
No, I'm saying if he's saying that, he means CJ sucks is what he means. So that's what he's saying about his own quarterback. I don't agree with him. I thought CJ was good until the fourth quarter. I thought CJ actually played pretty well. I wasn't. Look, I'm not super down about the game. I mean, you know, the Texans got in their own way. We know their officiating wasn't good. They got in their own way with some bad stuff. But they played with, they outgained the Chiefs. They played with the Chiefs. The Chiefs I hope the Chiefs get the living crap kicked out of them by the Bills.
They're not. You know it's not gonna happen.
I know it's not going to happen, but it should happen.
Why?
This Chiefs, they're not good this year. They're so freaking lucky
they
this
lost
year.
One game.
Oh,
No,
they lost 2. I'm counting the last one.
Listen, we don't. I'm done with the Chiefs. Just get them out.
They're not.
We're done.
They're not losing to the Bills. You know,
they're losing to the Bills.
I watched that
Bills defense stepped up big time yesterday.
That Bills defense benefited from the Ravens doing what they always do when they lose, crapping all over themselves.
Lamar threw a really bad pass. Mark Andrews had a bad fumble.
What about his fumble?
He dropped the 2-point conversion.
That's an easy one to not fumble.
Yeah.
And the Bills were getting run all over, and then for whatever reason, they didn't want to run in one of those possessions. The Ravens
didn't run all over them. They had Derrick Henry.
Exactly. So the Ravens, speaking of being outgained, the Ravens outgained the Bills by a tremendous amount. The Bills defense didn't step up.
Wait a minute. Every single team was out. Every single team that won was outgained by their opponent this weekend.
The Bills defense didn't impress me. The Ravens do what the Ravens are the best team. They just screw up all the time.
Monken doing?
They held them to 10. They got down to the 1-yard line and stopped them at the end of the first half. Okay. And what are you talking about? The Bills defense.
They gave up 400+ yards, and the game would have been tied if Mark Andrews didn't drop the ball. Exactly. They broke until Mark Andrews dropped the ball. They gave a touchdown drive to Lamar Jackson for 88 yards.
They're not known as the best defense.
Not a good defense.
Yeah, they're not a great defense, but
not good. It was great.
I guess. They got 400 yards on the Bills.
400+ yards. Yes.
Wow.
We got 2 more. Let's go to Ocho. Ocho, what have you learned?
Yeah, I learned that this season, including the postseason, Jaden Daniels beat 5 quarterbacks who were drafted number 1 overall, and it would have been 6 had Bryce Young started that game.
He was good, man.
He was good.
The kid looks good. The Chicago Bears fans are literally vomiting blood all over their own faces. They're lay down on their backs in their sleep and vomit just all over their faces.
Well,
You know
that's how
why?
you choke and die.
Well, some of them are better. They better turn on their side to keep from choking and dying because it ain't going to get any better. It's not getting better. Caleb is never going to be Jaden Daniels.
After 1 year?
I don't know about that.
He ain't going to be Jaden Daniels.
Well, we got one more caller. Let's get to John. What have you learned?
Yeah, I learned that Lamar Jackson is the AFC's version of Dak Prescott.
Well, the James Harden thing makes more sense to me.
Yeah. No, Dak Prescott doesn't get there.
Because
Lamar
Lamar competes
there.
for
He's
MVP.
an MVP.
I mean, Lamar wins MVPs. James won an MVP. James, it's just, but the stats go way down in the postseason.
Yeah.
Mark wasn't good yesterday, but unfortunately, Lamar's going to get some undue criticism for some of it because he actually did enough to get them back. But Lamar went after Lamar yesterday after the game. He put it on himself. I mean, he's like, man, through the stupid interception is the coverage. I missed the coverage. And he's going to have to get over this hump before people, we've seen it in all sports. John Elway had it. Remember that, John? John Elway was a loser. John Elway would get his ass kicked in Super Bowls, and he was known as a losing quarterback with great talent. Then wait 2-1. All right, we're fine. We're good here.
Yeah,
all it takes is one.
All it takes is one. And then, and then the haters will come out. The talk shows.
The legacy stuff, yeah.
Yeah. Well, what's his legacy, though? He's only got one. Pat Mahomes has, get it, whatever. But if you win one, you win one. Yeah, just get one.
Well, Elway won back-to-back. So
and hey, Josh Allen needs one. Josh Allen needs one, too.
Yeah, he does. The Bills need one. I mean, the Ravens have been there. The Chiefs have been there. It's the Bills' turn. Let's go. I want to see the Bills win.
Lovable losers. Let's keep it going. Did you enjoy when the Cubs won? No.
No,
but I hate the Cubs.
The Bills are lovable. I don't have an ill will.
When the Red Sox won, it was good.
And then it got bad. See, that's a problem. Once they break through, there's a shot that you don't get rid of them. So just be ready. Because if they win and Josh Allen gets his one, then it's like, oh, now you got the Bills and the Chiefs who could potentially turn themselves into a dynasty. Just be ready. Do you want multiple that you have to go through? Multiple that now have the confidence to know they can win a Super Bowl?
I want us to be
exactly.
Dynasty.
You want this one. You want here. You don't want the Bills. You don't want the Bills to get the taste of it and go, you know what? Let's go win another one. No, the Chiefs are enough.
The Chiefs are the Astros. That's what Chiefs sports talk radio should be this year. It should be. We're actually the Houston Astros. 7 straight times in the AFC Championship game, 7 straight times in the ALCS, multiple Super Bowl wins, multiple World Series wins. We've got, it just so happens we had a few different Mahomes on our team.
Sure.
We had more than one Mahomes.
Don't let the Bills break the seal.
Who is our Mahomes?
You're a drinker, John. You know better.
Our Mahomes is Altuve, right? Don't let him break the seal.
Once you break the seal,
oh, it's over.
Yeah, don't let the Bills break the seal. Let's not add another alien quarterback to the mix where he thinks he can win a Super Bowl every year. No, let's keep Josh Allen thinking, man, the Chiefs really have my number.
I know. Yeah, you got 2 of them. You got Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen, and you just don't Joe Burrow will get hurt at some point soon.
Sure.
But the other 2, you're just like, man, we don't need them getting more confident.
No.
All right, we got a break. Thank you. You guys are awesome. A great, what did you learn this weekend? Even on a holiday show. A great holiday. We appreciate, man. Thank you. You guys did great. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? I got to talk about Kent Jones. So Kent Jones sent me, our listeners are going to Kent Jones for their mortgages. My wife and I were first-time buyers, didn't know what we didn't know. Kent was a pleasure to work with, very knowledgeable. He got us a better rate, less cash to closing than the people we were comparing him to. Could not have asked for a better experience purchasing our first home. Could not recommend his services enough. That's from Zach. Listen, I'm telling you, even if you've bought houses before, Kent Jones is going to work it better. Kent Jones is going to spend the time. Kent Jones has been doing this for 30-plus years. Kent Jones knows the game. You don't, okay? This is his, I don't want to hire him and then pay for his services. His services could possibly save you thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. He does this all the time. So this is what he does. Why don't you take advantage of it? If you're in the market for a home, he'll even give you a quote over the phone of what it's going to possibly be. And by the way, he can ask you questions that you don't even have in mind for ways for you to save on your mortgage. Not only at signing, but for the life of it as well. Kent Jones is the best. Okay, Dream Rate is awesome. You, my friends, are going to benefit from what Kent Jones, all of his experience, all of these years. If you're in the market for a home, you have to call Kent Jones so that he can make sure that you get as good a deal as you possibly can. He does it all the time. So if you're in the market for a home, 975loans.com, 975loans.com. Needless to say, we're way late on a break. Thanks, guys. We appreciate it. Well, because we had a great segment, Del. That's why. Because we had everybody talking about what they learned this weekend in one sentence. Great stuff. Okay, so Washington. Well, I learned this weekend that maybe the NFC North isn't the best division. Maybe it's the NFC East that's the best division. What with all of the wins in the NFC, well, both teams on the NFC Championship game. It's kind of funny. The NFC East will probably a little bit overlooked this year, and they got both teams in the game. So you've got a guarantee of an NFC East team in there, and you got I think are the two best teams all year in the AFC in that championship game. What do you got? What do you think the line? Have you seen the line?
Yeah, it's 1.5 Chiefs.
Chiefs are 1.5,
Yeah.
and the NFC title game.
NFC title game is 5.5, I think.
Yeah, it was open as a 6-point game, 47.5, and now it's 5.5 and 48. I don't know. Man, can Washington win at Philadelphia and go to the Super Bowl?
Look, man, they've seen each other twice. It's actually been pretty good games. Yeah, they can. Keep saying that Jaden Daniels can't do something. Keep saying it. I keep waiting for him to run into. He's unflappable. Tom Brady loves him. He loves the poise. The guy just has ice water in his veins. He's a good passer. They've got Dan Quinn right now. Dan Quinn, basically, they ask him, like, what happened to you? You got the backwards hat now. You basically just say F it. He's like, I developed an F it mentality. He said, I thought if I get this chance again, this is what you got to do. You got to just let him hang. And that's what he does. They go for fourth more than anybody and get it more than anybody. So I don't know, man. This would be a wild story if Jaden Daniels rises rookie season to the Super Bowl.
So winning the Heisman,
I'm for them. I don't want Philly to go. I don't want to see Jalen Hurts and Philly there anymore. It'd be cool for Saquon Barkley. I'm rolling with the good story. I'm going with Daniels and Washington.
So Jalen Hurts runs 44 yards for his first touchdown. What does he do in celebration? Do you remember?
What did he do? Probably just hand the ball to the ref.
Nope. He put his hand to his ear like, I can't hear you. You know what that means to me? That means to me that he feels underappreciated in Philadelphia. It means to me that maybe Philly might be, I don't know, that he doesn't feel like, I can't hear you. Oh, I want to hear you now. Oh, can I hear you? Can I hear you now? As opposed to, yeah, let's all, celebrate, the lead together. I don't know. I don't know where people are in Philadelphia. I'm pretty sure he catches it in Philly, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Everybody
right now,
catches.
yeah, they want – oh, no, I saw people on Twitter who want Todd Monken fired immediately for that game. I'm like, what? It's just you can't – yeah, of course he's catching it. Of course he's catching it. Jalen has not thrown the ball great for a little while, but he's winning. What do you want him to do? He's in the NFC Championship game again. He may go to a second Super Bowl. I'm sure with Philly fans, Andy Reid kept catching it, so it doesn't matter in Philly. It doesn't matter. You have to not only win, but keep winning.
Yeah. Well, I think an Eagles Super Bowl will turn all of that. I mean, they're, the Eagles are king in Philadelphia. There's no question about that. And I guess Peterson gets fired 2 years after he wins it all. So
yeah,
you
got to keep winning championships or you suck.
Right.
That's how they look at you. You won,
right.
Great, big deal. Anyway, move on to the next one.
Yeah, now we got to get another one. Let's go. All right, we got to catch up on breaks. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, 713-780-3776. We got a little underdog going on right now.
Underdog Fantasy gives you a chance to play your national title game tonight. Higher or lower, where are you going? I'm telling you right now, Jonathan Smith, higher on yardage. Jeremiah Smith. They call him Jonathan. Jeremiah Smith, Ohio State. Coming off a nothing game, higher on total yardage, higher on first touchdown scored, higher on first quarter receiving yards. These are all things that you can take a look at. Now, you can only play one statistic from an individual player. Maybe you go lower. I just think they're going to roll Notre Dame. So I'm going to go higher or lower based on my opinions of how the game's going to go. And then, you can mix and match that with the NFL playoff games that are coming up if you want to have it span over, multiple days and wait for it to finish. But what I like to do is I'm going to have a college football championship play with Underdog Fantasy, and then I'm going to go do it with the playoffs as well. And in between, there's going to be some NBA basketball. It's all available through Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance, and you are going to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash. But you've got to use promo code Lance. So go to Underdog Fantasy, download the app today, and enjoy playing the games while you're watching the games. You must be 18 or older in Fresno State where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got a couple of callers here that we are going to get to. Before we do, we haven't even mentioned Kaimi Fairbairn. Kaimi Fairbairn was a mess. I agree, it was a bad call to actually try that field goal. It was awful, though. That was awful. He wasn't the only one this weekend that missed an extra point. Elliott also missed an extra point. But it's almost inexcusable in a big game like this. As good as you are, Kaimi Fairbairn, you got to be better. And then the blocked field goal as well. It was a mess. Special teams lost. The offensive line lost. The defense did its job. That's for sure. They did a hell of a job.
How about the first? We hadn't talked about first drive. Kickoff, terrible kick coverage. Chris Boyd.
Oh, we haven't talked about Chris Boyd either, yeah.
So Chris Boyd makes the tackle and creates a fumble. The Texans had a chance to fall on it. Well, they really didn't. Samaje Perine did a great job of trailing the play and getting on the fumble. That's why they always tell you, trail the play. You just never know what's going to happen. It falls on a fumble. Texans couldn't recover it. Chris Boyd. So here's what happened. I found this out. Chris Boyd made the play, thought that the Texans recovered the turnover, and then I think that I don't know why he threw his helmet. I don't know what that was about. He gets to the sideline. Now, from what I understand, he was he had initially thought they had created a turnover, was running off the field. He may have thrown his helmet in disgust when he realized they didn't get it. And I guess somebody he was getting excited. I guess Frank Ross was, yelling at him about, hey, we didn't recover something like that. Because initially I heard that he was pushing him like, when you see guys who are hyped up, and they push coaches, like there's a chance that it was also that, but it looked terrible.
Yeah.
It looked absolutely terrible.
Yes.
On
you're not
on
good.
the screen.
The first thing I thought of, Chris Boyd, you're not good enough to be pushing a coach.
I mean,
you're gonna.
Are you
that's
kidding
just
me?
immediate designated for assignment.
Yeah.
And no one's gonna want to pick you up. Okay, you're not good enough.
That came off looking terrible. They asked him about it after the game, and he addressed it. But
he said it was a bad.
So you have that, and then the Texans defense holds up 3.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
it.
that's all.
The bad D'Amico call where he went for it on 4th and 10 with 10 minutes to go when they couldn't protect anybody. They take a 16-yard sack. Defense holds up. No touchdowns off of that.
Yeah.
It was like
and in their territory.
Yeah. The defense did a great job the other night. Lassiter, I didn't figure the wide receivers to do much, honestly, against the Texans.
The defense did a great job, except how could you lose Jason? How could you lose Travis Kelce all day?
Know, man.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
Zero.
I mean, Travis Kelce's their biggest weapon.
Zero.
How in the world did you not? How do you? I mean, I don't.
You're in zone.
And
coverage.
oh, by the way, no. Having Dalton Schultz block the outside all day long, it was ridiculous.
Well, he tried to, he's supposed
but
to
one
chip.
one time he tried to chip and just missed, didn't do anything.
He didn't even try.
They didn't even try.
He hasn't
but
given
wait,
effort as a blocker at all.
You've got him blocking Amenihue one-on-one.
Him and a Goomba
and
Wale.
Karlaftis. Wait a minute. And then
Karlaftis
with Schultz and Dare.
And he just ran through those two guys.
I mean, what the hell? This is your game plan for a Karlaftis?
If you know that there's no Stover, people are done with. I'm done with Schultz. I think he's a pretty good pass catcher, but I'm done with Schultz. He gives no effort as a blocker at all. Your job is to put a body on a rusher to slow things down. And if you can't even be bothered to do that, you already don't run block. If you can't be bothered to just chip when you got to chip when they need help up front, then I just don't have time for that. I don't know how D'Amico has time for that. You got to do your job, man. You got to do the necessary things to win. And if that means being a little physical, despite the fact you don't like to, put a nose in, man. Be willing to at least slow the guy down. He shows no willingness to do something like that. That disgusts me. Me.
All right, let's get Gary in here because we got to get to Dell's ship talk on the other side. Hey, Gary, what's up?
Good morning, guys. Hey, I wanted to address Lance. In the first segment, you said that when they were talking about quarterback, that those numbers and whatever really don't matter. So if they don't listen, we play the eye test. And the 4 quarterbacks remaining are the ones I would take, but we still want to put Burrow, I get it, in it. If you look at, and we don't want to put Jalen Hurts. I mean, Jalen Hurts initiated that game, got the crowd involved, and did whatever he did. Also, if you follow their college careers, not exactly, it's not exactly the same, but Jalen Hurts had success in college as well, and then he took Philly to the Super Bowl. So, if Burrow gets credit for beating Patrick Mahomes and out of well, they started slow. Burrow did, Burrow took some big time interceptions this year. So, but when numbers don't matter, Herbert shouldn't be in there. The 4 that are in there now,
numbers matter, play matters. Saquon Barkley had 2,000 yards rushing, Gary. Come on now. 2,000-yard rusher.
Lance, he did it the other year without him.
Okay, Joe Burrow had the greatest season. You're talking about Jalen in college. Okay. Joe Burrow had the greatest year in college history. Joe Burrow got to the Super Bowl in his second year. Like,
Lance,
come on now.
I'm calling in.
Jalen, go ahead.
It's my turn to talk.
Go ahead.
Lance.
Go ahead. Make some sense, Gary. Go
I
ahead.
heard you guys all day. But look, when it comes to Herbert, I like what John said. He didn't play well. But you jump right in. Well, he did have a great year.
He had a good year.
With 3 interceptions. Wait. But then you go ahead and play it back when you get off the air.
Oh my God.
Numbers don't tell the
Gary,
whole story.
I already know. I know it's eye test. It's a black quarterback and white quarterback. You said last week you only care about black quarterbacks. We get it. We can't have a real. But I know. No. I know it's the truth. We can't. That's why I can't take. No, I feel like this. Jaden Daniels is the best right now, the most dynamic quarterback in the playoffs right now. It goes Josh Allen and Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels is way better than Jalen Hurts. I don't care if a quarterback is black or white. I don't have an agenda like you do. You can't even have a conversation ever without this coming up. I can't take you seriously. You just made the worst argument I've ever heard. You literally went Joe Burrow versus Jalen Hurts. Come on, dude. We can't even I can't take you serious saying stuff like that. Yeah, please. No. Jalen's not that dude. Saquon's that dude. But I give Jalen a lot of respect. He does his job as a game manager and has made winning plays. I give him a lot of respect. He lost his job in Alabama to Tua. He went and had a really good year with Lincoln Riley, like a lot of guys do. Big ups to Jalen Hurts. I think he has done a fantastic job with what he's done. He's not one of the best quarterbacks. He's the worst quarterback left in the playoffs, and he's not one of the best quarterbacks in this league. He's just not.
No, well, he's not.
I'm sorry, he's not.
You listen. You even mentioned him as a possible top 5. You said, "Nah, it's not Jalen Hurts." Okay, listen. Joe Burrow's better. To Gary, stop. Joe Burrow's a better quarterback. He just is.
Yeah,
if you're going to start a team and you got a choice of Joe Burrow or Jalen Hurts,
this is a weird thing to pick out. Justin Herbert had a really good year this year. He had a really bad game against the Texans. I wouldn't take him in the top 5. I basically said, you think about it, but right now Jaden Daniels is in there. I'm just having a football conversation. If I have to it must be exhausting for you to just for your opinions. You have to wait to see what somebody's race is before you can have an opinion. That's got to be exhausting to not be able to have just a free-flowing, honest conversation unless you put a racial dynamic in it. It must literally be the most exhausting thing of your day to have to go through and say, wait a minute, let me sift this through my racial filter real quick. I mean, Herbert had a pretty good year. I'm not really a Herbert guy. I think Herbert, as I've said, if you've listened, I think Herbert has been anointed prematurely, but this year he had one of his best years because they ran the football well and less was expected of him. The same way Jalen Hurts is here because Saquon Barkley's there. They ran the football well. Josh Allen is where he is because guess what? James Cook became a bigger part. They ran the football well. It took less pressure off. Lamar Jackson, his best year ever. I wonder why. They ran the football well with Derrick Henry. I mean, I'm trying to have football conversations. You can save racial stuff and culture wars for somewhere else. Don't bring it to me because I don't give a flying anything.
10-12, Gary.
10-12.
10-12. You want to call in and talk about why quarterbacks aren't great and why announcers like Lance treat them unfairly because of certain issues? 10-12, Gary.
I mean, I'm sitting here loving
Gary. That's a call. That is a call for 10-12.
I think Lamar's going to take. I know he hasn't gotten there. I think he's going to take probably a little too much heat for this one because of how bad his first. But he brought them back and played really well in the second half, and actually throws the ball more accurately than he ever has. I think he's developed like crazy. I just when I talk about quarterbacks, I'm talking about the quarterback. I'm not talking about the melanin or lack thereof. But 10-12.
10-12.
Dell said 10-12. Bring it to 10.
We'll rank them.
No.
By level of melanin, actually.
Okay.
Not about.
Well, we know how you feel.
Well, it won't be stats. It won't be wins. I'll rank them by melanin. Just a clue. Mahomes 4th.
Where's Burrow? Is Burrow one of the worst quarterbacks in the league?
No, he's not in the playoffs. We're not ranking guys who are in the playoffs.
Okay.
Playoff.
I'm ranking Mahomes 4th.
For melanin?
Maybe.
Okay. All right, we got a break. Ship Talk is next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Lance and I are talking about Aqueduct Plumbing. That's what we're talking. Oh, like that little commercial that ran before the show where Dell said, man, F your buddies. My buddies have to call me and ask me, hey, what's that number for the plumbing company? I'm like, don't be that guy. Put that number in your phone so you got it. You can protect your family from protect your home. Listen, we got a freeze here. Lance, this is a freeze time, right? What's going to happen? pipes are going to burst.
Yeah,
right?
That's what happens.
And who are you going to call?
Well, some of you did not get your pipes taken care of, and some of you thought you did, but it's still going to be a problem. So make sure you run your water and all that stuff, but somebody's going to have problems. It's going to burst.
There's going to be problems.
There's going to be problems. I already know. So you better have Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Give them the number right now, John.
281-488-6238.
Bang, put it in the phone.
Don't tweet us or X.
Yeah, you can ask us. You can ask us.
Yeah, but here's the deal.
I'll tell
That's
you.
Wasting time. When your pipes burst, you need it right away.
Well, that's true.
281-488-6238. That's Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. Ship Talk time. And I want to thank, for those of you watching on Twitch or if you're watching on YouTube or wherever, do you see this? My home plate that Chase got me, Chase and Wayne. Hall of Fame home plate. Got it.
It doesn't say Gartano anymore.
No, it doesn't say Gartano. It says Granado. So there, everybody that made fun of me. Okay, there.
Well, the name's never leaving.
Beautiful. The what?
The name's never leaving. You'll always be Gartano.
That's Ship Talk right there. But Dell's got more Ship Talk for us right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Dell, where are we starting?
Yeah. We're not Well, we haven't paid a lot of attention to Detroit Pistons basketball, but apparently, with Cade Cunningham likely being an all-star, they played better, and that rivalry between them and the Pacers is back. We remember way back with the Malice in the Palace, but this is J.B. Bickerstaff, now the Pistons coach, formerly the Cavaliers coach, talking about the Pacers and all their talking they did after their win over the Pistons earlier or late last week.
I hope so. I just hope that, when we were kicking their ass at their place, it wasn't the same. So if that's the way it's going to be, let's make it that way.
Who said this was J.B. Bickerstaff. At the end of the game, their last game, Pascal Siakam was talking a lot to the Pistons, and he said, "Oh, you weren't talking so much when we're beating you." So Pascal's like the guy Jordan talks about. Don't talk when you win, talk throughout. And so the Pistons and Pacers back at it again. Pacers, who the Rockets play tonight? Pistons. They play them tonight. See if the Rockets, after beating Portland, bouncing back from their loss at Sacramento, can get another one. Amen Thompson is questionable tonight against the Pistons.
What happened to him?
I don't remember exactly what it was. I just know he didn't play in the last game.
Yeah, I can't remember what happened to him, but
all right, we move.
Amen's officially my favorite Rocket. He's past Alperen Şengün. It's Amen Thompson. Yeah, it's official.
Look at that.
I'm kind of with you on that one.
We move to the James Harden of the NFL, Lamar Jackson. He had a
10 to 12 is going to be a mother for you.
I didn't call him that. That's what everyone else is calling him. He had a lot of things to say after the loss, but as far as what fits what we do here, we listened to Lamar Jackson, and I had to bleep out things, so I'll explain it to you if you don't understand. Here's Lamar Jackson in a bit after the game.
Hold on to the ball. I'm sorry for my language, but this annoying. I'm tired of this man.
Hold on to the effing ball.
He was talking about himself.
He was.
Just for context.
He wasn't talking about Mark Andrews.
He wasn't talking about Mark Andrews. Nobody on that team would take shots at Mark Andrews. In fact, in a separate comment, he said he's been busting his ass for us, playing well. Lamar's showing great leadership because he's protecting his guy. Of course, they're all devastated. Mark Andrews literally cost you a chance to play an AFC championship game and potentially win a Super Bowl.
On two consecutive
possessions. He hurt Lamar
possessions.
Jackson with a chance to kill off the narrative.
Two consecutive possessions.
Was it consecutive?
The fumble, Buffalo went and kicked the field goal.
I thought the fumble was...
No.
There wasn't a possession in between.
They went down, and those were the last two possessions. Yeah,
the fumble.
Oh yeah, because that possession took a little while.
They took a long time off the clock, and
Oh my God, the fumble and the missed.
Yeah, but John Harbaugh did a good job calling timeouts and keeping.
They had 3+ minutes.
They had time,
and they went down really quickly. It didn't take them that long, so maybe Buffalo would have come down and kicked the field goal away.
By the way, I thought it was the right move to kick the field goal. I saw somebody. What I don't like is when analytics guys or people who pretend to dabble in it. The right move, the play was to kick the field, not go for it on 4th and 2 from the 4th and goal from the 2. The play is to kick an easy field goal, get it to 8, so that in case Lamar Jackson goes down and scores, he has to make a 2-pointer to tie it.
Yeah.
It's not to go for it, miss it, and have Lamar Jackson rip your heart out at the end of the game, which he would have done.
The worst you could do is tie, so that was the right call.
A lot of people,
all right, Del, what's next?
Yeah, a lot of people are thinking back to when they went for it and got it against the Bills, but different scenarios. Let's go to Charles Barkley. You know where the All-Star game is this year, John? San Francisco. And Charles has the same thoughts about San Francisco that you two do.
Cade Cunningham's had a season. He's had a great and won 24-7-9 with 7 triple doubles. Man, he's been balling.
Oh, he don't make the All-Star team. I'm not going. I'm not going to that rat-infested place out in San Francisco.
Oh, stop, man.
Golden State.
Just look at the highlights.
Golden State.
Miles Turner hitting another 3, then a big swat. San Francisco's a beautiful city. And a big finish by Tyrese Halliburton.
It's couch chugging got rats, cat.
111 to 100. La 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 la. 111 to 100. Indiana with the win.
Y'all are not gonna make me like San Francisco.
23 and 19. We're not. I know. Just keep it to yourself. 21 and 20 now with the
No.
Thankfully, just one more highlight to get to.
Chuck's the guy with FU money.
You know what, though?
And
Ernie
he just won't be
because
Ernie is. Yeah.
Chuck might have said something that was really, really inappropriate.
Well, he could have really gone off the edge.
Oh, yeah.
Homeless people. Like, he could have taken shots that people said, hey, Chuck, you went to. Possibly, but I feel like Chuck knows not to go there.
Well, man, I hope
that's kind of an older little thing. Yeah.
But that's good. That's good blocking out by Ernie.
Ernie
That's
did a
really
great
good
job
blocking
there.
out. Yeah.
La 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 la
la la. He even went to the la la la. I know, Chuck. Just watch the highlights.
Watch the highlights. Okay, we got one more. Sticking with basketball, Mick Cronin. Not happy.
Is this 3 straight weeks Mick's been on?
Well, we didn't play him on Ship Talk, but you had a clip of him that we played. This is a different one because a reporter asked him about, well, you'll hear it, but Mick wasn't having the reporter's question.
So much has been made about you guys going east. You just came back from a prolonged East Coast trip.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, have you seen anything from the teams that have to come out here and stay out here? Is there any kind of balance with that in terms of the wear and tear and just what you've seen on the court?
Wear and tear on them?
Yeah.
Is that a joke? Please tell me that's a joke.
Is it even comparable is essentially what I'm trying to say.
Have you ever looked at the NBA stats and what the gamblers and all those people do on West versus East? Talk to Eric Musselman. Ask him that question. Who coached in the NBA? Good luck, West going East. Okay, and ask me UCLA's record east of the Mississippi in the last 20 years. Because when I got the job, I looked it up for scheduling purposes. It's under 500. Okay, we have to go back 4 times. The Big Ten teams get to come to Los Angeles where it's 70 degrees one time a year. They don't even have to switch hotels. We're 12 miles apart. Are you kidding me? Please tell me you're kidding me. Is this a plan? Is this a planted question? I mean, you cannot be serious with that. And meanwhile, we've seen the Eiffel Tower, or we've seen the Statue of Liberty twice in the last 3 weeks while we were landing. We also saw downtown. We also saw the Capitol building. I mean, are you kidding me? I mean, you can't possibly. And we still got to go back, and then we got to go back for the Big Ten tournament. But you can't possibly be serious.
Well, that's the thing. You have 4 more trips than us to make.
Yeah,
just don't talk, dude.
They do it one time. You can't possibly stop. I'm going to eat, man. You can't. I mean, he's asked me to feel sorry because Iowa had to come to LA for a few days.
Mick Cronin needs to just stop coaching. It's just too much for him right now. Mick is so full of anger and spite, he can't even control himself anymore. Now, everything he said was true.
That's true. It's true.
Everything you said was true, but Mick is on one right now.
That's a dumb question.
My team is so soft; they're the softest. But and they're talking about they work hard. They don't outwork me. My team sucks. Like Mick is saying this out with his out loud voice. Mick doesn't want to be there right now at all. Mick Cronin is mad, but it is dumb. The non-regional, the breakup of the Pac-12 has led to some stupid stuff now, scheduling wise. But you all know the deal. You know the deal.
All right. Good ship talk, Del. Nice stuff. 713-780-3776. If you've got any kind of a racial issue with Lance, give us a call.
Particularly on today of all days.
Yes, this is a great day for you to let out your racial innuendos toward Lance.
Well, I just heard it was the discussion. We're going to get into a deep dive on Jalen Hurts versus Joe Burrow. It's the topic that everyone's covering today.
That's
so that's the most important.
You know, CFP.
Never mind the Chiefs versus Texans.
Whatever. Hurts versus Burrow.
Or CFP, which we won't even talk about. Ohio State's going to stomp a mud hole in them, and that'll be that.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see.
A mud hole.
You two have differing opinions on that.
I got different opinion on that game. I've got the same.
Play it like it's already been played.
I've got the same opinion I've always had about Chastain Ford. Love them. Hey, and listen. Right now, they've got great deals. Right now, leases for the Broncos Sport Big Bend, the F-150 STX, the Escape PHEV Hybrid. But if you need a work truck that works as hard as you, the F-250, it can tow up to 22,000 pounds. That's like hauling 4 elephants. Yeah. Chastain Ford specializes in work-ready vehicles from service body trucks to box truck, and you can build for your own business needs, okay? They will customize it perfectly for you. Why do you think Chastain Ford has been the #1 Ford dealer, commercial Ford dealer in the city? Well, the F-Series has been America's best-selling truck for over 40 years now. And Chastain Ford is doing it better, customizing it exactly the way you want it, not the way they want it. And they know the business. I talked to Patrick one time. He said, man, this guy bought a truck, and I know his business because I've sold different ones to different businesses. I said, you need to do it this way. And he did, and he couldn't have been happier because Patrick knew exactly what he needed. It's what they do, okay? They customize it for you perfectly for your business. So if you're looking for experience in the commercial game, you got it at ChastangFord.com. On 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Kyle, man, he lasted all the way through Ship Talk and Gary. So let's get him in here, man. Sorry about the wait, but it's the shortest wait times in the business. But you had a little bit of one. That's going to bring it up just a hair. Kyle, welcome in. What's going on?
Hey guys, I tell you what, man. I know the season ended probably where it should, but I just do I have like battered fan syndrome because I see D'Amico falling in to the same trap it seems like Kubiak and other people fell into. He's very loyal. I think it was obvious the different points of the season he should have made a move like Buffalo did, getting rid of Bobby. And I don't even. Lance, you got me convinced he's not firing Bobby, which is scary. And as much as I like Nick Caserio, he seems like he has fatal flaws in evaluating offensive linemen. And the biggest one, there's two big things from the game yesterday or Saturday drive me nuts. One, why they went back to Shaq Mason and kept him in even when it was clear that it probably would have been better with Juice out there. And two, D'Amico's really struggling with game management. Like that 4th and 10, like if you're going to go for it, fine. I thought it was dumb the way the defense was playing. But then to almost get a delay of game and rush and snap it anyways, at that point, that game was over. And they even got a stop after that. But you could tell it's just they're not going to be able to do it today. and it drives me nuts. I feel like we're wasting one of the best young quarterbacks in the league, and obviously CJ's a way better person than Deshaun was, but that's what it feels like to me, is how we wasted Deshaun's rookie contract when we thought we really had something. I feel like we're doing the same thing again.
Do you feel like, J.J. Watt felt like that the organization wasted his career? Do you feel like that, I know it's a step and they're taking a step and they need to take another step and it's a process and all of that stuff, but do they move fast enough ever for any of us?
No. And talking about, feeling like he's getting caught up in the Kubiak thing, I kind of get it. I get where he's coming from. And, the loyalty thing, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I thought Sloak was fine on Saturday. I didn't think play calling was a big issue. I thought they're going up against a good defense in literally temperatures they never play in. I thought they actually moved the ball pretty well. I thought the game fell apart with the kicking game, a couple of, even the 15-yard penalty. Like, I think the officiating hurt them some. I don't think it's the only reason. It did hurt them some, because even if they get a 15-yard penalty and don't score, the Chiefs, it still changes field position, and that was a field position game. So, the kicking hurt them. I think D'Amico's decision-making was terrible. I've mentioned it, the field goal and the fourth down, but one was in the second quarter, one was I think it was the second quarter where D'Amico tried to kick a field goal. I'm pretty sure, from 55. And then the fourth and 10 where you weren't even protecting, that made no sense to go for it there when you had some time. But, I was thinking about this. He said something else, John. He said, I'm thinking, why is Buffalo had a COVID guy in Spencer Brown who couldn't play at Northern Iowa the year he had 2 years in college and as a starter, and then couldn't play his last year because of COVID, and then came in to gained 85 pounds at Northern Iowa, came in as a tight end, gained 85 pounds, super athletic. Then you got Deion Dawkins on the other side, who's, and the right tackle is kind of a sleek guy. Then your left tackle is just kind of a blobby player who's really strong but doesn't look the part. Then you got this guy who's kind of a mudslide at right guard, who came from University of Louisiana, and went to Florida. But I liked him a lot. I thought he was a good player. And I'm looking at this offensive line. I'm like, man, this is so much better than what the Texans have. Mm-hmm. So much better. They've allowed 14 sacks with a guy who will hold on to the ball as well. Now, he's a mobile guy and he can also shake off sacks. I get that. And all I can think of was, what is wrong with the Texans? Number one, they're not instinctive inside. They don't seem to have very good football IQs because they don't recognize twists, despite the fact that they see them all the time. They act like it's the first time they've seen it. Number two, I don't think they're wired right. There's rumors going around that the offensive line coach doesn't even want to be here. I wonder how hard these guys are to coach. We joke about the
feeling's mutual.
Well, I know it is. But my point is, we joke about the drip and all that stuff in the offensive line. You got to be, offensive linemen need to be wired a certain way. They're kind of the dirt dogs of the team. They're supposed to be smart. They're tough. They are competitive. They're great teammates. They play for each other. They're the guys who runs over and pick you up, which never happens with CJ, by the way. He's already just got to pick his own ass up because no one's ever helping him up. I don't know that this offensive line is wired right, if I'm being honest with you. The left tackle, the right guard, I mean, the whole damn thing. I don't know that they're wired right. I don't know if they're wired with the right toughness, if they're wired with the right football IQ, if they're wired with the right team attitude, and if they're dirt dogs. You got to be trench warriors. You got to be dirt dogs. Get after people. Be grimy. I don't see grimy with them. I thought they did a good job run blocking the other day. I really did. And I thought the pass pro was actually okay until the fourth quarter when it fell apart, when they started bringing extra pressure. But, my God, I just don't think they're wired right, John. So we can get rid of the offensive line coach, which I do believe that's going to happen. And I think you'll hear about it soon. Slowick's not going anywhere. He's going to get a third year. Bad second year, good first year. They need to see what he's got third year. But this offensive line, I don't know. You want to give Titus a contract, you got a contract. I don't know if Nick Caserio is a good evaluator of offensive line. It's one thing to have the athletic stuff, but a big part of offensive line sometimes isn't how you move your feet and this, that, and the other. It's how tough you are and how smart you are. And sometimes, yes, it's the intangibles of what kind of teammate and how grimy you are. Because it's something that matters. I've seen it for too many years. The most talented guys don't always win on offensive line. Your left tackle is one of the most talented offensive tackles in all of football, and I just don't think it really matters enough.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
He's good. Is he all in?
I don't know if I'm putting this on Nick. Listen.
No.
Kenyon
Moving forward,
Green
it's
was
Nick's
the right
job
pick
moving
at
forward,
that time.
John. How was he the right pick? It didn't work out.
No, it didn't work out.
He was never good for the
Texans.
Texans.
You had him picking him.
I missed him, John.
I thought you.
I missed him. I missed. I'm here to tell you, I missed Kenyon Green. I didn't hit that. It wasn't the right pick.
No. But at the wait a minute. If the kid plays well in college and
evaluate the person,
well,
I don't have that.
Well, listen,
every
time you miss, it's not a bad evaluation. That maybe
John,
the kid wasn't.
I don't think
enough.
he was wired right.
Oh.
Where's the confidence?
I don't know. There's a lot of guys go undrafted and they make the league.
Why did they? A lot of time it's a mentality or it's an element like strength. You have great play strength. My dad once told me, if you're going to go late in the draft, find the guy who does something really, really well. Typically, it's very strong hands. It's a strong core. It's size. Have something that stands out. You got to have something that stands out, because if you have something that stands out, you can win. The biggest mistake that evaluators make is worrying too much about athleticism and not enough about strength, because strong guys like George Karlaftis will wreck your piss if you don't have something more sand in your pants to hold up. You can't win in the NFL if you don't have a certain level of core strength and functional redirection. And I don't know that Nick is a great offensive.
So who are the picks right now?
Now Nick didn't pick either one of the tackles, but
he picked
those
Fisher.
are Bills.
He picked Fisher.
Green. He signed Shaq.
Scruggs.
Well, he signed Shaq, right? Yeah,
yes.
He signed Shaq.
Scruggs
he
and
picked
Patterson.
Scruggs, which honestly I thought he went around early on Scruggs, and I didn't love Scruggs for the zone scheme. I didn't think he was a good fit for zone scheme. I liked him more for gap scheme. And Kenyon Green was a miss. I missed him and Nick missed him. At the end of the day, you are what you do. And that, we missed our evaluation, me and Nick. You know why? Because that guy is never good with the Texans, ever. There was never a time where I said, this Kenyon Green's really kicking ass. I haven't said that one time. I missed him. So I thought he was good. I thought he was good in college.
Can we keep Nick off the O-line and let him pick DBs? He's good at picking DBs.
He's great at picking DBs.
So,
He's
how about wide receivers?
Find the one that can't stay healthy.
Yeah.
Nico? Is any good?
No. Yeah, he picked Nico as his first draft. Yeah, Nico was good. Tank's talented, but tiny. Did he get Xavier Hutchinson? John Mechie. I mean, this isn't a Nick problem.
No,
I'm just
Nick's
saying.
done it. Nick got.
It's
Nick
not a Nick problem.
Took Stingley. Nick took Petrie.
But it's Nick's
Nick
job to
Kamari.
fix the offensive line, John.
You have a franchise quarterback, and your offensive line is broken.
And you got to find a coach, more than likely, and you got to find talent.
And you invest.
That's Nick's job.
You made bad picks.
The next offensive line coach,
and you invested a lot of money in a guy who you don't want as your right tackle.
Nobody's letting an offensive line coach pick his own players. That's not happening.
They don't do that.
I mean, they'll give him some input, but that's going to be Nick's pick.
Yep. Well, take the input, and take your booty to the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles. It's cold. Get on I-10. Get out of town.
I bet it's warm at the craps table.
I know it's. What if it gets hot at the crap table? Okay, it's not getting hot in your home. It's good. It could get red hot at the craps table. Could get red hot at the poker table. Could get red hot at the blackjack table. All right, and take all their money. Close the Golden Nugget down. Go for it. Okay, come on, make some bets. Let's go. I mean, this is a terrible week. It's a holiday today. What are you doing? Drive 2 hours. It's still the morning. Go right now to the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Get you a hotel room. I wouldn't go by the pool today so much, I don't think, or golf. I'm pretty sure these are not. That's not what but you always got it there. You got a great concert event center there. I mean, there's nothing negative about the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. 12 different restaurants. You got the Blue Martini is a wonderful nightclub. Everything, and it's just 2 hours down the road. It ain't 8 hours door to door to go to Las Vegas. 2 hours and you're playing. And the hotel's beautiful. Everything about it. I love the Golden Nugget, and it's right down the road. Let's go. GoldenNuggetLC.com. Make your reservations. And listen, the big game, the NCAA tournament, all of it. GoldenNuggetLC.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Oh, so wait a minute. Did Gilbert get his steak last week?
Yes, he did.
And did he say the Texans would win?
Yeah, I can't do anything about these officials anyway.
Well,
oh, there he is.
Let's see what Gilbert has to say for himself now that he got his steak and the Texans lost. Gilbert.
Yeah.
Why did the Texans lose? You said they were going to win.
Yeah, I thought I did anyway, but because they were playing in KC, not here anyway.
Well, right. We knew that, though.
Yeah.
Did you not know that?
You didn't know?
I know. They had my team lost anyway.
Well, did you?
Detroit lost also, you know.
No, we watched the games. Did you? I saw Detroit lost. I'm not sure if that has to do with this.
That was his team.
Oh, yeah. Detroit was his team. That's right. They were going to the Super Bowl. Gilbert, you took a lot of L's this weekend, but you did get a steak.
What?
Well, you gave me steak. Thank you very much anyway. You know, I like it anyway.
Yeah.
It was good?
Yeah, anyway, so I'm picking Washington to win the whole thing anyway.
All right, so we're off of Detroit and on to Washington.
Yeah. We like Washington now?
Washington. Yep.
Who's Washington going to play?
They're going to play Baltimore, probably.
No. They're out.
No, probably not.
Bills or Chiefs? Bills or Chiefs?
What?
Bills or Chiefs? Who is Washington?
What'd you say?
Okay.
Washington is
Buffalo
playing
Bills
Philadelphia.
or Kansas City Chiefs? Okay, so Washington's going to beat Philadelphia, obviously. So Washington will be in the Super Bowl. Who will they play? The Buffalo Bills or the Kansas City Chiefs?
Buffalo Bills.
Okay.
Okay.
It is.
All right.
Right now, with Gilbert's win
Makes
streak,
sense.
I'm probably going to parlay KC and Philly.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway,
Anyway. I can see that.
Yeah, I'm probably going the other way. I'm going to fade Gilbert, I think.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's what I'm saying. It's a Gilbert fade parlay. Wow. Philadelphia and the Chiefs.
Philadelphia, we don't want any. We do not want that.
What?
Hey, I want to ask you TJ a question anyway.
Okay.
Oh, here comes our wives are.
My birthday's next month anyway. Do you have a live remote down here at the nursing home?
Absolutely zero chance that we're having a live remote at Sharpview Rehab Center. There's 0% chance, Gilbert. It's impossible.
Why not? Todd,
it's not possible.
You can't sell that?
We can't sell it to Sharpview. There's no way. We've said too many bad things.
You guys, well, you gotta change the narrative about Sharpview.
Yeah, Gilbert. Hey, maybe if they pay us, maybe we clean it up a little bit for you. We do a little damage control.
Yeah, Gilbert, that'll come back to haunt us. Yeah, they don't want us there, Gilbert.
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to pay for a remote. And you're definitely not paying for a remote.
Yeah,
I'm just disappointed anyway.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I just disappointed you before.
Yeah, but no, I go ahead.
Can I ask you two a question?
What?
No.
Considering his predictions can't help us anymore, I imagine the stakes will stop coming. Does that make you two bad people that you're no longer going to give him stakes because he can't predict wins and them coming through? Does that make you bad people?
Well, pitchers and catchers.
A lot of other stuff makes
us
bad.
I'm not saying you aren't bad people, but does this just add to the things?
Well,
that make you bad people?
maybe instead of maybe if you don't work from a position of threatening and you work from a position of love and not saying if I don't get this, if you lead with if I don't get my stake, that's not respect.
But
that's
to be
fear.
fair,
that's governing with fear,
but
not
to be
respect.
fair, the plan wasn't to give him stakes until he started threatening. You gave him stakes out of obligation and fear. You weren't ever just going to give him stakes because
that's not true. Not at the beginning. And then once he liked how that went, he started saying, "If I don't get my stake, you're going to lose. If I don't get my stake by Thursday," he got very specific, like a hostage situation. Like, keep him on the line. Do we have a trace on the line yet? It's coming from Sharpview.
his version of "Give me a helicopter."
Yeah.
Todd said no anyway.
Oh, what?
So, yeah.
I thought we'll take money from anyone. Apparently not Sharpview.
No,
can you just play Heidi Ho Princess for him?
Does he want that?
Gilbert, would you like for us to play Heidi Ho Princess instead of a stake? Instead of a remote?
What's your fair? What's that?
Well, instead of a remote, can we maybe play some Heidi Ho Princess for you?
Yeah, you and John come see me on my birthday.
Well, but that's okay. But that's not what
you and Nicole and John and
Wendy
and
Dell.
I'm not a woman. He doesn't want me there.
And Dell.
And Dell also, yeah.
Yeah.
That's my I haven't seen that in a long time.
Who haven't you seen in a long time?
You.
You don't care about me.
If you were hot.
See, I know.
Can you do that possible?
Is any of that possible, gentlemen?
I think Dell is. I'm not going to be in town, Gilbert, on the 24th.
Gilbert, I don't have a woman to bring, so you're probably not going to want me there.
When is your birthday, Gilbert?
24th.
That's not next week. That's this week.
January?
That's Thursday. Oh, it's February. When is it, Gilbert? When's your birthday?
February 24th.
Oh, we're already planning this far out?
Yeah.
I may be at the
Don't worry. This is one of 70 calls that you're going to get about it.
That's true. I think I'm at the combine then.
Yeah, Gilbert, I'm not going to be in town.
Oh, by the way, Lance?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Lance.
Yeah, I'm actually at the combine by then, Gilbert. Yes.
I'm going to be in Phoenix then.
Oh, Lance?
Yeah.
Lance.
Yeah, can you tell Colleen will send me a picture? Autograph it a week before my birthday?
We already sent one, remember?
Send it to you, then give it to
You
me
already
to
got
let
one,
me
Gilbert.
I literally, you got one.
Gilbert, you got one.
I don't got one. I didn't get it anyway. Lost
And
in the
she
mail.
Lost in the mail.
It wasn't mail. We didn't mail it to you. And FaceTime, and she
I
FaceTimed
never
you.
got the picture anyway.
I don't believe that. And we FaceTimed. Remember when she FaceTimed you?
I never got the picture anyway.
Do you remember when she FaceTimed you on a phone and you had a direct conversation with her?
He didn't record it, so.
Yeah, that was cool anyway, yeah.
Yeah, but he wants something he can keep with him. He can't keep that with him. He didn't save it.
It's like it's never going to stop. If I get a picture of her, then it turns into a picture of Jennifer Aina. Then it's going to be Dua Lipa when he finds out about her.
You figure that out. It's never going to stop. You're figuring that out.
No, I knew that, but I just don't know who's next.
Hey, Gilbert.
Daniela Guzman, is she still around?
Gilbert, would you say that John and Lance are your friends?
What'd you say?
Do you believe that John and Lance are your friends?
Yeah, Lance is my friend.
Yeah, okay, Lance is your friend. Do you know that in friendship, you're not supposed to always ask for things from your friends?
Gilbert plays by different rules.
That's
like,
how Gilbert.
No, because Gilbert, they're your friends, so sometimes you just have a conversation with your friend. You don't always get something in return. You seem to always want something from your friends.
Yeah.
Let that man cook.
Yeah, that's hey.
Why are you giving me the finger? I'm trying to help you out.
I'm not. I was looking at something.
I'm trying to help you.
Sure you are.
So you don't have to deliver Colleen Wolfe to him.
Sure you are.
All right, we got a break. We got Texans
deliver Colleen Wolfe.
You don't think that's next? He's already asked.
Oh no, that absolutely.
Yeah, but he can't threaten. He doesn't scare me. I'm not expecting the Astros to be
He
all that
doesn't
good.
scare
this year.
you.
Not anymore. What? Oh, the Astros. Lance McCullers going to get hurt if I don't get my stay. If I don't get a picture of Colleen.
The last 6 weeks is you being scared.
Yeah, because I thought the Texans could do something.
You thought they were going to go to Kansas City?
I'm not as hopeful with the Astros. And what's he going to do? Tell me that he may threaten Lance McCullers' health?
What? They might not win a home game?
Yeah, they might have a losing record at home or get swept in the playoffs at home.
You say that now, but if they're in the playoffs right around October, we're going to be having the same conversation.
Probably,
yeah. Yeah, why? If we get there.
He's already proven that it doesn't always work. Why do you keep bending to his will?
Well,
probably hang up on him real quick before I say this.
Because we have
We're probably still going to get him stakes. It's not going to change.
Well, get him.
It's just I don't want to talk about this today after the Texans loss. I'm in a bad mood.
Yes,
and Gilbert's calling in asking for stakes, and I'm in a bad mood. Colleen Wolfe's my picture. I don't have an offensive line. I don't have time for
Gary's calling.
Now
Gilbert's calling. Now, yeah, but we got the Stockholm
Those are the killer G's.
Yeah.
Gary and Gilbert.
They're the killer G's.
All right, we got a break. We got to talk about Game Day Men's Health.
10 to 12, Gary.
They sponsored What Did You Learn This Weekend in One Sentence? I love that. Thank you, Game Day Men's Health. Thank you, Game Day Men's Health, for every consultation that you get at Game Day Men's Health. Well, they'll draw blood. They'll tell you exactly where you are, absolutely free, while the other guys are charging $150, maybe even more, for you to just find out whether or not you need testosterone. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. And, oh, by the way, those places, they don't have labs right there on the spot in each facility because Game Day Men's Health does. That's a prerequisite for Game Day Men's Health, and it's so much easier, so much better. You find out in 15 minutes exactly where you are with your testosterone, where you are with your estrogen, where you are with how's your liver, how's your prostate, it's incredible what they do at Game Day Men's Health. They're just better. It's just different. It's just better. Now there's locations, I think there's 7 or 8 open now. There's going to be 20-some in the area, but it doesn't matter. Edo just opened for all of you downtown. You can go right there, get your shot and during lunch, and then get out of there. It's perfect. I'm telling you. You're looking for the best way to get that testosterone if you're not feeling great. There's all kinds of places. Game Day's just different. GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers. And Cheers. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a second field goal, whatever, it's fine, it's totally right. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a separate thing.
Shop can't miss deals going on now during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. For a limited time, get a free adjustable stand when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch miter saw. That's a $229 value. Plus, save $680 in the Mighty 4-piece kitchen appliance suite. Now just $17.96. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Valid 113 through 124. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. While supplies last. See store at Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
Business owners like yourself should choose a bank with local bankers who make local decisions. Veritex Community Bank is comprised of people who are experts in your industry. Veritex Community Bank is now located in Sugar Land at the corner of Sweetwater and Lexington. VeritexBank.com, member FDIC.
Innovation has always been the hallmark of Pro-Dunk basketball. Their latest innovation is a game changer. John Granado here. Pro-Dunk goals have been adjustable for years, allowing you to raise and lower the height of your goal. But now you can use their patent-pending Lightning Adjust feature to change the height 10 times faster. It's so easy and fun to do, the kids will love it. Check out the new Lightning Adjust feature at ProDunk.com. The best basketball players on the planet, ProDunk.com.
Give me the Win.com salute coming home. On this day in 1981, the Iranian Army released 52 Americans who had been held in Tehran for 15 months, ending the Iran hostage crisis. Trying to get a fair trading allowance at the dealership can be a little like having your car held hostage. Give me the van that sets you free with the market's top dollar and a process that's AAA plus rated by the BBB. When it's time to sell, come on home to America's best car buy. Sell us your car. You need a Win.com. Easy you can do it in your underwear.
Higher paying, high electricity looking out of your outdated window. Are your windows safe and secure from burglars? Do you hear noises outside your home like dogs barking and lawnmowers? It might be time to consider replacement windows. Go to GulfCoastWindows.com. Gulf Coast Windows has the best-in-class Performance Series window with satisfaction guaranteed. Keep your family safe and save money at the same time. Go to GulfCoastWindows.com. That's GulfCoastWindows.com.
The best in Houston sports talk. It's ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. The 33rd team has its too early draft right now. They have the Houston Texans taking Tyler Booker, offensive guard, Alabama. Tyler Booker.
Melissa's in here trying to get me to get a tres leches cake for my birthday coming up, for Akeem's birthday, Akeem Olajuwon's birthday coming up from Aranda's Bakery, a tres leches for Friday. When are you going to be in town, John?
I am coming in for the week of the Super Bowl.
I thought you were here for the freezing cold weather, and then all of a sudden now you're not.
So we were in Cabo,
See
and
this?
I had a flight.
John Cruz did it again.
I flew back. I was going to fly back to Houston, but then I wouldn't be able to get out on Tuesday.
Oh, yeah, because they've already shut down the airports.
Yeah. So I just said, forget it. I'll cancel that.
What you need to get back for? You got nothing going on there over there except poker anyway.
Poker and golf. I mean, it's 70
But you could have. I mean, I'm not saying it's not better there weather-wise. Has the fires finally stopped?
Well, so we got more winds coming today.
So the fires haven't stopped yet?
And it's the Calabasas.
Man, I found out a guy who I'm friends with on Facebook who's been like a big supporter. He's from Houston. David Applebaum. He's a big, he does a lot of design stuff. I think he's an architect, and he's a guy who's listened to the show, found out he lost everything. He was in Palisades, and just, God, it's sad. When you see the before and after pictures of people that that live there. I mean, I've seen it, but when you know somebody who lives there that you've had conversations with, that sucks.
You know who else lost everything?
Who?
With their house burning down?
Who?
Greg Bingham.
Oh, did he really? Bingham's got a place out there?
No, he's got a place in Houston in what's the golf course down there?
Wait, it burned down here in Houston?
Houston, yeah. He wasn't even home in his house. He's always home, and his daughter asked him, come on down to Galveston, hang out with us this weekend. So we went down there, and his house burned down while he was gone.
When did it happen?
And he lost everything. He lost all his pictures. He's got, all his playing pictures.
Yeah, that's the stuff that's the stuff that's a killer.
That's a killer.
Your life.
Greg Bingham was a linebacker for the Oilers for back in the 70s. And, he wasn't home. And thank God he wasn't home because it just went up right away. And thank goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't know if he's going to get trapped in there or what. So, I don't know. God works in mysterious ways, but he said he's still saying, I'm gonna talk to him.
I got to check on Johnny Harris because his daughter and wife are out there. His daughter's trying to make it out in Hollywood. She's an actress, and she's been in some commercials and stuff like that. She's a talented young actress, but I thought they were living out near Pacific Palisades, not in a big one of the big houses or anything. But I got to check on him. He hasn't texted, so I need to make sure his daughter and wife are doing okay because they're out there, and so it's not good. It's not good. But I haven't heard the latest on how that stuff's going. We're talking a lot of playoff football. Before we get back to the Texans, let's hit on the other games real quick. We start at Washington, Detroit. Almost felt inevitable at some point Detroit was going to get stung because they're so injured. When they lost to Meek Robertson, they're one of their last remaining corners to a broken arm. That was just a killer. But Washington doesn't punt. Washington's offense is so efficient. They just don't punt.
Right. And
it's hard getting them off the field. You have no Aiden Hutchinson. It's really, really hard. You lose linebackers. You lose 3 defensive linemen. 3 of their starting defensive linemen's gone. 2 cornerbacks, a linebacker. There's a lot of depth that's gone. And you ran into a rookie quarterback who just doesn't feel pressure. And a head coach who's doing it different the second time around. It's kind of a cool story. The Dan Quinn redemption story is pretty cool. Like I don't mind this for Dan Quinn. They're going to take on Jalen and Saquon and Nick Sirianni. No, Nick Sirianni is one of the least liked head coaches in pro football, probably for good reason. Saquon is on a mission. Over 200 yards rushing yesterday. 2 long carries for touchdowns. And isn't it crazy what happens when you get a little bit of an offensive line and you're healthy? You're not trying to play with a bad ankle. Like, just the difference it's made has been unbelievable. Saquon's up there with Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson as the best players in the league, isn't he? This year?
Saquon, yeah. I mean, I think he should. Derrick Henry should finish definitely top 5 in MVP.
I mean, I think Pat Surtain is one of the top 5 players in football too. You just don't hear talk about him much. And honestly, our guy is up in the top. Our guy might be in the top 10 right now.
He is
of players in the league.
It's tough because Surtain, those are the best 2 corners. I mean, it's so funny. You're a top 10 player in the league. You might not be the best player at his position, but yeah, absolutely. Saquon and Derrick Henry are. How about it? How about you run the football and you're going to get now. The Commanders don't run it nearly as well. They got Jaden has been carrying it.
But Brian Robinson, they'll do a little bit of it. Eckler doesn't really add a whole lot as a runner, but they'll do some. They don't completely get away from it.
There's a kid that on March 13th, he tweeted this. Commanders having one of the worst off seasons I can recall from a new regime. Zach Ertz, Austin Eckler, Bobby Wagner as marquee signings. Retread head coach Dan Quinn, who was far from first choice, and ass backwards Kingsbury as OC. Cherry on top will be if they pass on May for Daniels.
Jeez, that might be the worst tweet that's ever been sent.
Ever.
Well,
I mean,
here's an argument I had with a polite one, but in March 16th, 2024, Ben Solak from ESPN says, Same league that doesn't want Justin Fields for anything more than a conditional fourth wants to take Jaden Daniels second overall. Very odd. And I said, objectively speaking, one appears to be a much better passer from the pocket. Daniels does a nice job of throwing with anticipation. You've been around long enough to know that just because they have similar qualities doesn't make them the same player. Of course, there are differences, but it's impossible to argue that they aren't cut from the same cloth. Long dropbacks, scramblers, first read reliance, which, by the way, was not that on tape. Ben didn't watch tape because he was not first read reliant. He could get through. A lot of times you're going to throw to first read because first read is Malik Neighbors or Brian Thomas, but he could get through his progressions. I watched enough tape to know that's not true. First read reliance, explosive run, invite contact. If you believe that play style can work, you believe that play style can work in the NFL, you should want to kick the tires on Justin Fields. I was like, Justin Fields. And then I just followed up with big difference for me is that I believe Daniels is more complete passer as a dual threat quarterback, where Fields leans more heavily on run success and weaker in the areas of pocket passing. I'm not there on Daniels, he said, but obviously respect the opinion. We'll see how he ends up in the league. I'm rooting for him. Very fun to watch. Justin is, and trust me, I took so much crap when I came out on Twitter in January. I just got done watching all the quarterbacks, and I said, why is this Caleb? I'm not understanding why it's a default that it's Caleb Williams and Drake May. And you remember that's what it was, John, forever. During the season, it was Caleb and Drake May, and that was a default. And after I watched, I'm like, I'm not sure why this is some obvious thing that Drake May is number 2. I like Jaden Daniels. Oh, Washington fans couldn't have been angrier. Washington fans were so mad because they had their heart set on Drake May because that's who they were told that they needed and who was the best. In the meantime, this kid is going to potentially be a future MVP and has a chance to win a Super Bowl in his first year. Like, my gosh, lucky bastards. And I had somebody say, why couldn't it be us? Why couldn't it be us? I'm like, God, we had the Astros. we had a juggernaut in baseball. So it's not like we didn't have. We've had nice things. We've had nice things.
We're not the poors.
We're not the poors. We had a good. We're 2 straight years in the playoffs. We're not poor.
We're not poor.
We're not poor.
Oh, by the way, yeah, we're not. We're not living in a mansion, but we're not poor. We've had the Astros for all these years. We got the Texans in the playoffs. We got the Rockets, the second best team in the West. You know they're on a 56 win pace. And what was their over
43 and a half?
Oh. Crush it. Yeah. How about that? How's that taste? Vegas? You stupids.
Yeah.
You don't know our Rockets?
Oh, you're saying that to John Chill?
Yeah, you better watch it.
I thought you were going to feel bad for John Chill.
Well, I'm not feeling bad for John Chill. You stupid. How about people that bet the under on him? Dumbasses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a matter of time before all these guys just start getting better. I mean, that's what happens with 21-year-olds who've been
22.
playing. Eventually,
and some of them still are 22.
Eventually, they turn 22 and even 23, and they keep getting bigger, stronger, and better. Imagine that. And when you make the jump, you make a big jump.
Sean said something very funny. How many Rockets core players are younger than Jalen Green's stepson?
Who said that?
Sean Mapes.
Amen
is I think Cam Whitmore is.
Yeah.
Reed Shepherd.
Is Reed Shepherd, yeah.
He only spent 1 year at Kentucky.
Yeah. He's younger. Yeah.
20 years old.
Look at that. Younger than Jalen Green's stepson.
Yes.
Wow. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776 is the number to get in with us here. HRP is what we're talking about now. Love HRP. We love what HRP has done for us. I'm telling you, because we were with the other company that wouldn't grow with us, and HRP did. So when we first started, we had another payroll company. And when we grew, we went from 25 to 75 employees. We bought, Culture Map and all. And it was like, wait a minute. So now we're 75 employees. Shouldn't we get a better deal on our because it's bigger. It's, and when you buy in bulk, it should be easier and it should be better and easier. Nope. So we said, nope. We're going with HRP because HRP grows with you. Not only grows your business, but grows with you. Okay. HRP is a company that is, I'm telling you, is going to change your business. It's all about the bottom line. How much is it costing you? And so when it costs you more to do things like payroll, like HR, like your taxes that you need MBAs and CPAs and all of these guys, and your office for your payroll is getting bigger and bigger, and you're paying all those people. Well, guess what? Your bottom line. You're not making as much money. So HRP will help you there, and it can give you a free consultation on exactly what to do, what they will do for you, and how they will grow your business, and how they will make it more economical to get your people your payroll. It's easy. So call them, hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. This is our penultimate segment. We have News of the Weird coming your way next. So what did we miss? Dell is holding back. He's like, oh, these guys didn't even talk about it. Wait till 12, till 12, 10 to 2 to noon.
I'm not holding back. I would say my particular brand of, my brand doesn't really fit today because I see things from a different point of view. Sure, the rest were a problem, but I can't get down with the Texans whining after the game, so that'll be a focus of the conversation.
Can you play D'Amico real quick?
Yeah, he was one of many.
I was a little. Let us be pissed. Let fans be mad about officials. Let us on Twitter. Let sports talk hosts be mad. Like, I just think it's poor form when I know Joe Mixon's going to say something. I get it. I expect Joe to. Will Anderson, a little surprised that everyone was talking about it when there were other mistakes made, but Will and those guys were directly affected by it on defense. The 15-yard penalties were horse turds. They're terrible calls. But D'Amico, like, you made 2 atrocious calls. You made 2 bad decisions that hurt your team. And then the first thing you're doing is talking about how it's, basically taking thinly veiled shots at the officiating. We know the officiating sucked. It sucked the first game around, the second game around. I'm sure you're very frustrated. But I don't know. It came off. I don't know, John. I don't know how you feel about it. I was upset with the officiating. It came off to me like I'm not used to hearing coaches say, oh, we were playing against the officials too. Like, hey, make better decisions, D'Amico. Come on now. You also mentioned that you didn't get guys blocked. You may say, I got to do better. I should have, I shouldn't have. We probably should have punted that. Take some accountability in your
Did he take any
press
accountability?
Huh?
Was it just this?
I don't know. That's fair. I don't know. Maybe he took accountability for bad decisions.
He did. Well, I don't know about the bad decisions, but he did say they got to play better. I will say, each of those penalties, bad or not, neither one of them put the Chiefs in scoring position.
But it changes field position.
You can still get stops. Look, understood that those are bad calls.
It creates first downs.
It does, but the next play that after the initial penalty, Travis Kelce's wide open for like 30-some yards. So maybe they didn't recover from it well, but they had opportunities to get off the field. I'm not blaming them for the penalties. Hey, bad calls. But you got to go out and make plays. And I don't think the Texans made enough plays, period. Here's D'Amico Ryans on their mentality even before the game started.
Okay, we knew going into this game, man, it was us versus everybody. Right? When I say everybody, it's everybody. All the whatever. Everybody, the naysayers, the doubt, right? Everybody. We had to go against today. And, going with that, knowing going into this game, what we were up against, we can't make the mistakes that we made, right?
So he was aware. They made far too many mistakes.
You're not up against naysayers. See, D'Amico's still a young coach. I like him a lot.
He wanted to say the refs.
No, he wanted to say the refs, but don't bring up we got to go up against the naysayers, the doubters. No, you don't. You only have to beat the Chiefs. You don't have to beat Rex Ryan. You don't have to beat anybody other than Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo and the Chiefs. You're not playing naysayers. You're not playing. Who cares? The Texans have never cared about outside noise, but all of a sudden you're playing against the outside noise.
Well,
don't say that. Just don't even bring that up.
I think
I know he wanted to say. I think he meant both of them.
Referees, and he just wanted to make sure everybody. And listen, the naysayers, whatever. D'Amico keeps that stuff. I'm not going to hold that against him. And he did take accountability in that press conference as well. We need to play better and blah, 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 blah. But he's right. He had to play the refs too. And it's old. It is old how the Chiefs and specifically Mahomes get calls. And you know what? It may cost them this week because they had to come out. Walt Anderson had to come out. And he had to say, oh, no, that was the right call. And it was just a graze. But if it's just a graze, and if it looks like, and he said this, if it looks like he may have been close to the head, then you got to call it because we're protecting the quarter. No, you're protecting Patrick Mahomes. Okay. And that's fine, but protect everybody. But they know now that what the thought process is about the Kansas City Chiefs and the refs being in their pocket. And listen, it might cost them this week. I'm going to tell you what, there might be a call that doesn't go their way.
Yeah.
Because now they're going to be, because they're hearing it as much as they're
hearing it.
They
should hear it. I mean, I get if there's close ones. The first one with Will Anderson, I get that Patrick sold it at the time. And when you threw the flag, you probably weren't going to get it. The second one, when you wait that long and then the two players collided together, like that's just super, super, super frustrating when you see things like that. And you're right. That happens. Like I got a text from, I got a text from a guy at NFL Network who is a producer. I'll see him, I'll talk to him maybe 4 times a year during the draft season. Out of nowhere, he texts me, man, cheering for you guys in Houston. Please beat the Chiefs. Get them out of here. I get a call from Daniel Jeremiah in the second quarter after the Chiefs went down and scored that touchdown after a missed field goal. He goes, oh my God, can the Texans please just not make mistakes and beat the Chiefs? Everyone wants the Chiefs gone. Everyone wants the Chiefs gone. It's universal. But it's also, but one of the reasons isn't just because they win like Golden State or like Houston or like the Patriots. It's also because there is a perception that there is an unfair advantage from the referees. And I am anti-bitch about referee guy. There's almost always reasons for you losing that's not refs. But you got people across the spectrum of sports who had problems with all of those calls, all of those individual calls. Not just the Chiefs get all the calls. They're saying that's a bad call. Troy Aikman didn't like a lot of these calls. Troy Aikman didn't like the way that Pat Mahomes was trying to, to pull this stuff. It's like, and you're right. There is a chance that the officials, that there comes a time where they've got to make a decision and it goes against the Chiefs because they're worried about the imbalance.
Yeah. Did
it absolutely could happen.
Did it ever happen for Jordan?
No, I don't ever remember. No, but the officials let things go earlier in his career.
But
when
he
Pistons
became
brutalizing him.
Jordan.
I don't remember. It's
I'm
just
sure
too long
he was
ago for me
fouled
to
a few
remember.
Did
times
Tom
that
Brady?
didn't call.
Fouling is different. Did Tom Brady ever stop benefiting?
I'm sure he did, but he just complained mercilessly when he didn't get his calls.
He was a moaner.
Yeah, all those guys who get all the calls complain like crazy when they don't get the calls.
Yeah,
I think we got a real combo in Kansas City. Josh Allen's a giant flopper and complainer.
Is he a bad
is.
flopper and complainer?
In fact, the Chiefs fans will lean into this week because of all the crap they're getting. Josh Allen has gotten more personal foul calls for him than Patrick Mahomes has.
So I noticed Chiefs fans are turning into Astros fans, where once you have the world against you, it's us against everybody, and you become really prickly, so to speak.
So because
like you don't mind playing the role of heel. I've noticed that they're kind of at that mode too.
Because the 33rd team put this out. The Chiefs have actually gotten the fewest help from the refs since Mahomes became the starting quarterback. Since 2018, Kansas City ranks first in total penalty yards, 21st in total penalty margin, 32nd in offensive penalties committed EPA, 31st in defensive penalties committed EPA. The counter would be when the penalties are called. That's the issue people have. The enormity, the meaning of the penalties that are called in your favor seems to be outbalanced.
Well, not only that, there should have been how many more with Juwan Taylor starting early?
Well, they got the one early, and D'Amico early pointed out that they missed one. They got one, and then they didn't get another one.
Not another one. And he started early all the time.
Juwan Taylor's been getting away with that since Jacksonville. I'm not sure what that's about.
Call it.
He did that, and that's what Bosa lost his mind about.
He's not lined up. They even Aikman said it. Not only is he not lined up on the line of scrimmage, he's starting early.
I don't think that's a Chiefs thing because Bosa lost his mind in Jacksonville when he did it, and they didn't call it then. I'm not sure what the Juwan Taylor thing is, but they've been letting him get away with that in multiple stops.
You know what it is, Del? It's a gather step.
James will tell you that.
It's kind of an inside joke because every video, there's videos across social media, John, where they'll say, is this a travel or nah? And it's some guy doing something like you've never seen, the craziest move. And then it turns into fights about travel or no. And invariably, like, that's a gather step. You're allowed to take 7 steps if one step is a gather step and the ball's still on top of your palm and you can take as many gather steps, but he's actually gathering. No, dude, at some point it's a travel. And you know what? He's getting out of his stance too early, and they never freaking call it on Juwan Taylor. And it's not just it wasn't just this game. This is for all of eternity. He does it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. All right, when we come back, news the weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But if you don't think that there have been Coors Lights fly, when I was back in Houston last week, I couldn't, Mexico is a bad country because they don't have Coors Lights. I mean, I'm sorry. But you know what we found? That the closest thing, I'm not going to mention which beer it is, but we found the closest thing to Coors Lights, and that's what me and my boys had all weekend long because we want something that tastes like Coors Light because Coors Light is the best beer. So we want something that tastes like that. And when I go to these foofy places, that's all they got is IPA. I'm like, what's the one? Give me the one that tastes most like Coors Light. That'll be this one, sir. Thank you. That's what I want. So why don't you just have Coors Light instead of something that tastes like Coors Light? Hey, Mexico, wake up. Get you some Coors Lights. That would be great. You know what else would be great? For you to get cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. You're looking for the best way to refresh yourself. It's cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I love them. We're going to have them for the big game. I want you to get them for the big game. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother. You know what's news of the weird? How Riley Leonard is going to win a natty tonight. That's weird.
It would be
That
weird.
Is so,
Lance,
is so weird.
Won't even come close to covering.
Is
It's going to
he
be. We'll be done by the third quarter. On to Top Boy for me.
I'm watching
or Culinary Class Wars.
American Primeval. It's pretty good.
The ending, you're not going to be a fan of.
Oh, really?
It's very Hollywoodish, the ending. It's very ridiculous.
No, I don't want Hollywood.
John's
there's
out.
a campaign. Oh, Del, you would not be able to do this.
What?
There's a campaign in the Netherlands. 30 days, no complaining. You cannot complain for 30 days.
That.
You can't do
I
that.
don't complain. What do I complain
Everything
to you?
is negative. Oh,
That's
this and
negative
yeah,
isn't a
they're not
complaint.
all blah blah.
Just-
Lance, I got to work with them.
That's not a complaint.
Yes,
Complaining
it is.
is like, oh, my life is so terrible. I got to do this. I got to do that. I just point out that you guys are terrible people. That's not complaining. It's just
That's complaining.
observation.
Yeah.
That's an observation.
About your great coworkers.
You're not great coworkers.
Yeah, great coworkers.
As far as the low, if you ask our bosses, you want to know who's the most low maintenance? It ain't you two.
Me.
Not a chance.
Me.
Not a chance.
I go to Cabo and I do the show. That's what a great employee I am. Oh, it's everybody who goes to Cabo. Oh no, screw work. I'm not doing that. Me, work.
No, you go to
I
Cabo.
work my ass off in a closet, in a freezing
The point
closet.
is, you go to Cabo so you can keep that day, so you can use it for something else.
You can't.
And you work. What are you
Yeah,
talking
that's
about?
smart though.
Yeah, so don't use I go to Cabo as
Actually,
I'm a great
we don't
employee.
even take all of our vacation days. We're grinders.
Never taken
grinders.
No one on this show takes all the vacation days. You can't
It's
use
true.
that as a pat on the back.
You
We
did
don't
last
either.
year.
It's true.
You terrible person.
See,
Jeremy Branham takes 30 vacation days.
he got confronted with the truth, and now I'm a terrible person. You're not the only one who doesn't take all their days here.
The state of New Illinois, their committee is pushing to secede from Cook County. They want Cook County out of Illinois. And I want to tell you something. There could be no bigger dichotomy than Cook County and the rest of Illinois. It's all farmland and white people, and it's not,
Ooh, where's this going?
And Cook County could not be different. Well, that's why there's always, a Democratic, obviously a Democrat in office in Chicago all the time. That's
'Cause
always
why?
gonna happen. That's always going to happen because it's a Democratic city. That's why.
But what does that have to do
And-
with Cook County and the
Cook
rest of
County-
Illinois?
look, I don't know if you heard, Chicago's in Cook County.
Is it like Houston compared
Well-
to most of Texas?
It's just like Harris County.
It's
just like Harris County.
No,
is
there's
always
two
Democrat.
words just like this: Portland versus Oregon. All of Oregon is basically rural outside of Portland. It's the same thing with Illinois and Chicago. It's Chicago and then the rest of Illinois.
That's what I said. Well,
Yeah.
I haven't heard of the state of Newport of New.
Well, I've never heard of that. But
no,
it feels like
no.
anything's possible now that the Gulf of Mexico is the Gulf of America.
Gulf of America. Anything is possible.
Anything's possible now.
Right. Well, we might have 51 states now. The new state of Illinois and Cook County state.
Well,
That's
we
what we
have
could.
Puerto Rico, which is not a state, but you understand. And we might be getting, what else are we getting? Maybe Iceland, or what are we going for? Greenland?
Newfoundland or Greenland?
Newfoundland, yeah. Trump's going to
Greenland.
buy, I think Elon's buying a country soon.
We're buying Greenland.
Yeah, we're going to buy
Okay.
Greenland, and then we're
We already
trading.
own it anyway.
Aren't we
I don't know
supposed
why
to
we have
trade
why we have to formalize
Puerto
it.
Rico for the Panama Canal or something? Is there a trade coming?
Yeah, we're already squatters in there, which is good.
Uh-oh.
We're trading for the Panama Canal?
Yeah.
Is that breaking news?
It's breaking news. There's a chance that Puerto Rico could be traded for either Greenland. Where did you say? Dumbfoundland or Newfoundland?
No, Greenland.
Or Iceland or something.
Is it Puerto Rico plus future territories?
Well,
looks like Illinois.
Well,
2029
what else
territory swap?
What else do you figure he's going to take over? He's just going to say, "Oh,
I
it's
just-
ours now."
He may give away some water.
Yeah, we don't know.
I
He might
hate
give
this
away some of the
river.
Pacific
This river
Ocean.
is gone.
He might give away the Atlantic or the Pacific Ocean. You don't know.
What about the Great Lakes? Maybe one of the lakes can go.
Maybe one of those. It's hard to get out of here there, though. How about this? In the Gaza ceasefire, the freed Israeli hostages were given gift bags by Hamas.
Swag bags?
Don't open them.
Gift bags. Go.
Don't open them.
I don't want a gift bag from my captors.
A tripwire's in the gift bag.
Here,
booby
take this with you. No thanks.
Booby
I
trap.
just want to go home. No, thank you.
A fire truck being prepped for California wildfires in North Carolina. Well, it was destroyed in a fire.
Oh no,
Oh,
that's no good.
California can't catch a break. Got to bring fire trucks all the way from North Carolina to help, and it burned.
That's
how
not
about
what you
this?
want.
Progresso is launching Soup Drops, a hard candy that soup you can suck on. Do you want to suck on soup?
That sounds awful.
You know what? I don't know though.
You want a soup?
Not
Hard
really.
candy?
Not well. Maybe
want-
a baked potato
You
soup.
want minestrone?
I'd eat a
want a
baked
chicken
potato.
noodle soup lozenge.
Yeah,
Yes.
I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind a baked potato soup. Yeah,
No, I'm out.
not a minestrone. No one wants that
No.
crap.
Not an Italian wedding. Chicken
No,
noodle.
Italian wedding.
No.
Chicken noodles are.
What about tomato soup?
Yeah, good tomato soup's okay.
I don't. Isn't the whole
Needs
point?
a little cream base.
Isn't the whole
in it,
point of it? The soup part of it is that it's warm and comforting. You want a tomato soup lozenge?
I love the taste of chicken noodle soup.
As a lozenge?
I would. Don't knock it, Del. Let's just see what
so
happens.
You tried it.
No,
See, you can't complain.
I've
Already
tried. Look, I've seen this happen before. They've made popcorn flavored jelly beans. That sucks. No, keep it traditional. Drop us a can of soup.
See,
I mean,
you're
it might
complaining,
not be
dude.
good, but we just don't know yet.
Yeah.
I know.
An Orange County fire
It's
chief
impossible to know.
used milk and beer to save 2 homes from an Eaton fire. How about this?
Well, okay.
They didn't have water, so he went to the refrigerator and he got beer.
So it must have
and
just
milk
been
out
starting.
And saved the homes.
So it must have just been the homes. You can't save multiple homes with milk and beer. There's not
Yes,
enough
you can.
there.
Well, look at Channel 7 Eyewitness News website. All right, it's milk and beer. And he
Video
saved
or didn't
multiple
happen?
Homes. Yeah.
Multiple homes.
Yes.
How much milk did this man have?
I went out back, kind of ran back there, cooled it off, put it back a little bit. It wasn't completely out, so I wasn't sure if it was going to rekindle.
Oh, it's
but I
like a
did all I
smaller
could
fire.
with
Yeah.
milk and beer. How about that?
Smaller fire.
Well, it was, these fire embers come flying in.
Yeah, that's how all the
And
fires
he didn't have
start.
any water, so he went and got beer.
What if
what a
would you
hero.
be in favor of this if it was Coors Light?
Well, no, I'd have to drink it. I'd be like, oh, well, lost the house. And I'd be drinking it.
Priorities.
Yeah, it's because you don't own that house.
Oh well,
Right.
lost this guy's house.
Yeah. We don't own any of the furniture in here or the house. Oh, well.
Oh, your care
Ain't mine.
factor's so low.
Ain't mine. My Shiva getter is broke. We are done. Dell is next. He's probably got a whole show that he didn't want to bring up here.
Well,
but that's how
it's
selfish
not.
he
It's
is.
not how it works. It's the whole show you don't want brought up here.
Okay.
There's a
All right.
difference.
The show we didn't want.
Exactly.
It's the show we didn't want.
I'm
Next.
aware of where I land in this place, and you don't want what I'm going to bring to the table. It's all. It's fine. It's okay.
It's the show no one wanted.
Well,
Next,
it's the show
right
you
here
don't
on
want.
ESPN,
Let's be clear.
97.5 and 92.5. Y'all have a great day, everybody.
Welcome to the show. Hopefully your weekend went as well as it possibly could. And we got some tough weather coming up. Hell, Sean and I will be displaced. Well, voluntarily. Actually, I don't even know if it's voluntary. They did ask us if we wanted a room. If we had said no and then we couldn't have gotten to work because we said no, I wonder how that would have gone. We'll get to that later. Just proves that Sean and I are the most important people at this station. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But it'll be the final time we get to do this, at least until September of next year. I don't think we're going to be doing this for preseason games if he even plays in one. So, it's 19 to 28. Sacked 8 times. No touchdowns, no picks, passer rating over 95, ran for several first downs with his legs, 6 carries, 42 yards. For the final time this year, unless, he gets a late addition to the Pro Bowl games.
We're definitely doing for the Pro Bowl if he's in the Pro Bowl.
The Pro Bowl games of
Flag
all things.
football game,
Yes.
dodgeball, I don't know.
All the things. Is this or was Saturday a Shred 'em Shroud game for Shroud, Sean?
It was not.
It was not.
No.
People are saying he was the best quarterback in the divisional round, and you're not giving it to him?
I said that in the wild card game because he passed for the most yards of all the wild card.
Yeah,
game.
I said he almost threw 3 picks, though. So that's what my
0
contention was.
touchdowns.
Mike, okay. It has to be, but he was dodging pressure. I said ran for several first downs, kept his bum leg, fought through it.
I'm not saying he wasn't a warrior out there. Not saying he wasn't good enough.
Just not good enough.
Not good enough for Shred 'em Shroud.
You need a touchdown.
At one touchdown.
PFF said he played worse than Justin Herbert last week, and you gave it to him.
Yeah, because you know what PFF didn't show? Wins.
Oh, you got to win the.
Yeah, it's the playoffs.
I
What
mean,
are we talking
are we
about?
saying
Do you think Lamar was awesome?
For the last half, this last half, he was pretty good. Before then, not so much. So no Shred 'em Shroud.
Yeah, it counts. It all counts. It's the playoffs.
And you got to win. And
Yeah.
the Texans did not do that. They go down 23-14. I don't really care that they outgained the Chiefs. Look, I'm not going to go full in on Teddy Bruschi where you have to play Patrick Mahomes differently because you expect calls. But the Texans don't know how to win games like this. It was part of why I talked about how big of an upset it would be if they went into Kansas City. Beyond the history at stake for Kansas City, beyond the fact that Patrick Mahomes never loses these games, and the Chiefs clearly as well, the Texans don't know what it's like to win a game like this. Never. The offer remains. That's why, despite the number, despite the fact that the Chiefs had so many one-score wins, I didn't think the Texans, or at least if they were going to win, I think the upset would be bigger than the odds makers would say. And we saw that play out. We'll get into where we feel the refs played a part, but you have to play great to beat the Chiefs. And how many Texans played great? I think Stroud, considering his circumstances, played a really good game. Will Anderson, give him some credit. I guess you want to give the corners credit because the Chiefs receivers did next to nothing. But how many Texans played great football? That's how you win the game. We know their special teams was a disaster. Lost that phase.
Chris Boyd
Clearly,
wasn't the worst special teamer.
Thanks to Kaimi. Chris Boyd wasn't the worst special teamer. He
forced the fumble.
He did the most egregious thing, I guess, of tossing his helmet, pushing his coach. That's all been worked out. Chris Boyd is fine.
Misunderstanding.
He continued to play throughout the game. So the Texans are very forgiving. We know they put Shaq Mason back in the starting lineup. Very forgiving of guys making mistakes. The penalties unfairly swayed the Chiefs' way, but I can't get involved in really feeling sorry for the Texans in that regard when they played as poorly as they did. Their undisciplined nature, and it's not just the penalties. They're an undisciplined football team in things they do between the whistles. Azeez Ashir losing Travis Kelce twice, having his eyes in the wrong place, following a receiver that's already covered. How many guys were following a receiver going to the flat when Travis Kelce's sitting wide open in the middle of the field on his first long gainer? And then, of course, on the touchdown when Patrick Mahomes is falling down, Azeez Ashir is eyes are in the wrong spot, isn't aware of the movement from Travis Kelce, and Travis Kelce just sneaks behind him, catches a touchdown to give the Chiefs a great response to the Texans' great drive. The Texans played great on offense for one drive. It took everything beyond overcoming penalties and a sack. They drove down the field. What was it? Almost 10 minutes. They took off the clock and went down there and scored. And of course, the culmination of that touchdown was a Kyrie Fairbairn missed extra point. So even when coming out of half, they were trying to score 10 points before the Chiefs really had a snap because they kicked the field goal before half, and then they went down the field and scored. That would have tied the game. And even then, something got in the way. The Texans were their own worst enemy. They're not, at this point in their build, ready to play these games, ready to win these games. They can find their way into these games. It was a much better effort than the one against Baltimore, last year, but Baltimore's just a bad matchup. And neither one of those teams will be in the AFC title game. But you credit them for staying in it, I guess. But I don't like the mindset when you hear it after the game. You want to talk about the referees being a problem in game? Okay. I'll point out that each of those penalties, after they happened, the Chiefs weren't in scoring territory. Now, the second Patrick Mahomes penalty put them in Texans territory, but the first one, sure, that's rough. Patrick Mahomes misses a throw. By the way, Travis Kelce wide open again. He just missed him that time. The next play after the penalty, Travis Kelce's behind your defense for 30-something yards. You could not cover him all game long. I don't know if there was an undue amount of attention placed on those mid receivers the Chiefs have, but the one guy that you have to cover, you did not cover. And of course, everyone says this. I get the complaint. How could you leave him open? Joe Buck, Troy Aikman talk about it. You guys say that all the time. He's always open. No matter what the game is, no matter what the team is, how often, particularly in these moments, how often is Travis Kelce open and someone is saying, how could you leave him open? He's open because he's great. Whatever it is, he gets open all the time. So maybe we back away from, I can't believe they let them open, when you can say that every time there's a big moment. Just expect him to be open. That's how it is. The Texans did a poor job on him. And I'm not suggesting you follow him with one of your corners, but your linebackers, particularly Al-Shaair, did not play well enough. And I don't know what happened to Christian Harris. Everyone was very excited about him coming back, and then he played very little in these playoffs. Maybe he wasn't as close to full strength as we had hoped. So they lose. They give up 8 sacks. The line is their biggest whiff. We'll get into, I guess, the existential big picture stuff with the Texans later, but I can't point to anything else but their line as the biggest reason why they didn't reach their potential. Injuries played a part with the wide receivers, but the investment placed in that offensive line and the lack of, continuity because of injuries and just overall performance is something that has to be looked at. How their evaluations have played out this poorly is something that needs to be addressed. D'Amico Ryans, after the game, talked about how he felt they're close. I don't think the Texans are close. You don't play either of your 2 divisional round games within a score. Are you that close? And this is a Chiefs team that no one thinks is great, although, in all the games they've tried this year, they've only lost 1. So maybe guys, we just stop saying, hey, I don't think they're very good. How many games do they have to win? Do they have to make a Super Bowl before you say that they're good?
Yes.
Okay, there's your answer.
Same thing with Josh Allen. Same thing with Lamar. There's only one good team every year.
The one who wins it?
Yeah. What are we talking?
No, there's only
maybe the loser of the Super Bowl. Maybe, depending if we like you or not.
Yeah, it does depend. If the Commanders make the Super Bowl and lose it, people will say, "What a great year! Jaden Daniels was great. We like the Commanders. That's a good football team."
There's another team that's good no matter what.
Your team?
No, the Cincinnati Bengals. God, what an awesome team!
I wish
they would have killed all these teams.
Mm-hmm.
Never mind that they're 9-8.
Yeah, if the Cincinnati Bengals would have got in,
oh my God! Imagine Joe Burrow against that Buffalo defense. Whew.
Yeah, imagine Joe Burrow. That's all we can do because Joe Burrow's defense wasn't good enough and had to fire their DC because of it.
No, but they're the best. They're
The most
Chiefs,
dangerous team.
The Chiefs are so happy they don't have to play
Yeah,
the 9-8 Bengals
all,
in the AFC title
all the
game.
Bengals' flaws wouldn't have popped up against a really good team. Not this version, not this late season Bengals team, the one who barely beat the Pittsburgh Steelers, who we know are immensely flawed. Cut it out. I know we've done this bit before, but yeah, the Bengals thing is dumb. The Bengals thing has been dumb.
Yeah, there's 3 good teams, two maybe good teams.
I know everyone.
The winner of the Super Bowl, the Bengals. If we like the loser of the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I know people love a quarterback and high-powered offense, but just be clear. The Bengals would have found a way to screw it up because that's who they've been all year. They've told you who they are. Much like the Texans have told you their offensive line can't pick up a stunt and has trouble being disciplined throughout the entire team. The Bengals are a team that's going to find a way to screw things up. That's why they're not in the playoffs. And the Texans told us who they were all year. They are somewhat tantalizing as far as their potential, but when it comes down to it, they weren't going to be good enough. And it played out that way. Every phase except for the defense, you could blame for what happened. And even the defense had their issues when it came to covering the Chiefs' best weapon. So they're a flawed football team who probably at the end of the day played up to their level. When you consider you only had Nico Collins to depend on, sure, the 12 offensive points is disappointing, but that Chiefs defense, when it matters, and hell, they've been good all year, but particularly when it means the most, they find ways. And if you have a fatal flaw, Spagnuolo will pick at it, and we saw the floodgates come open in that fourth quarter. Hell, the Texans gave up 3 sacks in the first half anyway. It wasn't like that offensive line was great for pass protecting. They were good in the run game, particularly on that first drive coming out of the half. They beat up on the Chiefs. But they gave up 3 sacks in the first half. CJ did enough with his legs to get them to 6 points, and he did some of that in the first drive of the second half where he made some plays with his legs. But overall, you can't have an offensive line play that poorly and expect to win. And we saw. 12 offensive points. Why Andy Reid didn't just want to punt the football away, I don't know. I guess whether you bet, depending on when you bet last week, you're either pissed or thrilled by what Andy Reid did taking that safety. But 23-14 the final. The Texans go down. We'll start to hear from the Texans when we come back. A lot of complaining from them about the refs, or at least telling the world that they saw this coming. They knew what they're up against. Sean, if all they are away from a Nick Caserio, they're only a Nick Caserio memo away to the league, away from being the Rockets from 18-19. Just write that memo. Just mark down all the times that the refs screwed you over and send it to the NFL offices. And then you're just like the Rockets. Losing to a dynasty? Think you had a shot to win that against that dynasty?
That one time.
One time? Complaining about calls?
Check.
Now you got to put it in paper. Put it in a sternly worded memo to the league in your full-on Daryl Morey's Rockets. The reaction is it had to be something that was the entire team talked about or felt like it was going to be a problem.
Everyone who had a microphone.
Anyone who had a microphone, except for Kaimi, because he's the kicker. Nothing.
Also, if Kaimi started talking about the refs, we would have a very serious problem.
Yes, but
you can't talk about it.
Everyone is talking about how the refs were always going to be a problem. They're going to have to play against them. They're going to have to accept it. And they knew it was going to be a problem. And you know what? Self-fulfilling prophecy? I don't know. I feel like that's the wrong mindset for a team who thinks they have a shot to go get to an AFC title game. We'll hear from them when we come back. So we're just getting started here. If you want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. The Texans go down. We got a CFP final tonight. I'll ask a question here, Sean, for you to think about for later. Is if Notre Dame wins this title, beyond all our slander, particularly mine, being thrown back in my face, is Riley Leonard the worst quarterback in the since Craig Krenzel, since that's the one that John threw out? Is he the worst quarterback since Craig Krenzel to win a national title? That's going back to 2002. You got some Josh Heupel in there.
Well, yeah, we can answer that.
You got some Greg McElroy in there.
I'm very
You got
excited
some
to
Jacob.
answer this.
You got some Jacob Coker in there.
He came to mind.
Mm-hmm. Just think about it. If he wins, maybe you think Will Howard should be involved in this too. I don't know.
Nah, there's enough that are clearly worse than him.
Okay, so we will talk about that at some point, as we do have a title game to talk about a little bit later. But more Texans when we come back. Like I said, if you want to get in, you can 713-780-3776.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
When reporters weren't asking the Texans questions about the refs, which was a thing all of them did, or at least one of them did, so they can get an answer from every person available. There were questions about how you feel about the season overall. Playing the Chiefs, outgaining them, feeling like you were in it. Should you feel good about this? Should you feel discouraged about it? Well, here's D'Amico Ryans on his feelings after losing in the divisional round to the Chiefs.
Yeah, I'm walking out of here discouraged. Like, this one hurts, right? Because I know we're a better football team than we showed today, no matter who we're playing against. Like, to go back and still have to talk about mistakes that we made in this moment, like, yeah, it's discouraging to be here because you got to be over that at this point in the playoffs, right? Postseason football, you got to be at your best. You got to be operating on all cylinders. And for us, like, we didn't do that today. So that's what I'm just discouraged about for sure.
Now, this is immediately after the game. So when they do their audit for the year, he may have a different thought. But you're not a better team than this. This is who you are. This is who they've been for the better part of 2 seasons. Last year, it was okay. It was the first year. Hey, you're a first-year coach. You got a rookie quarterback. You got a rookie OC. All the things that were issues last year, that's fine. You're building. You're not a better football team than this. That's who you've always been. You make mistakes. Your offensive line has issues at pretty much the worst times. And your offense has been middling. Even last year, they weren't a great offense. It was just a surprise that you had a rookie quarterback play as well as he did. But overall, they weren't a great offense. And this year, they're bottom 10 offense. So you cannot say we're a better football team than this. You mean when you're playing the Patriots on the road? Oh, sure. You can be clicking on all cylinders when you're playing a bad football team. But against the best football teams, you're not a dominant football team. You've been great making quarterbacks' lives a living hell at home. But even those games, there were lulls in your performance. The Lions game, certainly. The Bills game, you were up big and you had to hold them off. You forced multiple turnovers from the Dolphins and it was still down to the last drive. What are we talking about? This is who they are. I'm not saying it'll be what they are in the future. You can make personnel changes. You can fire guys if you need to. But I don't want to hear that this is not who we are. Of course it's who you are. It's been now 38 games of it. And this season, this is who you are. And it ended predictably, where you're playing a guy you probably shouldn't play in Shaq Mason. Your offensive line continues to have problems. You get your quarterback beat up because now you can't run the football because the game script has tilted in a way where you have to throw all the time. And the other team makes enough plays to beat you. Let's get to Zach. Zach wants to talk Texans. What's up, Zach?
Hey, what's up, guys? I just wanted to clarify that, they're not a bad team. They just can't make mistakes and beat themselves like they did. Granted, the refs helped, but they just kept doing the same mistakes that they've done all year, Missing the field goals, that, and the PATs, that just, it ends all the momentum that they would have had versus if they would have made it. And that's really what it boils down to, is just making the mistakes and knowing that the refs are going to be on the home side as one of the greatest quarterbacks in the history of the NFL. Just knowing that and then making their own mistakes, they shot themselves in the foot several times.
I agree, Zach. They don't have a margin for error. You want to point to injuries that they've had on their offense, okay. But as much as the refs were a conversation, is anyone who isn't a homer for the Texans saying they would have won that game if not for the penalties? Is anyone saying that the Texans played well enough to win if not for the penalties? There are times when you can go, okay, that unfair call led to us losing the game. That happens. And the most egregious, and particularly the timing of the penalty. But sure, the penalties sucked. You don't want those calls happening. And I believe it led to a field goal, and then I think the Chiefs scored a touchdown on the Patrick Mahomes' second personal foul penalty. Of course, I think that they had to go 46 more yards to do it, I think, but they did score a touchdown, I believe, on that. I believe. Or was it a field goal? Maybe it was a field goal. But no one is saying the Texans win if not for that, because they made too many mistakes. And they've done it all year. Kymie Fairbairn missing extra points at the worst times. The story about him early was all the 50-yard field goals he made. When that went away, it was about Kymie missing an extra point here, missing a kick here.
Yeah, I think he missed an extra point in 3 of the last 4 games. The only one he didn't miss an extra point in, can you guess? The Ravens game where they scored 2 points.
Or he didn't get an opportunity. Yes. So I would have more patience for the refs screwed you if you made it so obvious that beyond you outgaining them, you would have won this game if not for those calls. And the outgaining thing is interesting, but to be clear, you gave up a long punt return or kick return that doesn't count for total yards, and then a penalty on top of it. So that's where 3 of the points came from. So the Chiefs beat you in special teams in a way where they got their first 3 points. So yeah, it doesn't count for total yards, but why not? When we're calculating how this game went, they had a giant special teams play, and let's be honest, how many people thought the Chiefs aren't going to return a kick again against us on the first? That's not going to happen again, right? And it almost did.
Yeah.
I saw.
Thank you, Chris Boyd, for saving us.
Yes, well,
you deserve to throw your. What did you think when that happened and they were showing him pushing the Frank Ross? What was your initial reaction?
I thought initially he was like, "Yeah, Frank, let's go." That's what I thought. Like he was excited.
Yeah.
About making the play. Wasn't aware that, because we see that all the time.
The more replays I saw, I think he thought that or I don't know if he was just so amped up he didn't care. I think he thought the Texans recovered the fumble and was like celebrating like they got the ball.
That's what I thought. And clean it up a little bit. The Mahomes toe personal foul did lead to a touchdown. It was their first touchdown of the second half. Their only touchdown in the second half.
Yeah, that was the Kelsey one,
responding to the Texans touchdown. Yeah, so that did lead to a touchdown eventually. I thought he was like, "We got this. What a play I made. Let's go, Frank. Let's go."
Yeah, I thought it was like, he just whatever Nick Young did walked
Very
away,
much so, yeah.
celebrating before it went in.
Yeah,
it was dropping the ball before you get into the end zone. It's basically what he did.
The special teams tackle version of that, sure. Why wouldn't that happen for the Texans?
Because at first I thought he might have been like pissed off at Frank Ross or something.
I was like,
but then when they showed him throwing his helmet, I was like, no, this is a celebration.
Yeah.
This is all in celebration.
He was willing to pick up on unsportsmanlike conduct because of the play he made to save a point that likely would have occurred and get the ball back.
Refs, you know what you do. You know what you face when you go to KC.
Yeah,
can't even pop your helmet off and push your coat.
I know that's a rule that no one can get away with, but only in Kansas City would they call it.
Yeah, it's ticky-tack stuff.
Exactly.
3:30 on a Saturday. Let them play.
To my point, yes, the toe-to-toe play, the Will Anderson play sucks. Why are we calling that? And then Patrick Mahomes just like, you know what, I'm going to be a complete heel and fake like they committed one of me and see if I can draw a flag.
I think the worst one was the flop that didn't get called.
Yeah.
On the sideline where he like fully does the whoop.
It's the one where everyone's like, man, you already get all the damn calls. Now you're trying to grab one.
Anyone that's defending you has to stop defending you.
Anyone's like, hey, yeah, he delayed. He probably should have went down. He brought that on himself, whatever.
But he's gaming the system.
Yeah. And you're like, that sucks. But you know what? Okay. You try what you try.
Yeah.
But this one,
just that
cut it out, man.
That
I can't. There's nothing you can do for him right there to shoot him some bail.
That one needs to go on the
reel,
all-time James Harden flop reel.
Yeah. I'm sure there's a compilation now that TikTok remains.
There's a Josh Allen. I've seen the Josh.
I'm sure the Kansas City one, if it doesn't exist, will exist. Someone will get on it now that their favorite app is still available.
It was a tough 12 hours, I will say.
Certainly, thanks to. Is he now the current president again? Has that gone through yet? Has the inauguration gone
Sure.
through?
I'll give it to him.
I mean, it's a foregone conclusion if it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, it's gonna happen like 1 hour.
Yeah, thanks to him, as TikTok told us that we have it back. That compilation will show up, and Patrick Mahomes. That will be the final clip. Like you remember that someone made a song. It was just F Steph Curry, F Steph Curry. It's like during the middle of the Warriors' big run.
I like roughly remember.
And he just said a lot of things derogatory about Steph Curry. I am those songs, if they haven't started, along with the compilations, will begin about Patrick Mahomes.
Oh yeah, Mahomes is a good last name too to rhyme with.
Yeah, I credit Chiefs fans for this. In less than half the time, they've become more insufferable, or at least as insufferable as Patriot fans.
Yeah. What helps them is that it's only really Nick Wright.
But even their the randoms who don't have a platform are bad, and then some of the ones who are
I
less.
don't see those guys.
Even some of the ones that are like, I don't follow any Chiefs fans really, but there are basketball accounts that I'll check in on that happen to be a Chiefs fan, and they're as insufferable as anyone. I think most of it has to do like the Patriots didn't want like Mahomes on Brady's corner, like watching Allen and Lamar go at it. They don't want any
Stroud,
talk. Yeah. They don't want it. Well, they beat Stroud, so they're okay with it.
Well, did someone tell him that he was the highest rated PFF quarterback?
I'm sure they know, and I'm sure they're laughing at all of that. They don't want anyone on their corner. They don't want anyone to talk about how good those guys have been this year and why they're the better quarterbacks, and they can always fall back on never beat the man in the playoffs. So what are you talking about? A lot of their problems and a lot of why they're awful people, at least on Twitter, is they want to keep people off Mahomes' corner.
Don't worry, the refs are already doing that.
They don't. Yeah, the refs are the crossing guards. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you can't even touch the guy.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Let alone get on his corner. You kidding me?
Yeah. Don't worry. You get your corners.
Get the whole street.
I will say this. I know going into next week's game, everyone's going to be rooting for the Bills. I'm going to come back and tell you why that's a bad idea. It's a bad idea. Everyone wants the Chiefs to lose. One of these teams is enough, by the way. Just going to point that out. We'll talk about that when we come back. If you want to get in, like Zach, you can, 713-780-3776. It was a rough one, but almost predictable how that game went down from the refs and the Texans making their own mistakes. It's kind of been the way they've operated all year, and it came back to bite them in the end. We will talk more about the Texans, and we'll get into the rest of the playoffs. We talked a little bit about the Bills and passing and the Ravens, so we'll get to that as well. The premier game of the playoffs so far had a remarkable ending. If you missed it, I doubt that you did. We'll get to that. But first, let's talk about MyBookie. MyBookie AG is a website you go to if you want to put some money down on tonight's game. We got a CFP final. Sean will ponder the question. Is Riley Leonard the worst quarterback who would ever win a title in the last 20 years? We'll get to that a little bit later. But MyBookie is the place you go to if you like Riley Leonard at Notre Dame tonight, or maybe you think, like Lance, and Ohio State's going to run Notre Dame off the field. All that for you to take a look at mybookie.ag. Maybe you like college basketball. Maybe you like the NBA. We got a full slate of games honoring MLK starting at 11. I think it's on NBA TV. The Mavericks are playing, so you can check that out. Full day of sports if that's what you want. So they have it all, from basketball to the NBA to the NHL to the NFL. There for you to take a look at. Of course, we got tennis, the Premier League, all that international soccer to take advantage of as well. And they have a 50% match up to $1,000. So you want to put some money in, they're going to give you half of that extra to bet. And of course, remember the casino. You want to play cards, poker, blackjack, roulette, all that stuff is there for you at MyBookie. Just use promo code BET975. Remember, go to mybookie.ag where you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
I don't remember if I said what we were going to get to because Joe came in and reminded me of that dumb proposal that the ACC might be considering, where they give their regular season top seed a bye, and then the team who finishes second and third, those two teams will play each other in the ACC title game. Which I don't know what that means, because I guess we don't recognize the regular season champ with a title. They don't get an automatic bid. I don't know how that play out, because wouldn't they have to get the playoff committee to agree to acknowledge that their regular season champion is their champion, and the 2 and 3 play for a fake ACC title in the hopes that you don't hurt your best team's chances to make it? I don't know. It sounds dumb. They also have a situation where they could possibly have the top 4 seeds play a semifinal weekend, 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3. They just remove a game from their schedule. Let those 4 teams play while the rest of the ACC finishes out their regular season, and then the winners of the semifinals play in the ACC title game. That seems more interesting. Given the 1 seed a bye seems very dumb ACC stuff. We will see. I hope the ACC claims Notre Dame as their champion, considering how many games that Notre Dame plays against ACC opponents. Just take it. Just say, hey, when you do your little highlight thing to talk about how great your conference is, if you can point to Notre Dame in basketball, which you wouldn't because they're not that great in men's basketball, but women's are pretty good, point to Notre Dame in football. Accept it. Although Notre Dame earlier this week said, we value our independence over having a bye. And it's worked out for them in the first year of it. Got a home game, and now 60 minutes away from playing for a national title. I think Ohio State wins that game. Notre Dame might muck it up, though. That's what they're kings of that. Just muck up this game, make it as ugly as possible, and see at the very end if that nonsensical luck of the Irish thing plays a part. I don't know if it was luck for Drew Aller to throw that football. I think that was just Drew Aller being Drew Aller. I don't know how lucky you were.
No, number 1 quarterback if it would have came out this year. That's what I heard.
Everyone in the NFL should feel fortunate that he's staying in, because if you guys were going to convince yourself that guy is the leader of your franchise, pack it up. Like, I don't know who would have picked him, but if the draft people were telling the world that Drew Aller was your guy, you better. Is he bringing the NFL version of Singleton and Allen with them? Are you going to have the Eagles running game for Drew Aller to be successful? Some version of that, the tight ends coming with them too? What are you talking about?
Can he throw for 110 yards in the playoffs? Jalen Hurts can.
I'm going to say no. Drew Aller can't.
Oh.
Can he run for?
Also no turnovers. That helps.
Yeah, and running for like a 45-yard touchdown on the first drive. Can Drew Aller do that in the NFL?
Athletic.
Against Northwestern? Sure, I believe he could do it against Northwestern. Maybe Illinois.
Purdue.
Although Bielema's defense is pretty good, usually.
He can do Purdue. Illinois, come on. Don't disrespect my guy, Bielema, like that.
I said Bielema's defense is pretty good. Comparatively speaking, yeah, he could do it against Purdue. Purdue.
Riley Leonard did it against Purdue.
Purdue was an awful football team this year. Let's get to Eric as we get away from whatever the hell I thought we were going to get to before the segment started. Eric, what's up?
Hey, Del, great show. Happy MLK Day.
Thanks,
Sean,
Eric.
Happy Inauguration Day for you.
Are you celebrating Inauguration
Day,
Sean? He wished you a happy Inauguration Day.
Oh. I didn't know he was wishing that to me.
It's specifically
I mean, I'm at work, so not celebrating it that much.
All right, Eric. Thank you for the well wishes. We will both celebrate them once we're off of work. What's up?
Thank you. Yeah, I heard this morning that Deion and Jerry are close to signing a deal for Deion to become the head coach. What are your thoughts on that? Also, with the Mahomes, do you think they'll change the rules next year, or they're going to keep him to save the QB, I guess, because the QB is the NFL nowadays? And Captain America with the red hole, how do you think that would do out in the movie theaters? I'm kind of excited to see it with the new Captain America. I'll hang up and listen.
Let's start. I have not heard the Deion Jerry Jones thing. What I think about if it did happen, the Cowboys aren't serious. You would have to tell me what specifically Deion on the NFL level, what specifically about him on the NFL level is appealing. Like, is he a leader of men? I don't know. He's a leader of college kids, and sure, Colorado had a nice turnaround. But did they wind up going like 9-4 this year? Is that where they wound up, or did they go 10-3?
Something like that.
So he was fine. Great turnaround from where they were the year before. I'm just not sure what he's done at Jackson State and Colorado merits coaching. But of course, sometimes it doesn't matter. Now it was on the coordinator level, but Mike Vrabel wasn't a very good coordinator. Went on to be a good coach. Certainly tailed off at the end there in Tennessee. So I would say this. Is anyone else seriously considering Deion Sanders beyond Jerry Jones and the Cowboys? If they're even doing that, you don't always go by what everyone else is doing, but that would be a clue for me. Is Deion getting interviews with the Bears, who seem to want to interview everyone? The Bears are interviewing. They want another college coach to have a conversation with, Marcus Freeman. So they're not against talking to college coaches. I have not heard them be in line to talk to Deion. I would say if you're a Cowboy fan, hopefully there are more potential candidates besides Schottenheimer, Moore, and Sanders. Not the most appealing. And this follows up possibly bringing back Mike McCarthy if they could have agreed to some 1 or 2 year deal. So I would say this. What did the patriarch of Succession say about his family?
Oh, I don't have it, but you are not serious people.
This is what you would say about the Cowboys right now. Get serious. Brian Schottenheimer, of all people. What? What else did he ask about? Besides Captain America and Red Hulk.
Gosh, what was that?
I don't remember. Was it that important anyway? Probably not. I would assume. If I listened back before the show's over, and if I could, maybe Sean will find it. Captain America and Red Hulk. You're excited about it. I'm willing to give Marvel every chance, particularly the vibe from the trailers in this movie suggests we're talking more spy thriller with superheroes involved than some of the other stuff they've done. And I'm in. I love that genre. I wound up watching the last Jason Bourne movie just because I love that stuff. It's not great. I watched it the last couple of days.
Ultimatum?
No, the one that just called Jason Bourne. It was Matt Damon came back after several years after they tried to give Hawkeye the role in Bourne Legacy, I think it was called.
That one's Bourne Legacy.
Yeah.
2 fumbled handoffs to Jeremy Renner with Bourne and Mission Impossible.
Yeah. 2 times he had a chance to take over, and then actually no, we want the original guy back.
No, just drop the ball like Lamar Jackson. That's what we're going to talk about.
Oh yeah, we're going to talk Bills.
But
I was going to talk.
We got distracted by. Funny enough, by a ACC.
Yeah, Joe
plan
came in
to give the 2nd and 3rd place ACC team a chance at the playoff. Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, Joe.
Former 3rd place Louisville Cardinals
Heisman Trophy winner.
And Heisman Trophy winner.
Yeah, Joe distracted me with ACC, mostly college football stuff, which I always like. Yeah, we will get to why if you are rooting for the Bills next week, just because it's a reason to hate against the Chiefs. I would say watch yourself. Just be prepared. We'll get to that when we come back, if I remember. Also, if you want to get in, 713-730. Excuse me, said the wrong number. 713-780-3776. So it's open. You want to talk more Texans? We can. We'll have sound from CJ on the rest. We haven't heard from him. We played D'Amico. He's discouraged about the game and his team. They kept making the same mistakes. We'll see what CJ had to say about the rest in general and his performance, as well as he played well. He overcame quite a bit, just wasn't enough. His team around him wasn't good enough. And that is the big question going into the offseason. How do the Texans maximize their quarterback? He stood up, probably played his best football in weeks. It just didn't look like it for some because he was running for his life. We'll get to that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So we'll save the beware of Bills, the Bill stuff for the second hour. We got a couple calls we'll get to before we wrap it up. We always go first with the person who actually used their real name. So we'll go with Anthony. Anthony wants to talk Texans. What's up, Anthony?
Hey guys. So with the whole offensive line and Texans and everything in the game to me, I don't have to complain about it. It's just everything they did was a young team. The whole disciplinarian stuff, that's on D'Amico, and I hope he learns from that the upcoming year. But I feel like, and this is not like a off with his head type thing, but I feel like they should revamp that entire offensive line. From Nick Caserio, he came from the Patriots. The one thing that the Patriots always had was a great offensive line. Tom Brady weapons were always trash, except for, Gronkowski, but they had Wes Welker and Danny Amendola and all those guys. Those guys, they get open quick, but their offensive line, to me, because I'm a Patriots fan, always will be, their offensive line was always better than most of the offensive lines that they played against. But with the Texans, they had the weakest offensive line. So instead of spending all this money and draft capital on getting Stephon Diggs, Hank Dale, and getting other receivers, they should put all their resources in a better offensive line. If we had a better offensive line, it don't matter what the refs would have did, even though they did everything they possibly could to make sure the Chiefs had momentum in that first half. If get sacked 8 times, we beat the Chiefs by 2 touchdowns. Like, it's not even close. But our offensive line is trash, so, he's running for his life and he's getting beat up all day. So that's my honest opinion. Only thing they need on this team is a better offensive line. D'Amico learn from all his issues. And then we're beating the Chiefs, not the Ravens. The Ravens, Lamar Jackson in the playoffs is always Lamar Jackson.
Well, we saw Lamar Jackson in the playoffs against the Texans, and that wasn't close. But to your point, the offensive line is a problem. The issue is they've put in so many resources. So are they willing to toss those guys aside? Pay Titus Howard, Scruggs, Patterson. They drafted relatively high. Blake Fisher, another guy. And then, of course, Shaq Mason, who they brought back, they gave money to and traded for, right? So they have tried to address it. They've just been wrong. It's the biggest whiff of the offseason. I thought not getting a legit corner would be the problem. Turns out Kamari Lassiter, fine pick. Nick Caserio can pick a secondary. Stingley, Lassiter, Bullock. Jalen Petrie, for all his faults, when he's going forward, can make plays. So no problems picking secondary members. The offensive line evaluations have been off. Deciding who to pay has been off. It would take them, and I didn't even mention Kenyon Green, they're going to have to either find themselves an O-line coach who can transform this unit into not only being cohesive, but understanding assignments, because as bad as they were, Karlaftis had 3 sacks rushing through and around tight ends and backs. I know they don't have an elite pass rusher that besides Chris Jones that you want to pay real attention to, but at some point, don't put your poorest blocking tight end and your third down back on George Karlaftis. He's already got a couple. Don't give him another one. So they've got functionality issues. They've got, talent issues, and they got scheme issues. There's a problem throughout. So it's going to take more than just, it feels like it's going to take more than just firing your O-line coach to get it right. Because Lance, when he wasn't taking shots at O-line guys that are close, near and dear to Sean and I's hearts.
Not so dear to my heart.
Oh, you don't really like that guy very much. But Lance was so upset about his own offensive line, the Texans I'm talking about, that he wanted to take shots at other people's offensive lines. So he believes there's a mentality issue. I can't speak to that. I mean, we make the jokes about them being a bit too swaggy to be offensive linemen. Like, I don't know. I don't know if the Lions offensive line cares about their fit so much. Besides Penei Sewell, he's the one.
Yeah,
I'm not making an assumption. I've seen his Instagram. He cares. But the rest of them are all like, "Hey, look at my young son, and look at me wearing a Lions jersey, standing next to my wife." It's a lot of that in the Lions offensive line. I'm not saying that's the only way to get it done, But if we're talking about the best offensive line in football,
Yeah. A
they
lot
do
less
it.
fit picks, a lot less.
Yeah. The Texans.
Picture of your Jordans after losing 31-2 on the
Yeah, it's clear that the Texans have the worst offensive line in the AFC. Maybe the worst offensive line in the playoffs. Now, the Commanders have lost Cosme. He's out, a Texas guy.
Yeah.
He's out, but they have played well enough, along with Jaden Daniels, making enough plays to be competent and survive. The Texans, out of the 8 teams, even the Rams, I would say, despite them blowing it by turning Jalen Carter loose on 3rd down when they were driving to win the game, were better than their Texans offensive line. So likely the 7th or 8th worst offensive line in the playoffs. That's not survivable. Well, Anthony mentioned the disciplinarian that is D'Amico Ryans, or allegedly that is D'Amico Ryans. The Texans were 28th in penalties this year. So for all the, hard-nosed offensive coach, former linebacker, he has consistently, and it's only been 2 seasons, consistently had a undisciplined football team. Now, it doesn't always keep you from success because the Ravens, they made the playoffs too. The Ravens were worse. The Ravens aren't playing in the title game because of their turnovers. But having to overcome penalties is tough, particularly in these tight ball games. The Bills made less mistakes and won. I don't know at any point if the Texans are going to get to a point where they're the disciplined, we don't make mistakes team. Until that happens, they're always going to be playing behind. They go into games behind because their team is going to do dumb things. Sometimes they're mental, sometimes they're physical, no matter what. In these games where you have to be at your best, why should we expect the Texans to be at their best right now? They have not shown the ability to do that against good football teams consistently in D'Amico Ryans' tenure. Young coach, we'll see if he can fix it. LaSalsa, I'll get to you when we come back. We'll get to some Bills-Ravens stuff when we come back as well. If you want to get in, you can. Always 713-780-3776 is the number. So, season's over. We'll get into some of the bigger questions maybe tomorrow. Maybe we'll stick to the game yesterday. We got to get to the CFP also, because Sean's still got to answer a question. He's doing his research, but he's got a question to answer. So we'll get to that in the second hour. We'll be back. We begin hour 2 with a frequent caller. Now, the question we will pose before we get to him is, we haven't said anything really inappropriate regarding anything. So he normally goes, well, tell me what I can tell my nephew about what you just said. That can't happen this time. He may maneuver his way into getting there, but I don't think so. So we will see how this call goes. What's up, La Salsa?
Hey, what's going on, Deli Jelly?
It's not my name.
Hey, anyways, I didn't really get to listen to the 7 to 10 show all that much this morning, and I wanted to know the results of the Cabo Cup. Hey, Sean A. Mix, what it do, baby?
So he's ripping off Willie P. I'm not your recap for the morning show. In fact, there's a podcast that'll be uploaded at about 12:20. You can listen to. We still don't have interns, so I'm still doing it. You can blame me for that day last week where there was no hour 2 until someone went in and fixed it. That's on me. But about 12:20, you'll be able to listen to 7 to 10.
Okay. But we do get a full recap of Cabo Cup.
Yes, very early.
Okay. That's good.
We told who won. We were told who won very early, which can kind of give you a clue about who actually did win.
Oh.
Because I imagine
the last I heard, it was a rough opening round.
Because I would imagine if he hadn't won, he wouldn't have said a thing.
Yeah.
So there's your preview of the 7 to 10 show.
Comeback of the century.
We do have a Cabo Cup update. I don't know if John was personally responsible, but apparently things went better.
Bus rider? Okay.
Yes. He's the Greg McElroy of his team. Sean is still looking at stats because he is going to tell us who is the worst quarterback in the since Craig Krenzel to win a national title, with Riley Leonard poised to win one, the former Duke quarterback. The former Duke quarterback is 60 minutes away from winning a national title. Duke! That's where we are when it comes to college quarterbacking. Sometimes you can be a great quarterback and play with a bad defense.
Can I just say that?
Or you can be an average one and play with a great one like Riley Leonard's doing.
And this isn't stepping on the segment. It's bad that Chris Leak doesn't have his college stats on Wikipedia, so I have to go to FloridaGators.com.
You can can't you just type in Chris Leak college stats and it'll come up on College Football Reference?
That website basically crashes this computer.
Oh, that is true.
Every time.
That's true.
So,
I have to use my own laptop to look that up.
So
it's very true.
I did that and I almost crashed the computer.
Understood.
So.
I forgot because I've suffered from that. Okay, it's frozen. I'll come back 5 minutes later.
Yeah.
Still not
so
unfrozen.
FloridaGators.com though runs smooth as butter.
All right. Shout out to Sunbelt Billy for getting that done. Okay. I know, understandably, that you're sick and tired of the Chiefs. I get it. They're annoying. They get favorable calls. We want someone else. I would say this. If you are all in on the Bills winning, remember how the lovable loser, not Patriots, Red Sox were a great story. They came back against the Yankees down 0-3. They win 4-3. They went on to win the World Series, and then you couldn't get rid of them. You couldn't get rid of them. They kept winning because at some point the seal had been popped, and it just opened up the floodgates. This is what you're asking for if the Bills win. Maybe you're okay with that now because it's better than the Chiefs, but think about it. The Bills still have a ceiling, and that ceiling is the Chiefs. The Chiefs have kept the Bills down for years, and last year was supposed to be a great opportunity because they finally had the Chiefs at home. The Chiefs go in there and win. There's another shot here. The Chiefs feel vulnerable. The Bills can go in there and win, and who knows? The Eagles are flawed. Jalen Hurts is beat up. Of course, he'll have multiple weeks to get ready if they can get through the Commanders, and the Commanders are an upstart, so who knows if the Bills are going to win, but I think they might be favored, particularly if Jalen Hurts is still banged up. Don't pop the seal. Do you want to deal with another team who believes they're a real Super Bowl team and has the confidence of winning? The best thing that could happen is the Chiefs win and they lose in the Super Bowl for AFC opponents. I don't want another team who can reasonably believe, because they've already done it, that we can go out and win a Super Bowl. I don't want to bolster. You could kill off the Bills this weekend. I think so. If they lose another one to the Chiefs, I think they're done for. They let go of their veterans, and rightfully so. They've overcome the loss of Poyer and Hyde. They got Rapp and Hamlin back there, and they're just fine. They're not a great defense, but they're just fine. Dealing with one team is fine. Dealing with the second, no. Suffer through this weekend, and then have whoever comes out of the NFC beat the Chiefs. That's the dream. Because if it's the Bills and they go on and win one, now you got Mahomes, who won't go away. Now you got Allen, who's got a Super Bowl under his belt. And Lamar is a breakthrough away himself. Stick with the devil, everybody. Because the Chiefs feel very flawed, but Mahomes clearly a great player. Kelsey at some point is going to go away, right? Maybe not next year, but at some point he's in his mid-30s. He will go away.
He looked good.
I'm not saying it's happening next year, but at some point you're going to be done with him, and the Chiefs are going to be still drafting receivers that aren't any good. That's who they are. They hit the one. He was a pain in the ass. They traded him, and they've been fine since.
They've done nothing but win Super Bowl since.
But they have not been able to draft any receivers or find any.
They love a small receiver.
Yeah, and that's why you saw the Texans lock down Hollywood Brown, DeAndre Hopkins, and the one play that Hollywood Brown couldn't make, Eric Murray took the ball away from him.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I've seen it. When LeBron finally won one, he won a second, and then he won two more. You don't want Josh Allen to be that guy, the alien who at 28 years old finds a Super Bowl and then is now the guy you have to deal with the rest of his career.
Yeah.
You want him to be a loser in the sense that he never wins one until maybe he pulls a John Elway and wins one when he's 35, whatever it might be. I'm telling you, don't root for what you think is good just because you hate the Chiefs.
Also, it feels like you're setting yourself up for heartbreak. Because
too.
Let me tell you, if the Bills played the exact same game,
they're getting beat.
The Ravens,
they're getting beat.
Or against the Ravens. They do that against the Chiefs. Not looking good.
No.
Because I don't think Patrick Mahomes is going to drop the ball. I don't think he's going to miss a receiver by 10 yards.
Now, the Chiefs can't run the ball the way the Ravens do. Like the Ravens got it going, and when they got it going, the Bills had no answers for them stopping Derrick Henry, understandably.
Travis Kelce isn't going to do everything that Mark Andrews did. He's going to do the opposite.
That's true. You're not going to benefit from the Chiefs beating themselves like the Ravens did. So, once again,
and you have to go to Kansas City. We all know, what you're in for when you go there.
Understood.
Every Texans player told us about it.
Yeah, so, yes, the refs against them, understood. The Bills will suffer the same fate, I imagine. But if you're hoping against hope for a Super Bowl loss. You don't want another. You don't want another alien dominant force in AFC. You don't.
Okay, yeah. The AFC part. I was thinking mostly the fan base stuff.
Yeah, they're annoying. Understood.
Yeah. And I was like, well,
you got to deal.
Now we're running to the arms of Philadelphia Eagles fans.
They're worse. The dream is the Commanders winning, because who knows a Commanders fan? I'm sure they pop out and show something, I guess. But shout out Kendrick. But they're inconsequential to our lives.
To us personally.
There are enough Eagle fans around, and we know they're insufferable. Like, if Commander fans win, they're not going to get features other than being the long-suffering Commander fans. If Eagle fans win, they're going to be in our lives everywhere. Bills fans, Chiefs fans, Eagle fans are some of the worst fan bases in football for different reasons. Chiefs fans because of all the winning. The Bills fans because I think the whole, look how great we are stuff is overrated. The Bills Mafia thing, whatever.
Yeah, we're on year 5 of it. We're good.
Enough. Enough of it. Oh, look, they jumped through a table. Cool. Get it. Oh, look, they'll throw a sex toy in the field. Get it. Okay, look how clever and funny they are. Get out of here. Ryan Fitzpatrick walking around without a shirt on yesterday.
Yeah.
Pulled that again. You don't want to give them access to a title. You want them to be miserable. Say, wait till next year. Let them be the Cubs. Now, the Cubs didn't capitalize on it. Anyone really enjoy the Cubs winning a World Series outside of Cubs fans and like Tim Kirkton? Anyone, were they thrilled with that? You think it's good because, hey, they never won one before, and then they win it. And were we really happy about the Cubs winning? No. Same way for the Bills, except the Bills have Josh Allen, which means they could turn this into like 2 and maybe a 3rd before he wraps it up.
Yeah.
Don't welcome another potential dynasty. That's all. That's all I'm saying. particularly when you think you have a chance to go win one yourself at some point. You be the team who knocks off the Chiefs. Don't let the Bills do it and then go run through the Eagles or the Commanders so they can have Super Bowl. That's all. I've seen it before. Hey, remember how cute it was when the Warriors won? Remember how cute that was?
The first one, yeah.
Oh, look, it's beautiful basketball, right? Look how beautiful the basketball is they play. The jump shooting. Oh, I thought jump shooters could never win. Look how great it was, right? Remember? They beat, I know you hate LeBron. Remember how they beat LeBron? Remember? Like, I'm tired of LeBron. I'm tired of the Cavs. I'm tired of LeBron winning stuff. And then what happened? Now you had to deal with him for years. And you don't think at some point the Texans are going to have to go through the Bills? I'm warning you. We seen it in the city. The cute team wins, beat the evil empire, although the Cavs weren't such an evil empire. LeBron was. And then we had to deal with them for a half a decade and never get through them. All right. Don't blame me when you're rooting against the Chiefs and now you have to deal with the Bills for the next 5 years. All right. We will hear from Sean. He will have an answer to the worst quarterback to ever win it. Well, not ever. To win a title since 2002 in college football. And will Riley Leonard surpass that quarterback? He's done the research. He's had the time. We will see if Sean finds a worse quarterback than Riley Leonard. But first, he's going to talk about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And with all this information I have in my head, well, most of it is from the early 2000s quarterback play, so it's not that relevant to tonight's game, but more relevant than you think with Ohio State and Notre Dame facing off in Atlanta. The Prize Picks is offering a special for Will Howard passing yards. Do you think Will Howard is going to throw for more than half a passing yard? If so, it's basically a free square that you can build your lineups with. Thank you, Prize Picks, for making Will Howard over one passing yard, because Riley Leonard over half a I don't know. No, I think both will get over one passing yard. I don't know if Riley Leonard is going to get more than 177 and a half passing yards. That might be a under or a less than I am interested in. If you're interested in anything involving the college football game tonight, NBA games tonight, NFL, they already have some projections to look at for Sunday's games. They have NHL. They have first half, first quarter for all these basketball and football games. They have it all. Prize Picks. You download the app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly. We play your first $5 lineup. You don't even need to win to get your money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. Run your game.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
So we got the CFP final tonight. Notre Dame, Ohio State. Depending on who you are, like if you're Joe George, is a very exciting night. For others, if you've grown up hating them both, someone's got to win. So you got to make your peace with it, right? And a lot of it has to do with irrational things like Notre Dame. You had a problem with Notre Dame since you're 8, so you're going to root against them. Or Ohio State stole the national title from you. Who could I possibly be talking about? And you hate them. There are reasons to hate any of those teams, or either of those teams, or maybe reasons to love them, depending on who you are. Maybe you have a neutral stance and you would like to see a team who hasn't won one since 1988 win one, or you like some of the talent in Ohio State and want to see talent win out. We will see what plays out tonight. Well, I posed this question to Sean. If Riley Leonard wins a title, will he be the worst quarterback to win a title since Craig Krenzel won a title in 2002? Now, that line of demarcation came from John. Because I said off air, I thought Riley Leonard, if he won one, would be the worst quarterback to do it in a very long time. And John goes, Craig Krenzel was worse. Now, it's a different era. So what Craig Krenzel was asked to do and how often he was throwing the football is different. You can't really compare the stats, but you can make your determination. So Sean has looked.
Also, I realized I didn't actually look at Craig Krenzel's stats, but then I typed in the word Craig into Google. And since I've looked up so many crappy quarterbacks from the 2000s, I type in, I don't even think I got all the way through Craig. Krenzel was the first. Krenzel College Stats was the first one that popped up.
He's one of the, how many quarterbacks are named Craig with the first name?
Well, he was above Craig Biggio.
Okay.
Which is crazy.
Yeah. So, after you've done your research, maybe you still believe Riley Leonard is one of the top 5 worst quarterbacks to potentially ever win a title in the last 20 plus years.
He's down there.
Let's go your top 5 to 1. Who's number 5 on the list of worst quarterbacks to win a title in the last 20 something years?
All right. I'll go number 5. I'll go Stetson Bennett, 2021.
Okay.
Not 2020. 2022.
He was good in 2022.
4,100 yards.
Yeah.
Yes. 2021, you're looking at 2,800 passing yards, which is just so absurdly low.
In how many games?
In 14 games.
Okay.
12 starts. I guess, was that JT Daniels? I don't know.
For a couple. And maybe DeJuan Mathis might have played one of those games.
29 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. Okay. Not anything really to write about rushing the football. Next, I didn't really order these in my head, so I'm just kind of going through. Actually, let's see. Can I just combine McElroy and McCarron into one?
It's fine.
They're the same guy.
Who could tell the difference?
They're the same guy. What helps them is that they neither of them turn the ball over.
Okay,
which makes sense. Nick Saban
would have murdered them.
Executed if they did. Yeah, I mean, 30 touchdowns, 3 interceptions in 2012 for McCarron. Again, under 3,000 passing yards. Let's not talk about that. McElroy in 2009 had 2,500 passing yards, 17 touchdowns, 4 interceptions.
Ugh.
4 interceptions is what keeping him above Riley Leonard, or I guess better than Riley Leonard, lower on this list, because Riley Leonard is at 19 touchdowns, 8 interceptions.
Okay. And he has lost in Northern Illinois where he played poorly.
Yes. And basically, if you're going to do this, like, you just got to take care of the ball, man. That's what all these coaches are telling them. And it comes through in their play. How many do I have left? Oh, you know what? I'll put. Ooh, okay. These two are close. Actually, no, they're not that close. Riley Leonard's third.
He's the third worst quarterback
to
potentially win. Okay.
There's 2 worse.
Riley Leonard threw a couple picks against Penn State.
Yes.
Thankfully for him, Drew Aller threw the most important one. So even in
2,600 yards in like 15 games.
He does run the football. He's not that dynamic of a runner.
866 on the year, and 16 touchdowns. Him being basically Jerome Bettis for them is what's helping.
But even if you watch him run it, he's not electrifying. I mean, it's a lot of power and he
Yeah.
breaks free. He's fine. He's a scrambler,
Yes.
whatever. He's fine as a runner.
Number 2, worst quarterback since Craig Krenzel to win a college football national championship. 2006, Chris Leak.
And by the way, Riley Leonard is not really on the list yet because he hasn't won it, but the point remains.
Theoretically, he's number 3.
Yes.
Theoretically. Him and Will Howard can probably hold down the third one.
One of them is 3, sure.
Will Howard might be low.
So Chris Leak, split time. That's the 2006 Gator team.
Yes.
Split time with Tim Tebow.
Yes.
Chris Leak is the second worst quarterback.
What really hurts him is that he has about 300 more yards than Riley Leonard.
But they were a run option team.
23 touchdowns. What really holds it back? 13 interceptions.
That's a lot of interceptions.
13 interceptions.
For that team and how they played.
Considering that they're a run-heavy team in 2006, and he had, 360 pass attempts? 13 of them to be intercepted is so many.
Yeah, that's a lot.
And number 1, probably he probably thought I didn't remember him. Probably thought I forgot about him.
You don't get away that easily.
I have Wikipedia. I can look at see who everyone won. LSU quarterback.
Ooh.
Didn't think it was going to be an LSU quarterback when I started this segment, huh? Because everyone's thinking Joe Burrow. He was awesome.
They've won a couple titles without Joe Burrow.
Matt Mock.
Oh, yeah.
Matt Mock.
I forgot about Matt Mock. The other Matt I think of, Matt Flynn, but Matt Mock. Yeah, he was
2,800 yards, 28 touchdowns.
That's a lot of touchdowns.
14 interceptions.
Yeah, it's not great.
Nothing running.
Painfully average. Matt Mock wins a title. What was that? 03?
03.
The Les Miles? No, the Nick Saban team. The Nick Saban team. 03.
Matt Mock.
That was the LSU team who beat Oklahoma at home.
Pretty
much at home.
Half these teams beat Oklahoma. But yes.
Oklahoma at a time was a title contender. They just happened to lose most of the time. That was a team that had Jason White, and I think LSU won that game in Louisiana in the Superdome, 21-14.
By the way, John's right about Krenzel. Krenzel's way worse than all these guys.
He was way worse.
2000. Oh wait, which one did he won?
He won the
2002
right? title. Yes.
Okay, so 2002 he had 2,100 passing yards in 14 games.
Just don't screw it up, Craig.
12 touchdowns, 7 interceptions.
Yeah. Trust me, I remember. That's why
that guy won a title.
Him and Terry Porter won a title. That's the ref. If people don't remember, who threw the flag?
Oh, what's Ken Dorsey looking?
And 20. That
would have been 01.
01, yeah, he won it. I think he was 23-9 or something like that. I think that's the stat.
Wow, 23-9. Yeah. Probably deserved to be mentioned, but whatever.
He didn't. He turned the ball over 9 times.
He's honorable mention. I mean, he's
talent wise, I would agree. But as far as his actual play,
and shout out to Jake Coker, nowhere on this list. He is so much better than these guys. 3,000 passing yards, which I think 3,000 passing yards basically makes you unqualified to be one of the worst quarterbacks because there's so many that somehow didn't throw for 3,000 yards in 14 games.
And we are spanning eras where people were still playing pro style offense where you had a fullback. And you make sure you had a couple tight ends on the field, depending on the formation. So
JJ McCarthy is so much better than all these guys for newer fans.
For stats, at least. If JJ McCarthy played in as I said, a different era of football. Now they ran the ball a lot.
I was going to say he played in the 2000s era in 2023.
Understood.
He played in a 2000s offense.
Now I understand, but even their offense, how many let's just compare the passing attempts for JJ McCarthy to someone. Let's use Ken Dorsey as an example.
Okay.
2001. How many passing attempts did Ken Dorsey have?
318.
How many passing attempts did JJ McCarthy have?
332.
So just a couple more. Now that was a Miami team so damn dominant that Ken Dorsey barely played. That's the other thing. Now Michigan beat up on teams too, but Ken Dorsey played a lot of games for a half, and was checking out midway through the third quarter. So that does affect some people's numbers. But to your point,
Also, 22 touchdowns, 4 interceptions for
He did not turn the ball over.
JJ McCarthy.
Yes.
Again, interceptions is so key with all these guys that don't
Don't
do
throw
anything.
the ball a lot. Yeah. So there it is. You have Riley Leonard, and maybe in some ways Riley Leonard, Will Howard finishing 3 on the list, depending on who wins this
Double check
this
these
title.
Will Howard stats.
Yeah. How good has Will Howard been? Now, he does have the awful loss to Michigan. He's got 2 losses, which a lot of these guys don't have. In fact, none of those guys have, right? None of those guys has 2 losses.
No, Matt Flynn's the only other guy who has 2
and
losses.
he's not even on the list.
No.
So how many? So what are
He
Will
fell
Howard's
into
stats?
by the way, if you got a second NFL contract, you're kind of
you allowed the NFL stuff to persuade you.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm not gonna.
Is Ken Dorsey the only one who became an offensive coordinator?
Sure.
I think so.
I mean, a lot of these. Chris Leak, what's Chris Leak up to? McElroy's on TV. What's Coker up to? Yeah.
I think he's the only one who became an NFL OC. So what are Will Howard's numbers?
Yeah, Will Howard's good.
Yeah, he's fine. So
3,700 passing yards. Okay.
So he's not. He
That's
won't
like
be
2 seasons.
So if he
some of these
wins
guys.
tonight, he doesn't go on the list.
No, that's 2. This year he has almost more passing yards than Craig Krenzel's entire career.
Yeah, I still can't believe my team lost to that guy. Well, mostly they lost to Mike Dawson and Maurice Clarett, but still, Craig Krenzel was a quarterback. All right, we will come back and hear from a good quarterback who had a down year this year. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud. The rest were a point of contention for everyone in that Texans locker room. Trust me, just listen to them. They all talked about it, except for Kaimi. They just asked him about kicking. But we'll hear from C.J. Stroud when we come back. His thoughts on the game and how the refs affected it, and what was his mindset when playing that game when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Early in this hour, we were talking about, well, I guess me specifically, we were talking about not popping the seal, not breaking the seal on the Bills winning a Super Bowl because of the unintended consequences of dealing with another team with the Super Bowl and what that might mean for their future if they could finally get the first one. Of course, the Cowboy fan chimes in and goes, no, the nightmare is an NFC team winning because it's Eagles and Commanders. Look, the Cowboys aren't in this conversation. You guys aren't a contender. Like, if you're a contender, I would buy what you're saying. But this got nothing to do with you. You guys aren't in a position to win anything. You're about to hire Brian Schottenheimer as your coach. Cut it out.
Hey, maybe Deion Sanders.
I'm giving them credit in saying they'll hire Brian Schottenheimer.
I'm kind of pro Deion Sanders to the Cowboys in the why not quotient. Just like, why not?
That's a poor way to run a franchise, but they're not our franchise.
Hey, also, is that different than how the Cowboys run their franchise?
Look,
in real
Mike
life?
McCarthy, for all the shortcomings, is a
good coach,
actual NFL coach
Good
with some pelts on the wall.
Yes.
Deion, is he, I guess, a good college coach? I guess I give him that.
I'm just saying you're not winning anything with Jerry Jones running the show. So in that case, and I know they're going to talk about you. I know I'm going to have to watch your games 7 times a year. Entertain me. Entertain me.
Well, sure, but
I don't care.
You don't have a vested interest in them succeeding. So of course you want Deion Sanders to get hired.
Hire him. I don't care.
Understood. But for
Kellen Moore.
But for,
my entire life they've had Kellen Moore as their coach.
Yeah, it has not.
Yeah. Jason Garrett.
Jason Garrett.
Back in my day, they called him Jason Garrett.
Dave Campbell at one point too. Back in my day, since I'm older.
I mean, really, Parcells and Wade Phillips are the only exceptions. And Wade Phillips is kind of defensive Kellen Moore.
True. Kellen Moore putting together a real spectacular season in Philadelphia.
Handing it off to Saquon Barkley.
Remarkable. All that talk about how things are going to change. Jalen Hurts is worse. Your offensive line is still great. Just hand it off to this. I guess, is he the most dynamic, or are we giving that? They do it differently. Who's the more dynamic, Henry or Saquon?
I think Saquon.
I think I would give to Saquon.
I think Saquon.
Saquon
has 2 200-yard rushing games against the Rams.
He had multiple 50-plus yard touchdowns in this game. That just went. Now, Derrick Henry was like a step away from getting a couple of those, but he didn't get them against the Bills.
Yeah. I give it to Saquon. I mean, Henry's number 2 though. So
yes, both.
And then Devon A-Chain number 3.
A-Chan. If we're going to jokingly talk about
I know him. I knew him back when he was A-Chan.
Well, congratulations. The man wants to be called A-Chan. So let's get before we talk more about the Bills Ravens. We haven't discussed it enough. Mark Andrews, shout out to you. It's going to be a rough one for you. Let's talk about the team that played on Saturday. Let's hear from CJ Stroud. The refs were a problem throughout, and questions were asked about them to multiple Texans players. Here's CJ Stroud on the refs and his approach to the refs.
Yeah, those things are tough. I'm not going to go back and forth on what I thought was a call, what I thought wasn't a call, and it's one of those things you kind of know what's up before you even walk in the arena. And we got to be better and just being accountable and sound. And, some things, I think we had a couple calls that weren't called that I'm begging for, but at the same time, it is what it is. I can't argue with the ref and at the same time play football. I got to go and do my job. So, I would say, it's definitely some things that I would question, but at the same time, they're the professionals. They're getting paid to be refs, and they did ultimately their best. And but this kind of thing, it's us against the world. When you're playing in these type of environments and games.
The funny thing is, it wasn't you against the world. The world wanted you to win. You could see that by every time the Chiefs got a call. The entire world, except for Kansas City fans, wanted you to win. Now, sure, on the road, tough. Calls did not go your way, but it was not an us against the world thing. You had the support of almost the entire NFL world. And the Texans didn't play good and well enough. Let me use somewhat correct English. They didn't play well enough for me to care as much about the rest as other people. Those calls were missed. They sucked. But I don't have a lot of sympathy when you're as bad on special teams as you were. And you get your quarterback hit 8 times. And sacked 8 times. How many times would there have been sacks if CJ didn't result to his newly found, hey, I can move around. I can make some plays with my legs. He did that enough to keep drives alive to go get first downs. Or this could have been worse as far as the sack total. The Texans were a couple CJ scrambles from giving up double-digit sacks in a game against a team who doesn't rush the passer that well. Fix that. Let's get to that. Go ahead and fix that. And then if you start getting screwed by calls and it keeps you from winning, I will be all in on with it. I will get in line and go, yeah, the rest really screwed us. Kick better, cover kicks better, protect your quarterback better. You're not good. You're certainly not good enough to overcome that. And that's why they're home. Same issues that cost them all year, cost them in their most important game of the year. And there's some sound that we don't have. Well, we won't play. Excuse me. I'll put it that way. About D'Amico talking about how close they are. How close are they? If they have to rebuild an offensive line, maybe go find themselves a couple linebackers, because the Azeez Al-Shaair experience, not talking about the Trevor Lawrence stuff, the experience of him being put in position where he has to cover, not great. Not great. You may need a nickel corner. Maybe you think you can survive with someone off the street that isn't great because you have the 2 outside guys. You hope Jalen Petrie comes back healthy. Your defense is pretty much fine. You probably need one more corner. But your offensive line, where are you solidified at? Left tackle? And that's it. You drafted Blake Fisher, so he's going to play. And it's Chris Jones, so can't blame him too much, but Chris Jones kicked his ass on one of those plays. It wasn't even close. And we talked about that going into the game. If they isolated Chris Jones on Blake Fisher, how would it go? Didn't go well. George Karlaftis was rushing against tight ends and backs, so that wasn't strictly an offensive line issue. That's more a protection issue and how you're handling it.
I that to me just like counts though.
Yeah.
Because it goes into what your plan is and how the protections are set
It
up.
was a bad plan.
It's either on Strasser, Slowick, or Jared Patterson, or CJ Stroud. But CJ Stroud isn't allowed to make protection calls.
Mm-hmm. So it was a systematic failure.
Yes.
Which may
that
be,
happened 3 times in a row.
Which may be even a bigger problem than just simply getting beat.
The
by
3 biggest downs of your season.
Yeah. That is a systematic problem that's been an issue all year. So you can try to fix that with the new O-line coach. But if your offensive line simply doesn't get it, then you got giant problems. And can they fix that in one off season? Do they think it's necessary? Because you want to bet that Kenyon Green's back and he's going to get an opportunity to play next year? I'm not sure. I'm not saying it'll start in week 1, but will he get a shot in training camp to prove that he should be a starting guard? Probably. We'll see if they get off some of these guys in a timely fashion, or do they try to push this one more year? And we'll see how big the changes are. Is Strasser where this ends, or do they say, hey, Slowick, you're the head of this snake when it comes to offense, and the problems come from you and go all the way down, and we think there's a better option?
I think it has. I mean, it has to start Strasser. There can't be a world where he is the Texans O-line coach next season.
I would agree. But if the issues as far as how they do things protecting their quarterback stem from Bobby Slowick, now an O-line coach can have his input on how things should go, but if Slowick's the boss, he's the boss. So we will see what D'Amico Ryans does. I know the national media, the people who the nerdy film watching guys, the guys who got the podcast, are saying Slowick's got to go. That hasn't been the drumbeat so much here. Now the fans certainly, but as far as pundits, that hasn't been really the vibes. It's get Strauss out of here, protect your quarterback. So we'll see what D'Amico Ryans does. We'll come back. We'll talk about the NFL as a whole Playoffs are interesting beyond the Texans and the Chiefs. So we'll get to that. The Final Four set. We'll talk about that when we come back. But first, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. That's where you go to if you need a new car or a pre-owned car. They have it all. Great inventory of pre-owned vehicles, but if you want a new Tahoe, Blazer, Trax, they have it all for you at Monument Chevrolet. Just check them out at monumentchevrolet.com to see their entire inventory. And I mentioned their entire inventory because of this. They just finished their 50-year anniversary celebration, but they're doing this for their customers. Up until January 31st, all the deals across the inventory remain until January 31st. So if you're looking for a new car, they got deals for you. Check out the inventory at monumentchevrolet.com. And if you're looking for something pre-owned, remember, they have a 6-month, 6,000-mile warranty. So if you're concerned about maybe a used car because someone else had it and you're not quite sure about that, maybe you've had a bad experience someplace else, that's not what you're going to get at Monument Chevrolet. The friendly sales staff is going to walk you through everything, and you're going to have that peace of mind of knowing if something happens to go wrong, you've got that warranty to take care of you. So they've got you covered everywhere, from no hidden fees, no upcharges, to guaranteeing their vehicles will be just fine right off the lot. It's a great place to go. Check them out. Go to Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225 and check out everything they have to offer at Monument Chevrolet. And remember this, Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Earlier this year, I said George Pickens was my favorite player, NFL player, for things he didn't do football related, but happened to be on the football field. Jameson Williams is coming up strong. If you missed Jameson Williams, he had a long trick play touchdown and then proceeded to, let's say, I don't know, how do I put this? Let's say sexually congress with the end zone. You can see it. And then it was funny to watch his teammates run over there. Hey, get up. What are you doing? And then he threw an interception on a reverse pass, which you can't trust Jameson Williams in that situation. What about Jameson Williams says good decision maker when he has to throw the football? I put that on Ben Johnson, who today, Dan Campbell said he expects both those guys to be gone, Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson. He hasn't been told anything, but he expects both of those guys to no longer be Lions. just going to take head coaching jobs someplace else. But why would Ben Johnson trust Jameson Williams to make that play?
I mean,
of all,
not even make a good decision throwing the ball. Make a good decision.
Yeah,
because
period.
the guy's been suspended 17 times
Trust
for all very stupid things.
Trust Amon-Ra St. Brown to make that play.
Yeah.
Don't trust Jameson Williams. Maybe Jameson Williams has the best arm on the team, and that's the way it went down. But if he has the best arm on the team, and I'm sure you told him if it's not open. Now you can't specifically just.
I can think of at least one guy who has a better arm.
Well,
on the team.
as a wide receiver,
maybe. Oh, Ben Johnson. Maybe you don't have to call the wide receiver pass
on
the drive for your season.
That's certainly.
I don't know.
You were moving the ball pretty well. Now I know you needed chunk plays. You wanted to make this a quick score, but just give the ball to Jahmyr Gibbs. That seems to be a way to get you a quick score. He was killing the Commanders.
I feel like because Ben Johnson has been such a hot commodity in the head coaching market for the last, it feels like 3 years. Like basically since the Lions have been good, he's been interviewing for jobs. I feel like we just got a sneak peek of if it doesn't work out for Ben Johnson as a head coach, it's gets too cute with it. That's what happens when he stops having
a great
Jahmyr
offensive
Gibbs,
line.
David Montgomery, the best offensive line, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jameson Williams when he's catching the ball. When he doesn't have all that and he's taking over the Raiders, the Jags, whoever it is,
the Bears, maybe. Who knows?
I feel like that's what like, oh wait, this team went 6-12 because their receiver threw an interception 3 different times. Like it's just so much stupid stuff that they do that it's fun when you're the Lions and everyone's like, hey, look at you. Hey, good job. Whatever. 13 wins, 15 wins. He also did kind of not cost them the game by himself, but if we get on Slowick for bad play calls, that was a pretty bad play call from Ben Johnson.
But you weren't having an issue moving the football. The only thing I can think of, as I said, he thought he needed a giant chunk at the moment because the game script suggested his team wasn't going to get stops. So he needed to score as quickly as possible. He's looking for a way to do that. That's just not the way to go about it. Of course, if the guy is wide open and Williams makes a play, Ben Johnson. But
that's all these plays.
But the risk, I think, far outweighed the potential reward because who you had making the decision.
Yeah, there's games where it's clear they're trying to like force the ball to an offensive lineman.
Yeah,
like
for what reason? Because it's fun and your Lions are blowing teams out. Understood. In this case,
don't do it when you're down 11 in a playoff.
Hand the ball off to one of the more explosive backs and was having a great game.
Yeah, honestly, Gibbs might be number 3 in the explosive.
If Jared
not to be prisoner of the moment guy.
He's been great.
3 guys that played the last 3 games, but Saquon, Henry, Gibbs. League's in good hands.
When it comes to running backs, even Bijan was celebrating Saquon's performance
That
yesterday.
was funny because I know 100% what he's really celebrating. When I'm a free agent in a couple of years, we're not going to be on can't pay a running back time.
Yeah, look what happens when you go pay a running back. Of course, the Cowboys have been destroyed for not giving Derrick Henry a reasonable deal. He goes to the Ravens and did what he did. So, yeah, maybe running backs are coming back, or maybe you just had to be Derrick Henry and Saquon and maybe Jahmyr Gibbs when he's next. We'll see what Bijan gets. So that game played out in a way that was unexpected. The Commanders in the NFC title game, not all because of Ben Johnson, but he played his part, and so did Jared Goff. He played one of those games where hey, I know why Sean McVay went with Matt Stafford instead. There it is.
Yeah, that's why every year when his team loses, we're like, Jared Goff isn't good enough. That's why.
Yeah,
because of this.
Yeah, when the game script gets away from him, or he feels the pressure to perform, we get some of this. He threw an awful pick that led to the pick 6. He had
what next year's
Laporta underneath. He could have just thrown the ball to.
Yeah, next year is going to be his 10th year in the league. I think he'll figure it out. I think now he'll be a quarterback good enough to win a Super Bowl.
Look at you, turning on the man.
I've been on Jared Goff. What are we doing here? We're ripping Purdy like last year, ripping Purdy apart. It's like, everyone loves Jared Goff.
That offensive line played a huge part, and we saw when he couldn't depend on it in that running game what he turned into. We are done for the day. Sean and I, as I mentioned earlier, are the most important people at the station because of the weather that's upcoming. They put us up someplace so we can be here to start the station. Well, I will start the station. Sean will continue running the station after I come in here. So just know it won't be us. We won't be the reason why the station isn't running tomorrow. It'll be someone else's fault.
We'll be the reason it's running.
Yes, if it's running,
If it's running.
if it's running, it's because of us.
If it's not,
It's not because of us. We'll be here ready to go.
What a position we found ourselves in.
Damn right. Gallant George are up next, followed by the Killer Bees. Since we're done, what does that mean?
We did it!
That's right. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George. It is Monday, January 20th of 2025. Happy Martin Luther King Jr. Day. We hope that you are staying warm and safe as it gets very, very cold here in H-Town. I look like a character from South Park right now. I've got a poofy hat on. I've got an elaborate, oversized Eddie Bauer coat that I don't think I've worn in over a decade. I am bundled up and I am ready to do the next 3 hours of radio, Joe, assuming that the low temperatures in the city don't kill the power to our station, which does occasionally happen.
It does occasionally happen. I think we'll be okay today. We'll see how tomorrow goes when we're all doing shows from home. But I think we'll be okay today. Yeah, it's just another Monday.
It's just another Monday.
6 inches of snow or 4 inches of snow on the way.
Yeah, I saw that. 7.
Whatever. Just a typical day.
I mean, it's above average. 7 inches. That's above average.
You're right.
This Enzo fella, Winter Storm Enzo.
He sucks.
He's something else. All right, we got to rip the Band-Aid off. We got to talk about it. I'm angry today. I'm angry about specific people who have it out for us. Higher powers. Because it's ridiculous. And you guys all know what I'm talking about. It is ridiculous that I am working on Martin Luther King Jr. Day. I feel racist. Joe, Mr. Middle Management.
Whoa.
We're starting off the week strong. We're checking the box. It has been less than 0 days since Paul implied Joe was racist.
You're right.
Joe, why am I working today?
Because you're a company man, Paul. You believe in the company. Team player, Paul.
Okay, fine. But let's be honest here. That's just a joke.
Uh-huh.
I can't believe how unprepared this city is. You got a big spot. And when you're in a big spot, you have to be able to take care of the little things and the big things. And got to say, I'm very disappointed with how unprepared Houston is for Winter Storm Enzo.
Take care of the big things, like having snowplows.
Yeah.
Might be something you want in your arsenal.
I'm surprised that the extra property tax dollars that Lena Hidalgo got through emergency, he said in quotation marks, didn't raise enough for snowplows, but
or salt.
Right. Unprepared in a big spot. But I'm kidding. I'm just filibustering what we are eventually going to talk about. Okay. It sucks to feel cheated. It sucks when the game feels rigged. And I mean, this weekend, did it not feel rigged? Because not only did the Los Angeles Dodgers sign Roki Sasaki, they also signed some other guy.
Tanner Scott.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Baseball, rigged.
Dead.
You know what's kind of funny, Joe? I saw a couple of people online that were saying, you know what? The Astros were justified in cheating.
I saw that. The Astros were justified. The Astros were right.
All it took was the Dodgers literally just saying, screw it, we're going to spend as much money as we possibly can in the offseason.
And then also a lot of this is the Astros' fault for beating the Dodgers.
Yeah.
For not letting the Dodgers win in 2017.
Right.
That this all goes back to trash cans. That because of those trash cans, the Astros have again ruined the sanctity of America's pastime.
But now it's fine.
Now it's fine.
And now it's
fine.
It's truly come full circle. Never thought I'd see the day that people are like, you know what? Screw the Dodgers. We're glad the Astros cheated in 2017.
Yeah.
Allegedly. Although, they did. Other teams were
like
too.
a little more than
really all we've got is other teams were. But I know, listen, I do have to rip the Band-Aid off. And I mean, there was a missed opportunity for a Houston sports team that we saw and had to sit there like former Buffalo Bills Stephon Diggs did once during the AFC Championship game. We had to sit there, and maybe Stephon Diggs was doing it again from a wheelchair because we saw Kyle Tucker introduced as a Chicago Cub. The baby blue Cubs jersey, Joe. I didn't know that you guys had them.
They're brand new.
They look good.
They do look.
They look good.
Pretty sweet.
Yeah, man. So, I mean, missed opportunity for a Houston sports team there.
Yeah, just had to move on, and now he's not here, and they're gonna miss him.
Right.
They missed out on today. Anthony Santander could have signed him.
Unbelievable.
Instead, you're stuck with Chaz, Jake, and Dubon in the outfield.
Exactly.
It's only a 5-year, $90 million deal.
So hard to see a Houston sports team watch Kyle Tucker sign with another team. So hard to watch a Houston sports team miss an opportunity with Anthony Santander, of course, signing with the Toronto Blue Jays. It's time to rip the Band-Aid off, though. We got to talk about it. Coming up next, the Rockets. They play a basketball game today. Pre-game show leading up to 1 o'clock. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. No, I'm kidding. We got to stop doing this.
I think you just gave Sean a heart attack.
We got to stop doing this, okay?
You want to talk about the Rockets game that tips off in 51 minutes? It's the Pistons.
It's a big game. Pistons are good this year.
Brother against brother.
Yeah. Men versus SAR.
Mm-hmm.
The battle of the twins.
Yeah, 1 versus 2 from the whatever draft that was. Jalen Green, Kate
Right.
Cunningham.
Yeah.
Storylines abound.
But look, we got to talk about it. I mean, it's probably the biggest thing going on this weekend. President Donald Trump is about to be inaugurated.
I thought you were going to talk about TikTok being banned for 24 hours.
That was what I was going to go to next.
I mean, they're related.
They are. They're connected.
They are related. W, baby.
45 saves the day.
Wait, is he 45?
He's 45 and 47.
45 and 47.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right. Yeah.
I wasn't sure if he's still 45.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if we went backwards or I don't know how it worked. So 47 saves the day.
I think there's a guy back in the 1800s that did this too.
That's true.
Chester A. Arthur? Question mark?
Grover Cleveland, I think.
Grover Cleveland.
1900s.
Same thing.
1900s.
Whatever.
I think it was the
You're
1900s.
close. You were close.
Anyway.
Let's talk more about
Grover Cleveland?
late 19th century, early 20th century president.
Well, listen, there's a conspiracy out there, and we're finally going to get to the bottom of it. And on a day like today, I think it's great because President Trump said that we are going to look into the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. and JFK and RFK. Huge. Biggest conspiracy over the weekend when it comes to Houston and specifically sports here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Houston's independent voice for sports. Is that it?
I think so.
I mean,
Joe Notre Dame!
The hat you're wearing.
Come on. Big game tonight.
Notre Dame plays tonight.
He's got his Notre Dame hat on.
I found it. Ready to shock the world.
Can I ask where it was?
No, my wife found it.
Oh, okay.
So I still don't know where he had hit it, but
she's trying.
She said I found it, and I was like, "Oh,
week.
She's defending your son."
Yeah, well, someone has to. It's not gonna be me, apparently.
You're throwing him under the bus on it. I'll be here every day, but deservedly, kind of.
Deservedly so. He's a monster. Yeah, look, we're gonna shock the world tonight. The disrespect that I had to listen to sitting in the bullpen there for 2 hours to Sean and Dell, just trashing Riley Leonard, trying to compare him to that bum ass Craig Krenzel, whatever his name was.
We asked if he won tonight, would he be the worst quarterback since Craig Krenzel? No, he wouldn't. There's Chris Leak and Matt Mock would be worse.
Yeah, Matt Mock stunk. Didn't even remember who he was until you guys mentioned him. So tonight's the night where the country comes together and we root for the Golden Dome. Screw Ohio State.
I am a recovering Catholic, but I will be rooting for Notre Dame tonight. I will be rooting for the Golden Domers. I feel the same way, but we got to talk about it. You got to talk about it. There was a big screw up in Houston this weekend. Massive screw up. Catastrophic consequences. I didn't wake up in time to go watch the girl I've been on a few dates with run the half marathon yesterday. Huge disaster. Huge mess up on my part.
Did you say you would?
I said I would try.
To be fair, it's really cold. It's really cold out.
Not in his bed, it isn't.
No, it wasn't. It was very warm in my bed.
Yeah. When she asks why, just say, it's really warm in my bed.
Get this. Get this. Your boy averted a crisis.
Okay.
Recovered.
Went out for post-marathon drinks and food with her.
Good.
Sneakily went up to the waitress and said, "Hey, whatever she's having. It's on me. Left to go do TV. Then we went back out to Boulevard in the Heights last night, and I have no idea how this girl has the energy to dance after running a half marathon for 13 miles. But holy crap, I felt very old watching this person who had just run 13 miles dance for a good 3 hours. I joined in a couple of times, looked very white. It was fun. You might have seen me. I was wearing what I wore on TV out to Boulevard Market.
Yeah, I mean, Paul's on TV last night. That should have been the headline.
That
of
was
the
my
show.
flex coming in. I was I was just on TV.
As seen on TV.
Yeah, Paul Gallant, as seen on TV.
All right, we got to talk about it. You know what? Shout out to us. We filibustered for 13 minutes.
Yeah.
This is maybe the greatest filibuster we've ever done.
Got to stay on the clock.
The Texans lost, so we'll talk about it on the other side. We're gonna give you 5 more minutes to collect yourself. Okay? Actually, I guess it's 3. But he's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean's behind the glass. We are the greatest radio show in Houston sports history because we didn't do what you didn't want us to do. That's a double negative. Forget about it. Stay put. ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
It's Gallant and George,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
35-yard try by Fairbairn. That's blocked. Reed got there off the edge. Kansas City's going to win this game.
That's how it was iced officially. A lot of things did in the Houston Texans. on Saturday in their season-ending 23-14 loss to the Kansas City Chiefs. And Joe, it was a bunch of things that we saw all season long. It was an offensive line that just struggled in protection. No matter what configuration they had of offensive linemen out there, all year long, they were giving up pressure. And in a game where I thought CJ Stroud played very well, they got him sacked 8 times. You have a special teams unit that saw Kaimi Fairbairn miss a field goal on what was quite the slice. He missed an extra point when the Texans had tied the game up. Second time he's done that this year against the Chiefs. A field goal was blocked. You just heard that. And first play of the game, they allow a kick return to the 25, and Chris Boyd loses his effing mind and gets called for a 15-yard penalty there. And the Texans talk about those penalties, penalized 8 times for 82 yards. We've seen stuff like that just about every single game this year in some way, shape, or form. And we saw it on an extreme level Saturday night. To me, that's the biggest reason they lost.
Yeah, I'm with you. This is the D'Amico has been telling us all year long about what they need to improve and that they can get better and stop with the penalties and stop beating the Texans need to stop beating the Texans. D'Amico said that so many times this year. And the Texans, the Chiefs were good, but the Texans beat themselves this weekend.
I think they beat themselves the first time around, too.
Yeah.
Remember on Friday, we were going back through all of the moments in that first game where the Texans dropped the opportunity that was right in their lap. This is not a dominant Kansas City Chiefs team, but this is a Kansas City Chiefs team that doesn't make mistakes. James Palmer, who covers the NFL for Underdog and used to cover the Texans here in town for a while, said that when he was in the Texans locker room, that no player said that the referees were the main reason, and we'll talk about them, don't worry, that the Texans lost, but they did expect the Chiefs to make mistakes. You can't go into a game expecting the Chiefs to make mistakes. They don't do that. And you will do that because you have done that all season long and you have never learned from your mistakes. You've never self-corrected. So they talk about learning all year long, Joe, but where is the actual proof that they've learned if you're doing the same things on a weekly basis?
No, they didn't learn anything this season. They've been the same team from week 1 through the end of the year. It's hard to see the end result of this game and think the Texans, like anywhere besides at corner, and maybe that's just because we had low expectations for Kamari Lassiter, like actually surpass expectations. Like any position group, any player, like it just really feels like everything was kind of status quo or below average throughout the entire season.
I mean, the pass rush.
I think we had pretty high expectations for them. I feel like they met my high expectations.
They actually met them.
Yeah.
Honestly, you could argue they surpassed them because
Sure.
I had questions about the interior defensive line, and they did a pretty good job this year. We'll see if everybody's back for next season. I thought the defense did, for the most part, play their ass off on Saturday. They obviously let Travis Kelce escape a few times, and that might be a byproduct of no Jalen Petrie, no Jimmy Ward, having Eric Murray out there, having Azeez Al-Shaair just not as good in coverage to the point where you can cover someone like Travis Kelce, because he was, I think, the guilty culprit on that 49-yard catch and run that Kelce had. But this really wasn't the defense's fault as much as it was an offense that continuously gets in its own way, that can't score in the red zone, that allows sacks on a routine basis, and a receiver core that, due to injuries, was pretty hamstrung out there. It was not a great start to the game for Xavier Hutchinson. It was a really rough game for poor Jared Wayne, who came in there and fell and had a drop. Mechie had a couple of nice plays. Schultz had a couple of nice plays, but not as a blocker. Things that you saw as a problem for this team all year long happened again. And I wanted to pick the Texans very badly on Friday, Joe, but this went about as I expected, where I thought they'd hang in there, but I thought eventually they would off themselves because that's just what they do. Hopefully that changes next year, but I mean, it's going to take a lot to change those things. It's changing personnel. We'll get into that later in the week. But when the same things happen on a weekly basis, you got to look at yourself in the mirror and you got to wonder, okay, well, why are they not learning from their mistakes? And I don't know the answer to that. I saw from BVB09 on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Paul, you said, what's D'Amico Ryan's ceiling before? I think we're seeing it. He's not good in the clutch when the game is on the line. I mean, that's a very subjective thing to say. And I know some people had some issues with his game management. I thought the defense was prepared, but there's something going on offensively where those little things do not get cleaned up. You can blame Bobby Slowick. You can blame the offensive line coaches. You can blame Stroud. You can blame everybody.
Yeah.
But, whoever you're blaming, like, doesn't change the fact that every single week this team had moments offensively where they struggled, even when they were at full strength.
Yeah, even like if you want to like with D'Amico, obviously it's idiotic that they didn't call timeout when there's 7 seconds left to go on a 4th down and they're still in the huddle and they're up to the line of scrimmage and Nico Collins looks like he's standing there waiting for a timeout to be called because he's barely in position when the ball is snapped and then CJ gets bull rushed again. But it's not D'Amico's fault. Now, he hired Bobby Slowick and the offensive line coach. But it's not on just D'Amico that your offensive coordinator and offensive line coach made the decision, to have Dalton Schultz blocking, George Karlaftis by himself, in which you did this once this season against the Minnesota Vikings.
Caged over on Jonathan Grenard.
So, I don't know, bad idea?
Yeah.
Leaving Blake Fisher, rookie second-round pick, on an island with Chris Jones?
You talk about learning from mistakes. Where's the learning from the mistakes there? Where's the self-correction? And, okay, maybe if they had Brevin Jordan this year, for those who don't know, Brevin Jordan's pretty good as a blocker as far as tight ends goes, and he's been out the whole season. But you're putting your tight ends in spots where they can't win. And to go back to, what you're doing on the offensive line, they've been telling us that the offensive line got better the last couple of weeks with the alterations that they made due to the injury to Shaq Mason. We saw Shaq Mason was on the injury report this week. We saw Juice Scruggs was on the injury report this week. Both of them were active for Sunday's game. I was under the impression that just the way Scruggs has looked at that right guard spot and the way Mason has looked all year, which is to say poor at that position, I assumed that they would continue to roll with Juice Scruggs. Instead, they put in Shaq Mason, and as brought up by Battery Chucker on the Twitch at ESPN 975, Schultz and Mason can just stay in Kansas City. I'm sure they can find nice homes there.
Yeah, it's a weird decision. And not saying like Juice Scruggs solves all your problems, but
it was better with him for what it's worth.
Yeah,
and
but
8 sacks, the most pressure CJ Stroud's ever faced in his career, the second most pressures for any quarterback in NFL history since 2011, outside of Tim Tebow. I mean, we're really we're talking about a historic performance by the Chiefs pass rush. The Texans offensive line played a role in that.
Yeah, and I don't quite understand the idea of not just starting Shaq Mason, Paul, but when you're seeing them just get bullied, why not make a change at halftime? Why not make a change in the fourth quarter?
Yep.
At any point in the game, like realizing, and now maybe I don't think we've seen anything about Juice Scruggs specifically. I haven't seen any clips about D'Amico talking about it or anything, but maybe he wasn't as healthy, even though he was active and it was truly a reserve spot for him. But if he's healthy enough to be active, then he should have at some point been inserted into this game to at least see if he would improve it. Because it just try it. And all year long, I just feel like the Texans have been telling us that things are going to get better, and they lie to us and try to talk to us like we're stupid. Like when Kenyon Green, when D'Amico Ryans is being asked about Kenyon Green after 6 games into the season, and his response is that, well, we're 6-0 with Kenyon Green or whatever, or we have 6 wins with Kenyon Green at left guard, whatever it was. Like, okay, like stop pissing in my Cheerios. Like, it's just, that's what they're doing to tell us that the offensive line has looked better over the last couple weeks, to then go to Shaq Mason and for it to look this poor. Well, then the only thing that I can assume right here is that you're either lying to us and assuming we're all stupid, or like you're lying to yourselves about what's happening in front of you.
At a podium, they lie all the time.
For sure.
So I don't know if that's them saying, hey, you're all stupid, but the latter part where you do wonder if they're just telling themselves, well, it's going to work because it has to work. But there has to be some sort of accountability for poor play, and guys do not get benched on this team as often as they probably should. And I get it. It's hard to find offensive linemen who can step in for any of these players, but there are a lot of offensive linemen that struggled this year, and you're talking about nearly $200 million in total salary if these contracts are all seen out to completion for the entirety of their offensive line, with Laramie Tunsil, with Titus Howard, with Shaq Mason, with Kenyon Green, a former first-round pick, with Blake Fisher, with Juice Scruggs, 2 second-round picks, amongst others. And, I mean, you find yourself in this spot because those guys all year long were screwing things up. After the game, interesting comments from a couple of Houston Texans. First off, here's D'Amico Ryans. You know what? I'm glad, counter to what you were saying a moment ago, Joe, that instead of looking at this game and saying, hey, we competed, we hung in there, D'Amico Ryans had this to say about going to Kansas City and playing well defensively, but still losing.
Yeah, I'm walking out of here discouraged. Like, this one hurts, right? Because I know we're a better football team than we showed today, no matter who we're playing against. Like, to go back and still have to talk about mistakes that we made in this moment, like, yeah, it's discouraging to be here because you got to be over that at this point in the playoffs, right? Postseason football, you got to be at your best. You got to be operating on all cylinders. And for us, like, we didn't do that today. So that's what I'm just discouraged about for sure.
But even then, like he says, like they're a better football team. They're not. It's who you are, and I'm with you. I'm glad he is saying that because they all should feel this way. They all should feel discouraged about this result. That you really outplayed the Chiefs for a majority of this football game. I would say, like, I mean, I think for a lot of this game, the Texans were a better football team than the Chiefs.
Ooh. I mean, the final score is the final score. I can't go that far. Will Anderson said this too, and the people who are in Kansas City, this is not me trying to call you out, but whoever has the video or audio of Will Anderson saying this, I can't believe it wasn't posted. Matt Young in the Houston Chronicle is the only person who posted this full quote because I couldn't find it, at least when I was looking on Twitter and X. And maybe it's there. But this is what Will Anderson said, and this kind of goes in with what you were saying, where hey, the Texans were the better team. And I guess D'Amico was saying that in that. I hope he was talking about we're a better team than where we were earlier in the year, but whatever the case, this is Will Anderson after the game, and I could not find this anywhere. Be honest, go back and watch the game. It's what I told y'all earlier this week. It was nothing they did. It was all us, busted assignments, out of place. We can't have that if we want to beat teams like this. Granted, they are a good team, don't get me wrong, but I felt like we were the better team. But we shot ourselves in the foot again. We have to find some ways to get us over this hump and stop making the same mistakes over and over and over again. You are not the better team if you shoot yourselves in the foot. You're not.
Yeah, and that's why I think it's they were a better team for most of the game, not for all of the game. And I think that this quote is more like what Will Anderson's saying here is more about like the entire game. And because if you keep making these mistakes time and time again, like the Chiefs are not going to make these mistakes. Like they are going to have a nearly perfect operation as a football team. They don't turn the ball over. They don't have a ton of penalties. Like, yes, whatever, their right tackle and left tackle jump off sides or a false starts in every single play and it does not get called. But the Texans, I mean, busted alignments. Like this is training camp stuff. Like what do you mean busted alignments? Like that's what your defense is supposed to be, the pride of this team. So he's clearly talking about the defense out there, out of place. How are you out of place at this point in the season? How do you have all these busted alignments happening at this point in the season? How is Travis Kelce getting wide open? Who is, I mean, he looks like he's walking. Like him and Dalton Schultz both look like they're walking out there.
Kelsey's
not slow.
Kelsey's not as fast as he used to be. Hey, do you want to kill yourself? Do you want to kill yourself?
Sure.
All right. Here's an exchange that Travis Kelce had with a Kansas City reporter after the game. Try not to drive off the road or jump off a bridge when you hear this, because as you guys might know, Travis Kelce, guess what? He's dating Taylor Swift, and there's a very popular song that this is a reference to. Travis Kelce after the game.
You feel like you're 25 again? 22, baby, 22.
Xavier Worthy. He's 22 again.
He's 22 again.
I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22. Everything will be all right if I'm standing next to you. You don't know about me. I'm gonna make you pee. The Texans pee their pants in Kansas City. Damn, I'm a great singer. You can't say you were the better team and lose. You just can't do that. I've seen people doing the discourse today because the Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson discourse is out there. And look, Lamar Jackson had a great final drive, and Mark Andrews lost the Ravens that game. But Lamar Jackson had a horrible fumble after saying that I'm not like Teddy Two Gloves. And on top of that, he had an interception. You can't say that Lamar Jackson outplayed Patrick Mahomes this week when Lamar Jackson once again could be winning an MVP and out in the second round of the playoffs. Like, you just can't do it. And if you lose, you got to tip your hat. Miss me with this. We are the better team stuff. Well, and I love Will Anderson, and he played his ass off in this game. He had a great game. See that one-handed tackle he had in the red zone?
That was incredible.
That roughing call on him, I thought was shaky. Mahomes, who flopped on that play too. You watch the replay again. His head moved in a way that was definitely not from Anderson bumping into him. Sure, there was helmet to helmet. Mahomes still flopped there. Well, Anderson played a great game, but stop. Do not say you are the better team when you lost. It is loser talk to say that. It's much more loser talk to say that than to bitch about the refs, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think the idea that you're this better team and you're going home in the divisional round again, and then I think to double down like Will Anderson did today, where he said they're right there, we're a fantastic team when he met with the media in the locker room today. It's just, fantastic is not a word I would use to describe the Houston Texans after this performance. I don't know why he would use that word. You've lost in the divisional round 2 years in a row. You've done nothing to show significant improvement from your first year to your second year as a football team. Now, like Anderson specifically, he's a fantastic player. It's of all the players and people you can blame for this loss, he is nowhere near on that list.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm with you. It is loser talk to be talking about being the better team, especially when like I said, I think they were for part of the game. They were a better football team, but the end result tells you they're not the better team.
But see, what you're saying. Yes, there were moments where you're like, oh wow.
Yeah. It's like they looked like they were going to win this game. It felt like at one point, but by the end result, they shot themselves in the foot as they always do, proving thus they're not a better team than the Kansas City Chiefs because you lost.
I do understand what you're saying. I can't, and I want to co-sign it because there were moments where the defense looked like they were completely unsolvable for the Chiefs, but they figured it out. And guess what? The Chiefs also figured out the Texans' offensive line. The protection wasn't awful the first 2 quarters or so. I mean, there were some bad sacks, but fourth quarter, holy crap. Steve Spagnuolo figured out what the Texans were doing.
Unraveled.
Mm-hmm. He's Joe. I'm Paul. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Let's just run right through it, okay? As we always do. Sometimes we miss commercial breaks and we just give you a super long segment because you know what? We care about you. We have not talked about the refs until now. Joe George, your thoughts on the referees in yesterday's game? Excuse me, Saturday's game.
Oh, they were bad. They were bad. The Mahomes, and I know that Walt Anderson, the head of officiating, went on the NFL Network and told you that the roughing the passer on Will Anderson and then the slide roughing the passer or whatever illegal contact, whatever it's called, were both the correct decisions. They're both bad calls. And if neither one of them were called, Walt Anderson would be going on television today and telling you that they were the right non-calls as well. Justin Reed, as was pointed out in the chat or on the text line, was definitely offsides on one of the Texans' field goals. They were bad. They were bad in this game. They were not good officials. They missed things that, to me, were very obvious. And when you have rules analysts that are coming on television and telling you, guys who are paid to evaluate referees and be neutral parties, unlike guys like Walt Anderson, and they're all telling you that these are the wrong calls, the referees were bad. But it's not why they lost.
I agree. You're allowed to be pissed about the refs. You can say NFL rigged all you want, and I'm not going to push back too hard on you, but don't tell me that's the reason the Texans lost. The Texans lost because of themselves. They did not lose because of the referees in this game. 8 penalties for 82 yards. Sure, maybe some of them dubious, but we're talking about a roughing the passer call early on Will Anderson that led to the Chiefs kicking a field goal. And we're talking about another roughing the passer call while Patrick Mahomes was sliding on what was a first or it would have been a second down and like 6 after that.
I think so, yeah.
Right. So, look, those two are egregious. We'll play later on in the show Troy Aikman rightly calling it out. And hell, Russell Yerk, the guy who's the rules analyst on ESPN, those guys always bobo and stooge for the referees. I got to give that guy a lot of credit. He called the referees out too. Walt Anderson, after the game, saying it's the right call. I have a lot of respect for Walt Anderson because he called the tuck rule.
Oh, okay.
Like he's responsible for joy in my life when I was just a 12-year-old who was very, going through a lot trouble at the time. My dad had cancer. My parents had just gotten divorced. So the Patriots winning a Super Bowl, the 01-02 season, even if it took a little cheating by the referee. I mean, even if it took a great call with Tom Brady's arm clearly going forward, I have appreciation for him. But I mean, that's the guy who's stooging here. Those calls were awful. Those calls were absolutely awful. But that's not what I'm angry about. What I'm angry about is that Patrick Mahomes can look at himself in the mirror after this game and say to himself, "Yeah, that's fine." How do you do that? How do you go and flop on national TV and think to yourself, yeah, that's okay. That's fine. That to me bothers me. And he's not the only one that does it. I know a lot of Chiefs fans who listen are like, Josh Allen does it. Yes, Josh Allen flops a lot too. Okay? Keeping it fair and balanced here. There's a lot of quarterbacks who flop. NFL rules have lent themselves to quarterbacks getting smart, wanting to do anything they can to win a playoff game, and doing that stuff. Mahomes and that flop that thankfully the referees did not call when the Chiefs were in the red zone. That to me was unmanly. And I'm worried for our nation's youth because they see that and they want to do it. The first the first hit with Will Anderson, where Mahomes' head goes back. I'm nervous for our children. Our children see Patrick Mahomes and they're going to do the same stuff. Flop their way through life. You can't flop your way through life. You can't. You got to go through adversity sometimes. Sometimes you got to take it on the chin. You can't, when you take it on the chin, flop and then call Tony Busby to sue. You can't do that. I have a challenge for people online on my Twitter because last night when I was on Sports Extra on KHOU, I flopped and then I said I was going to sue using Tony Busby, the person that was sitting to my right, because that's the energy that Patrick Mahomes carries with him in the midst of football games. And other quarterbacks do it. No one is worse than him. Dude, you have all these gifts. You have incredible mobility. You can make just about any throw, like that throw he made while he was falling and hits Travis Kelce in the end zone. You don't need to do this too. And if you have any honor or integrity, you'd stop doing it because it's wrong. It is morally wrong. I get do whatever you need to do to win. Stealing signs, I'm okay with that. I am. My team cares about me. But you do this unmanly BS to me. I think less of you as a man. I think if any of us played a pickup basketball game or a flag football game or any kind of sport and someone that's playing with you does something like that, you would call him the P word.
Mm-hmm.
You would call him that to his face. And I think anyone on that field should have done the same thing. And you know what my biggest frustration is after this game in terms of the reporting that was done? It's not that no one found that Will Anderson clip of him saying we were the better team. It's that no one in Houston media went to the Chiefs press conference to ask Patrick Mahomes the following question. Why do you flop? Or how do you live with yourself at night? But again, he just had his third kid. So that's rough. It's going to be rough for him. I suppose that's the karmic justice he's going to get is a crying baby, crying Golden Ray over the next couple of days. But why do you flop? Because he flops.
Yes. The one, I really thought they were going to call a penalty on Toto when he flopped out of bounds like that. And honestly, it looked like the referee was reaching for it. It's just sad. And the NFL has to fix this stuff. Like ESPN got to pump themselves up a couple hours ago and tell us that the most watched game ever on ESPN was Texans Chiefs, 32.7 million viewers based on Nielsen for this weekend. Congratulations. That means 32.7 million people watched 2 terrible calls and a pathetic flop. The NFL has to intervene.
You'd hope it would
now
because, if a 3-time Super Bowl winner in Troy Aikman is calling it out in the middle of the game and feels very comfortable doing it, like everyone else is seeing it. And I would say 31 fan bases of the NFL are sick of this. They're just sick of this. You can be sick of the Chiefs keep on winning. But this on top of the Chiefs winning, it's unbecoming. And, this is one of the reasons I do not like basketball the same way I used to, because guys like James Harden, who I never liked while he was here, never liked him because I did not like the way that he played. I felt it was dishonorable. Guys like Trae Young. There's a player on every single team in the NBA that does this stuff on a game-to-game basis. And I just don't see how, like, when this is on camera, how you as a man can do that. Women's basketball players, they don't do this. Women's soccer player, they don't do this. Like this is for men's soccer, which this country will never recognize, and men's basketball. And that's what Mahomes is doing all of a sudden. Got a text. This is from the 713. I don't want to hear the gloating. I had enough with Dell's show. Bet you're happy the Texans lost. I mean, talk about the P word, sir. Like, we are pissed that they lost. We're pissed.
Yeah.
I mean,
what gloating?
Where is their gloating? I don't understand that. I really don't. Like, we thought this would happen. Still sucks that it happened because it kind of sucks you in the middle of that game, making you think that there was a shot. Anyway, he's Joe and Paul. We got Sean behind the glass. You want to chime in on this? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. You'll hear what Texans players and coaches had to say about the referees after the game next. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Mahomes dropped it. Able to get it and take off to his right. And then slide down. They're going to throw a flag on that.
That one. You know, I hope that the league looks at that and at least makes unnecessary roughness / roughing the passer calls reviewable or challengeable. They probably won't, but that is the Trevor Lawrence slide to another degree. Lawrence did slide a little late. What Azeez Al-Shaair did was unnecessary roughness.
Wrong. Disagree. Change my mind.
That changed your mind right
this
there?
This is why Azeez was right. This is why he's right. This is why hit the quarterback. Like, if they're going to get away with this crap, then they kill him.
You sound like caller JG.
Yeah, but like, I'm over it. Like, if this is why Azeez was right to do what he did, because if they're going to call a penalty on that, where the main contact was between two Texans players' helmets, then you might as well just crush the guy.
And I don't know what a defender is supposed to do there. When the guy's dropping to the ground, like it's not the Matrix. And referees more than anyone should know that it's very difficult to start forward momentum. And as you said, yeah, they hit each other. Did they actually hit Mahomes? They did, but they hit each other much more. And Mahomes just sat down in the middle of that play. And that's why that happened. That penalty right there. It's because of Mahomes sitting down. And because the refs, yeah, they're going to look at players like Mahomes and they're going to give him preferential treatment. I saw a texter earlier. This is from the 409. Good old POS, Thomas Brady, started the whole flopping BS. And also, why doesn't anyone from the Texans call out that BS officiating in their after-game press conference other than to find it needs to be called out? Well, on that note, here is every single Texan player and coach calling out the referees after the game. Don't worry, it was called out.
Everybody know how it is playing up here. You can never leave it into the refs' hands, but, I mean, the whole world see, man, like, what it is, bro. But it is what it is.
We knew it was going to be us against the refs going into this game. And, you know, I talked to you guys early this week. I was just saying, like, man, like, we got to go out there and we got to do us better.
We knew going into this game, man, it was us versus everybody, right? When I say everybody, it's everybody, all of whatever. Everybody, the naysayers, the doubt, right? Everybody.
Yeah, you know, those things are tough. You know, I'm not going to go back and forth on what I thought was a call, what I thought wasn't a call, you know, and one of those things you kind of know what's up before you even walk in the arena. Definitely some things that I would question, but at the same time, they're the professionals. They're getting paid to be refs, and, you know, they did ultimately their best. And, yeah, but, you know, this kind of thing, you know, it's us against the world, you know, when you're playing in these type of environments and games.
I think it's important to note they responded to the questions that were asked. All of them were about the officiating, and they answered pointedly. I respect their honesty. I think it's also important to clarify that they did not say this was the reason that the Chiefs won this game. Will Anderson might have said they were the better team, but he did not say this is the reason that the Chiefs won. I think that's getting lost online because people don't want to go watch the full press conferences and get context. I understand why that's the case. It's easy to throw these out there. It is a little annoying to see the amount of people from Kansas City media who are saying that specifically is something you can't complain about. No, you can complain about the referees 100%. After this one, I think you should, because this is a problem for the league. It's a problem for watching these games. It makes the games less fun to watch, and this isn't like a fun flag or a fun bad call. In a game like this, all the bad calls, you're going to remember them for a very long time. So you are allowed to bitch about it. You just can't tell me this is the main reason they lost. That's the only thing I'm asking of you guys. It's a secondary reason for sure. It definitely had an impact on the game. This is not the main reason they lost.
No, I mean, it's you know, after the first penalty on Will Anderson, they gave up a huge pass play to Travis Kelce the very next play.
Yeah, you got to shake these plays off. Sorry to quote Taylor Swift again, and move on to the next one. And you can't think to yourself, oh, the world's out to get us. But they knew going into this game that was going to be the case, and you can't allow 8 sacks. You can't have many special teams gap, missed field goal, blocked field goal, missed extra point, 75-yard kick return. I mean, you can't do all of those things. If you know that this is something you're going to have to also combat, you have to keep that in mind.
Yeah, I mean, even like on the slide, they got the Chiefs into a 4th and 3, and they had contact with whether it was Kareem Hunt or Samaje Perine in the backfield to stop him, and then he broke out of it and got the first down. So even though the referees made bad calls, the Texans themselves had opportunities. And hell, look, after the first one on Will Anderson, they stopped. It's not like the Chiefs scored a touchdown; they held them to a field goal. So they responded in a positive way there. I do think the larger discourse is mostly fans, and I feel like that's what I'm kind of annoyed with more.
The conspiracy theories.
Yeah, the conspiracy theories. It's all on the refs.
Look,
it's the reason why they lost. It's not the reason why they lost. It sure as hell didn't help.
There is a vested interest in having the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, but I'm not going to go so far as to say there's a conspiracy to get the Chiefs to the Super Bowl that we saw on full display there. They certainly favor the Chiefs in certain elements, but the Texans also made a lot of mistakes in this game, and I think sometimes we take a look at the 2 big ones like that, and you get pissed off because of what BS they were. And they were BS. Do not get it twisted. I'm not telling you that those calls were good. They were horrible, horrible calls, and Mahomes should be ashamed of himself. Really should be. But it's not the biggest reason that they lost. I'm glad none of the players said that was the biggest reason that they lost. And it was a little frustrating seeing a Kansas City Chiefs player after the game basically saying, hey, I remember when back in the day when you lost, you took it on the chin like a man. Referring to all the Texans players talking about the referees. Sir, let me present to you Patrick Mahomes, a 2-act play after his idiot receiver. What's his name? What was that wide receiver for the Chiefs that did not know to talk to the referees on the side of the field? Something you learned in effing high school?
Kadarius Toney?
Yeah.
Kadarius Toney, of course. I knew it was the dumb one.
Either him or McCall Hardman. Same guy.
You know what? Fair point. Same thing. He had his Jets phase. This is Patrick Mahomes after a game where wide receiver X or Y lined up off sides, which called back a play where Travis Kelce did something that was cool. This is him talking to Josh Allen right after the game, not congratulating him, whining.
Terrible. Worst call I've ever seen, man.
The worst call you've ever seen. The worst call you've ever seen, and he wasn't done. And listen to this excuse after the game was done. This is a regular season game. He should have been fined out his ass for it. He was.
To take the game into his hands over a call like that doesn't affect the play at all. Didn't affect anything. I mean, it's just tough, man. And like I said, man, that's a Hall of Fame tight end making a Hall of Fame play that won't be shown because we threw a flag for offensive offsides. And so it takes away from not only this game and this season, but from a legendary career that Travis has had. And I mean, that hurts me because I know how hard he works for it.
Sean, have the dump button ready. Patrick, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Just shut up. Like
I forgot how much of a little crybaby you sounded like.
That's like some of the worst complaining I've ever seen. So look, like the Texans were upset about the refs. They never said that the refs were the reason that they lost that game. And I'm a little annoyed for the Texans, even though I'm frustrated with the way that they played. I'm annoyed that they are being portrayed as having said refs lost them this game. They did not say that.
Yeah, look, and I don't love the open complaining. And I know they're asked about it, and they're just answering the question. And if they just gave a non-answer, we would probably, people would find annoyances with that too. Really, the only one that I think actually, like the Will Anderson one, is the one where I just feel like he's the most complainy. He complains the most when he talks about the referees there, about it being us versus them specifically.
He had the penalty though directly
Yes,
against him, and he's asked about it. And I mean, it's moments after the game's done.
100%.
I also think most of us in that situation would have been pissed off about it because that call, Mahomes moves his head to the right, and it was not affected by Will Anderson. Watch the replay. I'm right.
Yeah, no, and And like I know I saw like Mitchell Schwartz, the former left tackle for the Chiefs.
Yeah, he's the ex-Chief.
Talking, he quote tweeted one of the reporters about Will Anderson's comment, and he's like, "Well, if you knew it's you versus the refs going to the game, why don't you lower your target zone?" Like semi-fair point, but also these guys all act like it's not a bang bang play, and he still hit him fine. I mean, even if that is by law against the rules, it is a soft call. Like he touches his helmet. I mean, CJ got smacked in the face later in the game on a penalty, and they didn't call it. So like they pick and choose what is and what is not a call, and that's what's annoying about it. And again, it is not the reason why they lost. There's plenty of other reasons, but it's such a soft call to like call those penalties. Like you can call whatever you want for the Trevor Lawrence play, but like for these plays to turn into 15-yard penalties, change them. Like honestly, that's what they need to do. They're not going to get rid of this. They're not going to tell quarterbacks to stop sliding, even though every quarterback should grow a pair of balls and be like CJ Stroud and drop their shoulder into a player.
I gotta say that like the thing I love the most about Stroud on Saturday was Stroud was putting his shoulders into people and juxtaposition with Mahomes. I mean, I know who I think is more of a man coming out of that game.
Yes, but like they got to go 5 versus 15-yard penalties. They at a minimum, there has to be a differentiator in roughing the passer and all these things of a 5-yard penalty versus a 15-yard penalty at a minimum.
We got to get back to a point where we're not getting up and getting mad about unnecessary roughness after play. I actually caught myself while on the live stream. There was a play where Nico Collins got hit while he was down on the ground, and I almost jumped, and I was like, nope, I got to be consistent with who I am. But this is what the NFL has conditioned us to do, is to look for calls against our faves. He's Joe and Paul, Sean behind the glass. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. You want to chime in on the Texans' season-ending loss to the Kansas City Chiefs on Saturday, 23-14. You can. 713-780-3776 to call, to text again on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay put. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. Promo code BET975. Yeah, that was quite the push in Texans Chiefs on MyBookie.ag. That had to be pretty frustrating for everybody, right? You thought the Texans were going to get smoked, and then all of a sudden, at the very end of the game, the Chiefs are running out the back of the end zone for a safety. That cover, gone. Or maybe that bailed you out. But at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. If you want to make games more fun for you, you can. Because you can gamble on them. Legally. Yes! Go to mybookie.ag. You enter the promo code BET975. You get an awesome deposit bonus, or if you're already an existing customer, you get a reload bonus. Big game tonight. National championship. Joe George, here he is. He's got his Notre Dame hat on. Cheer, cheer for old Notre Dame. I don't know the rest of the songs, but I do know more than Joe George knows of his own college's fight song. Notre Dame, 8.5-point dogs in the Natty. Tonight's for the Catholics, baby. I'm taking Notre Dame to cover, but not win. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
But they snap it. Blitz again. Stroud in trouble. Karlaftis is there. Kansas City ball.
8 sacks. That's how many times Kansas City got to C.J. Stroud in what I thought was a pretty good game by C.J. Stroud. He showed toughness. He used his legs. He made big throws when he needed to, despite having a receiving core that really was just Nico Collins. Dalton Schultz as a receiver wasn't bad. As a blocker, yikes.
Big yikes.
Shaq Mason as right guard, yikes. So let's ask this question, Joe. Who is most to blame for the Houston Texans' loss Saturday, 23-14 to the Kansas City Chiefs to end the 2024-2025 season?
I think it has to fall on the offensive line, everything. The players, the coach, the scheme, the general manager. Everything about the offensive line, to me, is the number one reason why they lost. Because you've got a chance to make a game out of this. It's 12-20. So you're down by 8 points. It's a one-possession game. You complete a 24-yard pass to Nico Collins. There's a good throw and catch. And then on 4 straight plays, Stroud has guys in his face within seconds, ending with that sack from Karlaftis. And it's a turnover on downs. And that's the ball game. Even though they got the ball back, but that's it. And to allow 8 sacks throughout the entire game, where CJ is just under fire and they are totally unaware of where it's coming from. And it's been unaware of where it's coming from the entire season and how to stop it or just block it or be capable of blocking it. It's been the problem all year. And I think it really, to me, is the defense did its job and the offensive line, they let you down again.
He is the second most pressured quarterback in NFL history since they started recording it. That's it. I mean, that game where he wasn't just sacked 8 times, but I think he was pressured on over 50, nearly 60% of his snaps, of his throws. I mean, good God, what are you supposed to do there? And I do wonder what can be done to fix this. It is not an easy fix, in my opinion. You have nearly $200 million in total salary dedicated to that offensive line. Obviously, some of those contracts aren't going to be seen all the way out. How do you move some of these offensive linemen? How do you replace some of these offensive linemen? Are you doing it in the draft? Are you signing guys in free agency? Are you making a trade? And that's just the acquiring talent side of it, because that is the worst case scenario. The guys that you have just aren't good. Best case scenario, it's all on the coach and the scheme. And you got to find the right guy to teach that scheme as your offensive line coach. I think Bobby Slowick, offensive coordinator, will be back next year. I do wonder about the offensive line coach, Chris Strausser. I imagine we will see in the next 24 to 48 hours if he's going to be back. But this is not fixable quickly, in my opinion. This is perhaps a 2-season fix on the offensive line. So that means the Texans offense is going to have to figure out how to keep playing with this. And that's going to be really hard just based off of what we saw this year.
But honestly, Paul, do they have to totally fix it? Can they just can they get to an offensive line where you're above average? I mean, think about
Honestly,
what we've seen CJ Stroud do for 2 years with a average to very below average offensive line.
I don't think it's ever been average, Joe.
I thought their best version that we've seen in 2 years was when it was, Tunsil, Howard at left tackle and left guard, and George Fant was your right tackle. Shaq Mason was good last year, actually, at times.
That offensive line stunk last year, though.
Yeah,
I mean, they were musical chairs. They couldn't run the football at all. That's the other thing too. It's this offense has essentially been in the ground game all year long. Joe Mixon figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
I've been telling you that for weeks. And some people would say, "Oh, look at what Mixon did," and the Texans would tell you that. And it's no. Do not gaslight us. We all watched. We all know Mixon was doing that on his own. This Booby Miles-esque ground game, if you've ever seen Friday Night Lights.
Yeah.
Billy Bob Thornton's offense at the beginning of that movie is just give Booby Miles the ball and figure it out. And then Mike Winchell has to figure it out as the movie goes on. When that happens, you got to figure out another way. And I mean, they never did. And I think the offensive line, 100% the biggest problem in this game. I would say for Frank Ross, special teams coordinator, who we all like, this was a disastrous performance. Some of this goes on the kicker. Kaimi Fairbairn in this kind of temperature, his Hawaii roots be showing. But first play of the game, you allow that kick return. Chris Boyd loses his mind because he thought he had a good play. Why are you throwing your helmet after a good play? What are you doing? Why are you shoving your coach? The coach, Frank, had no idea what was going on in that moment. I thought they would bench Chris Boyd for the rest of the game after that happened. I honestly don't know if they did. Whoa. That was something else. And they weren't as bad as the offensive line, but for me, offensive line 1, special teams 2, referees and bad calls, sure, a factor, secondary factor. 1 and 2 are so high above number 3.
Oh, big time. I mean, and the idea of Chris Boyd throwing his helmet in celebration it's idiotic. Even if he is right in the moment, you still have moved your offense back 15 yards by doing that. Like it is the dumbest thing, and I think it is fair to criticize the head coach of this football team with how undisciplined they are. I mean, from false starts to misalignments to guys being downfield to the Chris Boyd thing, there's too often this season where the Houston Texans, as they have always told us, is stop shooting ourselves in the foot. Well, like at some point, like that has to go to the coaching staff of this team, from D'Amico to Bobby to Matt Burke to all of it. Like those guys have to be to blame. I think I want to, like, I'm not trying to give them a pass in any way here, but when you look at what happened in this game, from even though you have some positive moments from Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie, I think we do have to factor in injuries here a little bit. I mean, not having Tank, Diggs, Brevin Jordan, it really showed, I think, in this game specifically, kind of like in Baltimore last year, how hopeless you were really offensively without those guys out there.
I heard this from Nico Collins after the game. Collins essentially said, yo, if we have, I don't think he said yo, sorry. But he basically said, if we have all of our players, this might have been a different story. We need to have all of our players for this to be a different story. Well, here's the thing. You never can guarantee your team's going to be fully healthy at the end of the year. Other guys have to step up. Xavier Hutchinson stepped up against the Chargers, but Xavier Hutchinson early on against the Chiefs effed up. Jared Wayne, I feel for him, shouldn't have been in that spot. He screwed up twice. John Mechie made plays. Dalton Schultz had a nice catch downfield and may have been hip drop tackled at the end of it. I still don't know what a hip drop tackle is, but everyone said that was a hip drop tackle. So sure, fine. Why not? But you are not necessarily going to be 100% healthy at the end of the year. And to think that next year it's going to change, like odds are you will be just as injured this time. Other guys have to step up. It's not an excuse. And, you invested all that money into the position during the offseason. We'll see if We'll see if Stephon Diggs is back. Stroud says he wants him back. We'll see if Tank Dell is healthy at any point next year. I'm assuming no. But they're going to have to upgrade that. And they have to upgrade the offensive line. On YouTube, Joe Astorga comments, it's on Nick to fix the line. Get rid of the Gucci twins. I'm guessing that's Laramie Tunsil, Titus Howard. They do make a lot of money. And Shaq Mason, new offensive line coach. Laramie Tunsil's not a bleeping leader. Big problem. So you list all those things out there. Does that sound easy to solve in one offseason?
No, it's impossible.
They have $10 million in cap space. They're going to be drafting towards the back of the first round. You hope that it's a quick fix. You hope that there's a solution. You're asking way too much of a general manager who has nailed his last 2 drafts to fix this. And this sounds like I'm making excuses for a GM. Maybe I am. But this is going to be really hard to change. And I think we have to acknowledge that this might be a multi-year thing where they're dealing with offensive line issues. Stroud's going to have to get the ball out more quickly, but receivers are going to have to get open, and that all kind of blends together.
I mean, you have your left tackle, your left guard spot secured. I think you're good at right tackle with Blake Fisher. I think. Here, two spots you really have to improve, probably, is center and right guard. And maybe it is left guard. Maybe Titus does go back to right tackle. He said today that he's open to playing left guard this year. He's no longer right tackle only. Like, maybe he's realizing.
Maybe you realize he sucked at right tackle.
Yeah, like this might be the best version of the Texans is year 2 of Blake Fisher at right tackle. So, can you replace 2 guys? Yes. Can you replace 4 or 5 if like that's what your dream is as someone that wants like to totally root the offensive line? No, it's a black hole. It's $200 million committed to it. If you go to any of the SPO track or anything and you go through these contracts and you hit the little, scissors there to show you how much money the Texans can save, they can save a lot of money moving on from Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard. Cool. So now you have 5 problems. Yes, I agree that Laramie Tunsil is not a good leader. Yes, I think it's a huge problem that CJ Stroud is on his ass all the time and they just stare at him. I don't get it. They just watch him get off the dirt time and time again, 100 times this year. It feels like they just look at him. I don't get it.
They get penalized a lot, but if ever there was a time for a penalty, it's when your quarterback's getting hit.
Yeah, I don't understand. But it is
there's
not
a level of care that's not there with them.
Yeah.
I especially with Tunsil. And look, there's this article I think DJ wrote like around Christmas talking about like how Tunsil's like trying to be one of the best tackles ever. Like, okay, man, but that's you. Anyway, continue, Joe. I cut you off.
No, you're fine. No, because it's laughable to me that he thinks he can be in that category. Stay on sides, and then we can talk about you have better run block.
He's definitely their best offensive lineman
For sure.
But at the same time, like there's something that you want that is missing from him, and is that because of the contracts he's gotten? I don't know. I hate to call out someone's motivation, but I wonder. He does not seem to have that dog in him. It's not the biggest dog in him, at the very least, if that makes any sense.
No, he
could break me in half.
He seems to have that dog when it's contract time. I mean, we've seen the 2 best years of Laramie Tunsil have been when he's about to be up for a contract, and we are heading into a contract season. He signed that deal in 2023. So I think we're coming up here. So I'm expecting the best version of Laramie Tunsil next year for the Texans.
We're going to keep rolling here. What did you think, Joe, when 3-time Super Bowl champion and stroke survivor Teddy Bruschi, New England Patriots legend, on ESPN had this to say about something the Texans don't know how to do?
I don't think the Houston Texans understand how to win a football game like this. I think there's just a big difference in class of coaching staffs and in players here, and I recognize it right away. I mean, in terms of the opening kickoff, and then, it was Chris Boyd going absolutely ballistic because he thought he forced a fumble, him pushing his coach. And then the defense, yes, the defense is outstanding. Minus 15 yards from that, and they get the 3 and out. Maybe it's a tougher field goal to make. Those little things, they just don't understand. Will Anderson, that's Patrick Mahomes, right? If you give the officials any type of excuse to throw the flag, they will throw the flag. I played with a guy that, he had the same type of carte blanche / Jordan rules that Patrick Mahomes also has. All right. You're going to get those calls, and you have to know how to win those type of games. To hear D'Amico Ryans afterwards talking about, everybody against us. Of course, he's talking about the officials. But when you lose a game and you're talking about officials, the Chiefs will just look at that and just understand that you never really understood how to beat us.
I think he's 110% correct.
Whoa.
They're
It's
just
more than 100.
The Texans are at the very top of the second tier in the AFC. They've won 2 playoff games in the last 2 years, but they do not belong in a category anywhere near Baltimore, Buffalo, and Kansas City. He's right. They don't know how to win these games. They've shown it all year long. They had a chance to beat Green Bay. They intercepted Jared Goff 5 times and they lost. Like they do not perform well. They got smoked by Minnesota. They got smoked by Baltimore. They had a chance to beat Kansas City twice this year. They failed to do so. They don't know how to get over the hump on the big games. I will say that's okay.
It's okay.
They're not I think they will get there still. It is year 2. But he's right. They don't know how to do it. And they have to figure it out. And it's not like
Ravens haven't gotten there yet.
Exactly.
And I think the Ravens are a better coach team.
I agree.
Bills technically haven't gotten there yet.
They have not.
I think that they are a team that's coached by someone who is trying his hardest not to reference 9/11 in the locker room after the game. Maybe he said Pearl Harbor. I don't know. I watched it at the bar.
It was
saw him holding at the top of his head, and I was like thinking to himself, like, "Don't say 9/11. Don't say 9/11." You know, you guys showed the same kind of resolve as the Japanese at Pearl Harbor.
Hardest I laughed this week was when I saw that tweet from you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Paul Gallant at the Improv. You've played video games, right?
Yeah.
Sean, you've played video games, right?
Yes.
You guys know about the term NPC, non-playable character?
Mhm.
Yes.
This is why people don't care about the Houston Texans in this city. They are a non-playable character. It's not to say that they're not in the game, but they have always been just a part of the story. The premier franchises of the AFC, the Patriots beat them twice this round. The Ravens beat them twice this round. The Chiefs beat them twice this round. They are 0-6 in the second round of the playoffs. At best, the Texans haven't even been a final boss for the best teams in the league. They've been a mini boss. They're the boss that you deal with halfway through the level. If you've ever played Zelda, the mini boss, very few mini bosses are actually difficult outside of Dark Link in the Water Temple in Ocarina of Time. Okay? We're getting
Great
really
reference.
nerdy here. He was hard unless you use the hammer and boom, it actually pretty quick, take him out pretty quick. You have been nothing more than a mini boss for Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, and to a lesser degree, Lamar Jackson, and of all people, Joe effing Flacco. That's what you've been. And this is why the level of care for this team has never been what I want it to be. And I totally get it. And when you hear Teddy Bruschi say stuff like that, I don't think that they're close to figuring out what it takes to win, especially when you hear Will Anderson after a game say, I thought we were the better team out there. The better team doesn't make mistakes. And there's been discourse today. I'm seeing Nick Wright gloating a lot about his Chiefs, and Nick's been going after two people who are far too respected in the football community, Ben Solak and Bill Barnwell, a couple of nerds. He's been going back and forth with them because those guys are acting like Lamar Jackson did nothing wrong in that game yesterday. And Jackson played his ass off at the end of the game. But Jackson had a horrible fumble, and Jackson threw an interception. And you know what the playoffs are all about? The playoffs are all about not screwing up. You're not the better team if you don't screw up in the if you screw up in the playoffs. You're not. You can't say that. I'm sick of that. Why did the Patriots win all those Super Bowls? They waited for other teams to screw up. That's what the Chiefs are doing now. That's what it's all about. It's about not making mistakes. You can actually play a mediocre game, and the style points, they don't matter. You can't screw up. You can't have 8 penalties for 82 yards. You can't allow 8 sacks. You can't have a special teams crash out. And this is the difference. Like, this is why the Chiefs are always here at the end of the year. And, Mahomes' stats weren't great, and you outgained the Chiefs by 100 yards, and you're the first team ever after 49 different games to out-yard somebody by 100 and lose. Blah, 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 blah. You can't screw up. You can't make mistakes. That is literally what this entire thing is about. The Chiefs and Patriots have proven it since the turn of the century.
Yeah. And I don't know why Texans fans would be like upset. Why you can't be upset about this? Because everything you just said, we don't have to look to the Chiefs and to the Patriots for this. Look across the street. What are you waiting for in the postseason? You're waiting for the Seattle Mariners to put in Robbie Ray to face Yordan Alvarez. You're waiting for the Philadelphia Phillies to put in a lefty because they think it's a matchup versus Yordan Alvarez.
Good call.
Like, that's like what Teddy Bruschi is saying is the Texans don't have what the Astros have had. And if you disagree with that, then you must not watch the baseball team here in town, because they have proven for 7 straight years, all you have to do is ride it out, and eventually someone's going to make a mistake in the American League, and you're at least going to get to the ALCS, just like the Chiefs are at least going to get to the AFC Championship game. The Texans are the Mariners. The Texans are the Blue Jays, or these teams that have struggled.
Blue Jays are the Chargers.
Probably not the Blue Jays.
Chargers and Blue Jays. That's the comparison.
Yeah, but like
everyone loves them. It's like, oh, did nothing again? Oh, okay, that's cool. Your uniforms are cool.
Yeah, they're the team that has making the poor pitching decision, poor coaching decision against the Astros for 7 straight years. That's what the Texans are, and they have to find a way to get over the hump.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, you're just going to be this forever. That's the feeling I get, and I get apathy towards this team, and it's why, once this week's done, there will probably be few and far between like serious Texans conversations on this show. Like that's I get how it works here. This team is not loved in this city because this is all they've ever been. Is I guess as corrected on the text line, a non-player character. I thought it was non-playable character. All right, you get what I'm saying here, though. He's Joe and Paul. We got Sean behind the glass, Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around. We're going to take a break from talking about the Texans for a moment, but you want to weigh in on them, 713-780-3776 to call to text. We will get back to them in a bit. There were other games in the best weekend of the NFL season. First off, right after the Texans went down, the biggest upset of the playoffs happened. Honestly, at least the Texans didn't disappoint to the degree that the Detroit Lions did in a game where they shot themselves in the foot. You can't trust Jared Goff. 3 picks in that game where Dan Campbell had a couple of moments where he looked unprepared. Good luck going forward with Ben Johnson probably getting a job elsewhere and Aaron Glenn getting a job elsewhere. Meanwhile, serial killer ass Jaden Daniels goes on the road and sticks it right in the you-know-where. Also, shout out to the Commanders running for 182 yards, a 4.3 yards per carry average with 3 touchdowns. Man performance by a rookie. And I'll ask this question. Who would you rather have right now? Jaden Daniels or CJ Stroud?
No, you're going to.
Well, I'm just asking the question.
Daniels.
Oh, damn, Joe. So little faith in CJ.
It's not that. We waited a decade, right, to have a better rookie season statistically than Andrew Luck. And CJ did it. And then Daniels is doing this. Maybe we'll have to learn our lesson again. But, like, when we do our top 10 quarterback rankings for the offseason, he's not going to be your 4th quarterback on the list. It's not going to be maybe 5th quarterback. Like, it's not going to go Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Jackson, Daniels.
I mean, if the Commanders make a Super Bowl, 100%.
It's not even there. It's already there.
And I mean,
he's the 5th best quarterback. He's the best quarterback in the NFC.
And look at this NFC Championship game, and we'll talk about the Eagles and Rams in a moment, but the Eagles look very beatable.
No, I mean, Jalen Hurts, like that knee. I mean, what Washington has done, I have Jaden Daniels envy. I have selling the franchise envy. Texans fans should be pissed off at DeMeco Ryans for not hiring Cliff Kingsbury because, my God, what a wizard this dude is. And he doesn't want to be a head coach anymore.
Yeah.
He wants to ride along with Jaden Daniels for at least one more season.
We'll get to some more of the fallout from this game afterwards. There's some radio hosts in Detroit who look really bad. Listen, Lions fans and Lions media, you can't be cocky when you haven't won dick since 1957. You know? The Super Bowl era is one where you're completely forgotten and you're talking trash about anybody. Watch out, because you blew a 24-7 lead in last year's playoffs, and now you just lost to a rookie quarterback at home with the best record in the NFC and with everyone picking you to win the Super Bowl. So
you got those challenge flags here with you today?
I do not have them.
All right, challenge on the play. You can't ask me that question and make me answer it and not answer it yourself.
I'll answer it myself.
Okay.
CJ Stroud's performance against the Chiefs makes me feel a little bit better.
For sure.
Where it's a little bit closer. But Daniel's ability to run with the football and his reliance on it, where he's running it 16 times in that game against Detroit. And on top of that, getting sacked 0 times, yes, against the Lions defense that's missing Aiden Hutchinson, among other players. You're crazy if you're not picking Jaden Daniels right now. He has the poise of, again, a serial killer. Like, I was actually shocked to see him show emotion at the end of the game where he was celebrating. I was like, oh, okay. He isn't a robot. He isn't a Terminator.
Yeah.
Guy's incredible.
No, it's and it's not that it's not an anti-CJ thing. And it's just about who this kid appears to be. It's the best quarterback in a conference. And like, it feels like they're a huge threat for now the next decade.
Mm-hmm.
It's incredible.
Next game. This one, got to give the Rams a lot of credit. They showed a lot of heart, but their offensive line screwed them over at the very end because the Rams, despite at a moment in this game, it looked like it was over. This was right after Saquon Barkley scored a 78-yard touchdown with 4:36 to play. I thought the Rams were done. They marched down the field with a 10-play drive in a minute 48. They forced a 3-and-out, and they got all the way down to the Eagles' 13-yard line. But then Matt Stafford got sacked. They were very close to winning that game. And look, I think the Eagles have a good defense. And Saquon Barkley, I mean, he just owns the Rams. I think in 2 games this year, we're talking about close to 550 total yards.
I think that's at least.
It's close to that.
It's absurd.
He had 205 yards rushing, 2 touchdowns. He had 4 catches for 27 yards. And I know he had 300, I think, in 4 scrimmage yards against the Rams the first game. But despite Saquon Barkley, man, something's up with the Eagles. Jalen Hurts was sacked 7 times in this game, and I do not trust that passing attack. A.J. Brown, I don't know if he was reading a book on the sideline through the snow. Would have been hard.
He brought it.
It would have been hard to read in the snow because it started snowing as the game got into the end, because everyone was saying, oh, it's going to snow so much. And I was pissed the first 3 quarters. There was no snow. Then it started snowing. And A.J. Brown had 2 catches on 7 targets.
Mike Tirico brought up the best point of maybe the entire divisional weekend when A.J. Brown was lying and saying that he reads it all the time and that he's going to read it again today. And it was like early second quarter where like the snow, or late second quarter where the snow's already coming down a little bit, but not as hard later. And he goes, like, he gives that anecdote and he goes, isn't it gonna get wet on the sideline? Like, how are you gonna read it? I was like, that's the entire thing with this lie that he isn't being a diva receiver is just, oh, I just like to read on the sideline sometimes. Like, it's not like the worst place in the world to have a book.
It really is.
The real question is this now is like, and it's hard to tell because of snow, but obviously Jalen Hurts was really struggling to move. I mean, the safety, like a lot of times Jalen would take off, but he couldn't there.
The play where he was slow getting up from on one of those sacks, I wasn't sure what happened. Like, they said it was his knee. I was watching the game on mute at FM Kitchen, and I thought he might have hurt his back on that play. But yeah, I guess it was his knee. But you're right. He was not the same Jalen Hurts that we saw early on when he had that big run early in the game for a touchdown.
And interesting, it sounds like Matt Stafford is not going to be the quarterback of the Los Angeles Rams next year.
Interesting.
Said he would evaluate his future, but then Shefty alluded to the fact that he's not done playing. He just might not play for the Rams next season. I don't know if they're going to go youth movement because they're pretty young. Like, maybe they're just ready for a reset.
I mean, if I'm the Rams, I wouldn't want to leave. If I'm Matt Stafford, I wouldn't want to leave. I mean, that pass rush they have is fantastic. And Puka Nacua, I mean,
monster.
It's a pretty good situation. You got Sean McVay as your head coach. Yeah, that's weird. Wonder why he would want to leave.
And that's like they just want to go young, I guess. But
okay.
Matt Stafford, San Francisco 49er quarterback next year.
That would be interesting.
Purdy for Staff.
Yeah.
Flop.
The Rams should say no to that. The 49ers should take Matt Stafford. Stafford, that guy's a baller.
Yeah, he still is.
It was, I mean, obviously the elements, whatever. The fumble was pretty bad.
Yes.
Just like poor ball security on the fumble. And there was some throws where I was like,
the last throw, yeah.
Old Matt Stafford makes that throw.
The 4th and 10 throw.
Yeah, just a little bit of like, what we saw with Justin Verlander the last couple of years where it's like, that's normally 100 miles per hour. Now it's like 96.
False start and a sack killed them on that drive. Because I really thought the Rams were about to score. And I know with the 2 missed extra points by Jake Elliott, I know every single Eagles fan was thinking that they were going to lose. Apparently all sports radio in Philadelphia has been bitching and moaning about Jake Elliott. Like, they're not even happy about the win. Where in Washington, everyone is essentially like just sunshine and rainbows.
Hell yeah.
I mean, it is officially now, like, every team in the NFC East has been back to an NFC Championship game since the Cowboys made it in the 1996 NFC Championship game against the Packers, who beat them.
Gosh, I would imagine it's like most of.
I think it's the entire NFC.
I think it is the entire NFC.
They didn't even make it in 96. They made it when they last went to the Super Bowl. The Panthers played the Packers in the NFC Championship in the 96-97 season.
Yeah, so I think it's been every team in the NFC has made it to an NFC title game now since the Cowboys last did.
Woof. All right.
Here comes Kellen Moore, though. Good luck.
The Bills beat the Ravens 27-25. This game was an interesting one. There is discourse online about who played better between Josh Allen, who only had 127 yards passing, 10 carries for 20 yards, but 2 touchdowns, and Lamar Jackson. And look, Lamar Jackson had his moments, He had the touchdown pass at the very end. He had the what else? What else? I mean, he had 2 touchdown passes.
He has the fumble.
But that's the problem, right?
Yeah.
He had the fumble. He had the interception. I get why people are crushing Lamar Jackson today, but everyone should be crushing Mark Andrews more than anything. Mark Andrews had a fumble. Mark Andrews had the drop on the 2-point conversion. I believe he had another drop in this game. 5 catches for 61 yards does not tell the story about Mark Andrews' day. One of the main reasons that the Ravens are done and that Lamar Jackson's going to get flamed all offseason, especially if he takes home a 3rd MVP trophy in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, unfortunately for Lamar Jackson, history is not going to remember the Mark Andrews drop. They will just talk about him and not being able to get to an AFC Championship game. I mean, he is at this point, like I guess, like I would say it's unfair to put him in the Karl Malone pre-2006 Peyton Manning conversation because of that drop. Like he did everything he was supposed to do.
2 turnovers though,
but he had the 2 turnovers for sure.
Ultimately, the playoffs are about not screwing up. Look at Tom Brady's playoff numbers. They're not great. They're not great. He would not screw up. And teams are going to do that. Quarterbacks cannot in the playoffs. Like, I'm okay with your crap stat line if you do not throw an interception and you do not put the ball on the ground, because you can't do either of those things. And it does happen from time to time, even to the best quarterbacks out there. But you cannot make mistakes like that. And I mean, Teddy Bridgewater, the guy who wore 2 gloves back in the day. I guess he came in that game against
he did because Goff got killed.
Right.
Yeah.
Before yesterday's Ravens-Bills game, Lamar Jackson said, "I'm not Teddy 2 gloves," and he fumbles. And it wasn't even like somebody knocked the ball out of his hands. That was an unforced fumble. After the game, to Lamar Jackson's credit, he took the blame for the Ravens' season ending.
First half, I had 2 costly turnovers. Me not holding the safety, me just knowing the coverage, me knowing it was man, through a BS interception. It was 7-7 at the time. I believe they scored after that. Battle back, fumble, snap, trying to make something happen. Couldn't throw. It was like a RPO play, so I couldn't really throw the ball to likely, the offensive line was down the field. So I was trying to make something happen. Tried to squeeze the ball, slipped out my hand. Von Miller picked it up, got some yards. I think that led to points for them. So it's a team effort out there. He been busting his behind, he making plays happen out there on that field for us. Came up short. And like I've been saying all season, every time we're in situations like this, turnovers play a factor. Penalties play a factor. Tonight, the turnovers, we can't have that, and that's why we lost the game. Because as you can see, we're moving the ball wonderfully. It's hold on to the ball. I'm sorry for my language, but it's annoying. I'm tired of
Yeah, I think
that's how you take the L on the chin.
Yeah.
I have a lot of respect for Jackson answering it like that. And, he's not pointing at anybody else. He's not pointing at Mark Andrews there. He was well justified if he had pointed at Mark Andrews for that one.
Yeah, and honestly, I think he will get over the hump at some point.
Man, I don't know. This wasn't even the Chiefs.
I know.
This is the Bills, and I'm not convinced the Bills are beating the Chiefs on. They never beat the Chiefs.
No, I honestly
in the playoffs.
I still would, like today, even though there's only 1 game to go, I would still bet on the Ravens beating the Chiefs in the playoffs before the Bills do. Like I'm picking the Chiefs this weekend. I think they're going to win. I'm not a huge believer in Josh Allen still. Like I think he's great, but I think he's going to make mistakes in that game. So I think Lamar will get there, but I appreciate the accountability and it's needed. And I also wish I wish people would have framed this tweet properly. Like there's the Ari Mirov guy from the 33rd team. He quoted the end of that clip with the whole video's there, but he only put the end of like in text, and it really looks like he's blaming Mark Andrews when he's
it does. You're right.
When he's taking accountability for the mistakes that happened in this game.
I first saw that and I was like, oh, did he throw Andrews under the bus? I mean, he should have, but
he totally should have. Yeah. Who Mark Andrews also didn't even talk to the media after the game. Coward.
No.
Coward.
Some Texans offensive linemen do that when they struggle.
They do. We've acknowledged that.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, welcome back, Peyton Manning. Now he runs.
That is cool, though. He does run. Peyton Manning.
It helps him on the graphic where they do the side-by-side. And, all the passing stuff is, like, remarkably similar. And the record's the exact same. And then you get to rushing, you're like, oh, he's a better rusher. Fumbles a little bit more, but yeah, better rusher.
I feel for him because this game, I mean, he did play very well, but it's those two mistakes. I mean, they were on him. He fumbled, unforced. The interception was a bad one.
He is moving in the right direction.
I agree. This was so much better than last year against the Chiefs.
And it's better than against the Titans where they go down early and they have to throw. And it's like they cannot throw their way back into this game. He showed on that last drive that he can't throw his way back into a playoff game.
As a texter, maybe the biggest fan of me, says, yeah, he's only 28.
Oh, yeah, that guy.
He is only 28.
He's only 28. I think he is getting better as a player. But unfortunately, this is a game where mistakes like this in the playoffs are magnified, and you almost would rather have the sub 150-yard passing performance by Patrick Mahomes or by Josh Allen because it didn't involve turnovers.
Yeah.
And you got and their teams won. And honestly, like one of the big differences I think we clearly see in talking about like a Brady versus a Jackson, I think you still have to look at the coaching. Because like you think about the Patriots being down 24-3 at halftime, they stuck to their game plan. 28. Thank you for the correction.
Greatest ever.
Definitely the greatest comeback
ever.
People don't talk about that game.
They don't
Not enough.
You know what happened in Houston? Localized.
Wow.
But Todd Monken, hand the ball to Derrick Henry, dude. Like,
he had a good
Mark
game.
Andrews doesn't fumble the ball if you just give the ball to the best running back in the NFL, not named Saquon Barkley, who has been having a solid day, not a great day for Derrick Henry, but give Derrick Henry the ball.
He was coming
man.
on late too.
Right,
Yeah.
because that's what he always does.
Yeah.
I mean, he had 16 for 84. That's a good game. He always comes on late. You're right. And I think that's a reflection of John Harbaugh. John Harbaugh has put in a cast of coaches that I've never understood. Like, the man has regularly been pantsed by Bill Belichick in big spots for not knowing rules. Oh, he's one of the best. Oh, yeah, with his one Super Bowl? Oh, okay.
Him and Tomlin are really like, hey, remember when?
Yes.
They're like, if you just keep your job long enough and are good, just good long enough, like you'll just find yourself in the top 5 head coaches list.
The only difference between John Harbaugh and Mike McCarthy is that John Harbaugh won a Super Bowl with Joe Flacco, not Aaron Rodgers. That's the only difference.
Yeah. And the only difference between him and Tomlin is that his team drafted Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
And the Steelers drafted Kenny Pickett.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oof. And on that note, he's Joe and Paul. Sean behind the glasses, Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Texans did lose on Saturday, and it is more on them than it is on the refs. You can't argue that.
No, you can't. You can say the refs are a problem.
Yes.
Because they were a problem.
You can be angry and yell at the heavens. You can question the existence of many things because of those referees. You can, I suppose, wonder if the NFL is rigged, but ultimately, the Texans did this to themselves. I don't like it when people blame the refs, and you are allowed to get mad at them for bad calls. It is tough to be a referee. They are going to make some mistakes, but the Texans are the reason that they lost on Saturday first. Secondary reason, some shaky calls that affected the game, but you allowed 8 sacks. Your special teams stunk.
Yeah, the worst performance of the season by the special teams unit for sure. And,
there was a bad punt in there too that we didn't even mention.
Oh yeah, where Tony Townsend he didn't even get to the 50, or it was like just over the 50. Like, and we're like
against your old team,
you still have a chance to win the game when he makes that punt if you get a stop or you give him great field position. And Sean, you said it on Dell's show. What was the extra point stat you had?
3 of the last 4 games, Kaimi Fairbairn's missed a extra point. The one he didn't miss an extra point, Paul, do you remember? It was the game you were at against the Ravens.
Because they didn't score a touchdown.
Yeah.
So he couldn't miss an extra point.
What a year to start off with.
Dude,
NFL
MVP.
record for 50-plus yard field goals. And
Team MVP
and
for
to
the first 3 weeks.
To end it with a missed extra point in 2 games against the Kansas City Chiefs right after they scored a touchdown to tie it up. Like the most deflating thing that you can do to your team is let them down in a spot where they're about to tie the game. I imagine that killed some of the confidence on the sideline. Like, how would you not start second-guessing yourself after scoring that touchdown on a 10-minute drive? to open up the second half.
They dominated that drive.
I started to believe for a second, and then they
Yeah.
missed the extra point, and I was like, that was foolish. That was foolish. What am I thinking?
Yeah. That was
That killed all the momentum.
no, it murdered it. It was
Effing kicker.
And I don't want to hear about cold weather for him. See Puka Nakua. That's all I got to say.
Puka Nakua.
He balled out.
Great. Balled out. Kaimi.
Some Hawaiians built different.
Yeah. Yeah. Kaimi. I mean, also, I will say, I do think it was a questionable decision to go for the 55-yard field goal that he sliced. I mean, the weather's terrible. I personally probably would have just rather CJ thrown it up to Nico Collins and tried to get a first down there, and not even punt it. It felt like when they were discussing this on the broadcast, it's like, are you sure you want to kick this in the weather? And I probably wouldn't have. So while Kaimi had a terrible day, I probably would have made a different decision. But that's D'Amico.
He's Joe and Paul, Sean behind the glass. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. We are turning it over to you, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975 if you want to vent about a season-ending loss to the Kansas City Chiefs on Saturday. How many Houston Texans are you second-guessing today after the way things went down? You can answer that for us. Stay put.
Mahomes steps up, throws, and he got it. Touchdown, Kelsey.
I don't feel like we're that far away. Like these teams are in a whole different tier than us. It's a matter of us just doing what we're supposed to do, and we'll be just fine. All right. Thanks, guys.
No, D'Amico, they are on a different tier than you. And I'm just going to throw this question out at 713-780-3776 to call as you hang out with me, with Joe, with Sean behind the glass. Are you second-guessing D'Amico Ryans in any way, shape, or form after the Texans fell to the Kansas City Chiefs on Saturday?
Not yet. I'm not there yet. I think he was wrong about the field goal. I think he should have gone for it.
Which field goal?
The one that Kyrie missed, that sliced away.
Not the one that was blocked.
Yes.
And not the extra point that was missed.
Yes. Neither of those. The one that was just to the right at the 55-yarder. I think it was a huge mistake not to call timeout as the clock's winding down on 4th down, the play when CJ is sacked by George Karlaftis.
I don't think they should have called a timeout there. I think that they should have let it be a delay of game and punt.
So that's fine too.
You should not have burned a timeout in that spot, but they did look discombobulated before that play began. Going for it on 4th and 10 was aggressive, and you had to have a better play than that. And as has been a problem for the Texans all year, whenever they ask for a tight end to block, whether it's Cade Stover or Dalton Schultz, they're just not getting enough. Those guys can't block. So if you're having him in as an extra blocker, guess what? He's not really an extra blocker there. I mean, you'd be better off with Daria Gumbawale out there in next to CJ Stroud. I don't know if he was in on that play. I don't think he was. He probably wanted to have Joe Mixon out there because you want as many playmakers as you can possibly have out there. But I don't think they should have called a timeout. But I do think that was a situation where you can second guess D'Amico Ryans' game management.
Yeah, totally. And a lot of that's on Bobby and CJ not getting to play and quick enough either. It's just he has to, and I think really that's why you have to call the timeout there, is because if you're not going to call timeout, CJ's not going to just automatically take the 5-yard penalty. He's going to try to get the playoff like they did, and it was a disaster. So I don't want to second guess D'Amico just yet. I do think he has some mistakes and some flaws in this game. To me, the second guessing is really going to be what happens over the next 5 to 6 days. I need to see the offensive line coach fired.
Chris Strausser.
I would like to see. I still am pro Bobby Slowick not being here. I don't think that will happen, but
just say it, pro firing Bobby Slowick.
Yeah, I'm pro firing Bobby Slowick. I don't think they'll do it, but I'm pro that. I think that's where, if you're going to go with the defensive head coach and you're going to have issues on offense, you have to be a little more cutthroat, I think. And
the accountability side of things with D'Amico Ryans and this coaching staff, I don't feel it's where it would be with other organizations.
Mm-hmm.
It's early on. You kind of learn to be cutthroat. Over time,
yeah.
What are they going to do this offseason? We will see for what it's worth, and we'll react to some of this audio tomorrow. D'Amico Ryans, when asked about Bobby Slowick, he said he has made some growth this season, but he was very short with his answer. And I think to open up his press conference today, he said that they will evaluate staffing changes over the course of the week.
Yeah, so that's why for me, I don't second guess as much today about D'Amico, but I just want to see what's the next move on the chessboard for him as a coach.
Yeah, I wonder about that. I second guess some things in the game. H-Town Critic is not everyone's favorite account, but he said this game was an absolute embarrassment for D'Amico Ryans. I'm not going to go that far. But the first Fairbairn field goal, as you said, that's something to second guess. Maybe challenging the spot on that Xavier Hutchinson reception that could have been a first down. And maybe from a time management perspective, before the field goal gets blocked, you kick the field goal a little bit earlier. Whatever the case, I think there are some things to look at with D'Amico Ryans. And then, of course, just the totality of the year where some of the same mistakes kept happening over and 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 over again. At a certain point, how are those things not being corrected? I don't know.
Yeah, and that's a question for D'Amico that only really he can answer, because he's said the same thing all season.
Mm-hmm.
That it needs to get fixed, and it didn't get fixed.
You won't throw his guys under the bus, and again, I'm cool with that publicly, but this is now time to throw people under the bus. You don't have to say anything about it. Just like Joe Pesci and Goodfellas, take Tommy into the room.
Mm-hmm.
You got to take him into the room and just make sure there's some plastic wrap out there so that you don't damage your carpets.
And that includes the guys that on this team that you don't trust to be on the field. I think it's a mistake by D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio to invest a dime into Jimmy Ward like they did for next season. I think you can question if it makes sense to extend Brevin Jordan for another season like they did because he's never on the field. Like there are tough decisions that are gonna have to get made this offseason. But for D'Amico, like I think to me that whole like kick a field goal as soon as Nico gets the first down or gets the catch, it's very Madden-y. It's very Madden gameplay of just kick the field goal and then go from there. I just don't feel like that's how really
I agree.
anyone actually operates.
It gets a little bit simplified sometimes
Yeah.
because we played that game. I totally agree with you there.
Yeah,
Sometimes we're maybe some of the second guessing we do, we act like we in the moment would be able to have everything ready to go right away. Like you have to factor this in. On the sideline, there is a decision-making process, say the 4th and 10, where they decided to go for it. I'm sure in the moment they were like, damn, I think we kind of have to go for it. All right, Bobby, come up with something. And you hope that next time around that D'Amico knows, okay, no matter what, we are going for it here. He has to communicate with Bobby in between plays. Bobby, I need the best play.
Mm-hmm.
I need the best play ready to go. You have to call it. You have to make sure you have the right personnel in there. And that was not ready to go. And that's all you can hope is that is a learning experience. But, to bring it back to what we were discussing earlier, this team has not done a good job of learning from its mistakes this year. Self-correction is a big part of learning. And we did not see that very often from this team. And sure, glass half full approach is CJ Stroud's in his second year. D'Amico Ryans is in his second year. Gritty effort in Kansas City by Stroud. Phenomenal effort in Kansas City by the defense outside of letting Travis Kelce slide away that one time. But the glass half empty is, did they look like they're in the same class as the Chiefs, even with the game where at times they played very well? I can't say that because I felt like in the fourth quarter, that's when the Chiefs generally are going to beat you, and you beat yourselves throughout that game.
Yeah, I don't think you can put yourself in the category of, being, he said they're not that far away. I do strongly disagree with that. I mean, you've lost your 2 divisional round games by quite a few points. You've struggled to beat good teams over the last 2 years. You've lost to some of the worst teams in the NFL.
And that's why you were in this spot.
Yeah.
I mean, you lost a game where you forced 3 turnovers on Jordan Love on the road. You lost a game where you picked off Jared Goff 5 times. You lost to the effing Jets. You lost to the effing Titans. You win 2 of those games this round, you would have been playing perhaps that wouldn't have been fun to play the Baltimore Ravens, but you could have been playing the Ravens. You could have been playing the Bills, but you put yourself in this spot to play the Chiefs early on in the playoffs because you could not take care of business in the regular season. And last year there was a problem too. You lost to the Jets. You lost to the Panthers. You lost to the Falcons. You have to win the gimmies on your schedule because the regular season does matter from that perspective. Sure, there's only one bye week that gets out there, but what do you want to do this round of the playoffs? Not play in Kansas City against the 2-time defending Super Bowl champions, potential 3-time defending Super Bowl champions.
Yeah, and the players said that themselves today. I mean, they acknowledged like you can't lose this game. I think Will Anderson mentioned the Jets specifically.
Yes, because they're the effing Jets.
Yeah,
and guess what? Stroud got sacked 8 times in that game too.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I think there's a lot of over criticism right now of D'Amico. Like I don't think when we talk about the blame game and who's at fault for this loss, I don't think it's on D'Amico really at all. There's a couple questionable moments, sure, but like he didn't build out a roster for the second year in a row has no one that's capable of guarding Travis Kelce. There's no one out there. It doesn't matter if it's Eric Murray or Aziz or Christian Harris or Toto, or if Jimmy Ward or Jalen Petrie were healthy. Like, none of those guys can guard Travis Kelce. It's a big ask, but they've struggled against Mark Andrews. They've struggled against tight ends the last 2 years.
Yeah.
It's not just a schematic thing. It's just there's just no one on the roster that fills that void. So yeah, I don't want to, of all the people I think that deserve criticism today for the Texans losing on Saturday, I really don't think D'Amico's towards the top of that list.
I'm with you there, but it is his product.
Sure.
And he's going to have to take a look in the mirror and make some hard choices. And hopefully he actually is a little bit more bloodthirsty because this time I don't think that you took a step forward. I think you're in the same spot that you were before. I brought this up on KHOU last night. I feel the same way that I feel after going to a sushi restaurant. Like, I love sushi. Sushi's good, but sushi's effing expensive, especially if you go to Uchi. Good God. Terrible first date idea the one time I did that. Girls robbing me out there. You know, it was a first date. I didn't even get lucky. Okay. Oh, Paul, you sound really entitled there. Whatever, man. It was a $300 bill.
Oh, okay.
First date. Like, I don't have that kind of money. When I go and get sushi, like, I'm always hungry afterwards. Sushi's good, but like, do you leave sushi satisfied? Only if you go to those places where you can actually get a lot of bang for your buck. And this season to me was like going to a restaurant and eating sushi. I'm still hungry, and I don't know how I'm going to fill that because I only have a limited amount of money, and I just spent it all buying sushi, which is over expensive because some basic broad on one of the dating apps. Sorry, I'm being sexist. Whatever. Oh, the key to my heart is sushi. Oh, really? Really? Well, guess what? The key to my stomach is eating more than just sushi, and that was a lot of money, babe. That was a lot of money. Rob's in somewhere. He wants to talk about the Houston Texans at 713-780-3776. Rob!
Hey, guys. Appreciate you taking my call. I think everybody can pretty much agree that the offensive line is the biggest problem, but do we have any sort of faith in this regime drafting or signing offensive linemen when the last four guys that they've drafted have all been trash, and the only lineman that's worth anything was brought in by the previous GM? And so I don't see it getting any better next year when these guys haven't proven they can draft anybody worth a darn.
That's a good question, Rob. I mean, they gave Shaq Mason that extension before he even played it down, and Mason was better, I think, last year. But yeah, Kenyon Green's been a disaster. Juice Scruggs, I don't think he knows where he's at his best to this point. You have like Jarrett Patterson in there playing center for you because of the limitations of your interior offensive line. Shaq Mason should have been on the bench instead of Juice Scruggs. That is a place where I would have second-guessed, where I am second-guessing DeMeco Ryans because they were saying, oh, we got better on the offensive line, and then they put him back in. Okay, why? Is he one of DeMeco Ryans' guys? Because DeMeco Ryans is loyal to a couple of guys specifically on a level where you kind of wonder why that's the case and maybe not so loyal to other guys who are better on the roster. But yeah, right tackle. I mean, Titus Howard, is he a right tackle going forward? He's very expensive. You know, I don't know if that salary on the books makes any sense in that left tackle too. So yeah, you have to find guys in the draft, but you're going to be drafting towards the back of the first round for your first offensive lineman. Most of the good tackles are off the board by 15, at least based off of the ones, going off of the mock drafts and the projections and all that jazz. So you've got that, and generally the offensive linemen who make it to free agency are not that good. That's why the teams didn't keep them.
Yeah, I mean, and even
tough.
And even then, like you have $10 million to spend right now, and you don't have. If you go through any like these contracts, it's not easy to just like create a ton of cap space without extending guys. You can't just like cut your problems away to create salary cap. And to the caller's point, no, I don't trust Nick Caserio to evaluate the offensive line because it's the only thing he clearly is below average at. He is crushing the draft in terms of secondary, linebackers, pass rushers, wide receivers, quarterback. He can't. The offensive line is not good. It's the biggest weakness of this team, and they've invested multiple draft picks into it, high draft picks into it, middle round draft picks into it, huge contracts, and they suck. Like they suck. So
yeah.
No, I don't have any confidence that Nick Caserio can fix this offensive line because it's clearly his Achilles heel right now as a GM.
And with how the offensive line is already built and with the salary cap space that they're going to have this offseason or that they're not going to have this offseason, you're going to be having to either nail some draft picks, Nick Caserio, or DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio is going to have to smoke the offensive line coach to hire because those are the only ways that they're going to get better. And everyone's going to say like, wait, so you're going to get rid of like Titus Howard or whoever, or Kenyon Green. Like they have X amount of open spots on this offensive line. they invested this much already into it, and now they're going to get better. It's like, yeah, you're going to have to hope. You're going to have to hope that they either get coached up or that they're just more aligned on the offensive line next season. Like, there's not going to be a satisfactory move that they make.
I had this history teacher in 10th grade. His name was Mr. Fielding. Mr. Fielding, if you're listening, you know what this was, okay? So Mr. Fielding, the worst teacher I've ever had. This is a guy who would forget where the tests were that were taken, and people would just tell him, oh, yeah, I turned it into you, and he would give him an A.
Oh.
This is a guy who tried to pander to us as best he can by allowing us to play Halo 2 at lunch. This all sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah,
It does.
Yeah.
It was great for us. Did we learn anything about history in 10th grade? No, we didn't. Also, this guy was like asking teachers out who were married, et cetera, et cetera. Like,
I mean,
he had he was kind of creepy and had the attractive girls sitting up at the front of the class. There was a lot of weird stuff going on with this guy. Okay, so this guy was my history teacher. One of the most incompetent teachers I've ever seen. You are hoping that your offensive line coach is one of the most incompetent coaches, a la Mr. Fielding, in history. Like, that best case scenario, this guy is so effing bad that these guys have been made worse by his existence. And Chris Strausser probably will be a fall guy. The odds of Chris Strausser being that bad are pretty low. So now you got to look in the mirror at nearly $200 million in total salary towards your offensive linemen and say, like, what if these guys just aren't as good as we're paying them to be? And
100%.
And how are you going to get better? You know, you were mentioning Nick Caserio. Caserio's had 2 really good drafts in a row. And honestly, you can take a look at the entire track record. And okay, the Kenyon Green pick has been a disaster, but Derek Stinling was the right call. Stroud, right call. Will Anderson, right call. Tank Dell, right call. Kamari Lassiter, right call. Among others.
Nico Collins,
exactly. Like, there's been a lot of good picks. You're asking a lot in something that is, in my opinion, a crapshoot to the point where I don't really pay attention to like mock draft talk because I think everyone's talking out of their ass. It's such a crapshoot. You're expecting Nick Caserio to keep winning the lottery to fix this unit. And yeah, maybe he doesn't know what he's doing when it comes to evaluating offensive line talent. But, oh man, you are really going at a steep incline this offseason when it comes to making this offensive line better. And it really is a matter of, hopefully that coach was the worst coach of all time.
Yeah, your best bet is that your coach fixes or improves Patterson, Scruggs, and Blake Fisher enough to where you only have to replace like maybe one person on the offensive line this year. That's best case scenario.
Yeah.
And I still, I've been listening to a lot of like trying to listen to some of the quarterbacks in the media when they've been talking about the Texans a lot. And I think back to Chris Sims when he was on Ryan Russillo's podcast last week. One of my biggest questions of this offseason and the future of the Houston Texans is still, why is it so clear to everyone that's watching the Texans that CJ Stroud is thinking that his offensive line is going to protect him in a certain way, and he's just getting rushed so quickly? And they say it's all because Juice Scruggs or Jared Patterson are the ones calling out the protections up front. And it makes me wonder with Stroud why he hasn't taken over that responsibility.
Good question.
And if it's that much of a problem where Scruggs and Patterson are that bad at it, then there's probably, I would imagine there's no way CJ Stroud's worse at it. So like there are fundamental things that like you can convince me that going to the next season they're going to be much better at. It starts there with CJ Stroud calling out the protections, a new offensive line coach, 1 or 2 new faces on the offensive line. Like I think we can go in with a more optimistic view of it, but I know I don't trust Nick Caserio to fix it. I just can't.
And it's funny because he's done a great job.
Yeah.
He's done a great job building this roster, but this might be an area of weakness.
And that's okay. But then it's up to Nick Caserio to be a great general manager than to find someone that can help you.
Can you hire a good offensive line coach? One of the frustrations I have with the Tennessee Titans being a bunch of dumbasses is that had they actually been smart and fired their head coach, Brian Callahan, you would potentially be able to hire Bill Callahan as your offensive line coach.
And I wonder if Bill Callahan stays with the Titans after this year because there's definitely a lot of messiness going on.
Mm-hmm.
But like that's something I wonder about.
There's one more offensive line coach, legendary offensive line coach that maybe Nick Caserio has in his contacts list.
I got his Wikipedia page pulled up right here.
I had to check if he was still alive. Dante Scarnecchia.
What if, Paul, imagine how much better we would all feel today if they announced, if Nick Caserio said, I'm bringing in Dante Scarnecchia to help me evaluate an offensive line coach.
Ooh, as a consultant.
Just to get his sign off of like, this guy, I'm 76 years old. I don't want to coach.
Oh, he's only 76. Okay,
Yeah.
good. I was wondering how
Now,
old he
look,
was.
Pete
I thought he might be
Carroll's-
like 89.
Hey, Pete Carroll's 73. So Dante can come out of retirement.
But he's been retired for a couple of years.
Yeah, it's been 2019. But like, can you make a
6
phone
years
call
now.
and just be like, hey man, you got any recommendations here of like who can help me identify offensive line talent and who can help coach them?
I'm sure he has some ideas, but I mean, this is a very big offseason task, and I honestly don't think it is possible for them to improve this significantly this offseason. Can it be better? I mean, it can't be any worse.
That's what I'm thinking. Can they get to average? That to me is the like bar that they need to get to. It's like, don't have parts of the season where we watch the games and we go, oh my God, they're going to get CJ Stroud killed. Like, don't do that. But can they be the
don't do that?
Can they be like the 16th or 18th best offensive line in football?
Mm-hmm.
That's all we need.
Such a low bar.
From the 8-3-2, can we blame the offensive scheme too? Yeah, obviously. Slowick's
He
part
is
of this.
part of this, yeah.
And I am skeptical that the Texans will fire Bobby Slowick.
That's why I'm not really talking about him that much. I'm focusing mostly on the offensive line coach because he feels like just how I'm mapping it in my head. Off-season 2025 fall guy, Strausser. Mid-season or maybe after the another playoff divisional loss, fall guy next season, Bobby Slowick. Then after that, then we get into the offensive coordinator hire better work out.
I disagree because if D'Amico Ryans makes the decision to stick with Bobby Slowick and the offense is bad next year, people are all going to flip on D'Amico. But you are the CEO of this football team, and if you make the decision to keep Bobby Slowick and your offense does not improve, people are going to turn on D'Amico next season.
But they're going to let him. But they're going to let him hire a new offensive coordinator.
They will, but the fan base will be unhappy.
We'll talk to DJ about this tomorrow, but D'Amico is loyal, and sometimes loyalty can cost you. Robert has a thought on the Texans at 713-780-3776. Robert, yo.
What's going on, fellas? How are y'all doing?
Doing all right. How about yourself?
Man, I'm trying to stay warm out here, man. It's impossible. So it's a thing. It's easy to blame the O-line. I get it. They deserve a lot of it. But I would like to see CJ become more athletic. There's been a lot of plays all season to where he just did not run the ball. Even Saturday night, he could have ran the ball a couple more times. I know he had 42 yards rushing. Could have had a little more. Keep the drive going. Keep the chains moving. Just be more athletic. I don't know if CJ's soft, but running backwards to getting sacked, a lot of that's on him. I like to see him be more athletic. Not no Lamar Jackson, but at least he's able to do it. That's all I want to see. It'll help out the O-line a whole lot, in my opinion.
Did you think, Robert, in this game that he showed a little bit of that? I mean, the last couple of games, I think he trusted his feet a little bit more. I like that he was putting his shoulder into people. Playoffs are on the line. I get what you're saying. Like, there are moments where it looks like he's holding onto the football a little bit long, but there have also been a lot of moments where it felt like he hasn't had a chance from the actual start of the play. Like, I thought that there were some moments on Saturday where he took steps forward. Do you feel the same way? I guess we lost Robert. Okay.
But like I agree with you. And I mean, if you look at like, there's this chart that's out there right now that if you look at like the most pressure quarterbacks in the NFL, CJ Stroud is at the very top of the list, basically, in terms of both blocked pressure rate and unblocked pressure rate. They're coming in super fast. It's a schematic issue where you're having tight ends block elite pass rushers or good pass rushers. I mean, George Karlaftis is not elite. He looked like the best pass rusher in the NFL on Saturday. It's a schematic thing, all of it. There's also, where's the easy stuff? Like, you want to talk about get the ball out to where? Like, look at some of these plays where Dare Ogunbowale from this weekend is helping, in quotes, on Chris Jones, and he gets muddled up in the play, so he's not even a hot route for CJ to dump the ball out by the time CJ's on his ass. Like they don't. This offense doesn't have the easy layups for CJ to just get rid of the ball. Some of it's definitely on him. He takes sacks. Every quarterback does. It's objective to unless you're in the unless you are part of the Houston Texans, you cannot be 100% correct on what is and what is not CJ Stroud's fault.
Yeah.
Just because you don't know everything that's happening on.
No, right. That's what it is.
But it's more to me. It's still while I agree with some of your points, Ron, it's largely on the offensive line and the coaches than it is more on CJ.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. What's the fix? Got a quick fix for the Texans next year? Hit us up at 713-780-3776 to call to text. Don't hit us. Hit us up. On the Twitch at ESPN 975, on the YouTube at ESPN Houston. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stick around.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
I feel so bad. We just ruined Paul's life.
It's not about me. It's not about me. No, we got bigger fish to
No,
fry.
it's about you, I think, now.
It's big. We got bigger things to fry. So look, we're all bummed out the Texans lost on Saturday. Joe just shared something with me. I'm not thrilled about it, but Joe, I don't want to bring the mood down. Okay, I don't want to bring down the mood.
Yes.
Congratulations to your Chicago Bears.
Yes, the people that like me, you should be happy for me today because Ben Johnson is finalizing a deal to be the head coach of the Chicago Bears.
Good job.
Very happy about that.
Yeah, you got honestly,
it's just not Mike McCarthy.
Yeah,
that's real. I talked myself into Todd Monken pretty heavily this weekend, to be honest.
You did?
After watching the Ravens game.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm very, very happy that Ben Johnson's going to be the head coach of the Bears.
And you got your Notre Dame hat on. Notre Dame 8.5-point dogs against Ohio State.
Yeah,
tonight,
now
the
I feel
national
much better.
Championship.
Now I feel like Notre Dame's going to win.
Because you were saying before the show, the Texans kind of brought down your optimism.
Yeah. Because if it's like same old Texans, I was like, oh, it's going to be same old Notre Dame, which means they're going to lose by 25. Which is still possible, but I'm just happy to be there tonight. I wish I was there. It's a little expensive.
You just missed it by 1 year.
It's like $3,000.
Yeah.
I know. I cannot believe I was at the national championship game last year. And now Notre Dame's in it this year. Just missed it.
Just missed it.
But Paul's upset. Because we told him that the owner of the Boston Red Sox is interested in buying the Boston Celtics.
Motherfucker. Can't say that on the air. Can't say that. Yeah, I'm pretty upset about that. That sucks. The Red Sox ownership is a bunch of losers. I know that they have won 4 World Series with the Red Sox, and I should just tell you how I feel about this. They are cheap. They do not try to win. LeBron James is part of that ownership group, which also angers me. Not happy.
Well, so LeBron might own the Celtics?
Shut up. He already does.
I was going to say, since you went to Miami, he does.
Anyway, listen, it's not about me. It's not about me. It's not about me.
It's not about Joe either.
Not about me.
No, I want Joe to be happy.
Joe.
I'm happy for Joe.
He calls me racist like once a week.
Yeah, but I want you to be happy.
He's trying to get me canceled.
An hour or 2 hours and 38 minutes ago, he did.
Like,
oh God, this sucks. And the Texans sucked on Saturday, to bring it full circle. I spent a lot of this weekend focused on the Texans. I will say this: I am thankful that the thing that I do care the most about, which is NFL coverage in the city of Houston, I'm thankful that after this coming week and we figure out what the Texans are doing with their coaching staff and some of the big decisions that they have to make, I'm glad that it's taking a back burner. Joe was up until, first off, 3 a.m. on the Thursday into Friday, and 3 a.m. Friday into Saturday, putting together a montage, which, by the way, I thought was amazing. Shout out to me. That led to Believe, which, of course, this show has put together.
Mm-hmm.
I made a logo that we could theoretically print on a T-shirt.
Oh, really?
And I even went to LegalZoom.com and tried to figure out how we could trademark Believe. $650. No, not happening. But I had everything lined up on the off chance that they pulled it off on Saturday with that montage, and potentially thought about biting the bullet for the trademark. I was thinking crazy things, and I wasted a lot of time this weekend because ultimately the game went exactly how I thought it would when I did the show on Friday. But after the show, I started thinking, what if something crazy happens?
I mean, look, when they scored 15 plays, 82 yards, 10 minutes and 24 seconds left knock off the clock. It's 12-13. As Kymie's walking out of the field goal, I thought the Texans were going to win. And then, whoop, ball game, over. No chance to win as soon as that happened.
Yeah.
But like, I think we should really ponder this trademark here for a second, though. Because what will your reaction be when the Texans release their hashtag for the 2025-2026 season and it's hashtag Bull Leave. And you didn't trademark it.
I tipped the hat. I tipped my hat to them.
Really?
Yeah, I just tipped my hat. Again,
And they sell T-shirts.
I'm not
and
paying
hats.
$650 for this. I'm not. I thought it would be easy. Honestly, what I would have had to do, and we would have either shared this or had to go to charity or something like that. I was thinking though about maybe giving the big man, Mr. Gao, a call. Say like, hey, can we sell this through what's our t-shirt company? Sorry.
Bull shirts.
Bull shirts. Yeah, like through Bull shirts, we put together some Believe t-shirts.
That's good branding for them.
Right. It would be awesome.
Tremendous.
I didn't think the logo was that bad, but yeah, I'm bummed the season ended, especially the way that it did. I thought that the defense played their ass off. I thought that CJ Stroud finally seemed to put seeing ghosts to the side this game. He was sacked 8 times, but I thought Stroud played like a man. I thought Mixon played like a man. I thought Will Anderson played like a man. And the defense was, for the most part, very good. But 8 sacks, terrible day of special teams. And I mean, ultimately, it was never really that close, even though in the third quarter, they had a chance to tie it after that 10-minute touchdown drive.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long off season. I feel like is there like a sour taste? Are you just discouraged, like D'Amico?
I'm not discouraged. I mean, I'm frustrated because going into this year, I really did think that they had a chance to make it to the AFC Championship game. But honestly, I think they had a chance to make the AFC Championship game if they didn't play the Chiefs.
You think like if it was Buffalo or Baltimore?
If it was Buffalo, I would have picked them to win.
Yeah.
I would have picked them to win against Buffalo. I would not have picked them to win against Baltimore, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, we need to. To me, like that's where number one game on the schedule next year. Like I kind of hope it's week 1. Honestly, like they'll play Baltimore again next year. I mean, need to see it. Like you want to get the fan base to believe. You got to beat Baltimore next year.
Honestly, I prefer not playing Baltimore at all. I know they have to because it's the first place game.
Yeah,
I was gonna say it's also risky to put it week 1 because you know what people won't do if they get blown out in week 1 to the same team that they always get blown out.
Care.
Yeah, they won't believe.
God, I mean, I still go back to like my first year and only year in morning drive here in Houston with Mike and with Seth. And do I blame the Texans for that show failing? A little bit. They lost the first 3 games to open up football season, and no one cared after that, even though they won 9 games in a row. Who'd they beat? Yeah, I kind of get it. I actually do kind of get it.
Yeah.
Who did they beat? No one. Alas, earwax. God, I can't believe it's John Henry's special. I really just can't believe that. This is brutal.
It'll be okay.
This is why you got to watch on YouTube and Twitch because like you get to see me being myself.
You saw it. You saw it on the break.
Yeah.
I mean, the reaction. You would have thought.
Oh yeah, I threw my wallet at the fake brick wall to the left. Hopefully, it didn't break.
I mean, look, it doesn't mean they're gonna buy it.
Yeah, they're just putting together a bit.
I mean,
they're driving up the price for Bezos.
Still there.
Yeah, they're driving up the price.
Bezos ain't gonna buy it. Why did I just have a Texas accent there? I don't know.
That's all right.
Disassociating from Boston because of John Henry, that son of a biscuit. Rivers got a thought on the Notre Dame Fighting Irish big game tonight for Joe George's Golden Domers. He has his hat on. Credit to him. No T-shirt yet, which honestly still indictment on you, but it's fine. It's fine.
I'll buy a national championship T-shirt.
Nah, that's a little bit too cocky.
I'll even find the ones they send to Africa when they lose.
Whoa. Whoa. Well, I mean,
honestly, I would love one of those. If I could have like add to my T-shirt collection, I would love to have all the Super Bowl losers T-shirts. It'd be great. It'd just be ironic.
It would be funny to have all the Bills loser T-shirts.
Oh yeah,
that would be great. 713-780-3776. River, what's up?
What's up, guys? Such a big day today, so I had to call in. I see that Joe did not find that mythical T-shirt that he lost his virginity in back in grad school, but I'm glad he did stop by Lids on the way into the office and grab that hat.
Yeah, you know what? I do wonder if the hat was just lost forever.
No.
The Joe Jr. hit. No, they did find it? Okay.
This is the same one.
Okay. What if you never had the hat? I don't know. Asterisk. Anyway, continue, River.
Also, Paulie, that jacket you got on, I don't know how cold it is. It's very
cold in studio.
there, but But that Canada Goose jacket, it might become a collector's item. It's about to become American Goose here soon.
Ooh, that's true. Annexed Canada, annexed Gulf of America, annexed Mexico. Big day. You know what? Texans aren't winning. United States of America, though, like getting
Dubs.
key victories over their division rivals in North America. I don't know.
Is Greenland out of conference?
Greenland's out of conference.
Out of
yeah.
conference.
Until it's not.
Yeah.
You never know.
Realignment. It's always happening.
I mean, when's the first NFL game going to be played in Greenland?
The United States of America is the new Big Ten. Doesn't make any sense. The ACC.
We're having to change the commercial?
yeah. Yeah. Anyway, appreciate the phone call, River.
Thank you, River. Good luck tonight. I know you're a fan too.
Yeah. Good luck to the Golden Dumbers. Anyway, we're gonna wrap things up after this. We got a little garbage time. We'll laugh at some things. Try to feel better about sports in general with the Texans losing and the Celtics about to be bought by the cheapest bastard in all of sports, who is rich. He's like a rich cheap. How does that work? I don't know. He's John Henry. Seems like he would actually shop at Subway. He got real big on the Boston Red Sox success. Now here he is about to make the Celtics look like they're wearing a dress. That's all I have. Sorry, whatever. Yeah, stick around. Hopefully I'll stick around. I might jump out the window. Bye.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Remigio on the return. Nico spins. Still going. Bends it back and down. Ball comes out.
I think that's where I knew they were probably going to lose. By the way, that was the first play of the game.
That is like a good point of when did you know they were going to lose? Right there. For me, it was the extra point. You know what? There's 2 points. That play was point number 1, but then they held into a field goal.
Then and then
so I was like, okay.
they hung around.
Like, I was like, okay.
And
Like,
the defense looked good. And they were hitting hard.
Super Bowl caliber defense, settle in. And then Kaimi shanked it.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 moments, I think.
You know what else didn't help? Seeing the Rizzler before the game in all Chiefs gear. No loyalty in New Jersey and the tri-state area. Those people, massive front-running frauds. You've also got Caitlin Clark, who apparently lifelong Chiefs fan. Does make sense. She's from Iowa.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Iowa is either Chiefs or Bears usually, so that makes sense.
Oh, okay. That would make sense. Yeah. Yeah. I could buy, to me, the whole Midwest is just a giant cornfield with Chicago in the middle of it.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. I grew up in a cornfield, basically.
You did?
The town that I grew up in.
They have corn in Illinois?
Yeah.
Okay.
The town that I grew up in, when I moved to this suburb, my dad, as a high school teacher, his first graduating class was 60 students. Now, by the time I graduated high school, it was quadruple that. So they grew quickly between like second grade to high school, end of high school. But yeah, there's corn.
Shout out to those 60 people, high school classes.
Yeah.
Shorecrest Prep.
And welcome to what
7,
Illinois
50.
feels like, Houston. Huh? And welcome to what Illinois feels like, Houston.
Outside?
Because, yeah. Well, it's 2 degrees in Illinois today. So it's not as bad.
Good God.
But, and Ben Johnson's still going there?
Yeah, I know.
He must be paying him a bank.
I would imagine.
A lot of money.
Just a reminder, don't dump hot water on your windshields if they're frozen.
Oh, didn't know that.
You didn't know that?
Dude, I don't know anything about cars in the cold. Nothing.
No, it'll crack your windshields if you dump like boiling water on your windshield to get the ice to go away. So don't do that.
So what do I pour on my windshield?
You just turn your car on and
I just realized I do not have
let it heat up.
I don't think I have a windshield scraper or brush for my car.
Does anyone?
No.
I was gonna say I definitely don't.
I bet they're all gone at all the stores.
They sell them here?
I'd imagine.
I used to have one.
Okay.
I used to have one.
You probably can't get it at the grocery store. You probably have to go to like an Advanced Auto Parts or O'Reilly or any of those places.
AutoZone, whichever.
So there's probably no water at the grocery store. There's probably no toilet paper.
Mm-hmm.
I never understand why toilet paper is gone.
I know, like we're gonna be inside for like 2 days, guys.
Well,
and you might not have any water to even flush it with,
you can't say that with that much authority.
Yeah,
because I don't think it was actually the last time it snowed, but there was one time relatively recently.
Yeah,
it's a little longer than a couple days.
I have the hot water running as a dribble in all of the faucets and bathtubs in my place. Yeah, your boy has 2 bathtubs.
What?
Hell yeah, dude. Legend. Wow. None of them are jacuzzi size though.
But no bed for me to sleep in.
No bed. Sorry, Sean. Sorry.
No,
I'm
room
sorry.
At the inn.
I'm sorry. Listen, I love this company. They allow me to do so many things. I'm not allowing you, this company, like the British soldiers in 1776, to commandeer my house so that some of the people that work at this fine station can get to work tomorrow. Middle management Joe. Allowing that.
I got Sean and Dell hotel rooms.
Yeah.
Look at you.
So we're in line with the 4th Amendment.
And then everyone else is at home.
Where's my hotel room, though?
You're working from home.
But I want a hotel room.
Do you think he walks to work tomorrow, Sean? Even though he doesn't have to?
No, there's no reason to.
Okay.
There's no reason
I was going to say, it depends how much snow we get.
Yeah. No, we'll be doing the shows from home tomorrow. Unless my internet and electricity are out. Then I will walk. I doubt I'm driving. I'm not driving on Westheimer when it's icy. Now I might get clipped like by some car that spins out of control on the sidewalk. And that would listen, if I die walking to work at a radio station because I got clipped, you guys are allowed to laugh. It would be kind of funny.
Will you have
Paul's dead because he walked to work?
Well, you have died in the poofy hat like you have one now.
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. Anyway, garbage time. Garbage. What's garbage? How about this? Vontez Perfect.
Not garbage.
NFL garbage. Because he doesn't play in the league anymore. He tweeted this out after showing the Mahomes flop. 100,000 likes and I'll come out of retirement to end this man's career. Guess how many likes?
1 million.
97,000. He
close.
Vontez Perfect is 3,000 likes away from returning to the NFL to end Patrick Mahomes' career.
I'll be honest, I saw it early, probably like, I don't know, 20 minutes after he tweeted it, and I was like, I don't think he's going to get there, man. 100 likes is so many likes.
It's got the tweet has 6 million views. Okay. He's at 97,000.
Mm-hmm. 97,000. Look, this hopefully is something that the NFL sees and realizes, oh, yeah, we got a problem. We got a problem when it comes to what these quarterbacks are now doing. Mahomes is not the only person to do it, but he is the worst about it. Josh Allen does it too. I know a lot of Chiefs fans have turned this into a whataboutism. I've taken a look at my TikToks, my YouTube. Oh, what about Josh Allen? Like, we're just talking about the game that I just watched, guys. I can't go through the entire NFL to talk about all the floppers. But you know who does not flop? And I'm annoyed with Chiefs fans are trying to pull this crap out, and they're like showing like examples where Tom Brady clearly got cheap shotted, like 3 to 5 yards out of bounds. Tom Brady wouldn't flop. Tom Brady, when he slides, he kicks people in the nuts. Patrick Mahomes, when does he ever do that? Oh, yeah, he's 0-2 against Tom Brady career in the playoffs. Huh, interesting.
I've also seen footage of Tom Brady getting decapitated on a football field.
Yeah, and got right up. Got right up, didn't ask for a flag. Patrick Mahomes, someone breathes on him. Oh, no, I'm dying. I'm dead. Okay? Chiefs fans, you will never have beaten Tom Brady in the playoffs. Not once. 0-2. That'll stick in your craw forever. You'll never forget it. And that's the only trash talk I have for Kansas City today because they did win, and it was the Texans' fault, not the referees.
Your barbecue sucks. I don't know that, but
pork's okay. Pork's good, but you know, I'd prefer my beef, prefer my brisket. Joe, good luck to your Fighting Irish tonight.
Thank you. Hopefully they keep it close.
Congratulations on Ben Johnson. No, it's all turning up for Joe.
Hope so.
Meanwhile, I got John Henry back in my
time.
life. God, son of a. For Sean Maves, for Joe George, for our texters, callers, YouTubers, and Twitchers, I'm merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Monday. Happy Martin Luther King Day. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's AJ behind the glass, a Monday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. No Brian today. He's off again. Wrong answers only. Where is Brian today? 713-780-3776. So Texans lose. Their season is over. We'll discuss that in great detail. Rockets are playing right now. Not playing great. We'll get into some of the other stuff around the NFL. Mailbag Monday, busy show on the Killer Bees. I'm curious, Blankers, yours, and the entire Hive as well, your initial feeling right after this game. You know, Chiefs win by 9. It was a one-possession game really throughout. Texans were in it. They fought hard. Old college try. What was your initial immediate reaction?
I think my initial reaction was one of, I don't want to say I was pleased, but I was satisfied that they were in the game. I did feel like it was a combination, not a comedy of errors per se, but there was a combination of their own shortcomings and the help of some of the calls that went against them. And I hate saying that, but that they had a chance. And that's what I had said going into the weekend. I felt like it was going to be a one possession in the fourth quarter and they would have a chance. But I didn't know if that one possession was going to be out of reach, like one possession, like you had said, like maybe it was right on the cusp of being 9 or 10 or whatever. But you look at it and the way that everything played out, I came away from that game going, they were in it. They had a shot. I thought that they competed really well with the supposed best of the AFC to where I started thinking to myself, they're not that far away if they just handle their business in the offseason.
Yeah, I was kind of torn because I hate the whole moral victory thing. Like I hate they tried really hard. Oh, they gave it a good effort. Oh, they were in the game, but they also lost and their season is also over. So I was really on the fence on how to feel about the Texans. I think where I landed is I appreciate the fight. I don't think they're as good as Kansas City. Top to bottom roster. You look at Mahomes and Stroud, which I thought that the difference between Mahomes and Stroud is pretty vast. Now, Mahomes has some help in the sense that he has arguably the greatest playoff tight end of all time. Maybe not even that arguable. He has, in my opinion, the greatest offensive mind in NFL history. Stroud has Nico Collins, and Joe Mixon, and that might be the end of the advantages that CJ Stroud has on the offensive side. So I think where I landed was I'm content with defeat. I like their effort. I feel like they were more in this fight this year than they were the prior year. And I do feel like they've closed the gap a little bit from where they are and where the top of the AFC is at. So I guess I'm okay with the way that they went out. And I wonder if there's anybody in the city that's mad at the Texans. And 713-780-3776. Are you mad? What are your initial thoughts on the Texans, the season and all? There was a lot of emotion following that game.
Well, and it's like you and I were talking about going into the weekend, like how they perform is going to dictate so much of how we feel going into the offseason if they lose. If they get their doors blown off, you're going to feel a certain way. But not that you're going to forget about the entire regular season, but if they were in the game, they played well enough to win, they had opportunities, you might feel totally different about the fact that going into the offseason, they can compete. Like, I felt like the way that their defense played is such a clear sign that they could have one of the best defenses in the league next year. They do have to upgrade, I think, a couple of positions, but overall, they're so much further advanced than I thought they were defensively. Offensively, we know the offensive line, you got to do whatever you can. But on top of that, I think that we saw that Nico is still really, really good. You did get some contributions from guys I wasn't expecting, but that second receiver position has to be addressed. But I think that overall, there's enough talent on the offensive side of the ball, if you can do something with the offensive line and make a few tweaks here and there, that you can take it up a level to maybe compete more with the best in the NFL. So I think that they're not as far away as I thought they were going into the game, if that makes sense.
How far did you think that, what was the difference between Stroud and Mahomes, you think? Because I think that you need a really good quarterback to win in the NFL. You look like at this century's quarterbacks, the only champion, the only championship winning quarterback that hasn't been a future Hall of Famer is Nick Foles, this century. So you need that dude. You need that guy. Like Pat Mahomes, he's in the AFC Championship game. He's going to be a future Hall of Famer. Josh Allen, future Hall of Famer. You look at the NFC, a little bit different. It's hard to call Jaden Daniels a future Hall of Famer, but what a rookie season he's having. Jalen Hurts has been a top 10 quarterback for the last few years. Maybe he's a future Hall of Famer as well. Where do you think the difference is at? Like, where's the divide, the gap between where Mahomes is at as a quarterback and where Stroud is at as a quarterback?
I think it's in a few areas. I think that when you look at in terms of decision making, Mahomes is pretty decisive on what he does and when he hangs on to the football. CJ, I thought, held on to it a little too long in certain circumstances. Yeah, again, yesterday. I think poise in the pocket, as much as we say, and we've been complimentary of CJ's ability to move up and slide and do the things that he does. This year was one of those learning curves for him where he also has to understand, like, when is too late to hang on to the football? When do I have to get rid of it? And I thought that CJ kind of evolved in the last couple of weeks in terms of the fact that he doesn't have to be a running quarterback, but if he chooses to run a little bit more often, there's pretty good opportunities for him to really benefit the offense. I think poise in the pocket, decision-making are two of the biggest keys for me with the difference between the two of them, because I think CJ can make all the throws. I don't think that's the issue. I just think, like, that kind of comes with being in total control of the offense like Mahomes is.
Yeah, I think the difference is kind of big. Like, how
big?
Pretty big. Like, I don't know how to define it. Like, a few feet. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel if we were to put it in football terms and we say that Pat Mahomes is the goal line, like, where is CJ Stroud to the goal line? The 35 or 40? I feel like it's a pretty big difference. Like, Mahomes' football IQ is on a different level. Like, you send a blitz at Pat Mahomes, he's going to either find the open man or he's going to throw it to where the open man's going to be. Like, there was late in the game, there was one specific play where the Texans brought an extra body. I think they were trying to get a sack to make the field goal a little bit deeper for Butker. I think it was when it was 20-12, and they got that chip shot field goal on 4th and 1. In fact, it was a 3rd and long play because it made it 4th and 1, and the Chiefs were like, should we go for it? No, you shouldn't. Take a 2-possession lead. But the Texans sent an extra body to try to get the sack. That way it was a longer field goal, and Mahomes is throwing that ball before he's even in trouble, despite having a rusher that didn't get touched. That's the difference in my mind between Mahomes and Stroud, where Stroud's like, he just a little unsure what he's going to do against the blitz. He doesn't know where the open man is going to be. We saw a lot of anticipation from him last year. I feel like he regressed in that sense this year. Like, he needs to run the ball more. I thought there were times in the 4th quarter where he was looking to run where he shouldn't have looked to run. So, like, the decision-making on that sense. He tried to call a timeout at the 2-minute warning. C.J. Stroud did. Don't think Pat Mahomes is going to do that sort of thing.
No,
so, like, I feel like the gap between Mahomes and Stroud is actually greater than we want to believe.
See, I don't think that I'm to the point where I look at anything that CJ still has to get better at and say that he can't eventually get there and he can't be one of the best quarterbacks in the league. Whereas I see quarterbacks around the league where I go, oh, he's not that guy. He's not to the level of having elite quarterback play. You can have really good quarterback play and then have a team around you and still go places in the NFL. But we know who those guys are that just have that elite type talent. And Mahomes obviously is at the top of the list. I think CJ can get there. I think that this year was such a half step back because of the fact that it was a combination. He wasn't used to, and his first season, he didn't have to experience the kind of constant pressure and the breakdowns in his offensive line, the way it kind of reset his internal clock to where that kind of threw everything for a loop.
He had as much time to throw this year as last year, though. Like, that's the thing that, like, confuses me. It's like what makes me hesitate with Stroud. It's like, okay, well, the time to throw is almost identical to where it was a year ago.
But it's just, maybe it's from where it's coming from and how it's getting there because of the fact that, and maybe quite simply, it's the fact that when you get to the line of scrimmage and you're not picking up and there's no clear-cut guy that has a firm grasp on how to pick up and read the defense to understand what call should be made. Because we know that that's been a problem all year with the two centers between Patterson and Scruggs. Mm-hmm. And maybe I was thinking about that last night. Maybe instead of just looking at all the other offensive line positions that we might think about replacing and upgrading, maybe the first one is center. Because,
I've been on that for a while.
Yeah, if you just get yourself a veteran center that can assist with that might be a couple of different folds to making the entire offense better.
Yeah, I've been on that for a while because, like, a lot of times people call the tight end like a quarterback's best friend. You give me a veteran center with a young quarterback, a lot of times that's your best friend. So, yeah, I'm cool with that. And look, I'm not saying that Stroud should be where Mahomes is at. No one's expecting him to be where Mahomes is at currently. But I do think that he has to close the gap in order for the Texans to be a true championship team. And it doesn't necessarily mean that Stroud has to become better than Mahomes, but he has to close the gap to where the rest of the team can be better than the rest of the Kansas City Chiefs. So, yeah, the gap to me seems pretty vast, although I'm not like super mad about how the Texans played. I thought it was a winnable game. I thought it was a winnable game. A few plays go your way, a few stops. I thought it was a winnable game, but in the same breath as I talk from the other side of my mouth, I never felt the Texans were going to win. Like, was there ever a moment in that game where you're like, yeah, Texans are winning this bad boy? I never felt that.
I don't know that I could say definitively I thought they were going to win. I thought that they had a chance to take a lead, and then it would have made it really, really interesting. And the extra point was the first signal where I was like, okay, it's going to be another one of those games where they're going to hang in there, but they're not going to be able to seal the deal. Because other than that, I thought about, for as many mistakes as they had made and shortcomings that had happened for them, that I thought that the way they started the second half, the way they were able to get on another drive, the way they were able to do things where they didn't kind of fold up their tents and go home, I thought, hey, this is going to be really interesting to see how it unfolds. Then they missed the extra point with a chance to tie, and I was like, no, it's still the same old Texans.
The closest I felt to them having a chance to win the game was whenever Mixon ran into the end zone. Whenever Mixon ran into the end zone, that was okay.
Yeah.
I still wasn't like Texans are going to win, but that was as close as I got to feeling the emotion Texans are going to win. And then as soon as Fairbairn missed the extra point, that went out the window. And then Kansas City, who had a touchdown drive, made it an 8-point game. Because, like, the Texans did have an opportunity to take the lead in the first half. Texans never had a chance to take the lead in the second half, ever, unless you would have went for two.
The last chance of optimism I had was when they were down 8, they got the ball back, and I thought, okay, you still have to be able to regroup, look at the scoreboard, and go, it's a one-possession game.
Yeah.
We still legitimately could tie this game, even as bad as missing the extra point was. And then they basically, I don't think it was a 3-and-out, maybe it was, but it was pretty close to where it was a very short drive, and you're like, okay, well, then it looks like the Chiefs are probably going to do what they need to do to solidify
this. It was a 3-and-out, all right, and it was deep in your own territory. Mm-hmm. Like, that, in a lot of ways, lost you the game there. The extra point, like, they didn't lose because of the extra point, but I thought it was demoralizing. I thought it did.
Absolutely.
Because, like, that's what the coaches are telling the team in the locker room, right? We're going to go score. We're going to go pound it down their throat. We're going to get it in the end zone. We're going to tie this bad boy up. And then they all do it. They all do it how you drew it up. We're going to tie this game on the first drive, and then we got a new ball game at Arrowhead, second half of the playoffs. It's exactly how they drew it up. And everybody, as soon as Mixon gets into the end zone, is fired up. We just tied this sucker. We just tied this bad boy. We're in this game. Mixed extra point. We're not even tied. So I do think that it had a negative, obviously it had a negative effect in momentum, but I think it was pretty large.
And the emotional swing that the fan base that's followed this team all year went through because of the fact that, a lot of times coming out of the half, they just look like a different team and they just don't show up, or they're just not, especially against better teams. You're like, are they going to, what Texas team's going to show up for the second half? Instead, they showed up. They overcame penalties. They went on a hell of a drive. They put themselves in a position to do exactly what D'Amico said he wanted them to do when he went to the break, when a lot of times that doesn't happen. And you're like, yes. And then all of a sudden, no. Right after that, and you're like, man, you just can't get out of your own way.
And I don't really care about it from the fans' perspective because they're not playing the game. But I think this feel on the sideline is you've worked, like, all you're hearing for 15 minutes is we're gonna go down the field and tie this game. We're gonna march down the field, tie this game. Then you execute it, and you're at this high, and then you miss this extra point, and all of a sudden you're at this low. And look, the defense bailed them out. Like, the defense kept them in the game, but the offense just couldn't get it going after that. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. What is your initial feeling after this game? And should we be mad at the Texans? Busy show. We got to talk about Chris Boyd. We got to talk about the decision at right guard. Lamar Jackson losing yesterday in the playoffs. How much blame should he be getting? Mark Andrews also involved there. Mailbag Monday. Got lots to get to. Busy Monday on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. The number to call, 713-780-ESPN. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitter at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Should you be mad at the Texans? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Joe's in here boasting about how the Bears hired Ben Johnson. You think he would do some work. We're going to have a snow day tomorrow. You think he'd be organizing that, getting that all set? No, he's boasting that the Bears hired Ben Johnson, which crappy day for the Lions, huh? You lose to the Commanders. You might lose both coordinators. This might have been their best chance to win it all, and they lose at home to a rookie quarterback. A special rookie quarterback.
There's a reason why tough guy Dan Campbell was in tears after the game, because I think that he can see the writing on the wall, too, that not that it's been easy for him, but once they got going in the right direction, he had all the right guys in all the right positions. And now there is going to be one hell of an offseason challenge on their hands to try and figure it all out.
I love the NFL. There's just storylines all over the place. 713-780-ESPN. Should we be mad at the Texans? What are your initial thoughts following the defeat? Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Will in Beaumont. You're in the Hive. What's up, Will?
Yes, sir. I don't think we should be mad at the Texans. I think they've been out-strategized. The coaches like Belichick used to let them – he probably wouldn't even make a game plan until the second half of each game. I mean, he just sits there and lets you think he's going to do the same thing and wear your players down, and in the fourth quarter you don't have a chance. That's why they always just barely win. But they let you we can't go out and start trying to beat them from the opening play. You can't beat them in 4 quarters. And you can't wear yourself out the first half so you don't have a chance in the second half. That's all I got to say.
Appreciate the call, Will.
It was a take. Good luck in Beaumont, by the way. It's going to be pretty rough over there. It's going to be rough everywhere, but Beaumont's going to get it.
Yeah, Lisa was talking about that they did an emergency Zoom with all the people from the station yesterday, and the weather people were saying that normally there's pockets that don't get it, and a lot of times the coast gets free of a lot of the stuff. The meteorologists were saying the entire southern part of the state, all the way across towards Louisiana, everyone's getting it.
Yeah, I've been looking at like the inches of snow predictions and stuff, and like the Golden Triangle is like it looks to be the apex as of right now, but we'll see. Look, I thought D'Amico had a good scheme against Pat Mahomes. I thought they did a pretty good job. Now, certain things we're going to get to in a little bit that could have been better, but I thought the scheme was okay. I thought Slowick called one of his better games.
2 in a row now.
Yeah, I thought he was fine.
I thought he was good in the Chargers game, and I thought he was good yesterday. Again, what I really liked too was some of the stuff that we're critical of is like, when do you pull the trigger on a gadget play, especially when you've got a lot of things going momentum wise and timing and rhythm, and then all of a sudden you pull a gadget play out of your back pocket, it fails, it sets you back, and it stalls everything. He faked that. There was a couple where he faked looking like he was going to try a flea flicker or something, a little bit more gadget play. And instead, he stayed with what was working. And I didn't really have issues with Bobby like I've had in a lot of games.
Yeah, I didn't. I think it's also important to have the expectation of what your personnel is, because that can hurt you. The 8 sacks, how much of that was Slowick? I think very few.
I believe that it's on CJ in the line. And the line is obviously where everybody's going to start with, and they should. But CJ held onto the ball a little longer than he should have in a couple of those, and he was responsible for a couple too. But yeah, I did not blame Bobby nearly, and was not mad at Bobby the way I had been during certain games during the regular season.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. A defeat was inevitable. The offensive line was pathetic, was never in it. No chance to win it. It's kind of how I felt that way, but I was also encouraged by the way that, they fought, that they stayed in it. Moral victory Monday, I guess. Now, D'Amico was asked about it after the game. He's like, yeah, I feel discouraged, which is good. Like, I don't want to hear a coach be like, yeah, we're happy that we lost by 8 on the road against Kansas City, or lost by 9 on the road against Kansas City. But yeah, I kind of had both of those feelings. Never felt like they were going to win, but I was also pleased with how they stuck in the game against the back-to-back defending champs.
I was too, and I wasn't, again, kind of similar to Bobby Slowick, but I understand that the offensive line still had plenty of things that you can point to and say that they were less than. But I felt like that I wasn't harping on it in almost every play. And every time there was a 3rd and long or a 3rd and 5 or 6 that I thought, oh, God, he's going to be under such duress, they have little to no chance to get these things completed. But because they came through in so many of those situations, because of the fact that Mechie was better than he was against the Chargers, the fact that Hutchinson was making plays, helping Nico out, who Nico was great, that I felt like, hey, you know what? I'm not sitting there singling out the offensive line over and over again going, yeah, they're really bad. They're just getting exposed. Sure, there were times that they did, but I think credit to the entire offense. I thought that a lot of guys stepped up. That's why I never was thinking that this game was a blowout or out of the realm of them staying in it as a possibility.
713-780-ESPN. Brian's interviewing for an offensive line position on the offensive line coach, offensive line scout. Any position would be an improvement. I don't know if that's what Brian's doing, but 713-780-ESPN, wrong answers only. Texter says, little mad at D'Amico. You're a defensive team and you didn't play that way. Kicking 55-yard tries and going for it on 4th and 10 when your defense is dominant. That's Eric. I felt like he did play to his defense, but I would agree with Eric about that specific play. I thought that was a bad decision to go for it in that spot.
The go for it in the fourth quarter or the go for the field goal?
Go forward in the fourth quarter. The field goal, like I would have kicked him every single time.
You're playing the Chiefs. You got to get every chance you get to have to put points on the board. You have to do that. The fourth quarter play was so late in the clock that if you're hell bent on going for it, then you got to call a timeout there and you've got to set your offense better. But I thought that there was still plenty enough time on the clock. You could have pinned them deep in their own territory. I thought your defense. I would not be critical of their defense at all. They kept you in the game the entire way. I thought they played really, really well, and they fought till the bitter end. I would have trusted my defense there and pinned them back.
Yeah, I will. I thought there was one area of criticism for their defense we'll get to later, but I was pleased with their defense overall. Yeah, that to me was an obvious. You know what? I hate whenever coaches go for it when they're moving backwards. Like in the previous play, they didn't move backwards, but like they had a blitzer right in the face of C.J. Stroud. He had to dump it at, I think it was Dare that was in the game, had to dump it at Dare's feet. Like you just got blown up on a play.
Back to back.
Yeah, and now you're going for it after you got blown up back to back in a 4th down and long. Like
Remember,
a 4th and 10, and you're not moving the ball at all.
The play before that, he had a guy right in his face. He had to throw it before the receiver they just called up and hadn't had a ball thrown to him till yesterday. Was trying to turn and catch it with one hand to try and salvage something because he was under such pressure. Like, yeah, you're right. Back-to-back plays where you're facing that and it's like 4th and 6 or 7, and you think that's 10. A good time to go for it? I was not for that.
And on top of that, to your point, you're late getting it in. Like, I hate whenever you don't already have it decided on 3rd down that you're going for on 4th. Like, D'Amico should be in slow here. Hey, you got 4 downs here. And multiple times this year, including Saturday's game, they have an incompletion or they, have a no gain on a 3rd down. And then it's like, oh, okay, yeah, we're going to go for it here. And then all of a sudden you're late. You're trying to beat the play from having the delay a game, puts you in a bad spot. You're rushing on a critical down. So I didn't like that from the and even in that spot, like, take the delay. Like, if you need to save the time out there, which I understand, you're down 8 points in the 10 minutes left to play in the 4th quarter. Okay, we don't really like this here. We probably shouldn't go for it in hindsight. Don't snap it. Like 5 yards from their 40 is not a big deal.
Well, it also makes it easier to punt if that means that you're going to punt them and
Maybe.
pin them.
I don't know like his range, but it could, yeah.
Well, first of all, he didn't punt very well either. Didn't. But at the same time, most punters will tell you that's why they always take the delay when it's inside the 50 because they feel like it's a little easier to pin it inside the 20 and inside the 10 if they get that little extra room to work with to where then you can say the decision was made for us. Look, we're running short on time. We didn't want to burn a time out there. We did what we had to do. We figured we'd live with the way our defense had played all game if we could just pin them inside their 20.
Yep.
Instead, you look like you've never been there before. You're rushing all over the place. And for the 3rd straight play, he's got guys in his grill, and you're trying to block a guy who's been pretty destructive all day with Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, I know I saw some of your tweets, and he kind of got in your ire a little bit.
He had a couple of good plays.
Yeah, see, I'm torn on that because you're not wrong, right? Like Dalton Schultz stinks in pass protection, and he does not look like he's a willing blocker at all.
Ever.
He had some big catches though yesterday.
He did.
So it's like I kind of want to defend him just for the sake of the argument. Like, you're not really putting a guy in a position to succeed. Like, Dalton Schultz has never been a good blocker, and you're putting him in situations, and I know they've been injured and all of this stuff, so maybe they're darned if they do, darned if they don't. But he's not good at that, yet they require him to do that consistently.
And that's what that's where I would put that on the offense, on the play that was called. Because at that point, Dalton Schultz, if nothing else, because he doesn't do a whole lot more for you, is a receiver. That is one of your best receivers on the field yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So then I don't want him blocking. I want him in a position where he can give you at least another option besides Nico to try and get that critical 1st down. Instead, he's olaying guys on defense, and then he's staying in, and he puts CJ behind the 8 ball even more.
Yeah, it's kind of it's difficult like it's scheme though, like, right? Like, you know that he's not good at that. How can we avoid him doing that? And if you're forced to do it, well, maybe it's not like one-on-one against George Karlaftis. Maybe he's chipping and then breaking out on a route, stuff like that. So D'Amico going for it on that fourth down was like really the only spot I would be critical of D'Amico, quite frankly. If I was going to be super critical of Slowick, I didn't love that he completely abandoned the run game when they were down by 8.
Mixon was really good all day.
He was really good, and then whenever they got down by 8, he acted like they were down by 2 possessions and they had to go hurry up. And it's like, hey, you don't need to go hurry up here. You just need a long, sustained touchdown drive, much like the first one.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like he got too quick into the hurry up when all-out passing.
I totally agree with that, because I was notating throughout the game and watching it both times going, boy, Mixon found a lot of times where he made something out of nothing, but he got it in the pass game. He was really good getting to the edge. He was finding holes and getting extra yards. So I was really pleased with Joe. And now that you brought that up, thinking back on it, yeah, they did completely abandon the run when they went down 8, and they didn't have to do that because Kansas City had a hell of a time trying to stop them running the football all day.
Yeah, I was a little disappointed that they did that. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Jarrah, you're in the Hive. What's up, Jarrah?
Hey guys, I want to say I think the Texans had a good season. You know, they beat Harbaugh, they beat a good Chargers team. Las Vegas favored the Chargers, so they proved Vegas wrong there. And you know, we've been talking about the offensive line all year long, and you'll tell me what picks the Texans have in the upcoming draft. But I'd be interested to hear if you can handicap, you know, who are kind of the good offensive linemen in the upcoming draft. Thanks, guys. Hang up and listen. Bye.
Knock it out, Blakers.
No, that's okay. Appreciate you listening, Jerry. Look, here's the thing that I would throw back on you before we even get into that level of draft and how this team gets better, if that's the way you're trying to do it. Is Nick Caserio, as good as he is at drafting other positions, is Nick Caserio and his staff good at drafting offensive linemen? Because if they're not, then maybe that they should be looking at free agency instead. And they should be looking for guys that are on the market, because a lot of times those are the guys that kind of teams are willing to move on from the veteran, experienced offensive linemen, to where you look at and say, like Jeremy said, like I brought up today, maybe you look at a veteran center to start the entire process going in the right direction. That's a more than capable veteran that's proven it, that can help CJ to read the defenses and get everybody into the play quicker. And then worry about the fact that you might have to shuffle some pieces. You can get rid of some guys. You can do some things and not necessarily have to do it all through the draft.
Yeah, see, I'm not a proponent of drafting linemen. I feel like Caserio, like maybe Blake Fisher's changing the narrative a little bit. I know he didn't have a good game Saturday, but he was going up against some pretty good players. I don't want him to draft guys, though. Like, I want veterans. I want guys who can come in here and, like, they're not projects. They're not, hey, we need to get this ceiling out of them and this upside. No, I want ready-made turnkey offensive linemen because I don't want to waste all of C.J. Stroud's rookie contract. So I'm with you on that. And what they do with this offensive line is going to be fascinating, because I could see them going into next season with only one new offensive lineman. Like, it wouldn't shock me if Laramie's back. It wouldn't shock me if Titus is on the starting lineup. It wouldn't shock me, obviously, if Laramie's here, he's starting. If Titus is here, he's starting. Juice Scruggs could potentially be a starter. Blake Fisher could potentially be a starter. Maybe Jarrett Patterson. I doubt that one a little bit. But you might already have 4 of your 5 starters for next year. Or maybe you just go complete upheaval and you don't bring back, any of them. Now, I do think Laramie will be back, but maybe it's only Laramie, Juice is a backup, Jarrett Patterson's a backup, and you have 4 new offensive linemen. So what they decide to do with their players is going to be interesting. Like, I don't know if they're going to have 1 new starter. I don't know if they're going to have 4 new starters.
If I'm betting they're going to have more than 1 starter on the offense. New starter on the offensive line. And I don't know what they're going to do with Howard.
They're not in great cap situation.
But Shaq looked like
I think Shaq's toast, but he's also up. Like, he doesn't have a deal.
I thought they extended it.
No, I think he's done. I think he was a 2-year deal when they traded for him.
I thought that they extended it this year. I hope I'm wrong, because I was thinking he had to come back. But Shaq's got it. I think he's got to go. I think he's done. I think that you have to figure something out at center. I think that, those 2 guys in Patterson and Scruggs have depth, and they add depth with their versatility. I'm not sure either one of them should be a starter for you on this line. And then the big question is going to be, what are you going to do with Howard? Because you can get out from Howard, but you made him, you overpaid him, and then you overpaid him at a position he's hardly played because of the fact that you've been juggling offensive linemen. Do you really firmly believe in your heart of hearts that he can go back to right tackle? And if he does,
then does Fisher have to learn how to play another position, or is Fisher just going to be a backup?
If Fisher and Titus Howard are both starting on the same offensive line, Fisher's your right tackle and Titus is your left guard. And I think that there's a possibility they go into next season with that.
Yeah,
I think they could go into next season with Laramie at left tackle, Titus at left guard, Juice at right guard, Fisher at right tackle, and you sign a center. I think they could do that next year.
I'm okay with that.
It's only one new offensive lineman.
As long as Fisher continues to develop, I could live with that. I think that a center, I would be really, really good because I think that could actually help you twofold. It helps you with CJ, it helps you with the line. But then I think that Howard's okay, but you're just paying him an exorbitant amount of money to be a left guard.
Yeah. You're right. But the cap savings might not be enough to sign a capable starting lineup, a starting left guard. Because, like, you only save if you cut them, like, I think it's like $12 million if you do it post June 1st. Is that enough money to give you an upgrade at left guard? It might not be. So, like, that's going to be the difficulty of Nick Caserio. Because, like, it makes sense to move on for him because he is overpaid. But the cap savings of moving on from him, is there enough of an upgrade out there that you can get on the cap savings? I don't think so.
Yeah,
it's you're in a bad spot, and it's really because of a bad contract that you gave him. You were right. You were kind of right about Mason. Whenever they traded for him, they gave him a 3-year deal. So they haven't redone it since they traded him, but they gave him a 3-year deal when they traded for him. So next year he is on the books for a cap number of 14.5 million, but they can get out of it.
Okay.
But the cap savings isn't fantastic. Like, it would save you $2 million if you got rid of them. If you do it post June 1st, it's 9.5, but you can only get one of those. So, yeah. So I think that's one you can get out of, but it might maybe be a restructure. I don't know.
Yeah,
we'll see.
I think Nick
tough.
likes him, and with that.
I mean, they started him.
Yeah,
they started him.
That's a whole conversation right there.
Yeah, 713-780-ESPN. We'll continue to get your thoughts. Let's have that conversation. What did you make of the whole Shaq Mason, Juice Scruggs, right guard situation? We'll get to the officials, and then also, are you buying this Chris Boyd story? It is the B, 713-780-ESPN on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
713-780-ESPN. Who's this? What's this weather guy's name? Jim Cantor? Is it Cantor or Cantor? I don't know. I don't watch the Weather Channel. I'm not 80. Is Cantori?
I think so.
He's in Houston.
Oh, really?
He's in Houston ahead of the winter storm. Y'all stay safe out there.
Well, he won't have to be hanging on for dear life when the winds are blowing him all over the place and hanging onto a stop sign.
No, I wonder where he's going to camp out at.
I would say closer to the coast, maybe.
Yeah, maybe wherever. I guess wherever they think is going to get the most.
Right.
Although Houston's like the biggest city, I don't know. Yeah, a lot of people are criticizing Houston for not having a snowplow, but I kind of get it. Like I can understand.
I'm impressed that they have, not that we grew up with salt trucks in the Midwest, but the fact that they have the trucks with the chemicals and were able to pre-treat the overpasses and stuff yesterday, which I didn't think that they had.
Like how much does a snowplow cost? You think like $100,000
at least?
Like you use it once every 20 years. Why would you buy one?
Right.
I don't think it's practical. I think it's good budgeting. Maybe the first time anybody's ever said that about the city or any city. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Lamont, you're in the Hive. What's up, Lamont? Lamont?
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
go ahead, man.
We
got you.
Yeah. I know a lot of people is not going to want to hear this, but D'Amico got our coach yesterday. It just really boggles my mind how how nonchalant this team is when the game is on the line. Man, y'all ass is on the line right now. You can't say ass, right?
Well, you just did. You're fine.
Yeah, you can say that. That's fine.
All right. But the team in the fourth quarter was like all, lackadaisical, walking around with 10 minutes left. I don't get it. D'Amico got our coach. It was a couple of things, and I know with this show, you guys are going to hit on it. I know Jeremy's going to hit on it. Another thing, I will not fan the Texans as long as Bobby Slowick is the coach of that offense. That dude is trash. I know everybody was giving him props from yesterday, but I'm not looking at yesterday. I'm looking at all of the stuff that happens, the cumulative from everything that happens up until this point. And another thing, wait, man, is it me or should the OC be in the booth? The OC be in the booth up top in the iron sky, looking down at the field. How can he even see? How can he even see things going on at field level? I don't get that. And my last thing, this team is not disciplined, man. This team is not disciplined. And I know that you guys are going to get into the whole boy thing and stuff like that. And I know they're trying to, they're trying to, do some PR and all of that type of crap. But I knew the scene. They look like that was anger right there. And not to even mention the fact, dude, if you thought that was a fumble, your ass wasn't still there trying to recover the ball. That's all I have, fellas. And I'm out.
Appreciate it, Lamont. Look, there's a lot to uncover there. If you're outcoached by Andy Reid, who's maybe one of the greatest coaches in the history of the game, I mean, a lot of worse things could happen. I think that some of your other points are valid. I think that from the standpoint of, you talk about body of work. I understand, and I know Lamont's been extremely critical of Bobby Slowick, but I've said all along that when you get a first-time offensive coordinator, no matter what kind of success they had in year one, there's going to be times where he's probably going to have some pitfalls, and he had quite a few pitfalls this season. As it relates to the effort in the fourth quarter and I think you said lackadaisical. I'm not sure that they were lackadaisical, but that's where I would say, to your point about they went away from the run, they still had plenty of time on the clock. They kind of went away from the offense that had been working, that you knew that Kansas City was struggling to stop. So I would say you're probably onto something there. But overall, when you look at the big picture, like the Boyd situation, and we'll get into it even further, I think that there is something about the discipline there. I think that when we talked about penalties earlier in the year, I think there's something there. I think that when you look at the totality, again, of the season, it's easy to just look at what happened that we just got done dealing with Saturday. But when you look at the totality of the entire season, that's when a lot has to be kind of compressed into, hey, I'm not gonna just compartmentalize what happened on Saturday. But Bobby didn't have his best season. We know that. D'Amico probably didn't have his best season. We know that. The offensive line goes without saying. But from the standpoint of discipline, I do think that there's something internally that needs to be fixed and changed for next season.
Yeah, I'll defer to D'Amico when it comes to Slowick. If he wants to move on, I get it. If he wants to keep him, I get it. The outcoached aspect of it, I do not agree that D'Amico was outcoached by Andy. Texans outgained them by 125 yards. In fact, the Texans are the first team in NFL history to outgain their opponent, have 0 turnovers in a playoff game, and lose. Outgain them by 100 yards. Teams that had done that in the history of the NFL were 49-0 until the Texans. But you look at special teams, you look at penalties. I will give you the discipline thing, though. The Texans were top 5 in penalties last year. They're top 5 in penalties this year. And I understand how, like, if you want to be an aggressive team, you want to be a physical team, you want to be a swarming team, that you're going to have penalties and you might be in the top half of the league. But there's a lot of the procedural ones that are very easy to avoid. Like if you get a late hit every now and then, like the one on Will Anderson when he hit Mahomes. Okay, like you want to be a physical team, that's going to happen from time to time. The Henry To'o one where Mahomes is flopping late and he hits him. It didn't even hit him, really. I can understand picking up those type of penalties because you want to be the physical team that hits hard and swarms all over the field. But the false starts, the illegal procedures, 2 guys shifting at the same time, lining up off sides, holding on special teams, like those are the ones I cannot live with. I can live with a team being aggressive and being penalized a little bit on that front. But the easy, like, mental stuff is the ones that frustrate me.
Yeah, I think, too, when you look at it, Jeremy, it's when they occur. Like, they occur a lot of times when you're in the red zone. And all of a sudden, your chances for a touchdown are greatly diminished because now you're at 1st and 20, or you're set further behind the chains because of when they happen. In the Chargers game, they were lucky that their defense played as well as they did and wreaked as much havoc as it did on the entire game, because there were way too many times that penalties pushed them out of getting touchdowns and in some cases pushed them out of getting points. That has to be factored in. To your point, early in the season, the one that I was harping on, where I thought it was a disciplinary issue as well, they let Tunsil just get away with the one game where I think he had 8 penalties all by himself. And it was a combination of false starts and then the illegal procedures lined up in the wrong position. And it was just like, we'll address it internally. And Laramie just came out and said, it's not just me. It's more about the communication amongst the offensive line, where I started going, okay, well, someone's got to put a foot in somebody's rear end and just decide, hey, we can't have this.
To be fair, Laramie didn't get penalized much after that.
The line struggled with it for a couple of weeks. And I think that overall, in looking at it, it did make me question, and we had a conversation, at least one on this show, about how much do I think personally that D'Amico is really, cracking down on them and what he's doing. We don't know because we're not there. But it started to become an issue. And then, like you said, the penalties
improved.
I think, but the line didn't.
That's not true. The offensive line was less penalized than their peak of
I'm just saying their overall performance, though, because we were talking about
discipline and penalized.
But also from the offensive line, whether it's the offensive line coach or anything, because Laramie was blaming it on continuity and communication and all these other things. And then you talk about the penalties, and you talk about this. This isn't Boyd's first rodeo either. I mean, he's had a lot of these kind of brain fart situations to where you're going, I don't know, but I hope that internally this is the light going, we've got to fix a lot of this before next season, because this can't continue to happen.
Yeah, I would like them to clean up the silly stuff, the mental stuff, the line up right, don't have multiple guys in motion, don't hold on kick return, don't throw your helmet when you're on the field. Because are you buying the Chris Boyd story?
I'm not.
For what it's worth?
I'm not.
I do think he was celebrating. I think that he was celebrating.
Okay, but I think it's before that. I think regardless of what happens with Frank Ross, I think the bigger issue is every guy in this league knows while you're on the field between those white lines, you don't take your helmet off and you don't throw it on the field. And so regardless of whether you are going to give me your excuse that you thought that you had created the turnover, and I agree with Lamont, if you thought you created the turnover, well, stay on the field until you verify that you got the ball. Don't turn around and assume it. Throw your helmet first, which is a complete boneheaded decision, and then go and decide and shove your coach. I think the biggest thing for me there is the fact that regardless of whether you believe or don't believe he pushed Frank Ross in celebration and not anger, you don't take your helmet off on the field and you don't throw it.
Yeah, I am buying the story because he was the one that caused the fumble. You see him like run off the field and he's like kind of like putting his hands out like this, like, yay! And then you see him throw his helmet off. So I do think that he was celebrating. I agree with you that you can never throw off your helmet in the middle of a football field, whether you're angry or whether you're happy. That's boneheaded. It's going to cost your team 15 yards, whether you're costing your offense 15 yards or you're costing your defense 15 yards. I'm not even sure he cost him 15 yards because I think it was half the distance to the goal because the special teams let him run all the way down the field. So I do agree that you can't have that. I do agree that a player needs to know better. I do agree that stuff needs to be coached up, which I give them the benefit of the doubt that it is being coached up, but then you could counterpoint me and say, well, why the penalty so high? Which would be a really good counterpoint. So while I do believe Chris Boyd was celebrating and happy for causing the fumble, and he said he thought that they recovered, you can never excuse taking your helmet off on the field and throwing it.
It's like that shouldn't even be the unwritten rule in the NFL because you know the same thing in college football. If your helmet comes off in college, you got to sit out a play. So you know that you have to try and keep your headgear on. But overall, the NFL, everybody knows that's just something you don't do, and you do it in a playoff game.
Yeah, it was not smart. Now the defense bailed him out. He kind of got away with it because even if he doesn't throw his helmet there, they're probably gonna get a field goal anyways. So like it didn't cost them on the scoreboard,
right?
It cost them a lot, like nationally, because people were just crushing him, and I was included in that. I thought that he was angry, and I thought he was pushing Frank Ross because Frank Ross was getting onto him. In hindsight, I recant because I do think that he was celebrating. What do you think of the referees in this game?
Look, we're highly critical of people that point to the officials first and foremost all the time. We have specific people that we know do it all the time, and it's not a good look. And I knew the numbers, and we talked about the fact that, that this was a guy that was considered to be, it was a Clay Martin, is considered to be, the Scott, they were bringing out stats like he was the Scott Foster of the NFL as it relates to the Chiefs.
He's 6-0 when he white hats Chiefs games.
I think 7-0 now.
It is 7-0 now.
So I was going, I don't want to consider that narrative. This is a playoff game. I don't want to factor that in. But after watching what I saw and the fact that what I kept screaming about was, and they even addressed it on the telecast at one point, is if we're going to go to replay assist, and if the league is going to get involved in these plays so that they can further help get the calls right, and they chose not to on both of them, I even tweeted about the fact that Mahomes doing his Luis Scola on the sideline and doing all that, and he almost got another one in the second half, to where I was like, okay, but the two hits themselves on Mahomes, especially when Clay Martin said after the game, he clearly was sliding when hit by the two Texans players. Clearly is the biggest bunch of BS I've ever heard in my life. And the fact that if replay assist is involved, I understand in the first one, they're making the case that if face masks touch, that constitutes a blow to the head, no matter how hard or not hard it was. And so that's maybe why they didn't get involved there. How can you not get involved in the second one and say, you just don't make that call there? There was two. I don't think he slid nearly in time. And I think that was such a critical, just don't call that.
Yeah. This goes back to the Jacksonville deal. Like, I just hate the way that this is officiated league wide, and it's hard to find consistency with it too. Like, one crew would call it one way, another crew would call it a different way. Mahomes is like kind of the face of the NFL, so I do think he gets protected more than others. You had Walt Anderson, who's the former NFL official who went on NFL Network. Who's like, they called it right based on how the way the rule,
really?
Yeah, based on how the way the rule is written. So I just hate the way the rule is written. Like, going back to the Jacksonville thing again. Now, I don't think it's the reason the Texans lost this game.
No, I
don't even think it's close.
They did enough to shoot themselves in the foot, special teams and otherwise, to where they created their own loss in a lot of ways. But they did get 3 off the first one. On Mahomes.
Oh, no doubt, because that would have ended the drive.
Yeah, it would. And the second one, I think they were going to end up stopping that drive as well. And he was clearly a runner. You're right. The rule has to change. But the bigger point that you just brought up is the one that I was harping on as well. You watch the other 3 games. You watch the amount, and especially the game last night, which arguably was the biggest game of the weekend. There were 3 or 4 plays where tackles were made almost off the white and by the bench, that the referees just went, okay, get the ball back in, let's play.
Yeah, those are tough too, though, because like you start the tackle whenever the guy's out of bounds, and then it continues into the out of bounds. Like the one on Ed Oliver, where everybody was critical of. Like I think it was Ed Oliver, where he brought down Lamar Jackson.
Is he 91?
Yeah,
yeah.
It started in bounds. So like that's very tough for a defender. Like, you start to tackle the guy while he's in bounds. The play continues out of bounds. What do you want him to do? Like, just pull off? It's like, stop holding him as you're trying to bring a guy down? That's tough.
There was the blow that Goff took after the pick. That
was a big hit.
Yeah, there was one on Jaden Daniels, I think it was, when he was getting out of bounds. There were several last night in the Philly-Rams game, and I understand with snow in it, you might be a little bit more lenient in terms of trying to stop yourself. But there, in every game, there was a couple of plays where I went, well, if that's 15, there's a hanky and a 15-yard penalty, and there is no doubt in anybody's mind that he's getting that call. And I think that's BS.
Yeah. No, it's not consistently called. I have more issue with the way that it's called across the league than like that's those specific plays in the game. Now, it's heated in the game. And I also don't blame Mahomes for flopping. Like, if they're going to call it, why wouldn't you flop? Like, I wish CJ Stroud would flop more. If you can fake a hit and all of a sudden it means that your offense stays on the field, that's a heads up play. That's gamesmanship.
Rockets fans don't want to hear this, but this is essentially James Harden knowing what he could get away with because of the way the rules were.
Yeah.
And just doing all the different things he did to manipulate the Euro step and the traveling calls and the drawing of the fouls and all the things that he did for years and years and years. If you're Patrick Mahomes and you know, hey, all I got to do is flail around a little bit and there's going to be and the officials are going to panic. Why not give your team an extra 15 if you can get it?
Yeah, if it's the difference between you keeping your offense on and off the field, I want my quarterback to flop if they're going to fall for it. I want to win. I want to win. And if it means that my quarterback's like embellishing a hit, because I thought there were times whenever Stroud did get hit, like after he threw the ball, but not like violently, where maybe if he flops that he could have picked up the call. So, but I don't blame Mahomes, quite frankly.
But also, Jeremy, your point on consistency. I want consistency across the league. I want consistency within that refereeing group yesterday, because if you go back and watch that game again and you see that Justin Reed a couple times clearly went helmet to helmet on receivers over the middle, and they didn't even think about it. And there was one where, I don't think it was Reed, it was somebody else. The safety came up on a crossing receiver that was diving for the Texans, and it was earhole to textbook.
Yeah, he was down, right? That was when he was down.
And he was coming down. He was on his way down, and the defensive back for the Chiefs clearly went right into the side of his helmet and earhole. And they weren't even thinking about that. But if that's Patrick Mahomes, well, that's 15 no matter what.
You see why I like to hit, guys? You see why I like violence
the minute
in football?
that I saw these earhole shots and stuff like that, and even the penalties, and I'm like, is this what you want?
Yeah, look, I don't want to be earhole guys, but if you're going to sit there and flop around, hit him. Hit him. Like, I'm not saying hit him in the face, man. Hit him, though. Hit him in the chest. Hit him.
I think the bigger problem was that after the game and the post-game comments that everybody to a man in that locker room said we already knew what we were set up for. That should not be the case. There should not even be the thought of the fact that a certain referee crew is going to call a game a certain way to where we might be more behind the eight ball, and we have to be hyper careful about touching Mahomes at any time.
Do you mean like they shouldn't have that attitude, or like from a referee perspective, that should not
from
be the
a
narrative?
referee perspective, okay. That's the narrative you don't want for your crew.
I agree with that. I saw a lot of people saying that the Texans already lost because it was them against the world.
You know I hate the Scott Foster stuff.
Well, I also think them versus the world is like a good mentality to have when you go on the road.
Oh,
like,
sure.
You know, so like I saw a lot of people being critical of the Texans for like having that mentality, like it's us against the world, including the refs. No, I think you need that on the road.
No, I think that to me, it would be more or less that the fact that they did enough research in their homework and they knew how the referees have called their games to understand, hey, we're going to tell our players and overemphasize if we have to, don't touch them on the sidelines. Don't, if there's and it's so hard as a defensive player, but the two roughings I disagree with because you can't ease up there.
Yeah.
The fact that when the two guys went helmet to helmet, toe to toe, and everything, there's nothing you can do there.
Yeah, I hate how it's officiated, and I hate how the rules drawn up. All right, 713-780-ESPN. We'll get to you, Rudy, Jesse, on the other side. Also, where did the Texans lose this game? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Lamont really he didn't like our response to the outcoach thing. He said the fact that the Texans dominated the Chiefs in every metric except points, D'Amico is clearly outcoached. I don't know. Couldn't you say the other thing, though? Like, if his defense outclasses Reed's offense, wouldn't he have been the one doing the outcoaching?
I mean, if you just watch that game, every single play in it, it's hard to say that D'Amico was outcoached defensively, because there's a ton of teams in this league that haven't figured out Kansas City yet that would have loved to have done what the Texans defense was able to do to the Chiefs offense.
Yeah. I can't go to the outcoach thing. Discipline, I'm willing to give you that. Maybe Spagnuolo outcoached Slowick, but D'Amico versus Reed, I don't know if I can give Reed that win there. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Jesse, you're in the Hive. What's up, Jesse?
Hey, guys, can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, I just kind of had a bunch of random thoughts that I kind of want to get out. First of all, you know what? That was just a fun game to watch. I mean, just as a football fan, it was competitive. It was smash mouth. You know, as a Texans fan, obviously you're disappointed that they didn't win, but at the same time, I'm realistic. Only one team wins, you know, every year. But so that was just a fun game. You know, I just love a good run game. And so it's really fun to watch Mixon run. I was pumped whenever he got that touchdown. Something else that really pumped me up was CJ on that one long run he had, and then he lowered his shoulder and just like trucked the guy. I mean, I was going off in my house. I know my kids thought, you know, that I was crazy. The other thing I want to say is, you know, this is, to me, the best lineup the Texans have ever had, top to bottom, offense, defense, especially the D-line. You know, I know over all the years that I've watched football, there's always teams out there that it just seems like they have those defensive linemen. They may not be big-name players, but they always make plays, and they make plays at the right time. And the Texans had that this year. This D-line is just amazing. They just had, you know, guys at every position making plays at key times, and that was just so fun. So I hope we can get, you know, they keep that up next year. A big problem I see that CJ has right now, and I'm not like a football expert or anything, but from what I can tell, it looks like he's not seeing the blitzes coming, and he's not audibling, and he's not changing the plays up. And I think a lot of those sacks are on him, you know, on those blitzes, because he's not coordinating the offensive line like he should. So hopefully next year he takes a big step in that direction and improves there. But he, you know, these past couple games, he seems like he's got his moxie back. He's more confident. You know, if the offensive line could just, you know, be better next year, you know, I think he's going to be back to CJ of the rookie year. So anyway, looking forward to seeing what they do in the off season and what they do next year. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jesse. Appreciate it. Yeah, look, I think that we've talked about this a multitude of times, in the fact that it is layered and everybody can take blame in terms of, I think CJ was definitely altered all season long by his internal clock. I think that yesterday, yes, he has to do, and the center has to do a better job of trying to pre-snap identify what's coming at them. And then the line has to be prepared for the twists and the stunts and some of the things. And some of it seems to be more basic than you would expect for an NFL team. But the straight rushers over the center that go untouched and come right up the chute at him is just not, it's inexcusable for an NFL offensive line to have that keep happening when you're supposed to go inside out. But at the same time, look, we saw all different stunts and twists and different things work against this offensive line. A lot of things have to change, and CJ has to change too, quite frankly.
Yeah, I thought that I thought Stroud was good yesterday up until they got down by 8 points. And then I felt that he started to regress into some of the stuff we saw earlier in the year, where he was not making great decisions. Spagnuolo also dialed up more pressure.
He did.
Whenever they got up by 8 points. I don't think he handled that very well. I didn't think Stroud played that good in the fourth quarter.
I think he really, he understood that he was trying to, I think he almost felt like he had to play hero.
I think so. Absolutely.
And when he was thinking about having to play hero, he held on to it too long. He just kept backpedaling, and he did more harm than he did good, because then he ended up not only getting sacked, but losing 8 to 10 yards in the process.
He was looking for the home run instead of taking the single. And in the Chargers game, he was making the easy plays. He had some big plays mixed in. He's going to do that. But he started to take the singles more than the home. Like, he was looking for the big play. It wasn't the time to do that. Like, if you're down 2 possessions, okay, that changes the story a little bit. Down by 8 points, no, you just need one really good scoring drive. Like, do what you have been doing. It had been working. And I also criticized Slowick there a little bit too, because I don't even know if Joe Mixon was on the field for a majority
I think
of
you're
those,
right. Now that
those
you
drives.
mentioned that, and I went back and watched the game again this morning, and I don't recall
He played like 55%
from the
of the
time that they
snaps.
went down 8, I don't recall him being on the field because I know he didn't run the football. I know that they were constantly looking to pass it. And I think that that's one of the things that hopefully Bobby Slowick looks at the tape, and CJ, even though the season's over, go back and watch that game. Offensive line, go back and watch that game, because there's a ton to learn from in that game alone about the fact that why were you able to have so much success? Well, you were running the ball in the first half. And when you weren't running the ball, you mixed up your passing game to where you were hitting the middle of the field. You took your you were pick and choose when you decided to hit the outside routes. But overall, because you had so many different things going on, Spagnuolo wasn't able to kind of settle in, pin back his ears on his defenders, and decide who's coming next to do what you said and just keep bringing blitz after blitz different ways to give him a hard time.
Did you hear the Teddy Bruschi text? Asked a texter, or not the text, the take.
I did not.
He just basically said the Texans don't have championship DNA, which I agree with. Like, some of the things he talked about, I don't necessarily agree with. But like, you look at Saturday's game. Well, why did the Texans outgain them by 120 yards? Well, a lot of it was special teams and hidden yardage and stuff like that. But also, the Chiefs have championship DNA, and I don't think that the Texans do right now. And that's okay. Like, should they have this in year 2? I would argue that a lot of teams take a while before they win.
I think a lot of teams go through a game like this, whether it's regular season or playoffs, games like this, losses like this, when things fall apart like this, or when the mistakes happen, to where that can, as much as it's a negative you lose, it can be the start of the turning point of why you're going to start to win more consistently and get that DNA.
Yeah.
Because look, I don't think you need to be like Dalton Schultz and just slobber all over Travis Kelce after the game to say you learned something. But you learned from the guys that have been there and done that before. Chris Jones in big moments, he was doing what he does. Mahomes does what he does. Kelce does what he does. The other guys, great. You know what? And I think a lot of it too, like even a Xavier Worthy early in the season, he's probably stepping out of bounds on that ball that he caught, that he got both feet in on the sideline when Mahomes had to throw it because he got hit by Will Anderson. I think that it can be contagious, but at the same time, you can learn from a defeat like this and say, hey, if we want to be them, and no one, obviously everybody wants to be a dynasty, but not many teams get there, but just to have the kind of abilities that they have in the playoffs, we got to get better, and we got to learn from it.
You didn't like Dalton Schultz paying respect to Kelce?
A bit much.
You just told him he's a walking legend. Just a little respect.
He kept repeating it, but yeah.
He wanted to make sure he heard him. It was loud at Arrowhead. It was windy, too. It's hard to talk over the wind.
Maybe he wanted to meet Taylor Swift.
I don't think so.
I'm kidding.
I don't think that's what it was. Texture. What's that?
Caitlin?
That was weird. I didn't know they were friends.
You know how I think it happened? Was Caitlin was on the podcast with Jason and Travis, and they found out that she's a diehard Chiefs fan and has been her whole life living in Iowa. And the next thing you know, I think they put her in the suite, and then
that makes sense.
Yeah,
because they don't seem like they would be friends. They seem very different. Like Taylor Swift is not very sporty, and Caitlin Clark is.
Not very.
I'm not sure that Caitlin Clark listens to a whole lot of Taylor Swift music.
Oh, I think she does.
Does she?
Yeah.
Doesn't strike me as one that.
But I think that when she tries to be fashionable, it kind of comes across more forced.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Whereas Taylor's always dressed to the nines.
In response to the flopping, it's a respect factor. Come on. That is pathetic for him to try and do that. A true gamer, lover of the sport, does not play like that. Y'all talk trash on LeBron doing that. Yeah, we talk trash on everybody, but I'm pro flopping. If it helps your team win, I'm in favor of it.
Listen, Jordan did it too. I will die on the thought that Michael Jordan's the greatest basketball player that ever played the game, in my opinion. But Michael Jordan knew what he was going to get from the officials too, and he knew what they were going to call, and he knew they were going to be protective of him too. And that's why the Jordan rules wasn't just a book or the way the Pistons played him. It was the fact that most teams in the league, and I saw a lot of it happen, Michael was going to get calls late in the game, whether you liked it or not, and you had to be cognizant of the fact that you could not touch him.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think most people do. And the way that you eliminate it is you stop calling the flop. Why are they doing it? Because the referees are rewarding it. How do you eliminate the flop? You stop rewarding it. Because if you don't call it, they're not going to do it. That's the simplest. Like everybody's, we're going to put fines on it. We're going to call like this technical. It's always going to exist until the officials stop calling it.
Well, it's twofold. It's that, and it's also the fact that you can change the rules. You can you can button down the rules more, so that you can't do those kind of things, or you can get penalized for doing those kind of things, so that the defensive players can have a little bit more leeway than what they currently have, so that you don't see those calls as frequently.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Rudy, you're in the Hive. What's up, Rudy?
Hi, gentlemen. I enjoy your analysis of the Texans, and I'm all positive. There's a lot of things to talk about, obviously, to fix this and that. But I got to look back, and I just give really big kudos to Joe Mixon. I think he played some really big leadership roles, runs hard, sets a good example for the offensive side. So I was really glad that they picked him up. I think there's growing and there's growth. I may not be a sports expert, but I've lived 61 years. And the one thing I know is they have a really good thing going. And, it's like losing weight. When you first lose weight, the water weight comes off really fast and easy. And then to get to the real measurements that count and make that extra step to get really where you want to go, that's the greatest work of all. And I think that's where the Texans are. I think the Texans are in the most challenging couple years in this in the C.J. Stroud generation. I don't know a lot about the finances. I'd appreciate if you talked about that, because I know once C.J. Stroud's rookie contract comes up, I do know that reshapes a lot of the things that you can do, apparently. And I hear that a lot, and I'd sure like to hear your analysis on that or assessment, because I think if that's really true, how much of an effect that has, then we got like a 2-year window to really build a foundation. And I will throw out, we have some really good role players that'll be good on a good team as backups. I mean, honestly, Mitchie, Hutchinson, I was Stover. So yeah, the offense needs work. Love the defense. Love D'Amico Ryans. I think we're better. I think we're better positioned than the Texans have ever been as an organization. That I do believe.
Appreciate it, Rudy. Thank you for listening to the Bees.
Thanks, Rudy.
The
I watched
waterway
AJ's face after the weight stuff, and you've never seen that level of confusion in terms of what the hell did he just go to?
I get it. I thought it was a good analogy. I've never heard anything like it, but I thought it was pretty. I thought it was pretty sound because, the water weight's what goes quick, right? So the Texans were able to turn it around from being the bottom set, like in the cellar of the AFC South. So the water weight meant that they got rid of the bad and they quickly climbed to the very top. But now the difficult part after the water weight is gone is going that extra step, going to the finish line. And the finish line here is going deep into the playoffs and winning the Super Bowl. It's easy to get back there, but it's the difficult part of actually accomplishing it and doing it and winning it all.
I just don't think it's as easy as people think to get there.
No, I agree.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody thought they were going to do what they did a year ago. It's just, now I think that, look, I do think that there's a lot to be learned, and it's the best barometer you can get. If the Chiefs are on top of the mountain, you just got a very, very cold, hard dose of what you got to do better and where you've got to improve to try and get to their level. And like you said, whether it's Mahomes or the two teams themselves, there is distance between the two of them. It's not that you can't make it up, because you do have a lot of the groundwork already done, but you do have work to do.
Yeah, as far as the quarterback and the contract, like the quarterback money is insane. So once he gets a new deal, it's going to take a huge percentage of the cap. And if he takes a huge piece of the pie, that means it leaves less of the pie for everybody else. So the rest of the roster won't be as good. So a lot of times there is a clock on how good a team can be around the quarterback based on that rookie contract. ESPN did a thing last offseason where it showed like every quarterback that has won it all is either like in his rookie deal or has a team-friendly contract. As far as how much money they have this season, Aaron Wilson tweeted earlier today that they have $10.6 million in salary cap space. Now you can cut guys, you can restructure, you can build some stuff up, but 10.6 entering the offseason. Last year they had 50. So don't expect.
They got work to do.
I mean, Casario's shrewd, and Casario likes to be a Will and Dillon son of a gun, but he's not going to have the flexibility like he did last year, where he brought in Diggs, where he brought in Mixon, where he brought in Danielle Hunter, where he brought in Azeez Al-Shire. It's going to be more. It's going to be more difficult this offseason.
Yeah, it is. But we always say, like, teams like the Saints in the past have been, just ungodly amounts of money, tens of millions of dollars over the cap. and they find a way to free up money.
Look where they are now, though.
So that they can get what they need to get. Well, but a lot of it, too, has been guys that they brought in and mishaps, like starting with the quarterback position, going with the fact that Carr was going to be your guy.
Yeah, but kicking the can down the road means you're going to eventually hit
and maybe
that
so.
point.
But it's still, for this upcoming season, it's still doable, and it's still more than possible. I think the one thing that worries me is not as much that as the defensive linemen, as much as I doubted the guys they were bringing in and D'Amico's desire and Casario's desire to get better in the interior defensive line. And I was like, these are the guys that you're replacing with two guys that I thought were pretty good. They were really good. But if you're going to lose some of those guys, replacing those guys might be a little harder because of the fact that they were so dominant in the inside.
All right, where did the Texans lose this game? We're not going to go to the officials. Some people might, but we're not. Where did they lose this one? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
All right, why did the Texans lose this game? 713-780-ESPN. What stands out to you, Blinkers?
I think the two things that really, really stand out to me are special teams, because you can just go up and down the list of all the different things special teams wise, from the opening kickoff, the extra point, the blocked field goal, the missed field goals. And then to me, the fact that as good as their defense was, and as much as that I've been singing their praises about the way they've played and the way they played, we knew going into this game, the middle of the field and Travis Kelce was going to be a concern. It was not just a concern. It was something they could not stop all game. And yeah, you can say the touchdown here or the big gash play there, but so many other plays too, where when everything else was falling apart, he just found Kelce in the middle of the field and they couldn't find anybody that could stay with him. And I know Stingley was on him a little bit early, but no matter who they tried, which were not Stingley or Lassiter, Kelce had his way the entire game. El Shair looked like he was going literally in other directions than where Kelce was going on a couple of plays. And Travis Kelce shredded him.
Yeah, that was one that I had too. We've seen Derek Stingley travel with some top receivers at times. D'Amico doesn't love doing it. He doesn't do it very often. He's never done it with a tight end.
Right.
Do you think he should have?
Look, I do think because of Hollywood Brown and the fact that Worthy and Brown can take the top off, and you have to respect their speed and their ability to go deep. It's tough because no matter where you go, someone's going to have an advantage. Do I think that if you moved Stingley with Kelce, I think that you could take one of your third corner, whoever you choose it to be. And I think that maybe not with Hollywood Brown, maybe with more like a guy like Worthy, as long as they had some speed, that they might have a chance. Because I think Worthy's a very unpolished receiver. He's just got blazing speed. I think Hollywood Brown's good enough that he could have torched you too. So it's kind of a catch-22 in how you defend it. But I didn't expect either Stingley or Lassiter to travel with Kelce.
They stayed to defend them well. And defensively, I thought they were very good. The one thing, and look, maybe this was part of it. Maybe it was, hey, we're going to let Kelce go off, but we're going to hold him to 230 yards. Like if you would have told me before the game, Travis Kelce's going to catch 117 yards worth of receiving, but their offense is only going to have 212 yards, I would have taken that. So that might have been the trade-off. Yeah, we're going to let Kelce have his, but we're going to hold them to under 220 yards offensively. That would have been a trade-off I could live with, but he was really good. That touchdown Mahomes threw to him, like Azeez Al-Shire, I don't know where he was going.
I also don't understand. Look, if Mahomes is standing in the pocket upright and he can throw it the way he normally throws it, I understand a laser gets through the defense and Kelce doesn't have to move. He's falling down on his face. And literally no defender was close enough to even try and get a hand on it. And Kelce didn't have to move. And he just was able to stare down everybody like, what the hell y'all doing?
Unbelievable play. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Ben, you're in the Hive. What's up, Ben?
Hey, guys. I think I was looking at it as if you had to pick one moment in that game that shifted the momentum and shifted the game, I go to the decision to try and kick a 55-yard field goal in those elements instead of pinning them deep when your defense is playing their butts off. And I think it also maybe got into the psyche of our kicker, as we saw kind of had some negative plays the rest of the game. So that's the one moment I look to, but I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah, look, I think we talked about it earlier. I think that's definitely a play that can be scrutinized. I think leading up to that field goal too, I don't know that they handled the play right before it well enough to try and at least take a little bit more off so that they could make it a shorter field goal that might have a better chance.
Yeah. It was a play where he got sacked.
Yeah. My first glance at the kick, I thought, oh, he just hit that. But when you see it, he hit it and the wind almost right off the foot, the wind started blowing left or right and just took it.
I think it was both.
I mean,
I don't think that was like just wind.
It looked like he got solid contact. Now, he might have hit it a little low, but it looked like he got all of it, and the ball did carry.
You've played golf with me. You've seen me make solid contact, and it starts right from the moment I hit it.
Yeah.
Like I actually talked to a couple of kicker buddies of mine who both kicked at the Power 4 level, and they thought it was a combination of him shanking it a little bit, him not necessarily shanking it, but a lot of kickers have the natural fade. Mm-hmm. And then whenever you have a little bit of a mishit plus the addition of wind, it looks like a shank. Off. So I think that was probably it. Now, I don't trust Fairbairn in bad weather anymore. I'll tell you that.
Plus, the other thing is when the broadcasters tell you that he told them this is the end that he was really worried about.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he said going this direction, Kaimi Fairbairn was extremely concerned about being able to control it and the wind. So I hate to say it was also mentally in his mind too. But if it's in your mind and you know it's blowing from left to right, you might want to start it out a little bit more to the left.
That was brutal. And he missed all those kicks right. Like, even the one that he made just barely squeaked in to the right. Like, for me, I can't trust him in bad weather anymore. I can't trust him in poor elements. I can't trust him when it's windy. You know, I didn't put a whole lot of thought into them trying that field goal, the 55-yarder that would have, if he made it, it would have tied the game. I thought that was automatic. I thought it was like an easy decision to run him out there and try it. And we've had multiple people now tell us that they didn't like that decision by D'Amico.
I think the biggest thing was the play before. I think the biggest thing was, you know, you're going to have to score almost every time you touch the football and try and get points out of it because you're going up against the Chiefs.
But you're not trying to get sacked.
No, you're not trying to get sacked, but even the play I thought it was a play before that where they just ran it. They basically said, "We'll just take our medicine." And
First
we're
and 10 at the KC 39, ran it up the middle for 4. 2nd and 6, they ran it for Mixon, maybe the one you're talking about, for 1 yard. And then it was 3rd and 5 at the KC 34, and that's the one where Stroud got sacked, fumbled, and they only lost 3 yards. Like, they only lost 3
That's
yards.
the one that Shaq got beaten, and he recovered it.
Recovered it.
I also thought he could have kept moving forward, and he just kind of laid dead on it.
Maybe, yeah,
But,
big man running.
Yeah, but overall, yeah, I just. That was a tough one for me because I did expect them to kick it.
Me too. I never thought twice of it, but now I'm starting to second guess myself because of all the people that are saying that they should.
Well,
and in hindsight 2020, do I want Kaimi Fairbairn after what I saw kicking a 55-yard field goal? In hindsight, no, absolutely not.
For the record-breaking season he had kicking 50s, how many of those were indoors? Right?
Probably almost, maybe all of them.
They had, was it Jay Feely or someone that was just standing by just to give? And he said, "Look, it's like kicking a lead balloon, regardless, because the ball doesn't get the extra carry." You got to know that going in, that no matter how good he's been all season, you're in the elements right now kicking a rock.
Yeah. The Hawaiians in the cold. I don't know if I can trust him kicking field goals.
Not going there.
It's a state. He's from Hawaii. It'd be like saying Texans up north. What's wrong with that?
I'm not going to put it on a Hawaiian kicking a field goal because I'm sure he's, just like we said, CJ's played in elements before. I got to believe Kaimi Fairbairn has kicked in cold weather before.
I don't know if he's ever been good in cold weather. Where'd Fairbairn go to college? Did he go to UCLA?
Did he?
Am I misremembering that? I don't remember where he went to college. He went to UCLA.
Oh, did he?
So he went to Hawaii. I mean, he's from Hawaii. He went to UCLA. Yes, he's had a few games in cold weather, but I don't trust Kaimi Fairbairn in cold weather.
Well, that's a different story. I agree with you. I mean, it's like kind of Lamar in the playoffs. I mean, you look at it, you go, you have enough to believe that you have doubts about Kaimi Fairbairn kicking in cold weather now.
I do.
And that's fair.
Would you trust an Ohioan in cold weather? A Wisconsin?
Yeah, Wisconsin.
See, I don't know what I said was wrong then.
Well, I mean, a Wisconsinite is different than a Hawaiian. I guess it is a state, but I thought I kind of heard you say it more towards his origins.
Here are some of the other reasons that I think the Texans lost. The special teams was dreadful. You mentioned Tommy Townsend earlier. Like, Tommy Townsend's fortunate that Kaimi Fairbairn was so bad, so we're not paying attention to.
Oh my God,
Fairbairn.
he had. When I just remembering it right off the jump, when I was thinking about all the special teams, I thought Townsend had one bad punt. When I watched it again this morning, almost every one of Townsend's punts were bad.
Yeah, and he kicked there last year. He's been there. He knows how to kick there. So he has no excuse. The Hawaiian has an excuse. Townsend does not.
Okay. But that I thought about that too. Like, this is your homecoming. You're back in Kansas City yet again, where everybody remembers you. You want to show your old team that you shouldn't have been allowed to walk away. Boy, he sucked.
Yeah, he was not good. I was disappointed with him. The coverage team was awful. You let that big kick at the beginning of the game. Like, special teams are just bad in general. Offensive line, obviously. Now, I will say this. 4 of the 8 sacks were after it was a 2-possession game, and the Texans were throwing every down, and Spagnuolo was blitzing every down. So it was 4 sacks, which is still too many, before it became a 2-possession game. And I will also say C.J. Stroud probably was responsible for at least 2 or 3 of them. Maybe
at least 3. He hung onto the ball way too long.
And whenever we, obviously fixing the offensive line's the biggest priority in the offseason, no doubt about it. But C.J. Stroud has to get better in that area too. Michael Jordan used to take every weakness in the offseason. He would work on that weakness and try to make it a strong suit to his game. C.J. Stroud has to be better against the blitz. C.J. Stroud has to be better against pressure. And I think that's one part of his game where it's regressed, maybe because the offensive line hasn't been as good. But I thought he was better at that his rookie year than his second year. Watch Mahomes against the blitz. Watch Mahomes whenever he has a free rusher. He always knows where to go with the ball. Stroud has to make that weakness that we saw of him this season a strength going forward for him to get to the level that he wants to be at.
Yeah, he definitely has to work on kind of resetting the deck in terms of his internal clock and not having the false, the expectations that everything is going to be piling up on top of him. But he also has to understand, like you said, watching Mahomes on third downs. Mahomes is a wizard on third down.
Wizard.
Where you don't have to worry about getting 16, getting 14, going along and being totally heroic. Just take what they're giving you and move the sticks. He does it all the time. CJ's constantly not only trying to be heroic, but get those things done, but he's trying to do it in such a heroic fashion that he's waiting for a better play than the one that's presenting itself. And the one that's presenting itself is at least good enough to get you another set of downs.
Mahomes' football IQ is off the charts. He's fun to watch. Like he's just he's sharp. High IQ. He's super.
And then he
high
still gets, a lot of people, he doesn't show a lot of emotion. He still gets pretty hot. Like when they had that the movement and he got hit because of it, because there was a broken play, he popped up and he was glaring. Reed had to calm him down because he knew at that critical juncture of the game, you can't have two guys in motion at the same time. When they needed that play, he was hot.
It's kind of what annoys me about Stroud sometimes. Like watch those two quarterbacks and watch one that has command and then look at the other one. Like, I'm not saying that CJ Stroud's lost by any stretch of the imagination, although he did try to call a timeout when the 2-minute warning hit. What?
Yeah.
What? Like, Mahomes has complete command. Like, he's yelling at the offensive coordinator. He's yelling at his players. Like, he's getting them up to the line of scrimmage. Like, there are not procedural. Like, there's some. Like, you have Taylor, who's always lines up, on the wrong spot.
Oh, my God. They let him get away with it all game again.
Yeah, and D'Amico was in the ear of the officials, too. But, like, there is of those two quarterbacks, which of the two takes complete command of their offense? Mahomes. And look, Mahomes is a veteran. He's won 3 Super Bowls. I'm not saying that Stroud should be on Mahomes' level. I'm saying Stroud should be watching Mahomes, trying to become what Mahomes is.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's what I'm saying. With all the things you take away, yeah, it's a tough loss. Yeah, you'd like to forget it because you lost the game, but you can learn a whole hell of a lot from it if you just rewatch the game and understand you're watching the mistakes your team made, but you can also see and look at and take away from what they did to succeed and how they were able to get off on certain plays and do the things they did to beat you.
A texter saying he didn't like them going for it with the 10 minutes to go when they were down by 8 at the KC 40. I didn't like that one either. I thought it was a poor. I thought that was the one decision D'Amico made where I disagreed.
I questioned it, but then when you're watching the play clock going down as quickly, getting down into single digits, and they're still trying to get set at the line, that if you are hell-bent on going for it there because you want to keep it a one-possession game because you think you have to score as much as you have to do against the Chiefs, call timeout. Because
I don't like a timeout there.
I think you can call timeout because you have the 2-minute warning later in the game too, so that you can kind of make up for that one timeout if it does come down to that. But I would call timeout if I'm hell-bent on going for it. Otherwise, just punt it.
It depends on whether or not you want to go for it. Like if you're just hell bent on going for it, there I agree with you. Timeout. I'm of the side that I want to punt it, so I would have taken the delay. But they were committed to punting it. To be fair, texter saying comparing C.J. Stroud in his second year to Pat Mahomes is crazy. Do you know what Pat Mahomes did in his second year? Won an MVP in his second year. So just saying. You see what Jaden Daniels is doing right now? Although he is in an inferior conference. I wish the Texans were in the NFC.
Well, I do too for the next 5 years.
Daunting right now. Yeah, Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Lamar. Like even if Stroud's really, really good, he's the 5th best.
I was going to say, of a team, take one team that didn't make the playoffs in the NFC that you're fearing is going to maybe San Francisco. But when you look at it, you have 3 just gauntlet type situations to go up against in the AFC, and you're going to add Burrow, whether he gets one or both of his receivers back or not. The Bengals are going to be reckoned with for the next 5 years too. To where even if you're at your best, what you have to get through might be tougher than who you play in the Super Bowl if you ever get there.
Mm-hmm. Texter, gentlemen, have you ever tried to kick a game-winning field goal? Just saying. Have you?
No.
I haven't either. Neither did Kaimi, though. Kaimi didn't try to kick a game-winning field goal on Saturday.
Yeah, those weren't game-winning. One was a simple extra point from which is supposed to be like back of your hand type thing, like easiest thing you can do.
I always love the text at the radio host. Have you ever done what a professional athlete has done? No, we wouldn't be here if we did. Like, if I was a professional kicker, I would make tons of money, and then I would go retired. You would never hear from me again.
You might be on the NFL's committee for
Could be,
for
and maybe you do like some radio, but you would know there were football players.
suspensions and penalties. You
I
could
would
be
love that.
on the radio and be on an NFL committee.
Hey, Texter, have you ever tried a game-winning field goal?
I think he was dying for you to ask that. He probably has.
I doubt it. I think I know every kicker in this city. I think you know what I think it is? I think it's an Hawaiian.
Okay.
I do. I think that's what it is.
We used to have a guy on that was on the sales staff here at Gow that kicked for Rice.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So he wasn't any good.
But
Just kidding. I'm kidding.
He got royalties from college, the college video game.
Oh, so he was recent.
Yeah. I mean, fairly recent.
Well, the video game's only been out a year.
Oh, no. The one
old
previous.
one.
Yeah, the old one that was under the, what was the UCL? Ed O'Bannon.
The Ed O'Bannon law?
The O'Bannon law. Yeah, he got royalty checks for that.
How much? Like 85 cents?
Yeah, and it was supposed to be like up to $600 or something like that. But yeah, he said every now and then a check would show up in the mail.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind having a few royalties here and there.
Lisa gets one from a random movie that she was in.
She was at what movie was she?
I forget I'll have to text her.
Have you
again.
watched it?
No.
That's ridiculous.
No,
you won't watch anything.
She's never shown. We don't own her or anything like that. But it was I don't think it was a Costner movie per se, but it was like one of these movies where she played a news reporter.
I'm not going to say what I was thinking.
And every so often she gets a royalty check for like $1.22.
Was she in LA at the time?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Was she interested in that, like acting, or
no?
It just happened.
No, but she got to do some cool things. Like she covered the Academy Awards.
Really?
Yeah.
So she was working at the station,
Uh-huh.
and then she was an extra
So
in the movie.
So they saw her and they said, we need a couple of news reporters to play a role in this movie, like you said, like a brief part.
That's pretty cool.
So she did that. Yeah.
I like that. That's awesome. You need to watch the movie, though. That's
I would
pretty
love
terrible
to,
of
but
you.
she's not big on that stuff.
Texter says they need to work on not having all these free runners coming and hitting CJs every game. That's true. But CJ also has to get better at it as well. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. It's time. It's time to have the conversation about Lamar Jackson. We'll do it next. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word from our good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at getting your hair back. If you've experienced hair loss, if you don't think there's any way you can get your hair back, I'm here to tell you there is an answer. It does work, and it gets you results, the results that you want. Not having to try and do the sprays and the creams and the foams or the things that don't work, like eventually having to wear a rug. No, this is actually getting your hair back. And Doc Linville, best in the business right here in the Med Center, he's absolutely fantastic. He's dedicated to the people of Houston. And I've had several conversations with him where he said, Joel, whether it's guys that play in the NBA and in sports, all it takes is one or two guys that I can help, that they can start spreading the word to understand I'm not trying to get rich quick off of this. I'm trying to let guys know, instead of some of the things that don't work and some of the ridiculous scars you see on professional athletes because they did the wrong doctor the wrong way, he can get your hair back. The NeoGraft procedure is a game changer. And so are PRP treatments that you've heard about in sports before, but I bet you didn't realize instead of for your shoulders and your knees and your elbows, you can do PRP treatments for your hair as well. Let the process get started. If you're interested, if you're losing your hair and you'd like to see if this could possibly work for you, there is a no obligation way that you can find out. All you got to do is go to 975hair.com. That will allow you to go in and sign up for a free consultation with Doc and his staff here in the Med Center. People off the street pay $150. You listen to me, you want to talk to him, you get it for absolutely free. 975hair.com. Then go in with an open mind. That's all it takes. You're not going to sign on the dotted line. You're not going to have any money come out of pocket. Nothing commitment-wise from you. But all you're going to do is get all your questions answered and have it explained to you, so it might be something that changes your life and gets your hair back. It did for me. It easily can do for you too. But go in and check it out because it's free. Go today to 975hair.com. Tell them I sent you by.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's time we have the Lamar Jackson conversation. All of my hate has been given to Josh Allen, which Josh Allen didn't win that game yesterday, by the way.
Didn't lose it.
He didn't lose it. The Ravens lost it. But the Ravens lost it more than Allen won it. Allen's not going to go into Arrowhead. My take's is gonna hold supreme. But we need to have a healthy conversation about Lamar Jackson. I don't think Lamar Jackson was the least valuable player yesterday. I think that was Mark Andrews. Andrews had that critical fumble. Then he had the 2-point conversion drop. Well, it wasn't a perfect spot by Lamar either. It was kind of at his inside hip as opposed to his outside shoulder. And it might have been a little late getting it out. That said, he should have caught the football. But Lamar Jackson in the postseason has not been good. Has not been good. You know, he's probably going to win an MVP this year. Very likely he wins the MVP this year. So multi-time MVP winner. You know, he's never won more than one game in the postseason.
Yeah.
He's 3-5 lifetime. He's never had a run to a Super Bowl. Obviously, he's never played in a Super Bowl. And you look at these games where they've lost, he's been atrocious. You go back to his first game ever, whenever they faced the Chargers and lost 23-17, 14 for 29, threw an interception, lost a fumble. He also put it on the ground 3 times. He only lost one of them, but he put the ball on the ground 3 times. The very next year, they're playing Tennessee. They lose 28-12. He was 31 for 59, threw 2 interceptions, lost a fumble. 3 turnovers in that game. You go to 2020. He beat Tennessee, but he wasn't very good. 17 for 24, 179 yards, an interception. Then they lose to Buffalo the next week, 17-3. They scored 3 points. They didn't get into the end zone once. He missed the 2022 playoffs because he was hurt. 2023, he beat the Texans last year, was pretty good in that game. 152 yards through the air, 2 touchdowns. But then the next week against Kansas City, they lost at home 17-10, threw an interception, lost a fumble. This year in the playoffs, yes, you beat the Steelers, but then yesterday against Buffalo, interception, lost a fumble. He's a turnover machine in the playoffs. He's not the guy we see in the regular season. And I think that the narrative of Lamar Jackson, I don't want to use the word choke, but Lamar Jackson being lesser than regular season Lamar Jackson in the postseason, how could you argue it at this point?
This is almost even to a greater extent, this is the James Harden of the NBA. This is a guy that can win MVPs in the regular season, can dominate in the regular season, that cannot win in the playoffs. And it's inescapable, and it has nothing to do other than what you just said. It has everything to do with the fact that he has played less than almost every single year in the playoffs. And when you look at it again yesterday, it was which quarterback, because all the focus was on them going in, even though most people didn't realize the MVP voting's already done. But it was which guy outperformed the other guy, but also who didn't make the mistakes, because we know that you've harped on the fact that Josh Allen turns the ball over too much. Josh Allen was fantastic yesterday in taking care of the football.
He wanted to lateral that one on the goal line badly.
Okay, but
badly.
Nonetheless, he did what he had to do.
He did.
Lamar, and I think as bad as, you can look at the interception, but the one that he would love to have back too is the fumble, because you can just eat that. You could just live to play another down and fall on it. The fact that he tried to one-hand it and corral it turns into just a devastating play for your team. And now it's just going to get louder. Now you're going to start thinking about it. Now everybody's going to be asking you about it. And now the narrative is it's not only not going away, it's going to be more significant with every time he goes into another season and another playoffs. And until he finds a way, much like James Harden, to dispel that, it's going to be something that sticks with him.
Yeah, and to me, it's not even an argument. Like a lot of people are defending Lamar after yesterday's game. Well, it's more on Mark Andrews. Okay, cool. Like they're both at fault. The interception they could have survived because their defense got a stop. They got the football back. The interception wasn't the costly one. The costly one was the fumble that you brought up. They were driving. They were in Buffalo territory. You're more than likely getting at least 3 points on that drive. But then you fumble. Buffalo recovers the fumble and takes it all the way downfield, sets them up for an easy touchdown. That was at least a 10-point swing. Yep. A 10-point swing in a game that you lost by 2 points. So, yes, Andrews was the bigger goat of those two yesterday. But Lamar Jackson, again, disappoints in the playoffs. And it wasn't just yesterday's game. This has been a trend year in, year out, year in, year out. So, if it happens enough, it's no longer a coincidence. Now it's a habit. Lamar Jackson is a habit habitually bad in the playoffs.
And unfortunately for him, the one thing you can say is, sure, Andrews had the ball that he had punched out that cost them because they should have gotten points there, and Andrews dropped the ball on the goal line. But if Andrews ends up catching the ball on the goal line and they go in for the score, now Lamar's going to start getting credit, because now in a big-time situation when they had to put a drive together, when they had to make plays, when they had to get to where they needed to go, he led them at least to tie the game, and then you don't know what's going to happen in overtime. But they looked like that they were pretty much having their way with the Buffalo defense at that point, to where they probably would have had a good chance to win. Instead, now everything's exacerbated, and yes, you can point the fingers at Andrews, but it just, then now you're looking at the stat line for Lamar, and now you're looking at those turnovers, and you're going, hey, at the end of the day, if you lose by 2, but your fumble was costly because it really was a 10-point swing, and even if you don't want to say 10, it cost you what you gave them in points, which was the difference in the game, to where, yeah, you can point at other guys, but Lamar, you played a big part in it.
Texture, happy Monday, fellas. Let's play the Who Said That game. Who said the Ravens had a better quarterback, better defense, and a better team? I'll send you some mustard for that crow and bologna sandwich you can eat. Watching that game yesterday, I have no doubt the Ravens were the better team.
I do too.
I think the Ravens are easily better than Buffalo, but the Ravens played one of the worst games that they played all year. Buffalo played a good first half. They kind of went to sleep offensively in the second half. They didn't score a touchdown in the second half, but they hung on. Like, credit to them. They took care of the ball. They hung on. They won the game. But I think if these two teams played 10 times, I think the Ravens win 7 of them.
I think the snow really helped significantly in terms of Buffalo, because Baltimore's played in a lot of cold weather. I think Buffalo's played in a lot of snow games. And we talked about last week going into the weekend, like, it's fun to watch teams in snow, but it is the great neutralizer in terms of the fact that the Rams, maybe indoors, the Rams would have a great shot. But the Rams they were in the game because both teams could not find their footing, literally, and because of the fact that it came down to execution, to where it narrows the gap on point spreads, and it gives the teams that are playing in snow, that are the underdog, a significant advantage.
I would agree with that. I do think it's a great neutralizer. But the Ravens lost that game by 2. They turned it over 3 times. Buffalo didn't turn it over once.
Exactly.
And you're telling me the Buffalo's better than Baltimore? Baltimore's the better team. And Lamar Jackson cost them the game again, which has been a trend for the Ravens. Also didn't love that the 2-point conversion to Andrews. Like, that to me was a good play call. It was wide open. It was there. Should have been executed. The prior one, though,
that got tipped,
where Derrick Henry's just running the ball right down the Bills' throats, and then all of a sudden, let's pass the ball. What are you doing?
Yeah, it got tipped. Yep.
What are you doing? Like, you just had so much success, ground and pounding them all the way down the field. You march down the field with little resistance, and then you just completely go out of the running game. I didn't like that one at all.
That was Bobby Slowick on steroids, because that's the one where if it's working for you and it ain't broke, don't fix it. Just keep doing it. Derrick Henry was slashing them all over the place, and I'm sure that there would have been some kind of an option to where you get them out on the edge, or you can just admit our offensive line is better than your defensive line, and Derrick Henry's going to get me the yards that I need. But instead, it wasn't even like Lamar had a chance to, like, RPO. It was just a pass that got tipped. You're going, why would you limit yourself?
Yeah, it was silly to me. Battery Chuck, the throw to Andrews at the end was not good. I agree. I thought it was to his inside hip when it needed to be to his outside shoulder.
We just had a play like that too recently in a game we were talking about, where ideally you throw that ball anywhere else outside in front and it's a touchdown, but because you throw it kind of behind a receiver, it's the toughest ball to catch.
Yeah. 713-780 ESPN. I can't remember that play.
It was just in the last 2 weeks, I think it was, where we were talking about, I don't know if it was Herbert. It was somebody or maybe Jalen Hurts, but it was one where all you have to do is put that ball out in front. Oh, maybe it was Sam Darnold in the Lions game, where all you had to do is just put it out in front of the running back, and you walk into the end zone, you put it behind him, and they dropped it.
Buffalo fans not happy with us. 713-780 ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line real quick. Jacob, you're in the Hive. What's up, Jacob?
What's up? Hey, man. First of all, like Kelsey, big-time players make big-time plays. That was on the button. He should have caught that. It's 3 of them. He dropped one. He fumbled. He should have. Big-time players make big plays. And
where was Lamar making these big plays? Where was he when he turned it over twice? Like, both of them were bad.
You want to let me talk? The last drive was big time.
He was.
And let me tell you something. Last thing, and on Martin Luther King's Day, let me give it to the 3 brothers that make it to out of the 4. Lamar would have made the 4th. It's just a new day for the quarterbacks. And the brother gonna win it this year. So that's all I gotta say. Lamar, big time, and ain't nobody can take it away from him. He was missing his receiver. He was missing his receiver.
He was missing Zay. You're right.
And that bozo dropped the ball.
Appreciate it, Jacob.
Thanks,
so did
Jacob.
Lamar. Lamar also dropped the ball whenever he fumbled.
Oh, by the way, Jalen Hurts was not good.
No.
Saquon was a monster.
Crazy weather game there, too.
Yes.
So you can make it, but Saquon is a beast. And look, to Jacob's point, like, we're not defending Andrews. I called Andrews the bigger bum of the two.
Yeah.
It wasn't on the button, though. That's disingenuous. And Lamar also dropped the ball. Wasn't a dropped catch, but it was a dropped fumble.
Just fall on the ball.
And Lamar, to Jacob's point, Lamar was fantastic on that final drive. He was fantastic on that final. He looked like the MVP on that final drive. He did not prior to that final drive, though.
No, and I said that they would have probably loosened a lot of their critical feelings if he had led them on that drive. They got the 2-point conversion. At least they forced overtime. And you say, hey, it's not Lamar's fault because he did everything. But because they fall short, now you look at his stat line on top of it and that glaring turnover and the fact that was a 10-point swing. And you talk about the fact, Jacob, that big-time players make big-time plays. Well, a big-time player could have just fallen on the football there. And you fall on the sword, you live to play another play, and you don't give up that 10-point swing.
And it wasn't only yesterday. This is Lamar's tradition in the postseason. Lamar, rookie year, when they got eliminated, turned it over twice. The first time he was in the playoffs, not his rookie year. The second time that he got eliminated, 3 turnovers. 2020, that season, they got eliminated. He turned it over once. They got eliminated last year against Kansas City. He turned it over twice. They got eliminated yesterday. He turned it over twice. Like, we're not only talking about yesterday. This is the story of Lamar Jackson's career. He's played 8 games in the playoffs. He has thrown 7 interceptions and he's lost 4 fumbles. That's 11 turnovers in 8 games.
This is
8 games, 11 turnovers.
It literally is like James Harden when you can go game by game and say you set a new record in a Western Conference Finals for turnovers in a game. You didn't shoot the ball in another game, and when you did, it didn't go. I mean, you can go up and down the list and say, hey, look, this isn't just a fly-by-night assumption guess as to Lamar can't play in the playoffs. The stats back it up.
Yeah, to me, it's a fact. Like,
and he's not the only one. Look, I think Herbert's going to have that start following him now too, because Herbert did he's starting on the same path, doing the exact same thing. Can't win in the playoffs, and that's something that you're going to have to play your way out of.
Dak has it a little bit too.
Yeah.
713-780-ESPN. Let's get to the mailbag Monday. What's your question for the Bees? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees. ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, I want to tell you about the good people at Allstate Siding and Windows. Look, this is the perfect time to tell you about Allstate Siding and Windows. Go to allstatesidingandwindows.com. My wife and I were talking about it this morning. With the weather coming in, with all the wind and the cold, the fact is that when we bought our new house a little over a year ago, we immediately went to Allstate Siding and Windows, and we changed the windows and got the better results. Now, you don't feel the air going out. You don't feel cold air around the windows because the windows are so good and they're so dependable and they're so perfect for the weather that you get in Houston that they're going to protect you in hurricane season, being strong and durable. But more so than that, in the summertime and in the brutal Houston heat, they're going to keep the air conditioning in and they're going to keep the warm wear out. And the same thing right now. They're keeping that cold weather out and keeping the heat inside the house. It's fantastic. And they're always taking care of Houstonians. They're doing it again right now. They have discounts for military personnel and discounts for first responders and all those kind of things. But they're doing a lot to make sure that they save you money. And the biggest thing that they're doing is you contact them and have someone come out. They're going to give you a free estimate and tell you exactly how they can help and then what are the best different things that they have to offer in terms of the best brands of windows for the way your house is constructed, the best siding that they can get you for the way that your house when it was built so that you get the best results. Absolutely fantastic, and all because they're dedicated to Houstonians and in the city of Houston. They've been dedicated to us for a long time. They want to take care of you as listeners. They got discounts right now on windows and on siding, but you have to start the process by getting in touch with them. Go on their website right now, Allstate Siding and Windows, and see all the different ways they can help you, or call for that free estimate. They'll come to you and tell you what they can do. 832-204-1936. That's 832-204-1936 or allstatesidingandwindows.com.
What is your question for the Bees? 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. What kind of questions you got for the Bees? Ocho asking us, did I put a jinx on Keyshawn Hall or what? Horrible shooting game with some missed bunnies. Shout out to Mr. Jawan Roberts and Mr. Javier Francis for picking up your streaky shooting guards. Ocho never gives credit to the Houston Cougar defense.
Why is that?
I don't know. I guess he doesn't believe in defense.
Every time you ask me, I say it's the first thing that stands out. That defense travels.
He always loves. He loves all these players that play the Cougar defense, and then whenever they have a bad game, he's like, "Oh, they had a bad shooting game." What if it's the defense?
It's always
that the Cougars play.
Is
Ocho
always really, really good.
Yeah, fun game. Tough to win on the road. I saw somebody in maybe it was CBS Sports. They were doing like their rankings. They're like, that would have been a bad game. That would have been a bad loss for Houston. It was a quad one win. And UCF has had 2 losses at home this year, Kansas and Houston, and they beat A&M, who's top 10 in the country in that building.
Did A&M fall out when they lost to Alabama?
I haven't looked at I've only saw Houston was ranked 7
because they were 13th when Alabama was 5th, and they lost, but they were playing without Taylor.
They're 13th now.
Okay, yeah, but A&M's a really good team. But I thought, how was your call?
It was good.
Oh, the final call.
I thought it was good.
With it. Yeah, I didn't hear. I just saw the video of the last play. Going, hey, that's what good teams do. They execute. They find a way to get the bucket at the end, and that's a good road win.
Yeah. The Ocho never gives credit to the Houston Cougar defense. There's always a bad shooting night, and he likes to say that Houston can't shoot, which they didn't shoot well in that game. But they came into that game number 2 in the country in three-point
shooting. Remember, you asked me, and I said when I watch them play, I thought that Sharp has been an even better 3-point shooter, and that they really shoot the 3-ball well.
Yeah, they missed some. They had some good looks too. They missed some good looks. It happens on the road though. Texter: Burrow, Allen, or Jackson? Who would you take to start a franchise? Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow.
Wow. I'm gonna take Joe Burrow.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Burrow too. Burrow's the only one of those 3 who's been to a Super Bowl.
Yep.
Only one of those 3. And now I'm a little nervous about Allen.
Yes, you are.
A little nervous about Allen, but they're not going to win at Arrowhead. They're not going to win it. There's no way that the NFL and the referees let the Chiefs. No, they're capable. They're certainly capable.
I mean, look,
it might be the Super Bowl.
Oh, I think so. I really do. I just think that I don't think the Eagles are playing particularly well, and Jalen Hurts does not look good at all, and their passing game is non-existent. And the Lions had so many injuries, and they're out. I think that in a lot of ways, let's hope for a great game in the AFC Championship because it might be the best game you see.
Hurts being a little coy about his knee, too.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they said later in the game that he had no mobility. But even when he had mobility, and granted, that's in the snow, but if you got guys like Smith and Brown that can get open and got one-on-one coverage, you can't tell me that on one little move or just a quick dart that they can't get open enough that you can trust it enough to turn it loose a few times.
Yeah. That would be a fun game, though. Eagles and Commanders.
As much as we enjoyed CJ last year, though, Jaden Daniels is unbelievable.
Who are you taking to start a franchise, CJ Stroud or Jaden Daniels?
I had that. Someone asked me that this morning. I just think because of his legs, I'll take Jaden Daniels.
I got to go Jaden.
I don't know how you can't with the fact that, yes, they both have proven that they can pass the ball in the NFL. He can run, and he is elusive, and he's impressed the hell out of me this year.
I do wonder, because he was banged up a little bit this year. That would be the thing that I would be critical of him about.
He is skinny.
Can he like sustain getting hit a lot as a good dual threat quarterback? Well, now it's on to him too. Like, hey, don't take hits.
Yeah, we went through this with Lamar a little bit too, where at a certain point he started making better business decisions about, hey, I don't need the extra 2 or 3 yards, and get hit by a linebacker. I can get down and still have gotten enough yards that they have to respect my running ability, and we get to move the chains. I think that he'll get more mature in terms of the way he runs and the decisions he makes.
Texter says last 2 years, Joe in Cincinnati didn't make the playoffs. He's overhyped.
His defense sucked.
He was hurt last year.
Yeah, and his defense sucked this year.
Yeah, it's a fair point. What have you done for me lately? Although Allen and Lamar haven't gone to the Super Bowl. Why did Detroit lose to a rookie quarterback?
Well, I just said, one, they've been decimated by injuries, and their defense it was just thin as can be. And 2, your quarterback did not perform well. We keep talking about quarterbacks.
Well, he was concussed.
Well, he got drilled, but he also turned the ball over, 3 more times after the 5 turnover game against the Texans. He didn't look good.
No, he didn't look good.
And Gibbs did.
He's a stud.
He's so good.
Would you rather have Gibbs Laporta in a first rounder or Will Anderson? I like both sides of that
I do
trade.
too, because Laporta wasn't great. He was great last year. He wasn't as good, and he was hurt a little bit. But I mean, that's a no lose situation.
I'm really curious to see what Detroit does at OC now that Ben Johnson's going to a division rival.
You think they elevate within, or they go find someone on the outside?
I think
Because a lot of guys would love to come there and have all those weapons.
I don't know their coaching staff all that well, but with the success that they had, it seems like a move that they would just.
Is Brunell their offensive? I mean, their quarterback coach?
Yeah, he is actually. Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know if I could see Mark Brunell being the OC.
Why not? He's left-handed?
No, I love lefties since I am one. But I don't know. I mean, from the time he played, do you think he's picked up everything from Ben?
Tell. I have no idea.
I have
no idea what Mark Brunell has learned.
I would think that he would probably be looking for another younger.
I guess, I mean, it just depends. Like, if they think that Brunell's ready, it'd be Brunell. Because of the success that they had, it makes more sense to promote from within. But you have to make sure that the guy's ready.
Didn't the Eagles promote from within?
Yeah, they went with Brian Johnson.
When they lost both guys?
They went with Brian Johnson, who was a terrible hire.
Just failed miserably on both sides of the ball.
One and done. A terrible hire.
Yeah, I think they might look externally.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It'd be interesting. 713-780-ESPN. His texters are cracking me up. All right, I can't read anything these texters are saying. So let's go to our car wreck of the day. We're going to get out of here early today because of the winter. Just kidding. We're not soft. We're getting out of here early because the college football playoff is coming up on ESPN 97.5 later tonight. So we're going to do our car wreck of the day next. So 713-780-3776. What are you nominating for your car wreck of the day? It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What are you nominating for the car wreck of the day? 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. We're going to dip out here in the next 15 minutes or so. Get to some pregame coverage of Ohio State, Notre Dame. Who do you like in that game, by the way?
I like Ohio State.
Let me rephrase. Who do you like in that game with Ohio State -9?
Yeah, I don't like the spread. I just think that's too many points in a national championship game. I think Ohio State eventually wins the game. But if you ask me who would I put my money down, Notre Dame to cover.
Notre Dame +9?
Yeah.
I really like Marcus Freeman. I think I'm rooting for Notre Dame, that sounds terrible for me. I do not like Notre Dame. But because I like Marcus Freeman, I think I'm rooting. I don't like Day either.
He's just so arrogant for a guy that hasn't done anything. But
plus I like rooting for the underdog. Notre Dame, underdog.
And Ohio State's got they got a ton of talent.
No, they do. But also my take has been that the Big Ten's the best conference in the country. So them cementing a national championship would help my take lock.
What's the DC for Notre Dame is Al Golden? Is that right?
Oh, yeah, I think it's right, yeah.
Former NFL guy. He loves playing man. If you play man on Smith, you're going to get just torched.
Yeah, it should be a fun game. Ohio State -9. You can listen to it right here on ESPN 97.5. All right, what do you nominate for car wreck of the day?
To me, I know there's low-hanging fruit from Texans fans' perspective. I'm just going to go with the officiating across the NFL and what we saw this weekend. Biggest games of the year, and you continue the inconsistencies were just unbelievable. And you need to look no further than what Texans fans are harping about with the roughing the quarterback penalties and how it was called one way in the Chiefs game and not that way in the other 3 games. But over and over again, you just saw inconsistencies and missed calls. And this is supposed to be the best officiating, too, at the best time of the year. And it takes away from the game and letting the players decide the outcome. And it was kind of frustrating.
What would you change?
I think first and foremost, you have to change the roughing the quarterback rules. You have to work with the crews too in terms of don't be afraid to have another set of meetings before each round of the playoffs, or at least before the playoffs start, and try to get everybody on the same page to say, hey, look, physical play. It's just like in the NBA. Well, we know that in the playoffs, everything slows down. Teams beat the hell out of each other more. It becomes more physical.
Mm-hmm.
Don't have quick whistles. And it seems to be effective. Referees get the message. When you look at it in the NFL, every crew is calling it their own way, and at the same time, they're not getting calls right, and you're kind of throwing your palms in the air going, come on, guys.
I want them to put more weight on the eye in the sky. Like, just make him part of the crew. Like, he can throw a flag. He can be part of the conversation whenever they gather. I would put more weight on the eye in the sky. I would make him equal to all the other officials.
And I thought that they were doing that. And I thought that the quote-unquote referee assist was put in place so that you don't have to throw challenge flags, and that if we see it and they see it, they can change it before it really kind of negatively affects a game. And they explained it on the telecast yesterday that they could do it, but they didn't do it.
Yeah, I really don't understand the replay assist. It feels like it's inconsistent. Like at times,
that's what I'm saying. The inconsistency is what is the biggest car wreck.
I have a friend who likes to whine about things. Well, more of an acquaintance. He said that he wishes that the referees were full time. Remember, this used to be a big conversation years ago.
I thought they are now.
I don't think they all are. I think they have like a few.
I think, but even if you're part time, you're getting 6 figures.
No, but I'm talking about full-time job where you're there 9 to 5. During the week, you're
like
taking
going
meetings
back and watching tape of yourself.
Yeah, not saying that they're underpaid, but like, do you think that they should be full-time employees where they're there during the week, kind of studying all this stuff?
The NFL's a cash cow. They can afford it, and I think they would probably be for the betterment of the game. So I'm for that.
Yeah, I don't know how much it helps. Like, it wouldn't hurt, obviously, because, like, I think where it would help the most is I think it would be more consistent.
That's what I'm saying. Think about that. Now, if you and your crew and you stay together as a crew all year, and instead of going and doing whatever you do the rest of the week until you leave for wherever city you're going to go to reconvene with your crew, if you can say, hey, Monday morning, let's rewind. Let's go back and watch the tape again. And let's see where we could have been better. Let's see where we may have missed some things.
Yeah.
Then let's talk about, let's start.
See, I know that they do that already. It just maybe they don't do it enough.
I think they're also just told to do it, but whether they do it or not, based on what their schedule is.
They're kind of pros. Like, I think that they do it. It might not be like, they're in a Teams meeting, but it might just be like correspondence throughout the day. But I think why it would help with consistency is you have like head of officials bringing in all these officials. Here's the auditorium. You're going to sit in the auditorium like these teams do. Here's how we want the roughing the passer called. Here's how this guy did it. Here's how this guy did it. Here's what's acceptable. Here's what's not. I don't know how much it improves the level of officiating, but I think it becomes more consistent.
Here's to back that up. I've told you in the NBA how we're a part of it. We were a part of it, but we're at the start before the season even starts. They put everybody in a room. They have referees meetings for an entire week, and they tell them this is the point of emphasis for this year, or 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you for that season, you can tell without ever being told that they had that meeting that there was a point of emphasis on the illegal screening or traveling or whatever it is. They can do the same thing for the NFL.
Well, they do. They do.
But they could do it throughout the year.
Yeah, but throughout the year, I think is where you become more consistent.
Because you can do it before the playoffs. If you don't want to do it and have them being full-time employees before the playoffs, get the crews that are going to work and sit them down and let's go through everything.
Yeah. Huh. I want to nominate, I don't know, I have a few today. The first one I'm going to nominate is all you idiot fans who are DMing Chris Boyd racist messages. Did you see this? TMZ picking this up. Chris Boyd, of course, to the Texans, threw his helmet off.
Oh, yeah,
in celebration, maybe, who knows? There were fans DMing him, calling him racist things.
Oh, God.
Why are we DMing
What are
people?
we doing as a society when sports turns into that kind of crap?
Almost anything, though. Not even sports, anything.
Seriously.
What is the point of DMing people, showing your hate? It's nasty. It's awful. Don't let it be you. That's gross. Mark Andrews didn't talk to the media post-game.
Oh, that's a bad look.
Terrible look.
Yeah.
Like, I liked what Lamar did. Lamar went up there. I got to be better. I'm tired of these turnovers. He said a bad word or two. I need to be better for my team. Love the way Lamar Jackson handled his mistakes on giving that game away. Mark Andrews, who also gave the game away, did not talk to the media postgame. Awful, awful look.
Yeah, you got to own that. Again, you'll get more credit and probably a whole lot less of the animosity if you just own it, as opposed to if you run from it. Now they're looking for you, and now they're not going to stop trying to hunt you down.
Brutal stuff.
That's
Mark.
bad.
I hope that they get rid of him. He's a Texan over Dalton Schultz next year.
I'd take him in a heartbeat.
Yeah, me too. I don't think it can happen financially, but it would be better. Did you see that the ACC is exploring changes with the ACC championship game? They're thinking of 2 options. The first option is that the regular season champ would receive a bye. They don't play in the championship game, which I think is just an automatic ticket to the playoffs. But then the 2 and the 3 teams in the standings would play instead. So then it would boost their chances. I think
it boosts their chances in one way, but doesn't it essentially come down to what happened last year, where the committee says whatever happens with the rankings, it doesn't change no matter the outcome of the game?
I don't know if that's the same thing for 2 and 3 versus champion. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah.
And then their other suggestion, which I don't hate this suggestion, is that they would have their top 4 teams match up. So they play a little 4-team tournament. So you have a semifinal.
Well, I like that.
Yeah, that'd be kind
from our standpoint too. It's better football to watch.
I think the best thing to do is just to get rid of it, but they won't ever do that because it's way too lucrative. Yeah, but I think it'd be the fairest thing to do. And then the last one that I have, Dallas. Dallas is a car wreck of the day, more specifically Arlington. Dallas lost the 2029 college football playoff. It's going to Tampa instead.
How'd they
I
do
don't know.
that?
I don't know why they lost it.
I thought you were going to say something about the Cowboys.
No, Dallas lost the 2029 college football playoff national championship.
Well, if I'll say this, now with the Lions out, if Aaron Glenn gets a job and Ben Johnson's already taken a job and Jerry Jones didn't interview either one of them because he was trying to be tough guy with his head coach that he inevitably let go anyway, that's a bad look on the Cowboys.
Did you see who the new favorite was?
For Aaron Glenn?
No, for Dallas.
The Cowboys?
Yeah.
No.
Brian Schottenheimer.
Oh, God. What are they doing?
I think it's pretty obvious what they're doing.
You need a puppet?
Yep.
That's horrible.
Right?
That is just absolutely ridiculous with the roster that you still have. You still have big-time players. That is so insulting to your locker room. That's awful.
Now, he has been in the locker. He's their OC.
But still.
He's been with Dallas.
They haven't exactly set the world on fire with him as their OC.
Since 2022, he's been with Dallas. He was an analyst in 22. He was the OC in 23 and 24.
I thought Jason Witten was a bad idea, but this is not good.
You know, this probably means that Jason Witten would be on the staff.
Oh, I think he's going to be force-fed on the staff no matter what. But if you want an OC that had success in Dallas, that he knows them, then give it to the current offensive coordinator, Kellen Moore of the Philadelphia Eagles. Who already talked about it. They interviewed him last week, and he was like, hey, look, I know that place. I know the building. I was there 8 years.
Maybe they don't want Witten on the staff.
That's going to...
How about all this Dion smoke, too? Hey, we want Dion. Hey, 0 interviews with Dion.
But yet they were supposedly shopping Dak to the Giants and to the Raiders.
Really?
Yeah, to try and get to Shador.
I don't believe it.
I don't either.
Car wreck of the day, Texans offensive line.
Taking Dak with those 2 injuries, too,
offenses and the contract, $60 million a year. Car wreck, Rockets losing a home game versus the Pistons. Not great. Pistons are better, though.
Pistons are playing. JB Bickerstaff, and 2X Rockets coaches, but if Cleveland isn't playing the way they are, JB Bickerstaff is the coach of the year.
And Desert says Aziz Al-Shire, car wreck of the game. He didn't have a good game.
He was not good.
No, Christian Harris played one play.
Well, I guess maybe we'll never know, but that's just completely weird. The way they get him back in shape the last part of the season, and he actually plays, and you think, okay, he's going to be better in the playoffs, and then he's like a non-factor.
All right, does it for us. Thanks to AJ for doing the hard work, filling in for the slacker, Brian McDonald. He's Blank on Branham. Stay warm, stay safe. Talk to you tomorrow, hopefully. College football national championship game up right now on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.